Quick disclaimer before the video begins, a decent amount of passes and egg moves were changed after the recording of this tier list. Some Pokemon received pretty significant changes that moved them up or down a tier, so I will be mentioning these changes when ranking them. If I don't mention the new changes for a Pokemon, it's because they weren't enough to place them in a different tier. Remember to leave a like on the video, and let's begin. Generation 6, we're going to start with Chestnut. Chestnut gets Dauntless Shield, so you're going to automatically get a defense increase every time you just enter battle. Chestnut's bulk is more on the physical side, but you do have a decent SPDEF. It's not terrible. You have 88 HP. Bulletproof will protect you from ball and bomb moves. You get Synthesis, so if you're in Sun, you'll get some increased healing. Body Press is not bad since your defense is naturally high with a 122 defense and Dauntless Shield. Ceaseless Edge to set up spikes, and Sappy Seed for Leash Seed. So you're just going to be a physically bulky Pokemon that sets up spikes and seed. Nothing too insane. I've seen better physically bulky Mons. I've seen better Mons that can set up Leash Seed. But that utility alone at the very least will land you in B tier. I want to say above the Wormadams is about as far as I put this thing. It for sure is like one of the worst starters, unfortunately, just because how underwhelming its stats are and how underwhelming its offensive capability is. But I think just because it gets Leash Seed, it can at least be in the B tier. You get Psychic Surge. You can set up Psychic Terrain immediately on switch in. You get Magician, so you can steal items anytime you hit someone. It's pretty nice. 114 special attack, 104 speed. You have a pretty okay stat spread offensively. Expanding Force, great with your Psychic Surge. Moonblast for dark coverage because you are a Psychic type. T-Bolt because you're a water type, you want some water coverage. And Torch Song, it is stab and also increases your special attack. So you get some overall pretty good moves to match your typing. And you get Expanding Force for your Psychic Surge, which is great. I love that. You get Calm Mind for sure. Yeah, you don't get Nasty Plot. Oh, you do get Nasty Plot. Okay. So you can get Nasty Plot in this thing, which you'll probably take to further increase your sweeping potential. So I'd take like Nasty Plot, Expanding Force, Moonblast, Torch Song, I'd say. Speed is only at 104 though, so you can get outsped by like a lot of things. Mega Ray, for example. We'll put it decently high. At the very least, I like that it gets Psychic Surge, Expanding Force, and Torch Song. Those are really good moves in general. So we'll put it high. We'll put it high. We'll put it like above Tornadus, below Beartic in the higher end of A tier, I think is fair. Greninja, everyone's favorite starter. Everyone's favorite starter. You're probably going to take Battle Bond, although I guess there's a chance you don't get the Battle Bond one, so I guess we can look at both. You get Protean on the regular Greninja, so you can change it to whatever type of move you use. Battle Bond basically just acts like Moxie, and when you kill something, you become stronger. And your Water Shuriken is boosted as well. We'll look at... Yeah, well, I guess we'll look at both of them and then we'll kind of give an overall ranking. Regular Greninja gets 95 attack, 103 attack, 122 speed. So you have a very comfortable speed tier. Moderately okay offenses. Moonblast, because you're a dark type, you're weak to fighting, so you want a fighting type coverage move. Shell Sidearm to hit fairy types because you're a dark type. Fire Wrath is stab and also flinch. The flinch is good because you're fast, so that's nice. Steam Eruption is another good stab move. It is 110 base power and has a chance to burn. You get Nasty Plot on level up, probably. No. Calm Mind. No. Wow, okay. So you don't get Calm Mind or Nasty Plot on this thing. The only way you could really increase your special attack is by using Battle Bond with Ash Greninja. Yeah. Because Ash Greninja gives you 153 special attack and 132 speed. So you get a significantly better special attack stat when you use Battle Bond. Protean is a very nice gimmick, but I would recommend using Ash Greninja if you have the Battle Bond one, just because the 153 special attack is just so appealing. Yeah, with Ash Greninja, I love the coverage it gets. It has some pretty good moves, Sword Stab, Fire Wrath, and Steam Eruption. So I want to at least put that in A tier. You get Guts. Okay, so you want to use out a Flame Orb or Toxic Orb. Yeah, huge power as a hidden ability. So you're going to have roughly 112 base attack. So you're going to have 112 base attack and also Guts. Not bad so far, I guess. Your bulk is pretty okay at 85 HP, 77 defense, speed F. Speed is okay too at 80. Tidy up to increase your attack and speed and remove hazards. Drain Punch is not stab, but it's your sustained move. Facade is going to be paired with your guts, also a stab. Extreme speed is priority and a stab. Yeah, so this is a very standard gut set with facade. Extreme speed since it's kind of slow. So yeah, you can understand like the set and it makes sense, but I don't know. Diggersby is just kind of whatever. His stats just make him too mid. And even if huge power, his base attack is still kind of whatever. It's at what, 112? So that's not really all that. It would have to run like Swords Dance or something to make him a bit stronger, which you do get on level up. We'll put Diggersby at least in B tier. We'll put him, I guess, below Azumarill. I kind of would rather use Azumarill over this thing, to be honest. Talonflame gets Magic Guard. This is good because you're a fire flying type, so you're usually really weak to rocks. So you can ignore that now. Gale Wings is your hidden ability, so when you're full HP, you gain priority on flying type moves. So if you're using Brave Bird, that'll be priority. Generally, you don't want to do that though, because Brave Bird will give you recoil damage, and that'll take out your condition for Gale Wings. So Acrobatics is not bad. Aerial Ace is okay. Fly, if you want to use a 2-turn move. Generally, I like Acrobatics. You just have to not hold an item though. Burning Bulwark to protect and burn, pretty good. Drill Run to help with your electric weakness because you're a flying type. Alright, Magic Guard protects recoil. Yes. I keep forgetting about that. Yes, Magic Guard will actually protect you from recoil damage. So using Brave Bird won't actually decrease your health. So yeah, you can spam Brave Bird on this thing because of Magic Guard, that's pretty good. Okay, where were we? Drill Run for your electric weakness. Head Smash for your ice weakness, or I guess your well, you're neutral to ice. I guess it's just a way to hit ice types. Volt Tackle is pretty good. It's another recoil move that you can ignore recoil on thanks to Magic Card. So you could run like Volt Tackle, Head Smash, I guess Brave Bird, and Drill Run for coverage. So you'd have 3 recoil moves and your coverage move. Works nicely with Magic Guard. Your attack is a bit low, so maybe you take Swords Dance if you even get access to that. You do, yeah. So take Swords Dance and take like 2 recoil moves and Drill Run. You should be good to go. Gale Wings and Magic Guard is a really good combination. We'll put this thing like, I think low A tier. Actually, maybe. Also gets Flare Blitz, that's true. We'll put it. I don't want to put too high just because its base attack is kind of hard to use. It's 81. We'll put it like below Escavalier, above base Shaman. Vivillon has a bajillion forms, and fun fact, I think they all have different shinies. Yes, they do, so that's really great. But their stats are all the same, so we'll just look up one. You get Prankster, which is fantastic for any Pokemon that likes to use utility moves. It also gets Shield Dust to block the additional effects of enemy attacks. Your stats are really bad, but you don't really care about your stats since you're a Prankstermon. You're going to have priority utility moves anyway. And you're decently bulky with 80 HP, 50-50 defenses. Let's look at, well, not, I guess that's not really that bulky. I guess you just kind of have a decent amount of HP. You get After You, which is a very good move in doubles. So what you're going to do is use Prankster After You, and that guarantees that your target or your ally is going to move first. So it's a very disgusting combination for double battles. Decorate, instead of giving your ally a priority, you can just give them a sharp attack or a special attack raise, so that's really good. Focus Blast for some power for yourself, that's mainly to deal with ice types. And Blizzard is okay. You don't get Snow Warning on this thing, so you'd have to like maybe bring another Pokemon of Snow in order to have the guaranteed Blizzard. The main gimmick though on Vivillon is just the 2 egg moves here. After You decorate 2 amazing doubles moves. This thing kind of reminds me of Audino, but I think I like it more just because it gets Prankster. So I want to at least put it above Audino. Yeah, Audino is B tier. I would actually put Vivillon in A tier just because I think it is one of the best Pokemon for double battles. Really good utility. I want to put it like at the bottom of A tier. Gets Beast Boost, so every time you kill something, you will likely increase your special attack because that is your highest stat. You get Moxie as well, which can increase your attack. But the thing with Moxie is your attack is at 68, your special attack is at 109. You're likely using a special attack set on Pyroar, so it's a bit odd to go Moxie. I think I'll just go Unnerve instead for the utility, the preventing enemies from using berries. You get Nasty Plot to further increase your special attack sweeping potential. Yawn to induce sleep. Earth Power for your rock weakness, also to electric types, steel types. Torch Song is stab and also increases your special attack. So you get Beast Boost and Torch Song on top of Nasty Plot if you want to also increase your special attack again. I like this. I like the stat spread. It's good enough. 109, 106 makes you decently fast and decently strong. And you can potentially pick up 2 special attack increases at once, right? With Beast Boost and Torch Song. So I can appreciate that set. I want to at least put it in low A tier. Not higher than Chandelure though. I think Chandelure does what he does, but better. Florges gets Grassy Surge. So you're going to be setting up terrain on switch in. Both of your abilities are apparently just not implemented, so I guess you just don't have a regular ability. You have 154 Spadef, which is great because special defense is pretty valuable against like Eternatus and Rayquaza to an extent. You unfortunately have really frail physical defense, which is something you got to keep in mind. 112 special attack, so you can hit decently strong as well. You get Take Heart to further increase your special attack in Spadef. Glitzy Glow is a really good move for Eternatus because it'll be weakening the power of special type moves on the opposing Pokemon, so you can nerf Eternatus's special attack moves. And you also deal some pretty solid damage because it's a psychic type move. Mystical Fire is a fire move that also lowers the target's special attack. This is another move that's good for Eternatus because it just drops the special attack by 1 stage. And Seed Flare can potentially drop its Spadef by 2 stages. It's a 40% chance and deal some solid damage. So yeah, these are all very good. These are all very good moves for like Eternatus, because Eternatus is a special attacker, so it's good to weaken him with these moves. Unfortunately, you are fairy types. You are prone to getting like sludge bombed. So if you really are using Florges and you're getting to the Eternatus fight, I would probably look for a Terra Shard to Terra out a fairy. That way, Florges can manage Eternatus much better with its 154 Spadef and these 2 moves. Outside of that, I don't really think it's that much of like a crazy sweeper. Its speed is a bit lackluster at 75. So like outside of the Eternatus fight, I don't see this thing being too much of a menace. We'll put it above Frostlass. I think top of B tier is fine for Florges. Go-Goats gets Seed Sower. So instead of setting up grassy terrain on switch in, you're going to set up terrain when you get hit. So this is similar to Sandspit and is also the signature ability of Arboliva. You can either take Sap Sipper, so you're immune to grass, or you can take Grass Pelt, which will increase your defense in grassy terrain. That's probably what we're going to take, given that you can set up grassy terrain with Seed Sower. Moderately okay bulk, you got 123 HP, 62 defense, 81 Spadef. Your offense, 100 attack, not bad. High horsepower is good for your fire weakness. Grassy Glide is a priority move in grassy terrain, so you're going to be setting up terrain with Seed Sower and then spam Grassy Glide for that priority 110 damage. It's a very good combination. Stone Axe to set up rocks, and then Sappy Seed for Leech Seed. So this thing has some pretty good potential. It's bulky enough to be able to make use of Seed Sower pretty well, and then you can just spam Grassy Glide once the terrain is up. And then Sappy Seed for setting up Leech Seed is great always. I think this thing would have been much better if it got Grassy Surge instead of Seed Sower, so you don't have to wait to get hit before you set up terrain. And not to mention, if you get Grassy Surge, you immediately set up the terrain on switch in, and you can just use Grassy Glide immediately. But outside of those things, I like that it gets Grass Pelt to also make it bulkier on the physical side. So this thing can actually live decently. So yeah, it kind of acts as a moderately okay bulk mon that can set up Leech Seed and just spam Grassy Glide. So I want to at least put it in high B tier. We'll put it like below Leafeon, I think is fair. Pangoro gets Fur Coat, so you're going to be having the damage of physical moves. You also get Iron Fist which increases your power, your punching moves generally. I think that's what you're going to take. If not, maybe Scrappy to be able to hit ghost types. But I don't think this is as important since you are also a dark type. So you get access to a lot of dark type moves. Yes, so because of Fur Coat, you're pretty decent on the physical wall side. You get 78 defense, 95 HP. Your attack stat is solid at 124, but you're a bit slow at 58 speed. So you get Drain Punch for stab, healing, Sucker Punch for stab, and also for priority. Wicked Blow is one of the best dark stab moves in the game, and you get Meteor Mash to deal with fairy types because you have a quad fairy weakness. So yeah, definitely go Iron Fist. You do not need Scrappy really since you're a dark type, and you can just use Wicked Blow to hit ghost types. Iron Fist is going to be boosting the damage of your Wicked Blow, Meteor Mash, and Sucker Punch, and Drain Punch. So that's going to be way more useful than Scrappy. Yeah, so this thing can hit like a truck. It gets Iron Fist and these moves, so I can appreciate that, but it's just kind of slow. It does get Sucker Punch, I guess, if it does get outsped, but I can't put it higher than B tier, unfortunately, chat. Furfur has a ton of forms, but they're all the same in stats, I believe. So yeah, we can just look at one of them. You get Fluffy to half the damage of contact moves, but you double the damage of fire moves. So yeah, just stay away from fire types. Otherwise, you're pretty good in physical bulk. Fur Coat also gives you more physical bulk. So even though you only have 60 defense, you're going to be walling physical type Pokemon really well, just because you have Fluffy and Fur Coat. So that's a pretty good combination. You also get 102 speed, so you're actually kind of fast. And 90 Speed F makes you also decently tanky in the Speed F side. Tidy Up to kind of boost your sweeping potential. It's an attack and speed increase. Slack Off to heal, very good because you're kind of a wall or Fluffy Fur Coat, so spamming Slack Off can be very good. Combat Torque is one of the best physical stab moves in the game, or best physical fighting moves in the game because 100 base power. It also has a para chance at 30%. And multi-attack is going to be stab because you are a normal type and deals 120 base power. I don't really care too much about its offensive capability. It's only 80 base attack. You do get Tidy Up, but like you would have to Tidy Up at least like 3 times for this thing to actually become a problem. So I would ignore like its offensive moves. You're not gonna really use this thing offensively. What you care about more is Tidy Up, or not Tidy Up, Slack Off to sustain and stay alive. What utility moves do you get? I guess you can get Charm, Cotton Guard to further increase your physical wall, because Cotton Guard is a +4 defense increase. Charm is a -2 attack on the other side. But do you have like any good utility moves? T-Wave, Toxic. So I guess you would just be using status moves, and you can just stay alive as a physical wall. Okay. Well, in terms of being a physical wall, you're great because you get Fur Coat, Fluffy, and Cotton Guard. But like utility is pretty limited. It looks like you only really get Thunder Wave and Toxic, which are okay, I guess. We'll put it like high B tier. If it got better utility, it definitely could have been A tier. Yeah, they get different abilities. The female gets competitive, the male gets prankster. Okay, so we have to rank the Meowstic separately because they get different abilities. Fur Coat is going to be having the damage from physical moves. Okay, so same thing as Furfro. You get prankster on the male Meowstic, which is going to be really nice because you get priority on utility moves. The female one does not get prankster, it gets competitive. So actually, the male Meowstic will likely be better just because I think prankster has much more value in general. 104 speed is still good though, so it is still pretty fast without prankster, but everything else is kind of mid, unfortunately. You get Dark Void, prankster. You get Luster Purge to deal some psychic damage and potentially decrease def. Pretty good against Eternatus. Moonblast to help with your dark weakness. Aura Sphere to also help with your dark weakness. Okay, so you get some solid moves. You get some solid attacking moves, but Dark Void is the most interesting one because you get Prankster. So you're going to be spamming Prankster Dark Void on the male Meowstic. I don't really care about this thing's offensive power because the stat spread is just kind of bleh. So like Luster Purge, Moonblast, Aura Sphere, I couldn't really care less about like these moves just because I feel like it's kind of weak in that regard. You care more about its utility. That's why it gets Fur Coat to kind of help it stay alive, and it gets Prankster to spam Dark Void. You also get screens, so if you want to do Prankster screens, you get that as well. Light Screen, Reflect, pretty good. Charm to decrease the enemy's attack, makes you more physically bulky. Misty Terrain to set out Misty Terrain. You have Fake Out, good for double battles. Yeah, so you got some pretty solid utility. Mainly the screens and Dark Void is what you want to spam. So because the male Meowstic is Prankster and the female does not, I want to put the male Meowstic much higher in like, I want to say even A tier. And then female Meowstic, I think just has to go in like C tier. I'm not even going to cap chat. I think this thing really only matters for utility. And the fact that this one doesn't get Prankster just kind of sucks. Because you kind of need priority because your natural bulk just isn't that amazing. Yeah, no. I'm going to put it in C tier. We're going to put it pretty low in the C tier. I want to say maybe above Fearow, below Alolan Golem is what I'm feeling. Oh, wait, this is the male one. Oh, no, this is the female one. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Just to make sure. The female one is the one that does not get Prankster, right? Yeah. Okay. Yep, C tier. Aegislash. Okay. I've been waiting for Aegislash. Aegislash, if you don't know his gimmick, he gets 140 defense, 140 speed def in the regular form. But when he changes to the blade form, his defense is swapped to offense. So you get 140 attack and 140 special attack. So he's a really fun Pokemon because you can play around like the two stances. I think he takes a lot of skill and he's really fun. Sharpness makes sense because he's literally a sentient sword. So sharpness is fitting. Also boosts the power of all of his cutting moves. So yeah, let's look at the egg moves. You get Tachyon Cutter. That is boosted by sharpness and is stab and 100 base power. So it's a very good move for any special sets on Aegislash. However, I would recommend a physical set because it gets Bitter Blade. Bitter Blade is a move that deals damage and sustains based off the damage dealt. So the strategy with Aegislash is you tank a hit. Oh, in the defense form, because you have 140 defense, 140 speed def, you're very bulky. And then once the enemy hits you, you can move second, swap into your blade form, and then make use of your 140 attack and use Bitter Blade to deal some pretty big damage and then heal back the damage you tanked during your shield form. So you can keep like doing that back and forth. And then once you get into your blade form, you can just go back to your shield form by using the move King Shield. Which is priority and protects you. So it's and also it lowers the attack of the enemies. So it's a really good strategy with Aegislash here. You just got a Bitter Blade, King Shield, Bitter Blade, King Shield. You just keep swapping back and forth. So yeah, I think he's pretty dirty. You get Behemoth Blade as well, which is stab and physical, 100 base power, and is boosted by sharpness. Really good. Shadow Bone is also stab. So this is why I think the physical set is much better because you get Bitter Blade. And also 2 stab moves in Shadow Blade, Bone, and Behemoth Blade. As your fourth move, you'll probably go King Shield because, as I mentioned, you do need to revert back to the Shield form. Once you're in the Blade form, you're gonna have to use that like turn 2 after you're done using Bitter Blade. So I think Aegislash is gimmick. Oh, there's 2 separate Aegislashes. Because they're like the same Pokemon, we're gonna put them right next to each other. They're really solid. I want to say. Top of A tier. I think their gimmick makes them really good. Like at least like top of A tier, below Torterra kind of deal. Yeah, because the shield form and the blade form have to play with each other, we're gonna put them right next to each other, like the same mon. I'm gonna put it pretty high. I want to put it like above Gigalith. Yeah. Aromatisse gets Fur Coat, so it's gonna be having a damage from physical moves. Healer or Aromavale. I like Aromavale is good. It pretty much just protects you from like Encore and Taunt. Essentially, it can be, it's a little niche, but it can be very useful if some random Pokemon decides to use a Taunt move on you. Really bulky, 101 HP, 72 defense, 89 speed def. So Fur Coat is getting some hella value here because you're just already naturally bulky. Speed swap. You exchange speed with the target, so you can give them your abysmal. Wait, no, isn't? Hold on. The speed swap exchange base stats or only the stat changes? I'm pretty sure it swaps base stats. So you'd be giving your 29 base speed to the opponent and just take whatever they have. It's, I guess, a pretty interesting ability. You'll probably want to take that. Roost to heal. Not bad. You're not a flying type, so you wouldn't be dropping your flying typing. Revival Blessing is obviously a great move because you just revive one of your dead Pokemon. Torch Song for its attack increasing is great. Okay, you're decently bulky. I like the utility with Aroma Veil. It's a bit situational, but can be useful. Yeah, not terrible. Just because you get Revival Blessing, we'll put it high B tier. We'll put it like pretty high B tier. We'll put it below Florges. I think it's good for Aromatisse. Slurpuff. Slurpuff gets well-baked body, which is very fitting because it is a sentient dessert. But essentially it gives you a fire immunity and gives you a defense increase when you're hit by fire-type moves. You also get Sweet Veil, which will prevent itself and its allies from falling asleep. It says it's partially implemented. I'm going to assume that it's not. It doesn't work for its allies, is my guess. Stat spread is incredibly mid. It is 82 HP, 86 defense, 75 speed F. Really just mid stat spread overall. Way worse than Aromatisse, to be honest. Yeah. You get Belly Drum though. Very good attack increase move. Revival Blessing. So similar to Aromatisse, it's a great move for just reviving dead allies. Headlong Rush to deal with your poison weakness and steel weakness because you are a fairy type. And Magical Torque is a great stab move that deals 100 base power. Okay, so it has a very offensive-oriented moveset with Belly Drum and all these attacking moves. It does get Revival Blessing for some utility, but mostly I'm just seeing a offensive strategy here. But the problem with Slurpuff is that its base stats are just so booty cheeks that like it just doesn't feel worth trying to use it as a Belly Drum attacker, especially since Belly Drum isn't increasing your speed. So you're still going to be locked to 72 speed after setting up. So like, I don't know. That just can't be that good. We're going to put it like minimum low B tier, I guess. We'll put it like above Corsola at least. We're going to put it below Kingdra. I think it's fair. Above Kingdra. Yeah. Low B tier. Malamar. It works for allies? Okay, gotcha. Malamar gets Unnerve, so you're going to be preventing enemy Pokemon from using their berries. Contrary, you get that as a natural ability. That's probably what you're going to take. Your bulk and just overall stat spread is pretty mid, but Contrary mods do have the possibility to set up really nicely. Just from using moves like Psycho Boost, which is supposed to decrease your special attack by 2 stages, but thanks to Contrary, will be increasing your special attack by 2 stages. You get Spin Out to increase your speed by 2 stages. You naturally get Superpower on level up at level 47. You can use that to increase your attack and defense. So the moves I would run are Psycho Boost. You could just run a purely physical set, actually. You could run Spin Out, and Superpower. Spin Out, Superpower, and then once you have a lot of stat increases, you can take Power Trip to deal some massive damage. It's also Stab, since you're a Dark type. And Recover to sustain is nice. You'll probably want to take that. So the moves I would go are Superpower, Power Trip, Spin Out, and Recover. And you make for a pretty disgusting Contrary mon with good utility with Unnerve. So let's give you a minimum of A tier. I think all Contrary mons just have crazy potential because of the egg moves that they get. We'll put it below Mamoswine, above Gothitelle. I think it's right for Malamar. So just about the middle of A tier. Barbaracle has a very cool shiny. I was not aware of that. Sap Sipper gets rid of your grass weakness, which is great because you are a rock water type, so you're quad weak to grass. You get Tough Claws, which is probably what you're going to take because Tough Claws just gives you 1.3 increase on all of your physical moves. 72 HP, 105 attack, 68 speed, so you're more like a slow physical attacker with some decent defense. But you also do get Shell Smash, so you can become faster and also hit harder. So you're probably going to take Shell Smash with Triple Axle to be able to hit Ray and Eternatus are super effective. Also to help with your ground weakness. Crab Hammer is Stab, also has Crit Chance, which is really nice. Dire Claw is a great move overall just because it has a 50% chance to poison, peril, or sleep. And it's 80 base power. And the Mighty Cleave is Stab, 95 base power. Pretty good. The moveset I would run for sure is Shell Smash, Triple Axle, Crab Hammer, and either Mighty Cleave or Dire Claw. If you value the stab more, you can take Mighty Cleave. If you value the utility more, you can take Dire Claw. Yeah, I like that it loses its grass weakness, so it can set up Shell Smash in more situations thanks to losing that weakness. Tough Claws just makes it much stronger. It'll deal more damage with Triple Axle, Crab Hammer, etc. Yeah, I think the abilities it gets definitely helps out a lot with the Shell Smash set. So we'll put it like decently high. I want to see at least top of A tier. For Barbarical, let's put it like, I want to say above Crawdont, below Overquill. Above Overquill, below Raikou, I think is fair for Barbarical. Rugalji gets Dragon's Maw, so you'll be powering up Dragon-type moves. This is good because you are a Dragon-type. Adaptability is pretty much what we're going to always take because it's double stab for Poison and Dragon. Your stat spread is very odd. Very high SPDF, but everything else is just kind of whatever. Decent defense, I guess. 97 special attack. Really low speed. But you do get Dragon's Maw adaptability, so your Dragon-type moves are going to hit like a truck. You get Shrink Zap, which is great because you're pretty bulky, so you make use of the sustain pretty nicely. Trick Room is great because you're slow, so you want to start outspeeding enemies. Calm Mind to increase your attack is great because your attack is only at 97. I think Nasty Plot would have been much better though, since I feel like its SPDF is pretty good enough, so you want more special attack increases, which has been unfortunate. Corn Forcer is going to be really good because you get Dragon's Maw and adaptability, so if you can get some Calm Minds off, then that Corn Forcer can potentially deal some enormous damage. Yeah, so I think the moveset you would run is probably just these moves right here. Corn Forcer to just make use of adaptability and Dragon's Maw. Calm Mind to set up. Trick Room to outspeed. And Strength Sap to like just sustain is good. We'll put you in like a decent high B tier. It still has the main weakness of being like really slow without Trick Room. It's pretty much locked to just using Corn Forcer because of adaptability and Dragon's Maw. Yeah, so we'll put it like high B tier. If it gets put against a fairy type, I guess you can use like Sludge Bomb, but you wouldn't be getting the Dragon's Maw boost for that. We'll put it below Aromatisse, above Mismagius. Yeah, I think it's fair for Dragalge. Clawitzer. Clawitzer gets Swift Swim, which is amazing because its main issue is speed. It has pretty good stats with 88 defense, 89 SPDF makes it decently bulky, and 120 special attack is a great base offense. But your speed is a bit lackluster at 59, so it getting Swift Swim is great to hopefully make it be able to outspeed enemies. Mega Launcher is a normal ability that just powers up the Aura and Pulse moves. You get Origin Pulse, which is going to be affected by Mega Launcher, so that gets the Mega Launcher boost, plus its stab, plus its 110 base power, so that's going to be a great move to have on Clawitzer. Shell Smash is great. That can further improve your sweeping potential to give you more speed, more special attack, so that's great that it gets that. Armor Cannon is going to be helping for your grass weakness because you are a water type. It is decreasing your defenses, which is a bit worrisome, but it is 120 base power, so it can hit pretty hard. And since we're playing more of a sweeping Clawitzer, hopefully you can just one-shot people before you do get hit. So these defense drops might not be that much of a problem. Water Shuriken is not bad. Probably going to be a lot worse than Origin Pulse, since Origin Pulse is more consistent and also is Mega Launcher boosted. So the moveset I would run is Shell Smash for sure, Origin Pulse because that's your best move, Armor Cannon for grass coverage, and either like Dark Pulse to deal with like Psychic types, or Dragon Pulse even to deal with Dragon types. Aura Sphere is also Mega Launcher boosted if you want to take that instead. You can pretty much just run any of these, and you'll do fine. I like Clawitzer. I like that it gets Swift Swim and Shell Smash, so it actually can like outspeed things. It has a pretty naturally high special attack and gets Shell Smash to further improve that special attack. And really great moves to pair with Mega Launcher, Origin Pulse especially. So I want to at least put it in A tier. I think it's a pretty great Shell Smasher. I want to even put it above Barbarical. Heliolisk is Protean, so it'll change the type of whatever move it uses, or change the type of the Pokemon to whatever move it uses. Solar Power, if you want to get some attack increases in the sun, is not bad. So you'd have to bring a separate Sunsetter. Dry Skin is good as well to just kind of have a water immunity, is good. You get 109 special attack, 109 speed, so moderately okay special attack offensive stat spread. You get 94 SPDF as well. You get Weather Ball, so if you are using it with rain, For the dry skin, you can get Water Weather Ball. If you're using the solar power, you can get the Fire Weather Ball. Hydro Steam, good for rain because it's boosted by 50%. And also has burn, never mind, doesn't have burn chance, but it is boosted by 50% in the rain. Also helps if you're a ground weakness since you are an electric type. Earth Power, pretty good. Boom Burst is stab and also 140 base power, so that's pretty good. Main problem with this mon is just that its special attack just isn't that high. I think it gets Nasty Plot. Never mind. Does it get Calm Mind? No. Does it get Agility at least? Okay. So I guess you can kind of improve your speed of agility, but you can't really improve your special attacks. So that's my main gripe with this mon. Otherwise, you do get Protean and Weather Ball to play with whatever weather you use, and Hydro Steam to play well with rain. Boom Burst is a good stab move, but yeah. In order to improve your speed, you have to use agility, which is kind of a drawback, and you can't even improve your special attacks. So this thing is no higher than B tier in my eyes. We'll put it like decently high, at least above Conkeldurr, I think. I don't think it's as good as Leavanny. We'll put it above Leavanny, but between Mienshao and Leavanny for Heliolisk. Gets Reckless, so you get the Rocket Reckless combo. You get 121 attack, 119 defense, so you're very good physical attack, very good physical bulk, but your SPDF is quite lackluster and your speed is also kind of mid. So you want some speed with this thing. I think it gets Shift Gear, yes, so you get a double speed increase and 1 attack increase. One usage of Shift Gear should be more than enough to start outspeeding people, so that's a great egg move for Tyrantrum. That's probably going to be very important as well. Dragon Hammer is stab and 90 base power, pretty good. You get Head Smash on level up, so that's going to be a great move to pair with your Rocket and Reckless. Volt Tackle, mainly to hit water types because you are a rock type. So I guess you're neutral to water, but you can still have them super effective against them with Volt Tackle. Flare Blitz is another recoil move, really good. Helps with your ice weakness because you are a dragon type. So the moveset I would go is probably Head Smash for stab, Dragon Hammer for stab, Flare Blitz for the Reckless Rocket combo, and Shift Gear to set up your speed and attack. If you're able to get the Shift Gear off, I think Tyrantrum is actually like quite the threat because it gets really strong recoil moves and also the Reckless Rocket combo. So all you need to do is just get one Shift Gear off, and I feel like this can start flying and demolishing teams. So we'll put it not too high since it's really reliant on getting Shift Gear off. We'll put it below above Malamar for sure. We'll put it above Malamar. Ooh, that's a beautiful shiny. You get Ice Scale, so that's going to be having the damage from special moves. It's pretty much just Fur Coat, but for special type moves, so it's really nice. Snow Warning is great because a lot of Pokemon need Snow Setters, mainly Slush Rush mons, so it's good that this thing gets Snow Warning naturally. High HP bulk, decent physical bulk, really good SPDF bulk. So it's just overall a pretty bulky mon with low speed and decently okay special attack. So the main gimmick for this mon is just going to be to set up Snow and be really bulky so it can stay alive long enough to probably set up a second set of Snow. You also get Ice Scales to help you stay alive. Egg moves, you get Recover to help you even more with staying alive. Aurora Veil is fantastic because you get Snow Warning, so you can automatically set it up by yourself. GMNC is the move that increases your special attack, SPDF, and speed by 2 stages after 2 turns. So it's essentially just using QD twice. It's not bad, but I'd rather just have QD than GMNC, to be honest. The most important thing with Auroras is just the fact that you can set up Snow and also setting up Aurora Veil, and you can stay alive pretty well with Ice Skills and Recover. So for that reason alone, it's pretty similar to like Articuno and Alolan Ninetales. It's just a SPDF heavy Snow setting Aurora Veil mon, which is pretty valuable because Ice is important for Rayquaza and Eternatus, and Aurora Veil is just overall like a really good move because it's the same thing as having Reflect and Light Screen up. So let's put it actually, I want to say above Articuno. We'll put them right next to each other since they're so similar, but we'll put it above Articuno because this thing gets Ice Scales, which I think gives it a edge above Articuno. Articuno does not get a good ability like that. It only just gets Snow Warning. It does get Snow Cloak, I guess, but that's more gambling based. You don't get Recover, I don't think, so you can't heal like you can with Auroras. So yeah, I think Auroras is better. because you get Ice Scales, Snow Warning, and Recover Aurora Veil. I think that's, yeah. We'll leave Auroras at the top of A tier. Sylveon. Used it on the Meganiums. You think that's an application of luck? That's an application of... that was a curse right there. That was not luck at all. Articuno gets Roost. Oh, that's true. Never mind. You can just use Roost on Articuno. Sylveon gets Pickup. So it's an evolution. So it's just going to get the same egg move, same passive as all the other evolutions. It's very Spadef heavy at 130. Has decent attack at 110. Good HP at 95. But you're pretty slow and also are weak on the physical bulk side. No Retreat for Omni Boost, Wish to sustain, Boom Burst for the special attack, 140, pretty good. It's not stab. You're Spadef bulk, which is good. You're inherently weak against Eternatus just because you're fairy type and Eternatus has poison type moves. So you're probably going to want to Terra out of that once you get to the Eternatus fight. You get, what's that move called? Sparkly Swirl, which deals 120 base power and can heal the status conditions of your party. A little situational, but can be useful, I guess, if you're running out of money for full heals, or if you ran out of Lumberries. But outside of that, doesn't really carry too well because its speed stat is just not there. I can appreciate that it does have Spadef bulk, so it can at the very least get no Retreat off decently well. But it's just not as good as the other evolutions in my eyes. We're gonna put it in B tier. Hawlucha gets Moxie, which will be giving you an attack increase every time you kill something. You also get Mold Breaker naturally, which is a great ability to ignore Sturdy and other annoying abilities. 118 speed is great. You get 92 attack, which is not bad, but that can be remedied with Moxie if you can get some revenge kills. Triple Axle to have super effective on Ray and Eternatus is very good. High horsepower to deal with your electric weakness because you're a flying type. Floaty Fall is stab. Also 90 base power, has a chance to flinch, really good. Wicked Blow, always lands in a critical hit. 75 base power, mainly it's for your psychic weakness because you are a fighting type, but unfortunately it is not stab. So how do I feel about Hawlucha? Its speed stat is good at 118. Its base attack leaves a bit to desire, it's only 92, but if you can get a good revenge kill, Moxie can start helping you set up your sweep. Otherwise, I guess you would be using high jump kick or flying press with this thing. Most likely high jump kick. So you'd run high jump kick for stab, floaty fall for stab, wicked blow for psychic coverage, and then triple axle to have a way to hit Ray and Eternatus. You can even get Swords Dance if you find a good turn to use it. You can set up Swords Dance, so you can get a +2 attack increase from that, and you'll get further attack increases with Moxie. So I think it does have potential. It has the right coverage moves. It gets Moxie fast enough so you don't have to worry about getting outsped. So I want to at least put it in A tier. The Dene gets Pixelate, so all normal type moves become fairy type. You get Pickup or Cheek Pouch. I like Cheek Pouch more just because you get some free healing whenever you use berries, and berries are very frequent in PokéRogue. The stats are ass. I guess you're a little fast with 101 speed, but outside of that, you're just incredibly bad. You're just bad. You get Boom Burst Pixelate, which is certainly a combo. Fake Out is good for double battles. You get Revival Blessing and Nasty Plot to try and save your abysmal special attack stat at 80. You can try and use this thing as a sweeper, but unfortunately, your speed is just kind of lackluster. Your special attack is horrendous. So I just don't see the point in trying with this thing. Why use this thing as a Boom Burst Pixelate mod when Altaria is right there? You can use Adaptability, 110 base special attack, Nasty Plot, Pixelate, Boom Burst, Mega Altaria. That's so much better. Like, I don't know why anyone would ever want to use the Dene as a offensive mod over Mega Altaria. So rather than try and use it as a sweeper, we'll use it for Revival Blessing, which is good because it revives Pokemon. You also get Entrainment if you want to give people, I guess, a useless ability. Plus, I guess, is not bad. Yeah, Nuzzle for guaranteed paralyze is good. So you're mainly just using this thing for Revival Blessing and Nuzzle. Those are just like the two best utility moves this thing gets. But I don't think those moves alone bring it enough. It can't. Okay. Revival Blessing alone makes it at least B tier, but we'll just slap it at the very bottom of B tier. Like, I want to say above Slurpuff kind of deal. Maybe even below Slurpuff, below Kingdra, below Corsola. Yeah, I like it right there at the bottom of B tier. Only thing that's keeping it in B tier is Rival Blessing, otherwise this thing would have been straight down to D tier. You get Solid Rock to reduce the power of super effective moves. This is great because you are quad weak to steel, weak to water, weak to grass, weak to ground. So you have a fair amount of weaknesses, so it's good that you get Solid Rock. You get Sturdy to live Okos. 150 defense, 150 speed F makes you very bulky. You do only have 50 HP, but these defenses usually make up for it. Shore Up to heal up 75% in Sandstorm. Sparkly Swirl is stab and also can heal the status conditions of your allies. Body Press is great because you have 150 defense, so you can deal some decent damage with it. And Diamond Storm to further increase that defense for more tankiness and also to improve your body press damage. Okay, so it's just the Pokemon. The utility it gets is like Sparkly Swirl to heal your allies, I guess, and Body Press for damage is, I guess, not terrible. Let's see what other utility moves it gets. It gets Reflect and Light Screen. It gets Swagger. The weather moves. Trick Room. Yeah, but nothing that screams like amazing, right? It's just moderately okay utility moves. The screens are the most important ones, Reflect and Light Screen. So it's just the Pokemon that can set up screens, deal some damage with Body Press, stay alive with Shore Up. But I can't put this thing higher than B tier. At least it I guess at least it does something, but it's like no more than Chatot, to be honest. We'll put it like at the lower end of B tier, I think. Other moves that Ghastly can learn that buff special attack. It gets Nasty Plot on in egg moves. If you don't have that, then I think it can get it through TMs. So if you get lucky, you can get it through TM, but it does not get it on level up, so you're gonna have to be lucky with that. But yeah, that's pretty much the only move. Nasty Plot. Let's move on to Goodra. Goodra has the Heat form as well, so we're gonna have to rank them separately. Goodra gets Regenerators, so you're gonna restore a little bit of HP every time you're swapped out off field. You can either get Gooey to lower speed anytime someone makes contact with you. You take Hydration for healing status conditions and rain. Sap Sipper for grass immunity. I think Gooey's gonna be your best move because you're pretty bulky, so you can tank heads pretty often, and that speed decrease every time will be pretty valuable since your speed isn't that amazing at 80. Really bulky, like I said, you're 150 in speed F, really high speed F bulk, moderately okay defense, 70 and 90 HP, so you're overall pretty bulky, and 110 special attack makes you able to hit hard pretty decently. Recover is great because you're tanky, so you want a sustained move. Calm Mind to further improve your speed F and special attack is great, makes you even more of a special wall. Scald is a good move for tankier mons because it has burn chance, so you want to just like fish for the burn on enemies. It's also a coverage move for nothing. It is a coverage move for nothing, never mind. Make It Rain is a pretty good move. It covers your fairy weakness and also is a way to hit ice types as well. Lowers your special attack after you use it. It is stab when you're Heat-Swing Goodra. So it does get more power in that, but it'll still be dropping a special attack, so you have to not use this thing too often, otherwise you're going to be dealing 0 damage. I mean, Heat-Swing Goodra has a much better typing. Steel Dragon is way better than Dragon Mono, since it only has 2 weaknesses, ground and fighting. Let's look at the stat spread. Oh yeah, the stat spread is significantly better. You get 30 more in defense. You lose speed, but you don't care about speed at all in Goodra, since you're using it more as a bulky tank mon with Recover and Calm Mind. So like, there's no real reason to have 80 speed on Goodra. So I think Heat-Swing Goodra is gonna be much better, probably in like a one whole tier higher than regular Goodra, to be honest, just because of the typing and better stat spread, and it also gets stab on Make It Rain. So I think Heat-Swing Goodra is definitely at least A tier. It's a really good bulk. Really good defensive typing, gets a generator, has some utility of Gooey, Recover, keeps it even more alive, and then it gets that Steel Staff for Make It Rain. So yeah, I think for sure Heat-Swing Goodra is A tier. We'll put it, I think, above Milotic, below Pyroar. And then regular Goodra, unfortunately, it's lacking a bit in physical defense at 70. It has 80 speed, which is a bit unnecessary. Has a worser defensive typing with Mono Dragon and does not have Stab on Make It Rain. So for that reason, regular Goodra is going to be at a B tier. Probably middle of B tier. I'll put it like, I want to say below Bastiodon, above Swanna is fair for Goodra. Klefki. If I recall, it gets Prankster, right? Yeah, it gets Prankster. It's a regular ability. It gets Levitate. Klefki gets Levitate as its passive, so it gets rid of its ground weakness, which is great. Prankster is going to be priority for utility moves, so usually it's a great ability. Your stat spread is very mid, but I've said this already. Prankster is generally good on any Pokemon, even if your stat spread is ass. You don't have to worry about your speed being low, because Prankster will give you automatic priority on your status moves outside of facing Dark-type moves, Dark-type Pokemon, obviously. Heal Bell is a move that heals the status conditions of every party member, and because it's a utility move, it gets priority. So you can get this off automatically with Prankster. You get Encore, so you can do Encore Prankster. Really good, a really good move. If the enemy Pokemon just use like Swords Dance or something, or use some kind of utility move, you can lock them into that move with Encore, and they're either forced to switch out or they're just doing a useless move for 3 turns. So really good move to pair with Prankster. Instruct is not implemented, so we're going to ignore that. Topsy-Turvy is amazing because this move essentially flips the stat changes of an enemy target. So let's say you're in a double battle. If you're Hydreigon, just use Draco Meteor as -2 special attack. You can turn that -2 special attack into a +2 special attack with Topsy-Turvy. So it's a really good move, both for your allies and also for enemies, because if Eternatus is like +2 speed, +4 special attack from the boss health mechanic, you can just flip those with Topsy-Turvy. So it's a really, really good Pokemon for boss fights, because in boss fights, a lot of Pokemon gets stat increases. So yeah, Prankstermon with Topsy-Turvy gets Levitate to keep it safe from ground types. I want to at least put this thing in A tier, because it also gets like Metal Sound, which is a good move to set up your special carry. You get Heal Block to prevent Eternatus from using Recover. Yeah, I want to at least put Klefki in the A tier for sure. Gets really good utility moves to pair with Prankster. Let's put it at least above. We'll put it above Spiritomb, below Love Disc, I think is fair for Klefki. Actually, above Love Disc. Yeah, we'll put it below Volbeat, above Love Disc. I think is good for Klefki. Not to mention it has a really good typing. Steel Fairy, very good typing. Only weak to Fire and not even Ground because you have Levitate. So you're only weak to Fire, right? Yeah, you're only weak to Fire. Fantastic. Trevenant. Trevenant gets Shadow Tag. This is essentially Arena Trap. So when you get put into an enemy Pokemon, you prevent them from escaping. Really nice. You get Harvest. That's probably what you're going to use, because it can just generate berries after you use it. So it's really good in PokéRogue, because PokéRogue gives you a lot of berries. 110 attack. Bulk is mediocre. 85 HP, 76 defense, 82 speed F. You're also slow at 56 speed. So your stat spread is kind of bad. I'm going to just be honest. It's pretty bad. But you do get Trick Room to fix your speed. Synthesis to heal up to 75% in Sun. Rage Fist is not bad because you're a bit more on the bulky side, so you can kind of rack it up pretty easily. Keep in mind, every time you get hit, that's plus 50 damage for a Rage Fist. So if you just tank 3 hits, that's already 200 base power for a Rage Fist. So it's a really good move, especially on tanky mons like Trevenant. We'll put it below Florges, above Aromatisse. I think it's fine for Trevenant. Top of B tier. It's good that it gets Leech Seed. Good that it gets Rage Fist. It's just that, you know, its stat spread is kind of ass. Let's move on to Gourgeist. Gourgeist gets Well-Baked Body, so it now has immunity to fire types, which is great because that was one of your few weaknesses. Insomnia to prevent sleep. You can also take Pickup to take items for free. This is more value towards the end of Classic Mode, when enemy Pokemon pretty much always have items. 120 defense, 90 attack, decent speed F, moderately okay HP. So you're pretty much just the physical wall with okay speed, okay attack. Spirit Shackle works like Arena Trap. After you use it, you trap the enemy in so they can't switch out. Fire Lash to help with your ice weakness. Direct Claw to help with your Okay, I don't think it helps with any of your weaknesses. No, it doesn't help with any of your weaknesses. It's just a funny move because it can para, sleep, or poison with a 50% chance. And then Sappy Seed is very important because it's a Leech Seed move. So yeah, it's pretty much similar to Trevenant in the sense that it gets the Arena Trap and also Sappy Seed. I want to say it's worse. It does get Well-Baked Body for fire immunity, but Trevenant does have that kill potential with Rage Fist. So I do value Trevenant way higher than Gorgeist. I want to put Gorgeist like next to, I want to say above Chestnut, below Furfrou is good for Gorgeist. It's pretty good, but not as good as Trevenant, I think. Avalugg, okay. Avalugg is, fun fact, one of my favorite Pokemon. Don't ask me why. Avalugg gets Ice Scales, so it's going to take less damage from special attack moves. This is fantastic because Avalugg is very weak, and I mean very weak in the SPDF category. It's only 46 SPDF, so it can tank physical hits like a champ, but the moment it gets hit by like a gust or something, this thing just dies. So that's its main weakness. So it's good that it gets that. Sturdy to survive Okos is great. So for the stat spread, you're incredibly physically bulky. You're pretty good at physical attack, and you're very slow. And you're also, yeah, frail and special in the special defense. So, yeah, it's mainly just a physical wall. You can set up rocks with Stone Axe. Metal Burst is good because it gets 30. So you can do this 30 Metal Burst combo, which can generally deal some good damage. Body Press is great because you have 180 defense. So that Body Press is going to be dealing some good damage. And then finally, Glacial Lance is Ice Stab. You also have a really good attack stat at 117, so this can deal some solid damage. Yeah, so I want to say that Avalugg, it does get Ice Scales to help with the SPDF problem, but I don't think it's going to be enough to fix the SPDF problem because no matter what, I feel like 46 SPDF is just way too low for even Ice Scales to help it. So I feel like the moment you get hit by like a Flamethrower, Focus Blast, you are just out of the game. You are dead. You do get 30 to at least guaranteed live one hit, so you can get like your Metal Burst off, your Body Press off, so like that's nice. You get Rock set up as well with Stone Axe. You do get Recover on level up, so that helps with your sustain. You get Avalanche if you don't have Glacial Lance. That's a decent pick. But yeah, I like that it's an Ice type. I always bring Avalugg to take care of Rayquaza because it's very easy to find in the Ice Cave. And Avalanche is always a 120 base power move because you are a slow mofo. So yeah, Avalugg is, well, not S tier. It's like yeah, middle of A tier for me. I love how easily it can tank physical Pokemon, but it's just so incredibly frail in SPDF, which prevents it from being S tier. But yeah, we'll keep it in A tier purely because it's an Ice type that's bulky. We'll put it, I think above Landorus, below Breloom. Yeah, I like that. Okay, let's move on to Heatwing and Avalugg. Heatwing and Avalugg is a bit different, and not just typing, but for typing, you're Ice and Rock now. So you are now even more weak to fighting and also now weak to ground. So the addition of rock is actually not that great. It only just gives you more weaknesses. Although it does, I guess, give you a resistance to fire, which is okay. Yeah, for stat spread, the difference between Heatwing Avalugg and regular Avalugg is that you get 10 more attack. So you have 127 attack, but you also lose 10 SPDF. So you're now even more frail in the special defense category, and you're also slower. I like Heatwing Avalugg stat spread more. I don't think that 10 extra SPDF really makes a difference when it's already this low. So I don't really think it's that big of a deal. And you still keep that really good 184 defense. So yeah, I like Heatwing Avalugg's stat spread more because you get 10 more attack and 10 less in a stat they don't really care about. Same passive. Ice Scales, same abilities outside of Strong Jaw. You can use Strong Jaw to boost the power of your bite moves. So if you're taking Ice Fang, that's boosted. If you take Crunch, that's boosted. So those are some options for you. But yeah, the egg moves are the same. So if you want to run like Glacial Lance to one-shot Rayquaza, you can run Metal Burst for this 30 Metal Burst combo. Stone Axe to set up rocks. Body Press to deal some damage with your defense. It's pretty much the same Pokemon. Same egg moves, pretty much the same stat spread. The only difference is that it's a rock type now. So I want to put it actually underneath Avalugg because of that. Yeah, I'll put it below regular Avalugg. Low key, I think it's better than Breloom. Yeah, we'll put them both above Breloom. But yeah, regular Avalugg is better because I think Ice Rock is just kind of a worse typing, TBH. Noivern gets Punk Rock, which is fitting because it's kind of a sound-based Pokemon. It's a bat. It's a bat dragon. Stat spread is pretty mid outside of speed. You're a speedy boy with 123. Nasty Plot to set up your special attack is great because you're only at 97 base special attack. Aeroblast is not Punk Rock boosted, but it is stab and also has crit chance, so it's a really good move. Overdrive is Punk Rock boosted. It is also 80 base power and helps with your I guess helps deal with ground types. Sure, or not, Jesus, not ground types. Helps deal with water types and other flying types. It's a decent move. Doesn't help with any of your weaknesses, but it is just a Punk Rock boosted move, which is why you get it. Clanging Scales is, fun fact, also Punk Rock boosted because Clanging Scales is a move where you rub your scales together to make sound. So it's actually Punk Rock boosted. It is 110 base power and is stab because you're Dragon type, right? So Clanging Scales is definitely your most important move on Noivern because of the stab and the Punk Rock boost. You do get a defense decrease afterwards, but who really cares when you're this frail anyway? Yeah, I think Noivern is a solid low A tier. I think it's a really good passive, a really good egg move, reliably fast. You don't have to worry about it getting outsped generally. We'll put it above the Pyroars, below male Meowstic, I think is where Noivern deserves to be. Xerneas gets Harvest. So every time you use a berry, you have a small chance to create a berry. Or actually, it's not a small chance. I believe it's like a 33% chance, right? So it's pretty good. Fairy Aura will be powering up the power of your Fairy type moves. Pretty good. Bulky at 126 HP, 95 defense, 98 SPDF. And you have equal in attack and special attack. You will generally be using special attack though because you get access to Geomancy, Tail Glow, Springtide Storm, which is stab, and Earth Power to deal with your steel weakness and poison weakness. Strength Zap to be a little annoying and sustain and drop the enemy's attack. Potentially makes you a physically Pokemon or a physical wall. Yeah, I think Tail Glow alone just makes this thing really good. Since you don't have to rely on Geomancy for special attack increases anymore, you can just use Tail Glow. You do have a bit of a speed problem, but I do believe you get Quiver Dance in TMs. Never mind, I lied. So yeah, you do have a speed problem at 98. So you can get outsped and shut down before you're able to set up. But if you can't get that Tail Glow off, and if you fight Pokemon that are slower than you, this thing can hit like a truck because it already has 130 base special attack. It also gets Harvest to help it keep it alive, Strength Sap to help it stay alive, and Springtide Storm is a really good stab move. So I want to at least put Xerneas in S tier, maybe even top of A tier. I feel like it's not S tier because of its speed issue. It does get Sustain to make up for that speed issue, and it does get Tail Glow. Okay, yeah, no, it's definitely not A tier. We'll put it in S tier. We'll put it behind Genesect, behind Heatwing Lilligant even. Yeah, we'll put it behind Heatwing Lilligant, above Magmortar at the bottom of S tier. If this thing had a higher speed tier, I think this thing for sure could have been higher up in S tier, but for now, we'll keep it at the bottom of S tier. If this thing gets Quiver Dance, then I feel like it could definitely be up here even. Alright, let's move on to Yveltal. Alright. Yveltal gets Soul Heart, which is a fantastic ability because it basically acts like Moxie. It is a special attack increase every time you kill a Pokemon. Dark Aura to increase your Dark type moves. You have, I think, the exact same stat spread as Yveltal outside of your defenses being different, I think. Nope, you have the exact same stat spread. Okay. You get Clangorous Soul, which is great. That's an Omni boost at the cost of some HP. So unlike Xerneas, you actually have a pretty good way to increase your speed and increase your special attack as well. Xerneas may get Tail Glow, but I'd much prefer Yveltal just because it does have a speed problem. So you kind of do need that +1 speed increase on Clangorous Soul. So yeah, I like that it gets that. Shell Sidearm to deal with those annoying fairy types. Fire Wrap is a fantastic stab move. Let's also not forget that it's Dark Aura boosted and has flinch chance. And then Power Trip is great because you have Clangorous Soul to set up stat boosts You also get Soul Heart to get even more Soul Heart, to get even more attack increases. Just by using Soul Heart, that's +5 stats. That alone gives you 120 base power for your power trip. And then if you get some like attack increases, let's say like 1 or 2, that's going to be 160 base power in power trip. That's really good. That's a really good move, and it's Dark Aura boosted, and you have decent physical attack at 131, right? So it's definitely very powerful. This is probably the moveset you're going to run: Clangor Soul, Fire Wrath, Power Trip, Show Sidearm. Show Sidearm for coverage. These 2 moves to make use of your Dark Aura. I think Yveltal is definitely a high S tier. I don't think it's double S tier because it is pretty dependent on getting its Clangor Soul off. So we'll put it at like the top of S tier. Let's say above Mega Steelix, below Mega Lopunny. I think it's good for Yveltal. Actually, no, I think it's definitely above Lopunny. It's definitely above Latias as well. Yeah, above Arceus too. Yeah, we'll put it up here. Above Arceus. I low-key think Mega Lopunny is better than Latias. We'll put Mega Lopunny a bit higher. Yeah, I like that. Top of S tier for Yveltal. Future Josh is back. So Zygarde also got a pretty significant change. Huge power was changed to adaptability. So originally, Zygarde was essentially just always 200 attack because of huge power. And if you were able to get a Clangor Soul off, that'd be even more attack from huge power. Now it gets adaptability. So it does get double stab on its dragon and ground type moves. However, now you don't have 200 base attack and you don't get further attack increase from Clangor Soul. It's obviously a nerf. I mean, I don't think it's any surprise that it's a nerf. However, adaptability still is a really strong and fair ability. Just having extra stab on D-darts, 1,000 arrows, 1,000 waves, that is still a nice ability. So I want to keep Zygarde in the triple S tier, but probably be more towards the bottom. Mega Diancie gets access to Levitate, so you get rid of your ground weakness. You still have a glaring steel weakness. You're quad weak to steel, so unfortunately that still is something you have to worry about. 160 attack, 160 special attack. You have really good offenses. You're pretty flexible to go a mix set because they're both balanced, and you have great bulk with 110 defense, 110 SPDF, and 110 speed. It also makes you pretty fast as well. So great bulk, great speed, great mixed defenses. So really good stat spread on Mega Diancie. Makes sense because it's a mythical mod that has a Mega, so it's bound to just have a great stat spread. Shore Up is good because generally you run Sandstorm with it since it's a rock type, and you can heal 75% HP with it. Geomancy is not bad, but like I said with Xerneas, it does take 2 turns to use it, so it's a bit risky. I'd much rather get Quiver Dance because using Quiver Dance twice is effectively the same thing as Geomancy. Aura Sphere is going to be for your, I guess, steel coverage because you are quad weak to steel, like I mentioned. So Aura Sphere is going to be your way of hitting steel types. Magical Torque is going to be a great physical stab move for you. That's 100 base power. Also has a chance to confuse the target. It's a 30% chance. So the moveset I would run is probably just a purely physical set with Diamond Storm, Magical Torque, Shore Up, and probably actually no, I guess you need Aura Sphere since that's your only fighting type move. Yeah, so I'd run Diamond Storm, Magical Torque, Aura Sphere, Shore Up, and it's fine that it has a mixed moveset since its offenses are evened out at 160. Yeah, I think Mega Diancie is just really good just because of the stats it has. No, we'll put it high. We'll put it above Thundurus even. Yeah, we'll put it right below Ditto. I think that's good for Mega Diancie. Middle of double S tier is good. Hoopa and Unbound and Hoopa Regular are 2 different Pokemon. And I guess, yeah, they're different Pokemon on the tier list, so we'll rank them differently. Hoopa Regular is a Psychic Ghost type. Really bad typing because you're quad weak to Dark, quad weak to Ghost as well. So you're very frail. You also have only 60 defense and 80 HP. So if someone Sucker Punches you, that's kind of just like GG. You just kind of get killed. You have really good SPDF though, 130. Really good special attack at 150, but your speed stat is kind of lacking at 70. So the stat spread is a bit awkward. You are quite slow and weak in physical bulk, but at least you have good special attack, I guess. Opportunist allows you to copy the stat changes of enemy Pokemon. This ability is very good in Endless mode. In Classic mode, it's alright. In Classic mode, I guess when you face a Eternatus, you can copy his stat increases. You also get Magician to steal items, so you can supply yourself with items. That's pretty good. Shell Smash to increase your special attack, and speed. This gets even better with Hoopa Unbound because Unbound can actually run a physical attack set as well. We'll get into that later, but with Hoopa Unbound or Hoopa Regular, we're going to be using mainly special attack moves. So Photon Gazer, Secret Sword, Fire Wrath. Fire Wrath becomes Stab actually when you turn into Hoopa Unbound. So that'll become actually even better with Unbound. Shell Smash does fix your speed problem since you are only 70 speed. But you would have to try and use it against a enemy Pokemon that's more special attack oriented. Otherwise, you're just going to get one shot because you're too frail on the physical side. So yeah, you for sure have to play with caution with Hoopa Regular because you have so many weaknesses with Psychic Ghost combo, and you're pretty slow and you're pretty frail. So it's not easy to use, but that special attack stat is pretty good at 150, and you get access to Shell Smash. So I think it sits comfortably at the top of A tier. We'll say like above Amistar, below Scolipede. I think it's fair for a regular Hoopa. But with Hoopa Unbound, you get, unfortunately, the same physical bulk at 60 and 80 HP. So you still are pretty weak to physical attacks, but now you have a far better typing at Psychic Dark. So you're no longer quad weak to Ghost, no longer quad weak to Dark. You're actually only weak to Bug with this type combination. So that's far safer than having Psychic Ghost. Same passive, Opportunist. You now be improved speed stat at 80. You have even better special attack at 170, and you now also have a good attack stat at 160. So Hoopa Unbound actually has really good flexibility to run a mixed attack set, which is why Shell Smash has more value because it sharply increases both your attack and special attack. So you're definitely going to want Shell Smash. Fire Wrath is now Stab because you are a Dark type with Hoopa Unbound, so you're going to want that. Photon Gazer is also Stab, you're going to take that. And now you can either take like a physical attack if you want, because you now have 160 attack. I like to bring Knockoff because Knockoff is like one of the best physical Dark type moves, and also can knock the item off an enemy Pokemon. So I think what I would run is Shell Smash, Fire Wrath, Photon Gazer, and Knockoff. Knockoff for if you want to hit something that's more that's more physically frail. So yeah, I think Hoopa Unbound has a lot more potential than regular Hoopa, obviously, because of the better typing, better stats. We'll put it in probably double S tier. I think it's Stash just carry it so hard, and Shell Smash just allows it to become a monster. It definitely is one of the best Shell Smashes in the game because, well, it's a legendary. Yeah, we'll put it, I think, below the Curums, above regular Zygarde. I think it's fine for Hoopa Unbound. It definitely is like triple S tier in Endless mode, but because this is a classic tier list, we'll put it in double S. It doesn't get to make use of Opportunist nearly as much as it would in Endless mode. But yeah, still pretty good. Still pretty good. We'll leave it at the bottom of double S tier. DJ Ronan agrees. Okay, that means I made the right choice. Volcanion. Volcanion gets Filter. Your weaknesses are Rock, Ground, Electric. So those typings you're going to be taking reduced damage from, so that's pretty nice. Water Absorb makes your neutral water defense now in immunity to water, so that's pretty good. 110 attack, 130 special attack, 90 speed def, 120 defense, 80 HP. So you're pretty bulky in all aspects really, mainly physical defense at 120, but you're generally pretty bulky. You have a pretty decent special attack stat at 130. And you're kind of slow at 70 speed, which is why I get Filter, right? Since you're like a slow, bulky mon, you want an ability that gives you more tankiness. Calm Mind to make you even more strong and even more bulky in Spadef. Spadef is what it needs because it's 90 Spadef, and it's already pretty physically bulky at 120 defense, so it doesn't really need defense increases. So it's good that it gets Calm Mind. Calm Mind, Hydro Steam is a move that deals more damage in Sun, so you're probably going to want to bring a Sun Setter with Volcanion, since it's also a Fire type. Energy Ball to help with its Rock and Ground weakness. Those are two of its weaknesses that it covers with one move, so that's really good. And Magma Storm is going to be Stab. Also deals chip damage, so if you use it against Eternatus, it's going to deal sets amount of damage, which is pretty good. I think this is probably the moveset you're going to want to run, these four moves. I like that it gets Magma Storm over like a stronger, not stronger, but like another Fire type move. Because it's more of a tank, you want to use it more as like a, you want to use a move that can deal damage in increments rather than like use a move like, for example, what's a strong fire move? A blue flare, I guess. So yeah, so that makes it good against like the Ray and Eternatus fights. Gets good coverage. Can get even bulkier of Calm Mind. I kind of like it. Still, I don't like that it gets like outsped and stuff. So we can't put it like too high. At most, like top of A tier. We'll put it below. I think below Aegislash, above Gigalith is good for Volcanion. Regular Decidueye gets Sniper, which is fitting because it's kind of like an archer. You also get Long Reach, so moves that don't make moves that are physical type moves won't make contact. So you can avoid stuff like Static, avoid stuff like Flame Body. It's a pretty useful ability to have on physical attackers. 107 attack is good because it's mainly a physical attacker. You have really mid speed, which is kind of odd because I feel like this Pokemon screams like speedy, fast to me. So I don't know why it's more of a bulky mon with 100 speed F, 70 HP than like being a faster mon. I don't know. Regardless, yeah, it has a pretty even stat spread. Even offenses, high speed F, kind of low in speed, which is a little unfortunate. You do get Victory Dance to help your speed problem, which is good. 1,000 arrows to help with your, I guess, your rock weakness because you're a flying type. Oh no, you're not a flying type, you're a ghost type. So it's mainly to help with it's just a way to hit steel types, I guess. Oh, it helps with your poison weakness. No, you're neutral to poison, you're grass ghost. Okay, well, yeah, it's just there. 1,000 arrows is there mainly because he's an archer, right? So arrows, archer makes sense. You're able to hit flying types with it, so it's pretty good. Shadow Bone is a pretty good physical ghost move. It can lower the defense of the target. It's a 20% chance, not bad. First Impression is a priority move. That's Bug. It's gonna help with your dark weakness because you are weak to dark. You are a ghost type. Pretty good. Thoughts on Decidueye? I want to say this thing is a solid B tier. The stat spread is just too weird. It's clearly a physically oriented Pokemon, so it kind of sucks that it gets 100 special attack when you don't really use it. You're gonna need to get a few Victory Dances off for this thing to really start becoming a problem. First Impression is good, I guess, for the dark types, but otherwise, this thing is screaming low B tier. I guess at least above Kricketune and Chatot. Below Carbink, I think. I'd rather have a Carbink on my team than Decidueye, to be honest. Hopefully, Hisui and Decidueye is better. Hisui and Decidueye gets Sniper as well. You get Scrappy to help hit ghost types. 112 attack, so that's a way better offensive stat than Decidueye. Instead of having a more balanced offensive stat spread, you have more in physical attack. You're still very slow at 60 attack, which is 60 speed, which is kind of odd. But at least your defenses are way more evened out now. At 88 HP, 80 defense, 95 speed F. Decidueye was 75 in defense, so it's a bit weaker in the physical bulk. But you get 10 more HP and a bit more defense on Hisui and Decidueye, so I like that a lot more. Victory Dance, so you get the same egg moves. I think Hisui and Decidueye is much better because of the better stat spread. You also get triple arrows, which is in general just a pretty good move. So I want to put this thing higher than regular Decidueye, but it's still B tier to me. Oh, actually, you do get the Sniper triple arrows combo, which is pretty funny. Yeah. Yeah. We'll put it high B tier. Is good for Hisui and Decidueye thing. We'll put it at the very, not the very top. We'll put it like below Talonflame, above Shaman base. I think for Hisui and Decidueye. Yeah, Decidueye needs some buffs, low key. This Pokemon kind of sucks. Incineroar. Incineroar gets Opportunist, so it'll be copying the stat increases of enemy Pokemon. Intimidate is probably what you want because it can just lower the attack of the enemy Pokemon. Really good utility ability. Very bulky, 95 HP, 90 defense, 90 speed F, and you have 115 attack. Not to mention, Fire Dark is a very good defensive typing. You are only weak to water, rock, and ground. You are not weak to bug. You're not weak to fairy, and you're not weak to... Oh, I guess you're weak to fighting as well. I guess we just checked this, right? Yeah. You have 4 weaknesses. Water, fighting, ground, and rock. So yeah, I guess you have 4 weaknesses, but you do get rid of pretty much the main dark weaknesses of bug and fairies. That's pretty good. Parting shot is, I think, a TM move on Incineroar generally. So okay, so I guess it just gets it as a egg move. Not bad. Good utility move. Swap out and decrease the enemy's offenses. Morning Sun. So if you want to play Incineroar in Sun, you can heal extra. Fake Out, good for double battles. Sacred Fire is a fire stab move. Pretty good. It's 100 base power and has a good chance to burn. Alright, well, the main gimmick of Incineroar is that it's a Intimidate Parting Shot mon. So that definitely gives it more value than Decidueye, because it actually has a utility that's worth bringing. But beyond that, its offensive power is kind of okay. It gets good attack and a pretty good stab move. So I guess it can hit decently hard. So I want to at least put it in A tier. We'll put it definitely above Milotic. I think below Hisuian Gudra is good for Incineroar. Bottom of A tier. I believe this thing used to have Fur Coat. I guess they nerfed it because they thought it was too broken. Fur Coat to decrease its decrease the damage it takes from physical attacks. That would have definitely pushed them into the higher ends of A tier, but I guess we'll leave it here for now. Yeah. Primarina. I'm pretty sure Primarina is the best out of the Alolan starters because it gets Punk Rock, so it gets an actually good offensive ability. It also gets Liquid Voice, so all sound-based moves become water-type moves. So if you're using, like, for example, Alluring Voice, that becomes water. Torch Song becomes water, so they all gain water stabs. That's very nice. 126 special attack, 116 Spadef. The only problem I have with this thing is that it's quite slow and not really bulky enough to make up for that speed. But let's get into the egg moves, because I think it gets amazing egg moves to pair with Liquid Voice and Punk Rock. You get Psychic Noise, which prevents healing on enemies. So it's essentially just heal block as an attack. So against Eternatus, you can use Psychic Noise to prevent it from using Recover. So that's really good for the Eternatus fight. Bouncy Bubble for sustain is very important. It's also stab. Alluring Voice will it'll confuse the target if they got a stat increase the same turn. That additional effect is kind of gimmicky, but it is an 80 base power move. So if you just want to use it for that, then it's not bad. If you're not using Liquid Voice, then it is a fairy type move, which is good for your well, I guess it's stab. Yeah, it's a stab move they can take. Torch Song, you're probably going to want to use Liquid Voice with this to give it water stab. It's 80 base power. With your water stab, that's going to be 120 base power, and obviously it increases your special attack every time you use it. Not to mention this move is also Punk Rock boosted, so it gets even more damage. So yeah, it gets really good moves with Punk Rock. And let's not forget about its regular move, Sparkling Aria, which is 90 base power. And also, any Pokemon suffering from a burn will be healed by the touch of these bubbles. I think what that means is you can use it on your allies to heal their burns. I never really understood the additional effect too well, but it is a 90 base power move, so it's pretty nice. So what I would do is take Sparkling Aria, Torch Song, Bouncy Bubble, and Psychic Noise. You can maybe take Calm Mind. I think you get Calm Mind, right? Yeah, you get Calm Mind. So if you want to set up your Spatak a bit more, you can take that. But I don't think you really need it since you get Torch Song to increase the special attacks. So I think Torch Song, Sparkling Aria, Bouncy Bubble, Psychic Noise is probably the moveset you want. And all those moves work nicely with Punk Rock. Yeah, Primarina for sure is an A tier mon. What brings it back for me is that it's a water type. So because of if you're using Liquid Voice, then all of its moves are going to be resisted by Ray and Eternatus because they are dragon types. You could just not take Liquid Voice. You will remove the stab from like moves like Psychic Noise and Torch Song, but you do get to get more damage on Psychic Noise against Eternatus if you value that. But generally, I think Liquid Voice is better for like the majority of the game, so I'd probably just take that. Where did I put Primarina? Here. We'll put it like high A tier. I kind of like the moveset that it gets. We'll put it, I think, below Landorus, Therian, above Garbodor. It feels about right with me. Top of A tier for Primarina. Sparking Aria is Surf and heals everyone for burn, but it deals damage. Yeah, that's what I thought with that move. Kind of odd. It's a very interesting additional effect. Toucannon gets Technician. Interesting. You get Technician Skill Link. That's a combo that's like a godsend. So that's a very good combination. Technician Skill Link. Let's see what moves it gets with Technician Skill Link. It gets Dual Wing Beat. So I guess you guarantee that you get the Dual Wing Beat 2 proc. Although I'm pretty sure if you hit the first hit, that just means you hit the second hit on Dual Wing Beat. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But yeah, you get more damage on Dual Wing Beat because of Technician. So that'll be a 120 base power move essentially. So that's very nice. Ooh, you get Population Bomb on Toucannon. Okay. All right. So what you... Wow, okay. Population Bomb is stab because of normal typing and is tech boosted. So each hit does 30 base power, and you now can essentially just make sure it'll always hit because of Skill Link. So you'll always get the 10 hits of Population Bomb. Each hit will do 30 damage. So that's pretty much just 300 base power. And factoring in stab, that's 450 base power. Oh my god. That is quite disgusting, TBH. So yeah, that's pretty disgusting. You have 120 attacks, which is pretty good, given that you're spamming a 400 plus base power move, essentially. The only issue with this mod is its speed. So yeah, it just kind of has a rough time staying alive because it's just not bulky and not very fast. But it certainly can kill things for sure. Realistically, it's like top B tier, chat. I would love to put it in A tier, but think about it realistically. You're gonna try and use this thing. You're not gonna be able to like stay alive. Your bulk is just not bulky enough. You can't outspeed a lot of things. You're gonna die a lot before you even get to use Population Bomb. So I think because of that, you unfortunately have to just put Toucannon in the top of B tier. We'll put it like at least above Electros, I think, just because I appreciate that it gets an insanely strong Population Bomb. But yeah, it's B tier. It's B tier, unfortunately, chat. Gumshoes. Here's another Pokemon that's probably going to be B tier. Similar problem with Toucannon. This Pokemon is pretty hard hitting with 110 attack, but you're just so frail and so slow. So like, I don't know, like you get Tough Claw's adaptability, so that can allow you to hit like a truck. But same problem with Toucannon, you just like can't like stay alive. You get Tidy Up to increase your speed. If you can get enough of those off, I guess you can kind of become a problem. But your speed is at 45, so you're gonna need to at least Tidy Up like 3 times to actually become a problem. Extreme Speed is good though. Extreme Speed to priority deal damage is nice. Knockoff is a good move in general. It's 130 base power. And then multi-attack, good stab move, 120 base power. Really, this thing is just an extreme speed spammer because, I mean, you're not outspeeding anything. So you kind of just have to just spam extreme speed, deal some decent damage with Tough Claws and adaptability. And in that regard, it's decent. It's decent because you can just spam extreme speed and deal some decent damage with it. But because that's the only thing it can do, I can't put it too high. I'll put it like at most top of B tier, maybe next to Frostlass. I think it's good. You're pretty much relegated to only using extreme speed because if you try and do anything else, you're just gonna die before you even get to do anything. So yeah, that's pretty much Gumshoes. I guess it's a decent Pokemon to have in your party if you just want to get one big hit off for free. Let's Vikavolt. Vikavolt gets Speed Boost, which is good because it has an abysmal 43 speed stat. 145 special attack though allows it to hit pretty hard, and it actually has decent bulk, unlike Gumshoes and Toucannon. It has 90 defense, 75 speed F, and 75 HP, which is not bad. That's pretty decent bulk stat spread. Alright. QD, that's great. You can further improve your speed and further improve your special attack and make you a bit bulkier in the speed F area. Ice Beam to help deal with ground types and also hit Ray and alternatives for super effective damage. Earth Power to help deal with steel types because you kind of get walled by steel types because you're a bug type. And Thunderclap is good because you are a pretty slow mon, so getting the guaranteed priority attack with Thunderclap is nice. The moveset I would run with this guy is Protect because you need the Protect for speed boost. QD because I think you could use some more speed increases outside of speed boost, so I'd run Protect, QD, Ice Beam for the ground coverage, and probably not Thunderclap since you're trying to increase your speed. I'd go like T-Bolt instead. Yeah, I'd just take T-Bolt. If you don't want to do like QD, speed boost, speed increase spam, you can just do T-Clap. T-Clap, do you get Nasty Plot on this mod? Probably not. Yeah. Yeah, T-Clap is actually not that important, unless if you don't have your speed increases off. Not too bad. It gets some fixes for its problems, but I can't put it too high, since it kind of can just get shut down before it even gets to start, like, sweeping. So let's put it, like, high B tier, at least above Gumshoes. So put it, like, yeah, right next to Gumshoes, above Gumshoes, I think, for Vikavolt. Crabominable gets Water Bubble, so it'll be lowering its fire weakness, which is pretty good because it's an ice type. Iron Fist is probably going to be your best ability because it powers up its punching moves. 132 attack makes it hit pretty hard. Bulk is, I guess, not bad with 97 HP. The defense is pretty mediocre, though. Speed is quite slow. So here's the relatively bulky attack mon. Shore Up. If you want to run Sandstorm with it, I guess you can take Shore Up. Although you do take damage from Sandstorm because you're an ice type and not a rock, steel, or ground type. So I don't know why you'd want to use Sandstorm with Crabominable. So you're realistically never going to use the 75% heal from Shore Up. Just think of it as like Recover. Jet Punch is a priority move that also can hit fire types that are super effective. Sucker Punch, another priority move to deal with your psychic weakness because you are a fighting type. Surging Strikes will be your... Okay, it's not stab, but it's another way to deal with fire types. And it has a guaranteed crit chance. And also it's 75 base power, so it deals pretty good damage. I'm surprised you don't get any ice or fighting types in its egg moves. I guess you just use Avalanche and Close Combat as your stab moves. And then you'll take Jet Punch to deal with fire types, and then Sucker Punch to deal with psychic types. All of those moves that I just said are boosted by Iron Fist. Outside of Avalanche, Close Combat, Jet Punch, and Sucker Punch are all boosted by Iron Fist, so they can do some pretty good damage. So this thing is a priority spam mon that is decently bulky. Yeah, okay. We'll put it at the top of A tier, yeah, right in front of Gumshoes. Oricorio. Oricorio has 4 forms, but they all have the same stat spread, so we'd have to rank them differently based on their typings. The Fire Oricorio has adaptability, 98 attack, 93 speed, very mediocre special attack, special attack or stat spread. QD to further increase the special attack and speed is good. Fiery Dance, that's going to be adaptability boosted, so that's really nice. That's double stab, 160 base power, and can also increase your special attack. Let's not forget the dancing moves. I'm sorry, Dancer just copies dance moves that other Pokemon use. Never mind, that's relevant. Thunderclap is probably more for the Oricorio Pom Pom to get the adaptability boost for that, so we can ignore that. Oblivion Wing is stab, so we get adaptability on it, and it's also sustain, so it can deal some pretty... It can sustain decently and deal some pretty good damage. So we get Oblivion Wing, Fiery Dance, QD, and probably Revelation Dance, middle of B tier. Above Musharna, below Hariyama, I think feels right. I think the electric Oricorio is going to be way better because you get adaptability Thunderclap, so you can just kind of spam that instead, and you have sustain with Oblivion Wing with this one as well. For that reason, I think this one can definitely be higher in B tier. Oricorio's Psychic is probably going to be in C tier. Does not get any egg moves for it. We'll probably put it like really low, like I'm talking like the very bottom of C tier right now. And Oricorio Ghost will also be down there as well. I guess Psychic is a bit better since it has super effective against Eternatus. So we'll put that a little above the Ghost one, but yeah, they're both at the bottom of C tier. Without good egg moves, the only thing they have, I guess, is Oblivion Wing to use. Outside of that, what do they really do? I guess use Revelation Dance. Not bad, I guess. Daniel, thank you for subbing to the YouTube channel. Much appreciated. Yeah. So the Psychic, Ghost, Oricorios are going to be in C tier. The Fire one is in the middle of B tier. And the Electric one is up in the top of B tier. Alright. But overall, they're all just mid. Rabombi gets Tinted Lens, which is good because Bug and Fairy get resisted by a handful of things. Bug being resisted by Steel, by my brain is farting, Fire, by Flying, Poison, right? You get Shield Dust, which is great. You get to block the additional effects of enemy attacks. Very fast at 124. Generally, people use Ribombee as a utility Pokemon because of how fast it is. But because you get Tinted Lens, maybe we could use it as a offensive mon. Let's see. Sticky Web, that's a good utility move. Sleep Powder, another good utility move. Heat Wave, I guess is your way of dealing with steel types because you are a fairy type. So Heat Wave can manage your steel weakness. Sparkly Swirl is stab and also 120 base power. Okay, so I don't really care about offensive Ribombee. Its special attack is just not enough. I feel you do get QD to help with it, I guess, but you're so frail, so setting up QD is very difficult. I would much rather just focus on the utility aspect of Ribombee. You get Sticky Web for hazard. You get Sleep Powder for sleeping. I believe you can get spikes on this thing, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I might be crazy. Okay, no spikes on Ribombee. But you can get Toxic. Pretty good. So yeah, you're a pretty fast utility mon. I think Sticky Web is a really good move. It can be really clutch for winning battles. So let's put it at least at the top of V tier. Midnight, Dusk, and Dawn, they have different stats, including the Dusk form. So we're gonna have to rank them all differently, I guess. But they should have the same egg moves and same passive. So Lycanroc gets Rocky Payload, and Tough Claws is the regular move, a regular ability. You don't get Tough Claws on the Dawn form and the Midnight form, so I think Dusk is probably going to be the best, just because Tough Claws is just a broken ability. 117 attack, 110 speed, so pretty good physical attack stat spread. It is pretty frail, but it has a pretty comfortable enough speed tier to outspeed most things in the game. So yeah, good physical attack stat spread, great passive and Rocky Payload, and really good ability in Tough Claws. So let's see what moves this thing gets. It gets Mighty Cleave, so you can just deal some hella damage of Mighty Cleave because it's Rocky Payload boosted. I like that. It's also boosted by Tough Claws as well. Ice Spinner to help with your ground weakness because you are a mono rock type. High Horsepower to deal with steel types because you are a rock type. And Tidy Up to further increase your attack and speed. Okay. I really like Dust Form. I like the stat spread. I like the passive and ability combined with Mighty Cleave. I do this thing could easily sweep teams. If you can just like get like one Tidy Up off. Even without the Tidy Up, I feel like your base stats are enough to sweep through like the majority of the game. Ice Spinner is also a good coverage move for Eternatus and Ray. So let's put Lycanroc Dusk in at least A tier. I want to put it like at least above Tyrantrum, I think is good. Not too high since it's kind of frail. And Mono Rock isn't exactly like the best defensive typing. You have 5 weaknesses. So yeah, middle of A tier for Lycanroc Dusk. The other Lycanrocs are probably going to be a bit worse because Dawn Lycanroc does not get Tough Claws. You instead get Sand Rush, which I think is way worse because you already have a pretty comfortable speed tier. So I feel like you don't really need more speed. I feel like you just want more damage. But I guess it's fine. Yeah, take Sand Rush to make sure you don't get outsped. Yeah, it's just worse. It's worse, Lycanroc Dusk. You also have a little less attack. Granted, it's only 2 attack, so it's not that much of a difference, but it's still worse than Dusk. So just because it doesn't get Tough Claws, we're going to rank it a bit lower in probably still A tier, but like a lot lower in A tier. So if you put Dust Form, here, I think we're gonna have to put the Dawn form like all the way down here. I'm like probably behind Hisui and Gudra is what I'm thinking. And then Midnight, Lycanroc is pretty different. It has a lot less speed, but has 115 attack and a bit more bulk, 85 HP, 75 speed F, 75 defense. I prefer this stat spread way less than the other ones because at least the other ones kind of have a fast physical attack stat spread. With Lycanroc, you're just kind of a confused, slow, not even that bulky attacker. So I don't like Lycanroc's Midnight's stat spread compared to the other ones. You get no guard, I guess. So I guess you don't have to worry about missing moves. So if you take Stone Edge, that's a guaranteed hit on Stone Edge. And yeah, which is good because the main problem with Stone Edge is that it can miss pretty easily, right? So yeah, you can take Stone Edge comfortably on Lycanroc Midnight. You're definitely going to need Tidy Up for speed increases since you're only 82 speed of with Midnight. You still get Ice Spinner, you still get high horsepower. I'm gonna put Lycanroc Midnight in the B tier. I can appreciate that it does get Stone Edge, No Guard Stone Edge, which is pretty good compared to like Mighty Cleave. But yeah, I think Lycanroc Midnight goes probably like the lower end of B tier. I'm gonna say above. No, not even above Conkeldurr. Yeah, it's pretty low. It is quite low. We're gonna put it above Rhyperior, at least below Luxray. It's just the speed stat. It's only 82 speed. It's gonna get outsped and killed too easily. It losing Tough Claws is not worth the No Guard Stone Edge combo, I feel. And yeah, middle of B tier for the Midnight form. Wishy-Washy. Wishy-Washy Regular and Wishy-Washy School are synonymous with each other because Wishy-Washy School is what you usually are, and then once you drop below 25% HP, you become this Wishy-Washy. So we're gonna put them in the same. We're gonna put them right next to each other, just because they're not like really separate Pokemon. Like they both function off of each other. You get Regenerator, which is good because you can supply your Wishy-Washy School form with it. So once you drop below 25% HP and then you turn into the Wishy-Washy Regular, you can swap off, use Regenerator to heal back up, and then hopefully you can regain your School form. Wishy-Washy School is insane. You get 140 attack, 130 defense, 140 special attack, 135 speed up. So a really good bulky / hard-hitting stat spread. You are very slow, but I think this bulk is good enough for how slow it is. Heal Order is great because you want to heal up to restore the schooling form. Dragon Dance is good because you are quite slow, so getting some speed increases is very nice. Ice Spinner to hit Ray and Eternatus for super effective damage, also to help with your grass weakness. And Jet Punch is good because it's stab, and also you're very slow, so having a priority move is good. You get Swords Dance on this thing? No. So you kind of do have to just play Dragon Dance for attack increases. You already have 140 base attack though, so you do hit really hard in School form. So I think just Wishy-Washy School Jet Punch is just enough to like kill a lot of things. And then you can just swap out and use Regenerator if you do need to regain the schooling form. I think Wishy-Washy is at least A tier. I'm not going to put it too high since it kind of relies on Jet Punch. And Jet Punch gets resisted by Ray and Eternatus. So let's put it at most like low A tier. Below Lantern. We'll put it above Ambipom. I think that's fine. Above Ambipom, below Fortress. All right, we put Wishy-Washy in the middle of A tier. Let's move on to Toxapex. Okay. How good is the Pex in PokéRogue? Let's find out. I recently got the Rare Shiny, so I was thinking about doing a showcase for it. You get Toxic Debris. Very fitting for Toxapex. You set up Toxic Spikes every time you get hit. The maximum Toxic Spikes you can have on field before it becomes worthless is, I believe, 3 layers. So you can, or is it 2 layers? Actually, it might be 2 layers, sorry. Yeah, so you get pretty good value off of Toxic Debris to set up multiple layers of Toxic Spikes. Regenerator is its hidden ability. That's probably what we're going to take to regenerate HP when you swap off. Really good bulk. That is what Toxapex is known for. 152 defense, 142 SPDF. In regular Pokemon, like in competitive Pokemon, Toxapex has always just been this really annoying stall Pokemon. And it looks like it's going to be doing the same thing in PokéRogue. And now it's even better because it can set up Toxic Debris every time it gets hit, which is kind of broken. It gets Leech Seed, so on top of being a really good Toxic Spike setter, you also get Leech Seed for Chip. You get Ceaseless Edge to set up Spikes as well, so you get Toxic Spikes, and Leech Seed on this mon. You get Sizzly Slide, which is a guaranteed burn. I don't think you'll want this though, since you're running Toxic Debris for Poison. I guess it's not bad if you run into a Steel type. Right? And because Steel types can't be poisoned. So I guess Sizzly Slide is okay for Steel types. And then Body Press is good because you have 152 base defense, so you can do some solid damage with that. So the moveset I would go for sure is Leech Seed, Ceaseless Edge, Body Press, and probably Recover. Because Recover allows you to sustain back up, which is really annoying. So yeah, Toxapex is going to be a really obnoxious and a hard to kill Tankmon that can sustain with Leech Seed, Recover, It can set up both Toxic Spikes and Spikes. I'm thinking Toxic Spikes is S tier. It definitely is a really good Pokemon that you can bring. The only thing that brings it back for me is that Poison does fall off when you get to Eternatus. Eternatus cannot be poisoned because it is a Poison type. I guess you can use Leech Seed and Sizzly Slide for Eternatus, so I guess it doesn't really like fall off that hard in the Eternatus fight, so it still is S tier. Mudsdale gets Cud Chew, which is apparently not implemented, so that sucks. Stamina as a regular ability is good though, to make you more physically bulky. Really good bulk with 100 HP, 100 defense, 85 speed def. You can become even more bulky in physical defense thanks to stamina, so that's really good. 125 attack is great as well. Yawn, okay, Shore Up. Shore Up is good because you're a ground type, so you're probably going to be running Sandstorm with it. Body Press is good because you have stamina, so you can rack up some defense increases and then deal some pretty good damage at Body Press. And then 1000 Waves is Stab, and you can also trap enemies in. So if you find a good matchup, you can trap them in 1000 Waves, sleep them with Yawn, and then just either set up, bulk up, because it gets bulk up, right? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, okay. Well, I guess if you just have a good matchup, you can have a separate Mon chip them, and then throw in Mudsdale to trap them in 1000 Waves, and then just sustain with Shore Up, and then just stall them out. Yeah, I like Mudsdale. Seems to be a pretty good physical wall that gets access to Body Press, but B tier at most. I actually really like Araquanid. Guzzlord is one of my favorite Pokemon. Araquanid is a close second because I think the Water Bubbles Spider theme is just so cool to me. Not to mention its regular shiny is like one of the coolest shinies in regular Pokemon. So yeah, I love Araquanid. Tinted Lens is generally good in bug Pokemon since bug gets walled by a lot of things. So yeah, it's good that it gets Tinted Lens, but I am curious why it gets Tinted Lens when Araquanid is not really that much of an offensive mon. It's more of a defensive mon. So I feel like it would have been better if it got like Solid Rock or Filter or something. I don't know. Water Absorber, Water Bubble. I do like Water Bubble more because you are neutral to fire. So to get rid of some damage from fire type moves is nice. Your bulk is a little interesting. You have 68 HP, which is not that high. 92 defense is good, and then 132 speed def is really good. So you're a very Spadef heavy Bulkmon with, I guess, moderately okay attack at 70. You get Silk Trap, which is the protect move that can slow, which is very good. Swords Dance to increase your attack is great because your attack is only at 70. So I guess that's why you get Tinted Lens to try and set up with Swords Dance. Jet Punch, not bad. And you have Tinted Lens, so you can ignore Water Resist, Grass Resist, Dragon Resist, right? Aqua Step is, okay, pretty good because it's stab and also gives you some speed increases. I don't want to use this thing as offensively, though. I feel like it's just too much work. Its speed isn't high enough, even with some Aqua Step increases. Its attack isn't really that good, even if you use Swords Dance. I feel like a lot of setup is required for this thing to become just like moderately okay at sweeping. So I don't know. I would avoid using this thing as a sweeper. It requires too much setup. I'd rather just focus on the Silk Trap, being able to protect and slow mons. Spiderweb to oh sorry, not Spiderweb. Surely get Sticky Web, right? It does not get Sticky Web. Okay, so you can't set up Sticky Web, but I guess you can just use Silk Trap spam to slow Pokemon. That's fine. You can do some funny gimmick. You can do a funny gimmick with entrainment if you want to steal, not steal, but if you want to get rid of an enemy Pokemon's ability, you can just get rid of it with entrainment. But outside of that, I'm not really seeing too much use of Araquanid. I think Silk Trap at the very least leaves it like low B tier, and I guess it's tanky enough to be a tank. But it's being pushed into like an offensive moveset, which I don't really understand when its stat spread is kind of this. Wait, Water Bubble increases Water Stab? Really? How do I not know this? Oh, it does. Oh, wow. I never knew that. Huh. Okay. So I guess that makes it, yeah, Jet Punch 120 BP plus stab would be 180, right? Because stab, Jet Punch 90 times 2, 180. Yeah, okay. And Aqua Step would also be higher damage. Okay, so if you can get your Swords Dance off, I guess you could deal some decent damage. Swords Dance, Water Bubble, Jet Punch, Aqua Step. Okay. I actually did not know that Water Bubble increases your water damage. I actually did not know that. I don't know how I didn't know that, but let's increase you to higher in B tier then, because now you have decent damage with Aqua Step and Jet Punch, and you get utility with Silk Trap. Let's put it because since you're spamming Silk Trap for slows, and you're also spamming Aqua Step for speed increases, you're gonna actually start outspeeding Pokemon unironically, even if you're only 40 base speed. If you can get enough Silk Traps and enough Aqua Steps off, you can actually kind of fix your speed problem. So yeah, this thing actually kind of does have some sweeping potential. I don't think it's unstoppable or really that easy to use for the matter, but I think it's decent. Lurantis needs some buffs. It gets Sharpness Contrary, which sounds good, but the main problem with that is it does not get any good contrary moves that are boosted by Sharpness. The only Sharpness move it really gets is Leaf Blade and I think X Scissor, which are fine, but they don't give you any stat increases with Contrary. They don't give you any stat decrease, so you can't use Contrary with them. If you're trying to like focus on the Contrary aspect of Lurantis, you're going to be using Superpower to increase your attack and defense, Headlong Rush to increase your defense and SPDF, Ice Hammer to increase your speed, and then Bitter Blade to sustain. So like if you're using these egg moves, then Sharpness does not matter. Like Sharpness actually does not apply to any of the moves here. So yeah, it's kind of weird. I think if Lurantis got Tough Claws, this thing could definitely be at least A tier. But because it doesn't get a good passive, and its stat spread is kind of mid, let's be real, chat, I can't put it too high. I think like maybe middle of A tier at least, since like it can be a threat if you can get enough superpowers and enough Ice Hammers off. Shiinotic gets Triage, so you get priority on healing moves. So if you're using Sappy Seed as priority, if you get Machagacha, that's priority. Draining Kiss is also priority because that's a healing move. And you also get Combine to increase your attack and SPDF. Okay. So you get a lot of attacking moves, but granted all these attacking moves are some form of utility. Sappy Seed gives you Leech Seed, Machagacha gives you Burn, and also Sustain, right? Your stat spread is very odd. 80 defense, 100 SPDF. I guess that makes you kind of bulky. But you care less about damage with this thing. You care more about the utility it provides. So the Burn on Machagacha, the Leech Seed or Sappy Seed. So for that reason, I want to at least put it in A tier. So Salazzle gets Dragon's Maw. That's a bit interesting. It's not a dragon type, so I guess it kind of just gets a boost for a typing that it's not. Corrosion allows it to poison steel types, which is pretty good. Oblivious will make it immune to taunts. That's not bad either, but I think Corrosion generally is better. Spatak, Special Attack, or Spatak and Speed are pretty high, 111, 117. Makes it a pretty decent speedy attacker, because it's very frail. What did I just do? Okay. Scald has Burn Chance, also helps with grass. Sorry, not grass. Helps with rock and ground weakness. Sludge Wave is Stab. Core Enforcer is being boosted by Dragon's Maw and is just a good move because it's 100 base power. Eruption is Stab and deals 150 base power when you're max HP. Yeah, I see some solid sweeping potential here. You get Nasty Plot on this thing. Level 25, so you get it pretty early. So you can set up your special attack even further. You have a pretty comfortable speed tier. You get Eruption, which can hit pretty hard. Core Enforcer can hit pretty hard with Dragon's Maw. Yeah, not bad, not bad. We'll put it we'll put it low A tier, maybe above. I want to say above a Solgor, below Milotic is good for Salazzle. It's decent, so it belongs in bottom of A tier. Let's move on to Beware. Beware gets Scrappy. That's great because it's a normal fighting type, so it gets walled by ghost types pretty easily. You either want Fluffy or Unnerve. Fluffy could be pretty good unless if you get put against fire types, so generally Unnerve is better, I think. 120 HP, 125 attack, 80 defense, 60 SPDF, so you're kind of physically bulky, a little weak on the SPDF side, and you're quite slow. So with Beware, Drain Punch is Stab and heals. Meteor Mash is Fairy coverage, pretty good. Triple Axle is flying coverage and also hits Ray and Eternatus for super effective damage. And Rage Fist is the move that increases in damage when you get hit. So Beware is relatively tanky, so it can proc this pretty well All you need to do is tank like 2-3 hits. That's already 150 base power, 200 base power, so it's a pretty strong move on Pokemons. Is Beware bulky enough to use Rage Fist? I think so, because 120 HP is pretty high, and he can also use Fluffy to be tankier physically. So, yeah. We'll put it like high B tier, I think. Like really high B tier. We'll put it, I think above Hisuian Decidueye. I think below Talonflame is good for Beware. Let's move on to Zarina. Zarina gets Moxie. Great. It gets attack increases when it kills stuff. Queenly Majesty is a signature ability that prevents priority moves from being used from the opposing Pokemon. So you are immune to Ice Shard, Quick Attack, Extreme Speed, just to give examples. 120 attack, 98 defense, 98 speed F. So you're a pretty bulky-ish Pokemon, like pretty good bulk. Not great bulk, just good bulk. With a solid attack stat and 72 speed, so you're a bit slow, but you have good bulk to make up for it. Triple Axle to cover your flying weakness, also to hit Eternatus and Ray for super effective damage. Aqua Step for dealing with fire types, also to increase your speed. That's very nice because you kind of do have a speed problem. You have 72 speed with Zarina. Sappy Seed is great because it is Leech Seed. Leech Seed is very important in this game. And you get Moxie to ramp up an attack every time you kill something. So you get the Moxie Aqua Step combo, kind of like Quaquaval. Thunder's Kick is a great move because it decreases defense. Sappy Seed is a great move as well because it's 100 base power and sets up Leech Seed. So I want to put this thing at least in the A tier. It's pretty much just Quaquaval, except it gets Leech Seed as well, which is arguably better. Yeah, I kind of see this thing as better Quaquaval right now. I'm not going to cap. What is Quaquaval's stats? Yeah, they have relatively similar stats. Actually, Zarina is tankier, which is arguably better. It has a little less HP, but has basically 20 more in defense and 20 more in speed. So yeah, it's way tankier. I think Zarina is a better version of Quaquaval, just because it gets Moxie and Aqua Step, but also it gets Sappy Seed for utility. So let's find Quaquaval. Where's Quaquaval? Quaquaval. Oh wait, that's Gen 9, so we can't. It's not on the tier list yet. We'll put Quaquaval, or jeez, we'll put Zarina at least at A tier because of the Moxie Aqua Step setup and also Sappy Seed. We'll put it, I think above Gyarados, below Torterra is good for Zarina. Could even be above Torterra actually. Low key is up here. I want to put it above Aegislash actually. I think the Sappy Seed just gives it a lot of value. Yeah, we'll put it at the top of A tier for Zarina. Let's move on to Comfey. Okay. So here's a Pokemon that gets Triage naturally as its regular ability. It gets Friend Guard, which is not in the game, so okay. So this just does not have a passive. 110 speed F, 90 defense. This Pokemon is surprisingly bulky, which is kind of surprising given that it's literally a sentient flower necklace. So yeah, that's cool. It's 100 speed as well, so it's pretty fast, which doesn't matter too much since you're trying to use Triage anyway. Shrink Sap is Triage. Yes, so you can spam Shrink Sap with priority, and it's going to be lowering the attack of the target as well. So Shrink Sap is going to be incredibly annoying to use on Comfey. Machigacha is another spam move. Instead of being able to lower the enemy's attack, you have Burn Chance with Machigacha, which is pretty good. So these are two really good spam moves with Triage. Take Heart to increase your special attack is good, since you're spamming Machigacha. And Revival Blessing is amazing, since you can revive any of your dead allies. Let's say Comfey is A tier, just because it can spam Strength Sap and it gets Revival Blessing. Let's put it like at a solid, I want to say middle of A tier minimum. It gets Power Spot. So in double battles, it'll be increasing the damage of your partner Pokemon. You get Telepathy, so you can also dodge the attack of your ally Pokemon. Bulk is pretty good. That 90 HP, 80 defense, and 110 speed F. And you're quite slow to make up for that. Jungle Healing restores HP and also heals status conditions of yourself and also your ally. I think the heal is 50%, I think. Doesn't say, but I believe it's 50%. So it's a pretty good heal. You get Yawn as well. Follow Me. Okay, so clearly Oranguru is just a double battles oriented Pokemon. You get Follow Me to draw aggro. You get Jungle Healing to heal your partner. You also get Power Spot to boost your partner. And on top of that, you get Lumina Crash, which is an excellent move for Eternatus. So you are an Eternatus counter plus a good doubles partner. I think for that reason, you can at least be an A tier Oranguru. We'll put you like towards the bottom of A tier. Slightly below Hisuian Gudra, I think is good enough for Oranguru. Let's move on to Passimian, the other monkey Pokemon from Alola. It gets Libero, so it's pretty much just Protean. You change it to whatever type of move you use. Receiver, the Pokemon copies the ability of a defeated ally. So if you're in a double battle and your ally dies, it will take their ability. That can be useful. You can bring a Pokemon of like Beast Boost or something, and you can give that to your Passimian. That's pretty nice. Or you can give Wonder Guard. But Wonder Guard isn't that good on Passimian since you have like 3 weaknesses. Okay. Good attack. Not that good speed. Okay bulk. 100 HP, 90 defense, 60 SpDef. You're good on the physical bulk, but for SpDef, you're a bit weak. Fake Out. Good in double battles. Sucker Punch. Good for those, I guess good for those psychic types. Zing Zap is priority. Also, Flinch is good in double battles. Pyro Ball is a 10% burn chance and also 120 base power. So it's a pretty good move. I like the receiver gimmick. And also Libero allows it to get stab on any of these moves. But it's not above V tier for me. Not above V tier. Let's put it towards the middle of V tier. The gimmick is funny, but I don't think the Pokemon is like strong enough to really be a threatening sweeper. Kind of too slow. Doesn't really get agility, I don't think. Yeah, so you're kind of locked at 80 speed with this guy. So you're going to have to spam Zing Zap and Sucker Punch, which are okay moves, I guess. And you get Libero to boost them. But at most, for me, chat, it's like high B tier. Let's put it like above Arbok. Above Gorgeist. Yeah. We'll put it towards the top of V tier, below Furfro. Okay, here we go. This is the best Pokemon. And by that, I mean like design-wise. Golisopod is the coolest Pokemon, period. If you don't agree, then you're probably a loser. I'm not going to lie. Golisopod gets Regenerator. This is good because... well, actually, you can't even use Emergency Exit. But Regenerator in general is good because it heals you for free when you're swapped off. Very nice. It would be good of Emergency Exit, but it's not implemented in the game. So you can't really do a Regenerator Emergency Exit combo. Instead, you would be running Anticipation to sense dangerous moves on the other side, which is pretty good. Pretty good. 125 attack, really good bulk, 75 HP, 140 defense, and a solid 90 SpDef. The only thing you're lacking in is speed, which is fine because you get First Impression on level up, right? First Impression, which is a 90 base power priority move, and also Jet Punch, which is 60 base power and also Stab, right? So you get 2 really good priority moves. You also get Obstruct, which is insane because it's a protect move that also can harshly lower the attacker's defense. So if you can get that defense drop off, that is essentially double damage that you're dealing to that target. So really good move to give Golisopod. Since it's not very fast, it can just use Obstruct to lower the target's defense. And then you're going to use Jet Punch to just kill them. So I really like the set that it gets. Really makes sense with the stat spread that it has. Also gets Triple Axle to hit Eternatus and Rayquaza for super effective damage. That's very good. And then Surging Strikes. If you feel like you can outspeed an enemy Pokemon, you can use Surging Strikes instead. It is a 75 base power move that can always crit. So it is essentially your best stab move. Outside of like maybe First Impression. No, it's even better than First Impression because it can crit, right? So yeah. Golisopod is for sure a solid A tier. It's not like incredibly broken. It does get Swords Dance. It does get Swords Dance to pick up some attack increases if you want to become even more threatening. So the boost that I would run is Obstruct, Swords Dance, Jet Punch, and First Impression. That way you can kind of just like kill things really hard with priority moves. Yeah, I think Golisopod is a solid middle of A tier. Let's say behind Wishy-Washy, I'd say. Yeah, right behind Wishy-Washy. I think it actually functions pretty similarly to Wishy-Washy, of being just like a jet punch spammer with Regenerator. Yeah, we'll put it in the middle of A tier. Ray is one-shotting of Hurricane before it can move, but at least you can get like a first impression off for some good chip before, I guess. It's not bad. Obstruct to I guess lower its defense and then go for a Gem Punch. You can do some good damage. It's not bad, come on. And it carries through like the majority of the game. Sure, it's a little weak against Ray, but you get Obstruct, you get Jet Punch, you can at least deal like a solid amount of damage to Ray before you die. So I think Gliscopod really is not that bad. Yeah, we're going to leave it at the middle of H here. I think that's appropriate for Gliscopod. Let's move on to Palossand. Palossand gets Sand Spit, so anytime it gets hit, it's going to set up Sandstorm. This is very good because it is a very bulky mon, so it can make use of the Sand Spit pretty well. 85 HP, 110 defense, 75 SPDF, pretty good bulk. With 100 special attacks, so it actually can hit pretty decently. It gets Water Compaction, which I believe is not a water immunity, but it does boost your defense sharply when hit by water type moves. Or you could use Sand Veil. Sand Veil is pretty good too because you set up Sandstorm for yourself. Take Heart to increase your attack and SPDF. Pretty good since you're pretty weak in the SPDF category. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Mainly just for Soul Cure. We'll leave it at like towards the top of B tier, I think. Yeah, I think it has value since it sets up Sandstorm. There aren't a lot of Pokemon that can do that with abilities. There are only a few Pokemon in Sandstream and even less Pokemon in Sand Spit, so I think just that alone gives it value. So I want to at least put it like at the top of B tier, above Escavalier, below Liepard. I think is fair for Palossand. Let's move on to Pyukumuku. I wonder how they made Pyukumuku good in this game. Purifying Salt to half damage from ghost type moves, and you also are immune to status conditions. Not bad. Innards Out will deal some damage when it dies. So it's basically just Aftermath. Unaware will allow it to ignore the target stat changes when attacking. You probably won't care about that since you're not really an offensive Pokemon of Pyukumuku. You're more of a tank mon. So I think Innards Out is going to be the way better take. 130 defense, 130 SPDF. Pyukumuku is a very tanky Pokemon, very underrated. A lot of people sleep on how bulky it is. It is 130 defense, 130 SPDF, pretty hard to kill. It gets Baneful Bunker, so you can do a Protect Poison spam. Toxic Spikes as well, to also set up hazards that can poison. You probably won't be running both of these, since you don't really need two poison moves. I'll just go either or. Probably Toxic Spikes, since it has more... Or actually Baneful Bunker. I think Baneful Bunker is better. Yeah, you'll go for Baneful Bunker. Comeuppance is really good because it is essentially Metal Burst, so it returns damage that you take. The problem with Comeuppance on Pyukumuku, though, is that Pyukumuku is more defense heavy than HP heavy. Comeuppance returns damage based on how much HP you lose. So because Pyukumuku doesn't have much HP to lose, it can't really do that much damage with Comeuppance. Not to mention it doesn't get 30, so it doesn't even like guaranteed live a hit. So Comeuppance isn't like the best move on Pyukumuku. You do get Soul Cure at least for Chip. So you're pretty much just a poison Chip mon. So I guess that's the extent of your utility. You're tanky mon with Soul Cure and Poison. I think that will at least land you in B tier. Let's put you above the Gastrodons. So Valley has 95 in every stat, so it's a jack of all trades Pokemon. It gets adaptability. The reason why it gets adaptability is because it gets access to the memories. It essentially acts like Arceus, where you can give it a fighting memory to make a fighting type, flying memory to make a flying type, etc. So whatever type you turn into, you can just get a double stab boost for that type. So if you're taking what's it called? Not Crush Claw. What's that move called? Multi-Tack. Yeah, if you take Multi-Tack, that move will turn into whatever type of drive you have. So if you have the ground memory, it'll become a ground type move, and then you'll have double stab on that move because of adaptability. So that's a pretty decent setup. Unfortunately, it kind of just looks like worse Arceus to me, because Arceus does a very similar thing, except Arceus has way better stats than this. You do get Dire Claw at the very least, which is a pretty good utility move, and you get Shell Smash for some solid sweeping potential. But unfortunately, so Valley will just kind of just be worse Arceus. in terms of its gimmick and also in terms of its stats. Well, at least give it A tier. Minior, its signature ability Shields Down will essentially make it so when you're above half HP, you get these stats where you're 100 defense, 100 def, and then when you're below half HP, you're going to have instead 100 attack, 100 special attack, and 120 speed. So you kind of become a sweeper in the broken form, but when you have your shield up, you're just kind of a mediocre tank, to be honest. So that's why it gets 30, so you can guaranteed activate the Unleashed form, which is what you want, right? Because the Unleashed form is just so much better than the shielded form. Yeah, let's take a look. Earth Power is mainly for your Steel weakness since you are a rock type, and also as a way to hit Eternatus for super effective. Floaty Fall is a stab, also deals 90 base power, pretty good. You're very fast with Minior Unleashed, so you do have a pretty good chance to flinch your enemy. Zing Zap is priority, also is good for your water weakness. Diamond Storm is stab and also can increase your defense, so this is a very good move for a Minior. That's probably going to be your best stab move. You're going to take Diamond Storm, Floaty Fall, Earth Power for steel coverage, and probably do you get Shell Smash? Yeah, you get Shell Smash. So what you're gonna do on Minior, this is your game plan. When you're in the regular Minior, you're going to use Shell Smash to get +2 attack, +2 attack, and +2 speed, and you guaranteed live because I was 30. So once you have that Shell Smash off and you're in your Unleashed form, you have really good sweeping potential with high attack, high special attack, and high speed. So once you're in that mode, you can either use either of your spam moves, Diamond Storm or Floaty Fall. You'll probably one-shot whatever is facing you. If you need to cover your steel weakness, you can use Earth Power. I'll put it right underneath Blastoise, I think. Yeah, I'll put it right underneath Blastoise just because they have a similar gimmick. But yeah, I think Minior is really underrated. The really offensive stat spread in the Unleashed form combined with Shell Smash can make it pretty nasty. Almost comparable to Mega Blastoise. Yeah, top of S tier for Minior. Pretty surprising given how forgettable this Pokemon is, but yeah, maybe I should look for a shiny Minior. This Pokemon looks pretty cool. Let's move on to Kamala. Kamala gets Guts, which is good because I'm pretty sure that pairs with Comatose. Comatose makes you essentially always asleep, so I think that actually works with your Guts. So you'll pretty much always be boosted in attack. Your base stats are kind of mid, really frail. Physical attack is okay, I guess. Your speed is really slow, but you do get extreme speed. So you have extreme speed, gut spam. You also have knockoff, pretty good for damage. It's 130 base power. Yeah, mainly this thing's just used for extreme speed spam, which I can respect, but it pretty much just puts it in the same category as like Gumshoes. So it's kind of just put it right next to Gumshoes. We'll put it underneath Gumshoes because I think Gumshoes is better because it gets Tough Claws and adaptability. So that extreme speed is doing some pretty nasty damage. Yeah, it's like similar to Gumshoes, but kind of worse, low key. Yeah, I think that's good. Below Gumshoes. Let's move on to Turtonator. Turtonator gets Dauntless Shield, which is the Zamazenta ability that gives you a free defense increase on switch in. You also get Shell Armor to protect from crits, pretty good. 135 defense, 85 SPDF, 60 HP. So you have a moderately okay bulk, very good physical bulk, pretty okay SPDF bulk, and your offenses are pretty mid. 78 attack, 91 special attack, and you're also like the slowest guy in the world at 36 speed. Burning Bulwark is a protect burn move, not bad. Morning Sun, if you're running Sun with this guy, you can heal 75% of your HP. Cornforcer is stab, but unfortunately your damage is kind of bad, so you're not going to be doing too much damage with it. The main appeal is Body Press, because you are 135 base defense and Dauntless Shield, that effectively gives you a near 200 defense, so you actually do some pretty good damage with Body Press. So Turtonator is essentially a physical wall that gets Body Press and burn capabilities, so for that reason I think it can at least be high B tier. I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. At the very least, it's a good physical wall with pretty decent SPDF as well. And it gets Body Press, right? And egg moves. You want that when you're a pretty defensive mod. So let's put it like at least in B tier. It can still be walled by ghost types since it kind of relies on Body Press to deal damage. So let's put it like at most above a Scavalier, I think. Top of B tier is good for Turtonator. An added bonus is that Turtonator is like some of the coolest shinies in the game. Look at those shinies. Oh my god. I would actually commit crimes for those shinies. Those are some sick, sick shinies. I love Turtonator shinies. Togedemaru gets Rough Skin. So anytime it gets hit, it's by contact, it's going to return some damage. Sturdy is probably going to be your best take since it can survive Okos, guaranteed. 96 speed, 98 attack. Really mid offensive stat spread, and your bulk is just kind of really bad as well. So it doesn't really have anything going for it. You get Fake Out, I guess, good for double battles. Metal Burst is, I guess, fine. You get 30 Metal Burst. The problem, though, is you have really bad HP, so you're not going to be doing too much damage to that Metal Burst. Aura Wheel is good, I guess, to increase your speed, and there's also Stab. Yeah, I mean, do you get Swords Dance on this thing? No, okay. Yeah, Togedemaru was a pretty easy C tier to me. I guess you get Aura Wheel to fix your speed problem, but who cares when you're 98 attack? Rough Skin is useful. Sturdy Metal Burst, I guess, is fine to do a little bit of damage, guaranteed. But yeah, it's like C tier to me. Let's put it like at least above Wish Cash, below Mothim, I think is right for Togedemaru. So Mimikyu will be getting Tough Claws for the physical damage. Disguise, it'll guaranteed. It essentially acts like Sturdy, except it'll automatically drop you by 1/8 health. It's a pretty much a better version of Sturdy, because instead of being left at 1 HP, you get left at 7/8 of your health. So it's a very good ability. I believe it cannot be restored even if you heal back to full HP. So yeah, you should keep that in mind. I guess that's one disadvantage it has over compared to Sturdy. It can't be replenished, unlike Sturdy, which can be replenished when you heal back to full HP. You have a pretty okay stat spread. Decent bulk, 80 defense, 80 and 105 SPDF, 90 attack, 96 speed. You get Tidy Up, which is very good at Mimikyu because you essentially get a guaranteed usage of this move because of Disguise, tanking the first hit. So you get one free Tidy Up that gives you about 130 attack, 130 speed. So you now are at a good speed tier. You have a pretty comfortable attack stat with Tidy Up. So yeah, beyond that, you get Bitter Blade to sustain, pretty good. Spectral Thief is a good ghost physical move. That's probably going to be your best stab move. It is also boosted by Tough Claws, right? So it's going to deal some pretty great damage. Spirit Break is also stab, but not nearly as strong because it's only 75 base power. It does have the added bonus of lowering a target special attack if you do want to use that utility. If you don't want to use that, though, you can use Play Rough instead. That is 90 base power and also has the chance to lower a target's attack. I think this is way better than Spirit Break, so you're going to want that. So the moveset you're going to run a Mimikyu is Tidy Up, 100%. You want Tidy Up, Play Rough, Spectral Thief, and Bitter Blade. Bitter Blade for the Steel types because you are a Fairy type. I think Mimikyu is an easy S tier because you essentially are... because you get a guaranteed Tidy Up because of Disguise. So you can set up for free. You have pretty good bulk as well at 80 defense, 105 SPDF. I feel like Mimikyu deserves low S tier. I can't even lie, chat. Bruxish, the ugly Pokemon, you get multi-scale to reduce the amount of damage you take when you're full HP. You're probably going to want Strong Jaw because a lot of your best moves are bite moves. You get 105 attack, 92 speed. You get Play Rough, which is, I guess, your dark coverage. Fire Fang is Strong Jaw boosted. You also get Psychic Fangs naturally, and you also get Crunch. These are all moves that are boosted by Strong Jaw. You get D-Dance, I guess, to boost your attack and speed to give you more sweeping power. And Surging Strikes is a pretty decent water stab move. It is not Strong Jaw boosted, but you don't get a water bite move anyways. So I think Surging Strikes is just gonna be your best water stab move. So I think all the moves here and the rare and the egg moves, I think, are just going to be your moveset. D-Dance, Play Rough, Fire Fang, and Surging Strikes. I guess you get a free D-Dance off because you have Multiscale. Multiscale does reduce the amount of damage you take when you're full HP, so you can safely use D-Dance turn 1. And with D-Dance, you get a good 130 attack, or I guess nearly 150-ish attack, and like a 130-ish speed. So yeah, not bad, not bad. We'll put it like in the A tier, I think. That's great. That is powerful because it's not very strong in the looks department. Let's go to Delmise. Water Bubble to lower the power of fire type moves and also boost the power of your water type moves. You get pretty good bulk at 100 defense, 90 speed F, and 70 HP, and a very good attack stat at 131. The only issue is speed. You get Strength Sap to sustain, Shadow Bone to deal physical stab damage, and Liquidation is boosted by Water Bubble and also deals 85 base power damage. It also is coverage for your fire weakness, and Sappy Seed for Leech Seed. Okay, you get Sappy Seed, Strength Sap. You're pretty bulky. You have pretty good attacking power at 131. I want to say this thing is at least bottom of A tier. Let's put it right about here, I'd say. Above Carnivine, below a Selgor. I do like the moves that it gets. However, it's not like it doesn't have Prankster or anything, so it can't like guaranteed get Shank Sap off. It can't like guaranteed get let's get Leech Seed. Wait, hold on. This thing doesn't get regular Leech Seed. Oh, okay. Oh, well, regardless, it doesn't get like sturdy to like ensure it gets Sappy Seed off. You know what I mean? So like it does have some weaknesses in terms of like how it can set up its utility, but otherwise it's pretty good. Pretty good. I think we'll put it at the bottom of A tier. I like that it can be pretty. I like that it's decently strong. Let's move on to Drampa. Drampa gets Thick Fat, so it'll nullify its ice weakness a bit and also give it more fire resistance. Berserk gives you more attack when you're under half HP, which is probably what you want. 135 special attack with moderately okay bulk, 78 HP, 85 defense, 91 speed F, with only 36 speed. So yeah, this guy doesn't have the best stat spread outside of just having really good special attack. You do get Trick Room to hopefully outspeed other Pokemon. Core Enforcer is a good stab move that deals 100 base power. Boom Burst is stab. You get 140 base power on that. Really good move. If you can set up the Trick Room, this thing can be strong because it gets really good stab moves like Core Enforcer and Boom Burst. You have Calm Mind on this thing, I believe. Yes, you do get Calm Mind. You do have a way to set up your special attack. So what I would run is Trick Room, Calm Mind, Core Enforcer, Boom Burst to become a Trick Room sweeper. And in that regard, you're not bad. You get Thick Fat to help with your ice weakness. That's pretty good. So let's put Drampa at a solid, I want to say high, not high A tier, low A tier. Yeah, let's put it like below Milotic. Actually, no, we'll put it above Incineroar. I think if you just have a separate Trick Room setter, I think this thing can pop off. It has a really good base special attack with these moves. I think so long as you just have another Pokemon set up Trick Room for you, or if you can just set it up yourself, you can be a pretty potent sweeper. So yeah, we'll put it at like the bottom of A tier. I think that's pretty good for Drampa. Let's move on to Como-O, one of my favorite pseudos. I think a lot of people don't like this mon. I love this mon. Como-O gets Dauntless Shield to boost its defense by 1 stage. So you are effectively 180-ish defense. That's really good. You're very physically bulky. You can choose between Bulletproof, Soundproof, or Overcoat. I like Overcoat for weather protection. That's generally what you like. That has the most application. You get 110 attack. Very good. Outside of being physically bulky, you also have 105 speed F. So you're just a very bulky Pokemon in general. So I really like Como-O just to like bulk tank hits. Shell Sidearm for your fairy weakness. You are quad weak to fairy. You get Clangorous Soul, right, as a regular move. You also get Clanging Scales as a regular move as well. Clanging Scales is a 110 base power that lowers your defense. Clangorous Soul is an Omni boost that increases all of your stats at the cost of some HP. You're probably going to take that Omni boost. You're going to take Clangorous Soul, and if you want to just do a purely physical set, you do Glaive Rush, Body Press, and I guess maybe Shell Sidearm. Yeah, take Shell Sidearm. That's probably what I would run. I don't think you need Secret Sword since you have Body Press. Body Press is already doing so much damage since you have so much defense. Yeah, I think it's solid. I think it's solid. It has good bulk, good damage. In terms of sweeping potential, it's pretty good. It has Climber Soul to set up speed, so it can actually start being decently fast. Gets Belly Drum if you want to go that route, but I think the Omni Boost is just much better. Top of A tier, I think maybe at the second highest of A tier, maybe third highest behind Ampharos. Tapu Koko gets Transistor. It's pretty good since it's an electric type. You get Electric Surge naturally to set up electric terrain. 115 attack, 130 speed. You're a very speedy guy, and you also have some pretty solid attack. 115 is not something you should sleep on. So yeah, pretty decent offensive power. Rising Voltage for your electric terrain. What I don't like about that though is that's making use of your special attack stat, which is only at 95. Imagine if this thing got Bolt Beak. Oh my god, Bolt Beak Tapu Koko. That would be like the easiest triple S ever. But no, it doesn't get that. Magical Torque is a good fairy physical move, and it makes use of its 115 base attack, so that's pretty nice. Triple Axle to deal with ground types. And Bolt Strike is just a good electric stab move. There's 130 base power. That's really nice. I want to say that Swords Dance is a level up move. Do you not get Swords Dance on this thing? I thought you get Swords Dance on Tapu Koko. Okay. I guess it doesn't get Swords Dance. That's surprising. I thought I got Swords Dance. Alright, so the moveset you would run realistically is Bolt Strike, Triple Axle, Magical Torque, and probably like Nature's Madness if you want to do some percentage damage against Eternatus. I would ignore the special attack set. You only have 95 special attack. You do get Rising Voltage, but I feel like the base special attack isn't high enough for you to use it, I feel. So yeah, just stick to the physical set. Not bad. Not bad. The speed tier is very comfortable. 130. The attack stat is solid at 115, but apparently you don't get Swords Dance. Apparently you don't get Swords Dance on this thing, so you can't increase the attack any further than that. So I guess your strongest attack would just be Transistor, Bolt Strike, and hopefully that's enough to sweep. We'll put it at the bottom of S tier. Above BHM. Above Electivire. Yeah, I'll put it above Electivire, below Shinotic. I think is a good placement for Tapu Koko. Oh wait, that's the A tier. Oh wow. Wait, is it that bad? Low key, I don't think it's... Yeah, I think it's low A tier. No, but actually, it has a good stat spread, though. Good stat spread, but no Swords Dance. Where do I put you? No, yeah, it has to at least be high A tier. We'll put it, like, at least above Cobalion, I think. I think that's good. We're going to put Tapu Koko at the top of A tier. The only thing that holds it back, really, is the lack of Swords Dance. Otherwise, I think this thing could easily be... S tier. If it had like a higher base attack, that would have helped as well. Otherwise, we'll keep it up here next to Cobalion. Let's move on to Tapu Lele. Tapu Lele gets a really good special attack stat at 130. Your speed is a bit slow at 95, but you do have some good bulk to make up for that. 115 speed F and 70 HP. Sheer Force to increase the power of your moves with additional effects, and you set up Psychic Terrain. Alright, so you get Expanding Force, which is a really good move since you have Electric Terrain set up, or sorry, Psychic Terrain set up. So that's a free boost for Expanding Force. Heat Wave to mainly do Steel type since you are a Fairy type. Moonlight is good healing, especially in the sun. And Masty Plot is great because your special attack is already so high. Might as well make it even more nuclear. Do you get Quiver Dance on Tapu Lele? No. Yeah, so the one issue with this thing really is its speed. If it could fix its speed a bit, then I think this thing could be a really good sweeper. It doesn't even get agility either. So yeah, you can hit hard, but inevitably you'll get killed by something because your speed is too slow. But not bad. You're a very nuclear Pokemon with Sheer Force, Expanding Force. Let's put you in top of A tier, I think. Since you are a Psychic type, I do want to put you pretty high because Psychic is good for Eternatus. So let's actually move you into the S tier. Let's put you, I think, above Xerneas, low-key. I like that. Yeah, we'll put it above Xerneas. Actually, we'll put it below Xerneas. Yeah, just if it had a better speed tier, or if it had Quiver Dance, I would put it like up here. But because it doesn't, we'll put it above Xerneas. Yeah, above Xerneas. The Psychic typing does carry it into S tier, since Psychic is good against Eternatus. Tapu Bulu gets Triage. Triage combined with Sappy C, never mind. Combined with Drain Punch. Drain Punch is a healing move, so it does work with Triage. It used to get Hornleech. Oh, Hornleech is a regular move actually. It used to get something else. Was it Leech Seed? It might have been Leech Seed. I'm not sure. Maybe it was Strength Sap. I used to have something else, but it now gets Magical Torque, which is pretty good. It's a 100 base power fairy move, which is Stab because you are a fairy type. So yeah, good stab moves with Drain Punch, or not Drain Punch, Magical Torque and Sappy Seed. Unfortunately, Sappy Seed does not work with Triage, so we do have to factor that in for its ranking. Victory Dance is an amazing move to improve its speed, improve its defense, and make its attack even stronger. I like that it gets Victory Dance. I love that it gets Sappy Seed for utility. Magical Torque is a great stab move. My only gripe with this thing is no coverage for Poison. And Poison is a big problem for Tapu Bulu because you are quad weak to it. So, I guess, yeah, you get Zen Headbutt. I guess that's your coverage for Poison. Zen Headbutt is 90 accuracy though, and it's an 80 base power move. I'm not the biggest fan of it. But I guess that's what you would take, yeah. I would take Victory Dance, Sappy Seed, Magical Torque, and what's its face? Zen Headbutt, or Drain Punch if you want to do the Triage Drain Punch combo. Otherwise, yeah, he's like a solid A tier. He's a solid A tier. He has a good stat spread, a very physically bulky stat spread, even decent SpDef as well. You get Victory Dance to further improve your defense. You can kind of fix your speed with Victory Dance as well. Sappy Seed is the most important part though. Sappy Seed allows it to set up Leech Seed. I think that alone, and it being a legendary, puts it into S tier. We'll put it, I think, above Terrakion, below Ferrothorn, because I think Ferrothorn also gets Sappy Seed, right? Yeah, we'll leave it below Ferrothorn. I think Ferrothorn is better because it's just so bulky in every department, and also gets Rough Skin to pair up its bulk. But yeah, I think it's pretty close. We'll leave it at the bottom of S tier. I'm not sure, but I think Nature's Madness does half health even to bosses. If I need to use it on Eternatus, it just kind of takes 1 bar off. I've done it before. Moves like Ruination and Nature's Madness just kind of take like 1 bar off of like Emax Eternatus. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Tapu Lele or Fini. Tapu Fini, in my opinion, has always been the worst out of all the Tapus, but let's take a look at it. Let's see if it really is the worst. Fairy Aura will be powering up the fairy type moves it gets, which is good. Misty Surge will be setting up Fairy Terrain, pretty good. 115 defense, 130 SpDef, at the very least makes it the best Tankmon out of all the Tapus. It's balanced both defense and SpDef, and also has decent HP. Not even that slow, 85 speed, 95 special attack is good as well. It has a very well balanced stat spread. But in egg moves, recovers good since it's very bulky, so it can make use of the sustain pretty well. It gets QD, so it can actually set up as a special attack sweeper, or Sphere to deal with its steel weakness, or I guess it's okay, it's not really an answer to any of its weaknesses, but it's a good move. It's a good move to just have. Earth Power, now that's an answer to your Poison weakness, because you are a fairy type. Yes, you want an answer to Poison. That's why you would go Earth Power. Alright, so the moveset I would definitely run. Take out Aura Sphere. The Aura Sphere is unnecessary. I would go Recover, Quiver Dance, Earth Power, and probably Moonblast, since you get Fairy Aura to boost your fairy type moves. Yeah, unironically, I think it's at least A tier. I like that it's really bulky, which allows it to set up QD really easily. You also get Recover to sustain. So I think Tapu Fini can easily be like middle of A tier. I used to think this thing was the worst Tapu, but looking at it now, I think it's like at least like top 2 Tapus, I'm not gonna lie. It's I think it's better than Tapu Koko, chat, I'm not gonna lie. It has so much more sweeping potential. We'll put it Is it better than Tapu Lele even? Maybe? It actually might be. Because it can actually kind of fix its speed with QD, and it's tanky in both defense and SpDef. I think Tapu Fini is actually better than Tapu Lele. I'm not even going to cap chat. We'll put it not too high. Actually, we'll put it like right next to Tapu Lele. I think it's like only just a little bit better than Tapu Lele because it can fix its speed. I don't think it's better than Hisui and Lilligant, so I think it actually fits right here into the bottom of S tier. So yeah, so for the Tapus, I think Tapu Koko is the worst. Tapu Lele is the third best. Tapu Fini is the second best. And then Tapu Bulu is... Wait, hold on. Where is Tapu Bulu? I thought it was an S tier, no? Yeah, oh, it is an S tier, yeah. It's, never mind, sorry. Tapu Bulu is the third best because it gets Sappy Seed. Tapu Lele is the second best, and then Tapu Fini is the best. Solgaleo is a Psychic Steel type, which is a moderately okay typing. You have like 4 weaknesses, but like a bajillion resistances, so it's really nice. Beast Boost is fantastic, so you can pick up some, I guess it would be attack increases, since that's your highest stat. Full Metal Body prevents it from getting stat decreases, so it's pretty much Clear Body, but Clear Body also being able to ignore abilities as well, so it's really nice. 137 HP, 107 defense, 89 SpDef, that's a pretty good bulk. 137 HP is nothing to scoff at. 137 attack is quite high. The only thing I'm a little turned off by is the 97 speed, which could be much faster. And you can't really get speed increases because Beast Boost will likely just be giving you attack increases. Thankfully, I believe you can get agility on this mon. So if you do want to run agility just to use it once and make your speed good, that's a decent strategy. Yeah, so I would run agility for sure. Photon Gazer is your best psychic stab move, so I would definitely go that. Sunsteel Beam is how much damage? 100. I think that's good because it's also has the Mold Breaker effect, so you can ignore Sturdy with it. So I think you'll definitely run that. Photon Gazer, Sunsteel Strike. I guess Sacred Fire is not bad because that is coverage for your okay, sorry, it's not weakness coverage, but it's a good move. Maybe Precipice Blades is better since it is coverage for your fire type weakness. Yeah, okay. So I would run Sunsteel Beam, Photon Gazer, Precipice Blades for your fire weakness, and I would take agility to make sure your speed is at a comfortable is comfortable. And Beast Boost will be giving you attack increases, so that gives you some good sweeping potential. So I think Solgaleo definitely is S tier because of the base attack it has and Beast Boost. And it can fix the speed of agility. Let's put it like pretty high. It's a psychic type as well, chat. So it has super effective against Eternatus with Photon Gazer. So I think for that reason, it deserves to be at least middle of S tier. I want to say underneath Basculegion, above Reshiram. I think it definitely is better than Reshiram. Lunala gets, by the way, one of the coolest shinies in the game, but it also is a psychic ghost type, which makes it very weak to dark types, bug types, or not bug types, ghost types. So not a very good typing, but you do get Beast Boost as well, so you can get some ramping attack increases since attack is your highest stat spread. It is very similar stats to Solgaleo, except the special attack and the special defense are switched with defense and attack. Photon Gazer is also good on Lunala. You get Astral Barrage as your best stab move because it's 120 base power with 100 accuracy. I would run agility as well on Lunala since you're also at 97 speed with this one. Oh, is it double S tier? Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. Yeah, factoring in Shadow Shield agility with this stat spread. Yeah, and it also gets Astral Barrage. Okay, yeah. Lunala is definitely double S. Lunala is a double S Pokemon. We're gonna actually even put it above Hoopa, above the Kurums, above Zygarde. Okay, wow, actually it's pretty high. Ooh. Better than Ho-Oh? Better than Ho-Oh? Better than Ho-Oh? No. We'll stop at Ho-Oh. I think Lunala, yeah, I severely underestimated this thing. Yeah, thinking about it now, you get Shadow Shield agility combo Beast Boost for your special attack increases, and you get insane stab moves like Photon Geyser, Astral Barrage. Yeah. Nihilego gets Levitate, very good because it has a quad ground weakness, so to ignore that is very good. It gets Beast Boost. So the tricky thing about Nihilego is it has higher SPDF than special attack. So if you don't touch anything, then it will be getting SPDF increases with Beast Boost, and that's not really good. You want special attack increases for sweeping potential, right? So what I would do is give your Nihilego a Rash Nature. Rash Nature increases special attack, decreases SPDF. That allows your Nihilego to guaranteed get special attack increases with Beast Boost. And you also get QD, which is nice to further increase your speed and special attack. You do have a speed issue on Nihilego, so getting QD is pretty good. Also, getting that special attack increase on top of your Beast Boost is just really nice. Nihilego is a very destructive Pokemon. Strength Sap to sustain is good. You don't really find yourself using it too often unless if you're fighting a specially offensive mon, to which you can easily just spam Strength Sap because you have a really high SPDF. QD, we mentioned. Malignant Chain is very important. That is your best poison stab move. It is special and also has a 50% chance to poison. Really good move for Nihilego. Earth Power you take because you have a steel weakness, you are a rock type, so you want to take Earth Power to be able to hit steel types. Yeah, so what I would run on Nihilego is definitely QD, Malignant Chain, Earth Power, and either Strength Sap or maybe Power Gem if you want to have a second stab move. Because if you don't take Power Gem, then you are very susceptible against like, for example, flying types, right? Because you don't have super effective for flying types. You also don't have super effective against ice types, some other things. So Power Gem does set up a lot of kill potential for you. So I think that might not be bad to replace Strength Sap for. Yeah, I think Nihilego, I've used it once. It felt really good. I did have to give it a good nature, but once I did, it started popping off. I will put it easily in the S tier. All you need to do is give it a Rash Nature, and it kind of is a beast. Buzzwole gets Moxie and Beast Boost. So there's two different strategies you can do. You can either do a attack increase, defense increase on kills, or you can do a double attack increase. Your attack and defense are tied at 139. If you want to do the double attack strategy, you can give yourself I believe a Lonely Nature to decrease your defense, increase your attack. That will guaranteed give you attack increase on Beast Boost, and that'll give you 2 attack increases every time you kill something. If not that, then you can give yourself a Impish Nature, or not Impish, what's it called? Bold Nature to make your defense higher than your attack. That would give you a defense increase when you get Beast Boost. So that would be a +1 attack, +1 defense every time you kill something. Why would you want a defense increase? You actually get Body Press. Never mind, you don't get Body Press? Okay, so scratch everything I just said. Go a Lonely Nature for the double attack increase of Moxie and Beast Boost. The main issue with this mon is that you're very slow, and you're also kind of frail on the SPDF side. So those are kind of weaknesses you can't fix, unfortunately. You don't really get QD to fix your SPDF or speed. You do get Force Depression, which is a great move. It's a priority bug move that deals 90 base power. Combat Torque is a stab move that has 30% parry chance, pretty good. 100 base power. Rock Wrecker is mainly for your flying weakness. You a bug fighting type, so you're quad weak to flying. So Rock Wrecker is good for those guys. It does have a recharge after you use it though, so just be careful when using that. And then Double Iron Bash, you are weak to Fairy, so I also weak to Psychic as well, or not. It doesn't matter for Psychic. Yeah, you're weak to Fairy, so Double Iron Bash is going to be a great coverage move for those guys. Also has flinch chance if you somehow outspeed someone. I do love the double attack gimmick, but Buzzwole is just so slow, and also is very frail on the SPDF side, so I can't put this thing any higher than like low A tier. Pheromosa gets Tinted Lens. Plus you can just run Adamant if you want to make sure you get attack over defense. Right, but the problem is if you pick up vitamins, you can fuck that, right? So if you run Adamant, you have to make sure to avoid any vitamins for the other stat. That happened to me once. Remember, with the Nagonato showcase, I accidentally took a Carbos, and my Naganadel started getting speed increases. So I think there is value in taking a nature that does decrease the second highest stat, because there is a bit of a risk if they are too close. As we saw with the Naganadel showcase that I did, I took a Carbos and it just completely put a dent in my plans. But yeah, in any case, let's move on to Pheromosa. Pheromosa gets Tinted Lens. Very good ability because it is a bug type. Bug type gets resisted by a lot of things. So you want to get Tinted Lens to make sure you neutral hit everything. The only thing you're going to get immune by is if you're trying to use a fighting type move against ghost types. Tinted Lens can't really hit through that, unfortunately. 137 attack, 137 special attack, and 151 speed. What I don't like about Pheromosa is because speed is its highest stat, it will get speed increases from Beast Boost. So you need to do a lot of tuning to make sure you get either an attack or special attack increase over speed. Yeah, and you probably want to do that because speed increases aren't as valuable as offensive increases. Since its speed is already so high, there's no real reason to get speed increases. Secret Sword is stab and also is a special attack move, pretty good. Make It Rain is mainly for your fairy weakness and is a 120 base power move, which is pretty good. Attack Order you'll probably take for the stab and also 90 base power. Also has a easier chance to crit. Diamond Storm is for your flying weakness. I would take that just to deal with those flying types. Flying is a very big weakness for you. So I would take Attack Order, Diamond Storm. With Pheromosa, it does get equal attack and attack, but you're probably going to run either a physical set or a special set. You're probably not going to run a mixed set because Beast Boost can only increase one stat. So you're going to have to choose out of the order. Do you want to do physical Pheromosa? Do you want to do special attack Pheromosa? I think physical is better because you get access to attack order and Diamond Storm for flying coverage. So take those two moves. Take triple kick or maybe high jump kick. And then probably take lunge for utility since lunge can decrease attack. Yeah, it does require a lot of tuning. You're going to need a brave nature in order to make sure your attack is higher than your speed. Since there is a big difference between your attack and your speed, it's 137 versus 151. So I would definitely recommend taking a brave nature. But if you can manage that and if you can get attack increases on this thing, pretty disgusting, I can't lie. Because it's essentially a, let's say, 130 speed mon with ramping attack, 137 attack base. Xurkitree gets Transistor, which is good because you are an electric type. If you're a fan of the Hosh and Josh channel, and if you have seen a lot of my videos, then you already know that I talk a lot about Xurkitree. Xurkitree, in like regular Pokemon, Xurkitree is just kind of whatever. But in PokéRogue, it's unironically like a god because it gets 173 base special attack, which is nuclear. Its other stats are really mid, but hear me out. You get Tail Glow to make your special attack even more nuclear than it already is. And you get Thunderclap. The reason why Thunderclap is so important on Xurkitree is because you're kind of slow. So you want to make sure you outspeed every matchup. So you're going to be spamming T-Clap. You're going to hopefully get a Tail Glow off to get that big attack increase. You also have Transistor to further boost your Thunderclap damage. So what you're going to do is just spam T-Clap. If you pick up a kill, you get a attack increase. So you have even more special attack on top of your already high 173 special attack. And you're probably thinking, Josh, that sounds great and all, but if you get put against a ground type, then you can't Thunderclap them. That's why you also get Giga Drain as a coverage move to not only super affect ground types, but also sustain off them. So that's also another really important move. Flamethrower is not too important. It just, I guess, is your way of hitting steel types for super effective damage. The main important moves are Tail Glow, Giga Drain, and Thunderclap. Xurkitree is easily triple S tier. I guess it's not better than these guys, but it definitely is triple S tier, undoubtedly. Let's move on to... Actually, low-key, Mewtwo should be triple S tier. Yeah, Mewtwo is triple S tier. I'm going to promote Mewtwo into the triple S tier. We're going to put Mewtwo above Xurkitree. Celesteela. Celesteela has the coolest shinies in the game. I'm not going to lie. Has a really cool rare shiny. The epic shiny, though. Wow. That dark red mixed with like that neon green just makes it look so alien. Which is like the theme of Celesteela. It's like a outer space, like jets rocket. I guess heat proof. Great because it has a fire weakness. So it can resist some fire damage. Beast boost to pick up, I guess, attack increases. Because attack is its highest stat. But because its other stats are so balanced. It could easily get increases in other stats if you're not careful, like attack, defense, SPDF. But yeah, it's a pretty balanced Tankmon. You get Recover, good, because it's a Tankmon. Buzzy Buzz for guaranteed para is nice. Sandsear Storm, I guess, to deal with fire types is good. It has an 80 accuracy, though, which is a bit worrying. Oblivion Wing is stab, and it has some sustain. So this thing is just a pretty bulky special attacker, it seems. Use Buzzy Buzz to use some para to get para for utility, I guess. You get Recover and Oblivion Wing to sustain and stay alive. You get Leash Seed, which is very important. You get Leash Seed to set up chip damage against like a Eternatus. And once you have that set up, you can just spam Recover and Oblivion Wing for sustain. So I think it's actually pretty good. It even has Heat Proof to resist Eternatus' Flamethrower. So I think Celestial is a pretty solid mod for the Eternatus fight. Let's put it in the high A tier, I think. The only thing I don't like about it is how unpredictable the Beast Boost is. You can really get anything. You can get SPDF increases, attack increases, 103 defense, defense increases if you like don't manage your nature. I would try and aim for SPDF increases purely because you're using this thing as a tank. So you want this thing to be a bigger special wall for Eternatus or the Mega Ray fight. So yeah, that's how I would play Celesteela. Let's put it at the top of A tier. I think it definitely is the best Leech Cheater in the A tier. We'll put it above Hoopa Unbound. It gets Leash Seed, it's tanky, it gets Sustain. I think that's enough for it to be in the top of A tier. Future Josh here. So Kartana is one of my favorite Pokemon personally because this guy is a complete beast, has 180 base attack, beast boost. It can be potentially a very dangerous sweeper. The main problem with this guy is that his SPDF is incredibly low and his speed is kind of locked at 109, so you do get outsped by Mega Ray and Eternatus. However, it was really good because it had these moves, Mighty Cleave, Psyblade, Bitter Blade, and Behemoth Blade, and these moves would all be boosted by Sharpness, which is an ability that boosts cutting moves by 1.3, or was it 1.5? I can't remember. Regardless, Sharpness was removed. It now gets a Long Reach, which prevents it from making contact with targets. So, for example, if you hit Talonflame with Mighty Cleave, you can avoid potentially being hit by Flame Body because Flame Body can proc if you make contact with the target. So that's pretty much the main purpose of Long Reach. It's an incredibly niche and honestly not that useful ability, to be honest. This is just the way to nerf Kartana. And I think this is pretty sad because Kartana was already pretty difficult to use with its lackluster speed and incredibly bad SPDF. So I felt like it was pretty balanced around that. But I guess they just decided to nerf its damage because they got rid of its sharpness, which was just good for all of its moves. So Kartana, in my heart, was an easy double S, maybe top of S tier Pokemon. But yeah, losing sharpness will have to bump Kartana down to like a low S tier at most. Maybe even A tier. No, okay, that's a bit far. Yeah, low S tier is about right for Kartana. Guzzlord. So Guzzlord is one of the best Pokemon in the game for Endless mode. If this was an Endless tier list, Guzzlord is up here. 100%. Guzzlord is the best Pokemon for PokéRogue Endless mode. Why? Because it has 223 HP, gets Poison Heal for Sustain, and it gets Comeuppance in its Egg moves. So all you need to do is find a mon that has 30 to fuse it with, and then that pretty much just becomes your Endless carry for like the entire file. So the best Endless Pokemon hands down, but this is a classic showcase. This is a classic showcase, so we have to rank Guzzlord based off of its performance in classic mode. So how do I feel about it in classic mode? It still is a really tanky mon, 223 HP. So you can use it as a pretty good wall against like anything. You get Poison Heal, so you do get the sustain once you pick up the Toxic Orb. Comeuppance is good. You don't have Sturdy naturally though, so there is a very small chance you die, I guess, before you're able to get it off. Highly unlikely. So you're just going to be able to tank hits and then just return damage and Comeuppance. It's pretty good. Not as good in classic mode as it is in Endless mode, because in Endless mode, everything just one-shots, so you return so much more damage and Comeuppance, but it's still decent in classic mode. Sucker Punch is mainly going to be your spam because it's priority and also is stab, right? So if you don't want to just like spam comeuppance, you could just use Sucker Punch instead for the priority damage, and it's also 70 base power, so it's pretty strong, right? You can use it as a Shed Tailer. You can set up Substitute with this guy and then swap off to another Pokemon. That's a pretty good utility, and it's slow. And you generally want a slow Shed Tail, so your Substitute doesn't immediately break the moment you swap out. So it's very good that Guzzlord gets Shed Tail. Yeah, I like that it gets Shed Tail for utility. I like that it gets really high bulk to tank hits, so it's a pretty good Stallmon. I like that it gets Slack Off as well to further improve its stalling capability. So I think Guzzlord for sure is an S tier Pokemon just because of how tanky it is, and also the fact that it gets Shed Tail. I'm not gonna put it too high. I'm gonna put it slightly below Ferrothorn, I think. Okay, we're finally on Necrozma. So Necrozma has 3 different forms. We got the base Necrozma, and we also got the Dawn Wings and Dustmane. What's it called? You need shit. My mind's blanking. You need the Oh, actually, literally it says it right here. Yeah, you need the Lunarizer or the Solarizer to get these fusions. So it's your fusions are locked behind items that you pick up in the shop. So it's very similar to Kyurem. All right, Necrozma gets Beast Boost, similar to Solgaleo and Lunala. So you're gonna realistically be getting attack increases on base Necrozma because that is your highest stat. You get Prism Armor to reduce the amount of power from super effective attacks, so you can tank Dark, Bug, and Ghost type moves better. You're decently bulky, 97 HP, 101 defense, 89 SPDF, 127 attack. I'm not gonna lie, base Necrozma is kind of mid in its stat spread. At the least with base Kyurem, it is a lot bulkier and a lot stronger in special attack. Base Necrozma just kind of, I don't know, it's less frail, less strong, even slower. Kyurem's at 95. But Necrozma does get Clangor's Soul, which is an Omni boost. So similar to Kyurem, who gets no retreat, you can use Clangor's Soul to get an Omni boost at the cost of some HP. Dynamax Cannon is a very good move. If your opponent is a higher level than you, then it'll actually deal double damage, which is a very good mechanic. If not, then it's just 100 base damage. Astral Barrage is going to be stab once you get into the Dawn Wings form. Sacred Fire is pretty good. It's not stab on any of your forms, but it is coverage for bug types, which is one of your weaknesses. So yeah, it's not a bad move. I would take on base Necrozma, Clangor's Soul for sure for the Omni boost, Dynamax Cannon for the stat, not for the stab, for the just the good damage. It's 100 base power, and it's potentially 200 base power with the secondary effect. Astral Barrage is going to be stab on Lunala, on the Lunala form, but you can still take it. It's decent damage, 120 base damage. Your main stab move is going to be either Prismatic Laser or Photon Gazer. Photon Gazer is going to be a lot better because Prismatic Laser has recharge on the second turn, which is unfavorable. So yeah, you're going to take Photon Gazer with probably Astral Barrage, Dynamax Cannon, and Clangor's Soul on base Necrozma. So I think base Necrozma is like A tier. I do not think this thing is S tier. I think its stat spread is too mid for it to be S tier. It does get Beast Boost to help it out, but I don't know. It feels very A tier to me. We'll put it high A tier at the very least. Since it's a legendary, we'll put it like at least above Archeops. Dustmane gets Beast Boost as well, so that'll be giving you attack increases because you have 157 attack with Necrozma and Dustmane. You still have Prism Armor, so you do reduce damage from super effective hits. Your stat spread is very good on Dustmane. Very good bulk, 127 defense, 109 SPDF, and 97 HP. Your attack stat is just really high, 157 attack. What I don't like about it though is its speed is very low at 77. I guess you can use Clangor's Soul to increase your speed, so that gets it to like about 110-ish speed. Not bad. You can use Sacred Fire on this one since Dustmane is a physical attacker, so you can break Sacred Fire, Photon Gazer, Clangor's Soul, and probably like another physical move. Maybe Sunsteel Strike is fine, since that's stab, I believe. Yeah. So you'll probably take Sunsteel Strike. It's bulky, and it gets beast boosts. It's not bad. It's definitely S tier just because of how bulky it is and how high the attack stat is. But honestly, not that good, chat. Not that good. It relies too much on Clangorous Soul. Dawn Wings gets 157 special attack, 127 SPDF, so it has more SPDF, more special bulk, which is good. The same moves. You get the Omni boost. You get to use Dynamax Cannon because you have a higher special attack, so that's good. You get Dynamax Cannon. Astral Barrage is stab and also 120 base power. Very nice. And you get, I guess you don't need Moonji's Beam since you have Astral Barrage. Yeah, so you'd run Astral Barrage, Photon Gazer, Dynamax Cannon, and Clangorous Soul. That would be your moveset. I think it's better than Duskmane. It does have a worse typing, but I do like that it has more special bulk. It can use Dynamax Cannon, and it gets access to Astral Barrage, which is a really good move. Yeah, I like it more than Duskmane. Is it better than Lunala? I would have to run some numbers here. Lunala gets Shadow Shield. That's why I put it so high. Yeah, it gets Shadow Shield agility, and then you can just sweep a Beast Boost. You get the Omni boost with Dawn Wings. Is that enough to give it for it to be fast enough to outspeed stuff? I don't think so. I feel like 77 speed plus 1 speed boost is around like 110 speed, right? I mean, that's fast for sure, but it's not like comfortably fast. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It does have more base special attack. But I like that Lunala gets Shadow Shield. I think that's definitely a better ability than Prism Armor. Higher HP bulk. And then it being able to use agility allows it to guaranteed outspeed everything in the game. So yeah, I think base Lunala is better than Dawn Wings. And I don't think it's that comparable. So we're going to put Dawn Wings in the S tier, not the double S tier. Magearna gets Steely Spirit, so it powers up the move. Magearna gets Steely Spirit, so it powers up its Steel type moves. Also gets Soul Heart, which is essentially special attack Moxie. 130 special attack, 115 defense, 115 SPDF. So it's a very bulky special attack mon that's quite slow at 65 speed. You get Strength Sap, which fits well with its bulky stat spread. Earth Power to deal with your fire weakness because you are a Steel type. Make It Rain is stab and also deals 120 base power, so it's quite the strong move. It does decrease special attack by 1 stage. So I don't like it that much, but you do get Soul Heart to get a special attack increase. So I guess you can balance out the SPDF decrease with a special attack increase, so long as you kill your target. Alright, so clearly this thing is just supposed to just be a Make It Rain spam with Steely Spirit, and it's a bulky mon, so it can spam Strength Sap. It's alright. It's alright. I think bulky attackers like inherently have less value than speedy attackers, because speedy attackers can just sweep through teams without getting hit. Magearna is going to have to tank hits, heal up with Strength Sap, balance its special attack drop with its special attack increases. So I think there's a lot to manage here. So we'll leave it it's still pretty high in A tier. We'll put it like above Beartic, I think below Reuniclus is fair for Magearna. Must be nice to have Soul Heart. Yeah, a certain Jet Dragon would like that back. Is A too low for Magearna? I think it's definitely A tier. Should I move it up a bit? No, I think it's good where it is. Yeah, its speed is the main drawback of this thing. Yeah. Yep. Magearna in the middle of A tier. Let's move on to Marshadow. And after Marshadow, we have 6 Pokemon left in Generation 6. Marshadow, I have done a showcase for, and Marshadow, I'm not going to cap, is pretty broken. It is pretty broken. You get Iron Fist as your passive, so all punching moves get a plus, I believe, 1.5 increase, so it's a pretty strong increase. Technician, you'll see why that's broken later on. 125 attack, 125 speed, so that's a very good offensive stat spread. Not to mention its bulk is not even bad. 90 HP, 90 SPDF, and 80 defense makes it pretty decently bulky. Like, it's not going to get one shot by things. It can definitely tank at least like 2 hits. Well, if it's like a super effective move, then maybe it can tank 1 hit. You get Power Up Punch, so that is Tech boosted and also Iron Fist boosted. So with the Iron Fist boost, that is 60 base power, and with the Tech boost, that is 80 base power. So yeah, that is an 80 base power move that gives you an attack increase guaranteed. Not to mention it is stab. So Power Up Punch is a very, very good move with the Iron Fist Technician combo, because it gives you attack increases, so that allows you to sweep through the game better. Triple Axle is mainly to deal with flying types, and also to hit Eternatus and Rayquaza for super effective damage. During my Marshadow showcase, I used Triple Axle, and it just one-shot Rayquaza, so it is really nice to have, especially if you have some attack increases with Power Up Punch. Your Triple Axle will essentially just shred through Rayquaza. It's a really good move. Meteor Mash is for your Fairy weakness, and also is a punch move, so it actually is afflicted by Iron Fist. 90 base power is pretty good. It's not tech boosted, but the highest damage you can have on a tech boosted move is 90. So it's pretty much just the same thing as having a 60 base power move with tech boost. You do have a small chance to get an attack increase. It is a 20% increase, a 20% chance, I mean. So it's not bad. The main appeal is just that it's a fairy type coverage and is boosted by Iron Fist. Storm Throw is not boosted by Iron Fist, but it is tech boosted. So it is a 90 base power move that is always going to strike a critical hit. So a really good stab move for Marshadow. These 4 moves are what you want, unless if you want to maybe replace Meteor Mash with like Shadow Punch, which is not bad since that's stab and also tech boosted. I think Marshadow is easily S tier. What brings it back for me is actually nothing. I don't really think it has a problem. I think Marshadow is just really good. Compared to like these megas though, I think it's not as good since its attack and speed aren't nearly as high as like Beedrill and Aerodactyl. Next is Nagnatal, who is pretty good. He has a good special attack, good speed, and you get Sheer Force, which is going to be boosted off of a lot of moves like Ice Beam, Shearing Shot, Malignant Chain, pretty much all of your egg moves outside of Corn Forcer. You get Beast Boost, which will be increasing your special attack. Be very careful though, because your speed is very close to special attack. So if you take a few Carboses or if you have a speed nature, you will definitely get speed increases for a Beast Boost, not special attack, which is bad because you want special attack increases for sweeping potential. So yeah, just be sure to manage that well. I made that mistake once when I was doing a Naganato showcase. You can go check out the VOD for that. But yeah, if you do manage the special attack well, then I think it is a very potent sweeper because 121 is a very safe speed tier, and 127 is a pretty solid special attack stat. You get Malignant Chain, incredibly good stab move. It is 100 base power and is also Sheer Force boosted because it has a poison chance. Searing Shot is also Sheer Force boosted and is 100 base power. Same with Ice Beam, it is Sheer Force boosted and is super effective against ground types and Eternatus and Rayquaza. Really good move. And then Corn Forcer is going to be your Dragon Stab move, 100 base power. Yeah, every egg move you see here you're going to take. These are all amazing moves for Naganatal. Because 3 of them are Sheer Force boosted, and 1 of them is just your best Dragon Stab move. If I were to place this guy, I would put him in S tier definitely, towards the top of S tier. Stakataka gets Solid Rock, which is pretty good because it has a lot of weaknesses in water, fighting, ground. So those weaknesses are all going to be reduced damage thanks to Solid Rock. Beast Boost is giving you defense increases because your defense is so high at 211. It is significantly higher than your other stats. So you're pretty much going to be getting defense boosts all the time with this guy. A cool combination is Body Press with Stakataka because you get so many defense increases when you kill things. So you can get some pretty high defense, and then you can just use Body Press to low-key use Stakataka as a defensive Body Press sweeper. Stakataka is definitely the best Body Press sweeper in the game because it has Beast Boost. So it gets defense increases like after every kill. It gets Soul Cure for utility. It gets Heavy Slam for stab and also just dealing damage based off its weight. It is 800 kilograms, so it is very heavy. So it makes use of Heavy Slam very nicely. Curse to increase your defense if you want. I think Iron Defense is way better, just to give yourself a double defense increase. Shore Up for healing is good. I like the niche that Stakataka has of being a defensive Body Press sweeper. I want to put it in at least top of A tier because I think it's very similar to Mega Aggron. It actually has a very similar gimmick to Mega Aggron, being able to set up Soul Cure. The only difference is that it can deal more damage with Body Press, right? Blacephalon gets Magic Guard, which is going to be protecting it from recoil, from hazards, from weather. Yeah, so it's a pretty good ability. Beast Boost to increase its special attack. It has 151 special attack, pretty high special attack. Its speed is at 107, which could be a bit better, but not bad. It does outspeed regular Ray. Gets a little outsped by Mega Ray. You get Nasty Plot to further increase your special attack. I don't know how necessary that is when your special attack is already 151 and you get Beast Boost. So you're probably not going to take that. Aura Sphere for your dark weakness is good. Chloroblast. You have Magic Guard to ignore the recoil damage of Chloroblast, so this is really good. It's mainly for your water weakness because you are a fire type. You also are weak to rock and ground, so Chloroblast actually covers all 3 of your fire weaknesses, so that's really nice. It's 150 base power, so it's a really strong move. Astral Barrage is stab, 120 base power. Yeah, it's just a good move. So the main issue I have with Blacephalon is just the speed. Otherwise, it's pretty much just like a special attack Kartana. I want to put it high up in S tier, around where Kartana is, maybe a bit lower. Zero Aura I actually recently got the shiny for, so I'm probably going to do a showcase for that very soon. Subscribe if you want to watch that. Tough Claws is going to be powering up all of your contact moves, so it's really just a good ability for any physical attacker. You have 112 attack, which is decent, but then you have 143 speed, so you essentially just do not get outsped ever, with the exception of like a few Pokemon. So Zero Aura is a very comfortable speed tier. Even outspeeds a Eternatus with this speed. And the attack is pretty good, like I said, at 112. You get Swords Dance to improve your attack. Since your attack is only at 112, you can get it to like about 224 with Swords Dance. Triple Axle to deal with ground types, and also Rayquaza and Eternatus. Bolt Strike is your best electric stab move. It has 130 base power. The accuracy is a bit low, but you can just take wide lenses to fix that. Pyro Ball is mainly for your, I guess it's a way to hit steel types. You don't really have a way to hit steel types with these moves. So I guess Pyro Ball is going to be good for hitting steel types. There's a pretty good chance to burn, I think. Yeah, 10%. It has 120 base power. It's a pretty good move. What I would run on Zero Aura is probably, honestly, yeah, maybe just these 4 moves. It does get Power Up Punch. It does get Close Combat. Actually, I think Close Combat's better. I would run Swords Dance, Triple Axle, Bolt Strike, and Close Combat. Because Close Combat allows you to hit rock types for super effective, which is something you don't have with Pyro Ball. Yeah, that's what I would do. And Tough Claws, keep in mind, is boosting all of these moves. So Tough Claws combined with Swords Dance gives you some pretty nasty offensive potential. So I think Zero Aura, with its insane speed and its pretty good physical attack, deserves to be an S tier. Melmetal has a G-Max form, so we're going to have to look at that. It gets Steely Spirit to power up its steel type moves. It also gets Iron Fist. This is fantastic because double Iron Bash counts as a punch move. So you get Iron Fist boost and Steely Spirit boost on your double Iron Bash. So that's 2 1.5 times increases. So that's really good for your double Iron Bash damage. You have a really good stat spread of 175 HP, 155 defense, and 75 SPDF. Obviously, you're a little weaker on the SPDF side, but 175 HP is still really bulky. And you get that 165 attack for your double Iron Bash damage. Bulk Up to further increase your attack and defense. Bullet Punch is boosted by not only Steely Spirit, but also Iron Fist. So that is going to be a, let me do some quick math. That is a 100 base power priority move, essentially. So that's a really good move for Melmetal since you're pretty slow. You're at 45 speed. So if you do get put in a situation where you have to outspeed your opponent, Bullet Punch is going to be your best click. Drain Punch, mainly to heal and sustain. It is boosted by Iron Fist as well. So that's essentially 107-ish damage. Yeah, so pretty good for sustain. You're a tanky mon, so you want sustain. And finally, Plasma Fist is the move that has the Iron Deluge effect that turns your normal type moves into electric type moves. I wouldn't really care less about that. Plasma Fist is mainly just to be able to hit flying types, water types, right? I don't think that's too important. What I would do is take Bulk Up, Bullet Punch, Drain Punch, and Double Iron Bash. Double Iron Bash being your most important move. I like that Melmetal's strongest move is not one of its egg moves, it's one of its regular level up moves. So assuming you don't have a lot of egg moves on Melmetal, you can still use it pretty well because it just gets double Iron Bash and level up. I'm gonna put Melmetal fairly high. I'm gonna put him fairly high. Let's put him in the S tier by 50%. So it is essentially going to be essentially 155 base defense with Grass Pelt, so it's pretty good. Special defense is not bad at 85. The main appeal is that your HP is at 125, so you're relatively bulky in any regard. 150 base attack is solid. You get Grassy Glide. Fun fact about Grassy Glide, it got removed on Rillaboom in Gen 9, but I guess it's getting it back in PokéRogue, so that's nice. So you can pair that with Grassy Surge, and you have a priority 110 base power move to spam, very overpowered. Sappy Seed, so you get Leech Seed set up on your rare egg move. High horsepower is to deal with fire types, and Clanger Soul is just an Omni boost. Yeah, looks solid. I think just the access to Leech Seed and the Grassy Glide spam is going to be enough to at least put Rillaboom in A tier. I want to say a pretty high placement in A tier. Maybe even could be the bottom of S tier, but we're going to leave it in A tier for now. Cinderace gets no guard, which is good because Pyro Ball, I believe, is a 90 accuracy. You also get moves like High Jump Kick, which is also 90 accuracy, Triple Axle 90 accuracy, Bull Strike 85 accuracy. So no guard is going to be helping you ensure that you hit those moves. 146 attack, 134 speed. So you have a much more fast and offensive stat spread than Gmax Rillaboom at the cost of having a little less bulk. I like this stat spread a lot. I think 146 attack, 134 speed is really good. But the egg moves you get, High Jump Kick, Triple Axle, Bull Strike, are all really good offensive moves. So what I would run is Pyro Ball because that's your best stab move. High Jump Kick for dealing with rock types, and then probably Triple Axle to hit Ray and Eternatus for super effective damage. You also get Extreme Speed if you want to run that. I believe you can get Swords. Actually, I might be wrong. Oh no, you do get Swords Dance. So if you want to run Swords Dance for extra sweeping potential, that's good as well. I think Cinderace deserves a solid bottom of S tier. Who also gets a Gmax. Inteleon Gmax gets Super Luck Snipers, so you have boosted crit chance and you also have boosted critical damage. So that's a combo. 147 in special attack, 137 speed, so similar to Cinderace, you're a very speedy offensive mon. They actually have a pretty similar offensive stat spread. 147 attack, Cinderace is 146 attack, and then their speed tier is pretty similar as well. Nasty Plot to further increase your special attack is good. Aeroblast to deal with grass types because you are a pure water type, and also a boosted crit chance, so that's really good for your super luck sniper combo. Frost Breath also has boosted critical chance, so that's pretty good. And Energy Ball is, I guess, mainly well, it's just a grass move. It doesn't really cover any of your weaknesses, but it's not a bad move because it can drop Spadef. It has a 10% chance to drop Spadef and it's 90 base power. What I would run personally is Nasty Plot, Aeroblast, definitely the signature move, Snipe Shot. Are there any other critical chance moves that it gets that I can use? I don't think so. So yeah, you'll be using like Aeroblast, Frost Breath. I feel like it's kind of lacking a good... Is there any water special attack move that's critical chance boosted? I can't really think of anything like that. I don't think Snipe Shot has increased critical chance. Yeah, it's just it's kind of just like the Mold Breaker ability, right? Yeah. Not bad. I don't think it's good as Cinderace. I think it's kind of lacking in a variety of critical chance moves outside of like Aeroblast. Frost Breath is fine, but the base power is kind of low. It's only 60. And yeah, let's put out like a solid high A tier. I feel is appropriate. Maybe could be low S tier, just because the stat spread is nice. Okay, we'll put it like above Terrakion at least at the bottom of S tier. I think it's fair for Gmax Inteleon. Greeting gets Harvest, and you also get Cheek Pouch, so you can generate berries after using them, and you can also heal a set amount every time you use a berry, which is very nice. You could take Gluttony, but I think Cheek Pouch has more value, so we're gonna be looking at it from Cheek Pouch. 120 HP, 95 defense, 75 speed up, so that's pretty decent bulk. You're incredibly slow, 20 speed. Your attack is decent at 95. Slack off, good because you're pretty bulky. Coil to set up your attack and defense. Sucker punch, it's just a priority move, which is fine because you're very slow. Then population bomb, you don't get technician or skill link, so you're kind of just using it like as just population bomb, which is a 1 to 10 hit move. You can get 2 wide lenses to guarantee that every hit of population bomb hits, but that takes some good luck. You need to find 2 wide lenses, which are ultra ball tier items, so it's not that easy. But mainly you're just using this thing for bulk and the harvest cheek pouch combo, right, to help it stay alive. Not bad. We'll put it at the top of B tier. I feel like there's Pokemon that do what it does, but better, like Snorlax, for example. So we can't like put it in the same tier as Snorlax. We're gonna put it at the top of B tier. I say like above Beware, below Talonflame. I think it's fair for Greedent. You can Coil to guarantee the population bomb. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you get Coil. Yeah, Coil to increase your accuracy. Right. Yeah, so you can Coil population bomb for your guaranteed hits. Yeah, that's not bad. I think my placement still stays the same though. It's fine. If it got like Technician, maybe I could see the population bomb actually being a threat, but you're you do not get that, so it's just kind of at most 30 base power per hit. Yeah, we'll leave it here at the top of B tier. I think it's fine. Corviknight gets Iron Barbs, which is going to be inflicting damage when it gets contacted. You get 128 HP, 140 defense, and 95 speed F, so you have a pretty solid bulk stat spread with a relatively decent attack stat at 102. Roost to heal, King Shield to protect and also decrease the attack of your attacker if they make contact. Body Press is good because you get a pretty high defense stat, and the Behemoth Bash is just going to be a 100 base power stat move. Not bad. You're just a physical wall, 140 defense, you get Body Press, Iron Bars if people make contact with you. But beyond that, that's kind of it. I guess you can set up like Tailwind for the team. That's pretty good. I know you get Tailwind as a utility move. We'll put it high at like A tier. I'll say like below. I want to say above Cobalion, below Garbodor. For Corviknight feels fine. Top of A tier. Next is Orbeetle. Orbeetle also gets a G-Max form. Orbeetle gets Psychic Surge to set up Psychic Terrain, and then Trace, Pokemon copies and opposing Pokemon's ability. 90 HP, 130 defense, 140 speed F, 110 special attack. So you're a pretty bulky mon. You have pretty even defenses. Your speed is actually not bad at 90, and your special attack is solid at 110. So you actually have a very good stat spread on Orbeetle. Nice bulk, decently fast, decently strong. The only problem is your typing. Bug Psychic is a bit frail. You have like 5 weaknesses, I think. You actually have 6 weaknesses, okay. Heal Order to heal half your HP, very useful. Sleep Powder to induce sleep is not bad. Tail Glow, triple attack increase is very powerful. And then Luster Purge will probably be your best stab move because it can also lower speed F by 50% chance and has a 95 base accuracy, base power. So you would definitely be running Heal Order for your sustain, and you're pretty bulky, so it's nice. Tail Glow for attack increase, Luster Purge, and probably like Bug Buzz. That's a pretty good special attack bug move. Yeah, I really like the stat spread on Orbeetle. I like that it gets terrain for itself. Does it get Expanding Force in TMs? It does. So if you want to use Expanding Force over Luster Purge, you can, because you do get Psychic Terrain set up. Yeah, I like it. I think Tail Glow pushes it into either top of A tier or S tier for me. Does this thing get Quiver Dance? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. So you're kind of locked at 90 speed, which is fine since you're so bulky anyway. So I want to at least put it at the bottom of S tier. We'll put it like, I want to say above Como, below Alomomola for me, of Orbeetle. Bottom S tier feels good. Let's move on to Thievul. Thievul gets Magician So you'll be stealing items on contact, or not contact, but just by hitting people with a move. Runaway is generally good for endless mode. For classic mode, it's kind of doubles the damage to the target replacement with the target. So stakeout is basically just pursuit, but as an ability. Your stat spread is very mid, one of the most mid stat spreads I think we've seen yet with Thievul. Whoa, you get Batty Bad to lower an enemy's physical attacking moves, pretty good. Flamethrower to deal with bug types because you are mono dark type. Sparkly Swirl is a move that heals your entire party's status conditions when used. It's also in 120 base power, so it's pretty nice. And Make It Rain is 120 base power, also a way to deal with your fairy weakness. You do get a attack increase from using it, so you can't use it too often, but it's a very strong move. We're going to put Thievul at a solid C tier. I don't like the stat spread. I think it's trying to be an offensive mon with these moves, but like, who wants to use this thing offensively when it only has 87 attack and 90 speed? It's just not really that appealing. At most, you're using it as really a stakeout mon to, I guess, predict switches. Eldegoss gets Grassy Surge to set up grassy terrain on switch in. You get either Cotton Down to lower the speed of people that make contact. Regenerator to heal when you switch off. I kind of like that the most. Bulk is mediocre. 90 defense, 60 HP. 120 speed up is good though. And then the rest of your stats are just kind of mid. Tailwind, good utility move. String Staff, good sustain move. Sappy Seed, good utility move. Seed Flare is a solid move as well because it can drop Spadef, 40% chance. Okay, you get good utility. Your stats are incredibly mid though. So at most you're like getting maybe 1 or 2 moves off in a fight, I feel. Let's put it at a solid B tier. If you got like Prankster or something, I'd put it much higher. But it does not. So we'll put it below Parasect, above Go-Goat, I think, for Eldegoss is good. Okay. Double gets Simple, very good ability, but we'd have to see what moves it gets. You'd probably be using Fluffy as your main ability to half the damage of contact moves, but double that of fire type moves. So it has a weakness, but you just have to avoid using it against fire types and you're solid. 100 defense, good since you're also using it with Fluffy, so it's really good in physical bulk. 90 speed F, not bad. 72 HP, 88 speed is solid. 80 attack is whatever. Alright. You get Milk Drink to sustain. Side Shield Bash gives you a defense increase, so you're going to be getting +2 defense because of Simple. Body Press to deal more damage with your defense stat, which is good because you also have a decent base defense stat at 100. You get Cotton Guard on this mon. So you could do a Cotton Guard Body Press combo. Cotton Guard gives you +4 defense upon use. So but that Body Press is going to do a ton of damage if you can just get 1 Cotton Guard off. And then Multi-Attack is going to be a not bad stab move. But what I would use this thing for is Side Shield Bash to increase your defense, Cotton Guard to increase your defense, and then Body Press to deal damage based off that defense. Double is looking like a very good physical wall. Oh yeah, because it gets Simple, so Cotton Guard is actually +6. My bad. Yeah. Brain fart. Yeah. Double gets a guaranteed +6 defense when it uses Cotton Guard. So for that reason, I'm going to put it at least A tier. I feel like it's definitely one of the best physical walls in the game. G-Max Dreadnought gets Rocky Payload to boost the power of Rock type moves. This is good because you already have Rock Stab. Strong Jaw to boost your biting moves. You get Jaw Lock on this mod, so that's going to be boosted. 145 base attack, 84 speed, 115 HP, 115 defense. Okay, so you're relatively bulky, a little more on the physical side than the special side. Well, 145 base attack is solid, but you're a bit slow at 84 speed. And you do not get Swift Swim on the G-Max form. You only get Swift Swim on the regular Dreadnought. So keep that in mind. Shell Smash to help if your speed problem is good. Ice Fang is boosted by Strong Jaw. Vicious Rend is also boosted by Strong Jaw. So what you would do is get your Shell Smash off to get the +2 speed boost. And then you start spamming Vicious Rend because Vicious Rend is doubled in power when you are outspeeding your opponent. So this is effectively a 170 base power move, plus Strong Jaw makes it even stronger, plus Stab makes it even more stronger. So yeah, Vicious Rend is a very good move for G-Max Dreadnought if you can get that Shell Smash off. So I like the set that it gets. I like that it's bulky enough to get the Shell Smash off. So I feel like this thing at least deserves S tier. I think S tier is appropriate because you get the Strong Jaw Vicious Ren combo. That's what makes what's his face, Dracovish, really overpowered, right? That it gets those two things. Yeah, I think you're definitely S tier G-Max right now. We're gonna put you not too high. At most, I'll put it above Mimikyu. Bolton gets Sheer Force. Okay, so that's a 1.3 boost to all of your additional effect moves. Strong Jaw or competitive, which is basically just a special attack version of Defiance. You get 121 speed, but your other stats are just really ass. You get Swords Dance to help you with your physical set. Ice Fang. Okay, so Bolton seems to be very physically geared with its egg moves. Swords Dance, Ice Fang, T-Fang, Bolt Strike are all physical based moves. So you're probably not running competitive because competitive is more for a special attack. You're going to want Strong Jaw to boost the power of your Ice Fang, the power of your T-Fang, Bolt Strike. Okay. If you can get the Swords Dance off, I guess you can deal some decent damage with this thing, especially since you get Sheer Force to boost your moves, and also Strong Jaw to boost Ice Fang and T-Fang, but it can't be above B tier in my eyes. Or maybe at the very least below at the bottom of A tier. Because it can kind of pop off if you can get the Swords Dance off. We'll put it, it looks like a worse Zebstrika to me. Colossal gets a G-Max form. The G-Max form has 140 HP, 130 defense, 110 SPDF, so that's a really, really good bulk. You're pretty much safe in every defense. 130 defense, 110 SPDF makes it pretty balanced, and then you're also just really HP bulky at 140. You also get Solid Rock to reduce the power of super effective moves, so you're going to be reducing the power of water type moves, ground type moves, fighting type moves, so on, right? You also get Steam Engine. So when you do get hit by water type moves, you do get a drastic speed increase. I believe, isn't it just +6? I believe it's a +6 speed increase. So Solid Rock is going to be helping you proc your Steam Engine. So if you're in a double battle, you can use one of your fire or your water type mons to hit your Colossal, and it'll just get that Steam Engine boost. So really nice. You are really slow, but that's why you get Steam Engine, right? To give yourself that big speed boost. You get Bulk Up to increase your attack and defense. Bitter Blade, which is stab and also sustains. Body Press to deal damage based off your defense. You have 130 defense on this guy, so that can deal some good damage. And then Diamond Storm to deal some stab damage and also increase your defense. It's a 50% chance, so you can get a defense increase for your Body Press damage as well. I love the bulk on this mon. I love the passive to pair it with the bulk, and I love that it gets Body Press with that bulk and Diamond Storm to further increase your defense. For that reason, I want to at least put it in the top of A tier. I think what keeps it down for me is its lack of ice moves or any super effective moves to return at this. I guess you can get like EQ in TM, I think. Yeah, I guess you can get EQ. But still, we'll leave it at the top of A tier. We'll put it, I think, below Mega Ampharos, above Necrozma. Flapple gets Hustle as its regular ability, so you're going to naturally have lower accuracy, but have boosted attack. 130 attack with pretty decent bulk, I guess. You do have 100 speed, which makes you decently fast. Machagacha. Okay, so Machagacha is more for Appleton, because Appleton's more of a special attacker. For Flapple, you want more physical attack. So we're going to be looking at Dragon Hammer, which is stab and 90 base power. Flower Trick, 70 base power, always crits, really good move. So you're going to run Flower Trick, Dragon Hammer, probably Strength Sap for utility, and either Leech Seed, which is more utility, or I think you can get Swords Dance on this mon. Never mind. Bulk Up then, right? No? Okay, so you don't get any attack increases on this mon. It's a G-Max mon, but it's looking very mid to me. Hustle is also just a very annoying ability because it lowers your accuracy. But you do have pretty strong dragon type moves because you get Dragon's Maw, so your Dragon Hammer is going to be hitting pretty hard. But you don't get Swords Dance, you don't get Bulk Up, you don't get anything to increase your attack. I guess you get Leech Seed for utility, but yeah, I can't put this thing too high. At the very least, like A tier, but at the very bottom of A tier. Let's put it like at the very least above Boltund below throw. Below throw. Yeah. Flower Trick is crazy because it never misses. I guess, yeah, you can do the Flower Trick spam because you don't want to miss moves with Hustle. So I guess Flower Trick is a good move. But, I don't know, chat. You're also kind of slow. Actually, no, you get Dragon Dance on this thing, right? Sorry, yeah. You don't get Swords Dance, you get Dragon Dance to increase your attack and speed. Okay. You can fix your speed with Dragon Dance. Get an attack increase as well. Dragon Hammer for Dragon's Maw, but mainly you want to spam Flower Trick because you have Hustle. Okay. With that in mind, we'll bring it up a little more. I don't think it escapes A tier though. We'll put it like, I guess, below Tropius. Yeah, we're gonna move Hisui Gudra up a bit. Yeah, below Tropius, middle of A tier for Flapple. If it got like another passive, a passive that benefited Flower Trick more, I think this thing could have actually been like higher up in A tier. But because it got Dragon's Maw, and Dragon's Maw is more for your Dragon Hammer, not your Flower Trick, I'm gonna keep it at the middle of A tier. I think it's fair. Pokemon looks exactly the same but has different stats. Yeah, I always found that very strange. Flapple G-Max, Appleton G-Max are like the exact same design, but they're very different for some reason. Yeah. Let's move on to Appleton G-Max. G-Max looks exactly the same. Appleton also gets Dragon's Maw. You get Thick Fat to resist your ice weakness. You're quad weak to ice because you're a grass dragon type. So getting Thick Fat is very good. You're also neutral to fire. So the fire resistance is not bad. 130 HP, 115 defense, 115 speed F. So you're very bulky. This is a very good bulk. 125 special attack is great, but the downside is that you're 25 speed, right? So you're a slow, bulky special attacker. You get Strength Sap as well on this guy. You get Macha Gotcha. This is going to be your main move that you spam because it's special attack, it sustains, and also can burn. So you're going to be spamming Strength Sap, Macha Gotcha, Leech Seed definitely for utility, and you can go Apple Acid to lower the target's PDF. You could go Dragon Pulse if you want a separate stab move, but that's probably the moveset I would run. Strength Sap, Leech Seed for utility, Macha Gotcha to, I guess, also for some utility and sustain. So not a terrible tank. It's kind of relegated to using like grass type moves, dragon type moves, so I don't want to put it too high. I at least think it's better than Flapple. I think it has more potential than Flapple because it can use the utility better because it's tankier. Sandaconda G-Max gets Sand Rush, which is good because it gets Sand Spit, so it can set up its own Sandstorm and benefit from it by boosting its speed. 117 HP, 137 attack, 140 defense, 80 SPDF, and 80 speed. So your speed is a bit low, but you do get Sand Rush to fix that, so that's not an issue. 80 SPDF means that it's a little less bulky on the special side, a lot bulkier on the physical side. The one downside to the Sand Rush on Sandaconda is that you don't get Sand Stream, you get Sand Spit, meaning you have to wait until you get hit to set up the Sandstorm. So there is a chance you get one shot before you're able to get your speed increase off. So that's a bit scary, but you are pretty tanky mon. Your G-Max, you'll have 117 HP, 140 defense, 80 speed F. So you shouldn't really be in any real danger of getting one shot unless if you're getting hit by like a water or ice move. So Sand Spit is not bad. It's not as bad as you might think it is. It also allows you to set up Sandstorm multiple times on field, which is an added bonus that Sandstream does not have. So it could even be better. But yeah, you get the Sand Rush Sand Spit combo. Shore Up to heal 75% of your HP. This is good because you set up Sandstorm for yourself, so you can make use of Shore Up really nicely. Shed Tail is great. You set up a substitute and then swap off to another party member. This is a great utility move. Mountain Gale to help with your grass weakness. It's 100 base power and can flinch. It's a pretty good move. And 1000 Arrows is going to be stab and also can hit flying type. So that's going to be one of your best moves that you spam. So I'd go 1000 Arrows, Shed Tail, Shore Up, and probably, yeah, honestly just go Mountain Gale. Yeah, go Mountain Gale. These four egg moves will probably just be your best move set. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think Sand Spit is great because it's so tanky. So it can make use of it nicely. And then Sand Rush allows it to kind of be a sweeper. Does this thing get Swords Dance? Does it get Bulk Up? No? Okay, so you don't get an attack increasing move, but you do have 137 base, so you are pretty strong. So I want to put it at least at the top of A tier. We'll put it, I want to say above Hippowdon. Even above Gigalith, I'd say above Gigalith, below Volcanion or Sandaconda, I think is fair. It's 30 Sandspit and Endless to ignore Endure tokens. That's true. Oh, it's good glitch. It gets Coil. Oh, right, it gets Coil. Yeah, that's an attack increase. Yeah, so if you want to just use Coil, that's a better bulk up pretty much. If I were to take Coil, I'd probably replace Shed Tail if you don't really care about the utility that much. So I'd go Shore Up, Coil, Mountain Gale, 1000 Arrows for like a mostly offensive moveset. Yeah, I think it deserves to be up here in top of A tier. Could even be low S tier, but it is a ground type. Ground is super effective against Eternatus. That is nice. And you also get Mountain Gale, which is ice, which is good for Rayquaza as well. Low key could be S tier. Nah, I think that's a bit high. We'll put it yeah, we'll put it like higher up in A tier. Cramorant, one of my favorite Pokemon. He's a funny little guy. He also gets he could potentially have a Pikachu in his mouth, which I always thought was hilarious. Yeah. Lightning Rod. So you get rid of your 4 times electric weakness, and you also get a attack increase if you do get by electric moves. Goat Missile is the thing where if you either use Surf or Dive, you either have a Arrokuda in your mouth or you have a Pikachu in your mouth, and then when you get hit, you spit it out and then you can deal damage with it. So really funny mechanic. The downside to it though is it has to take damage to shoot out that missile, and you're not exactly like the tankiest guy in the world, so you don't really like make use of the Goat Missile like too often since you don't tank hits very well. You're 70 HP, 55 defense, 95 speed up, so you're pretty frail. And your speed is mid, your special attack is mid. Overall, your stats are pretty mid, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, you're very mid stat spread. You get Apple Acid to lower target speed F. You also deal with rock types with this move. Surf is important because you use Surf to pick up either the Arrokuda or the Pikachu for your gimmick. Scorching Sands to help with electric types is also a 30% chance to burn, and Oblivion Wing is a sustain move, also stab. I can appreciate that it gets Oblivion Wing to help keep it alive, so it can use Goat Missile more and more. But it might get sustained, but if your base stats are this low, you're kind of prone to getting one shot, so you can't really like sustain if you get one shot, obviously. So yeah, not amazing. We'll put it probably C tier, to be honest. Yeah, I'm sorry, Kramer. As much as I love you, I can't put you higher than C tier. We'll put you at least above Watchog. I feel like my heart would hurt too much if I put you below Watchog. Yeah, we'll put you above Omega, below Seaking. I think it's fair. Lightning Rod Cram is peak. I could appreciate that at least. Yeah, you lose your electric weakness. Why won't Cramorant do that to me? Okay, let's move on to Barraskewda. Barraskewda gets Intimidate to lower an enemy's attack. Very good utility move. Our ability, Swift Swim to boost your speed and rain is generally the most popular. Propeller Tail was okay, but I generally Swift Swim is just what you want, right? So like just absolutely make sure you don't get outsped. You are kind of like already a speed demon at 136 speed, but with Swift Swim you pretty much become untouchable, so that's why it's pretty popular. You get 123 attack as well, so it is pretty hard hitting. Fillet Away is the Veluza signature move that gives you essentially a Swords Dance and a Nasty Plot, or actually it pretty much just gives you a Shell Smash, but instead of dropping your defense, it cuts your HP in half. So it's a bit of a risky move, so you're gonna have to be smart with that. You're gonna have to find a good turn to use that without dying. Supercell Slam is 100 base power. It also has recoil. If you miss, it's basically just high jump kick. Knockoff, 130 base power if the opponent has a held item. Ice Spinner is an ice type move to help with your grass weakness. Also hit Eternatus and Ray with super effective damage. I don't think this thing gets Swords Dance, so I like that it gets something to increase its attack if you do find a good turn to use it. So Flay Away is fantastic for that. It also, I guess, gets rid of your need for rain since you get a speed increase from it. Good coverage move in Ice Spinner. You're definitely going to be taking that. But outside of that, you're probably going to take Liquidation. That's generally what you go for water stab. And then either, I know this thing is close combat, right? Yeah, so if you want to hit steel types for super effective, then close combat's pretty good. I feel like just off of like base stats alone, it does deserve like A tier. I don't think too high though. The Toxtricities, I love this Pokemon. One of my favorite designs. I'm not going to cap. It gets a G-Max form, which should be the same stats for both the forms. I'm pretty sure there's no difference between the forms. It's only just a design difference, yeah. So G-Max, Toxtricity, gets E-Surge to set up electric terrain. You get Punk Rock as your regular ability. 144 special attack, so that's a very high special attack. You're decently bulky at 114 HP. Your defenses are 82, which are not the worst. Your speed is a little mediocre at 82, which is a small problem. Nasty Plot to further increase your special attack, though. Okay, so you become even more of a nuke. Torch Song, Punk Rock boosted, also gives you a attack increase upon use, so very good for Toxtricity. Bug Buzz is mainly for your psychic weakness. You are a poison type, so that's why it gets Bug Buzz. I'm pretty sure that's also affected by Punk Rock as well, so that's boosted. Sparkling Aria is also boosted by Punk Rock. If you happen to use that on your ally, then it can heal their burn. I'm not sure how often people use that for that though, so mainly you're just using it for the Punk Rock boosted move. You're definitely gonna use Overdrive since that's your best stab move, since it's boosted by Punk Rock. So take Overdrive, take Torch Song, and then take either Sparkling Aria or Bug Buzz. Probably Sparkling Aria is nice though, because it does cover your ground weakness. You are quad weak to ground, so if you feel like you're encountering ground types more, take Sparkling Aria. If you feel like you're taking encountering psychic types more, take Bug Buzz. Yeah, this thing has Shift Gear, right? So it can at least fix its speed with that. But Shift Gear gives you an attack increase, which kind of sucks when you're trying to use this thing as a special attacker. I can't justify this thing being higher than A tier. We're gonna put it like, I want to say below the Keldeos. I think is fair for the Toxtricities. We'll put it below the Keldeos, above base Hoopa for both the Toxtricities. I think is fair. Let's move on to Sandiscorch, who also gets a G-Max form. The Gen 8 mods are pretty fun since so many of them have G-Max forms. G-Max Sandiscorch, by the way, one of my favorite designs. I think I kind of have a bias for bug types. I think a lot of bug types are awesome. Like, for example, Golisopod is my favorite Pokemon. I always thought G-Max Sandiscorch looks so cool. Get speed boost, so all you need to do is you protect once, and that's one speed stage that you get for free. Flash Fire to give you fire immunity, 140 HP, 75 defense, 100 speed up, so you're pretty good in special bulk, but you are a bit low in physical bulk. 145 base attack is quite high though. 75 speed is slow, but you do get speed boost, keep that in mind. Almost gave Sandiscorch V-Crate. That would have been pretty nice, since you get speed boost to remedy the speed decrease. Burning Bulwark is probably just going to be your main move because you get speed boost. So all you have to do is use Burning Bulwark to give you a free speed stage. So anytime you can use it, you should, just to get a free speed increase. Zing Zap for your water weakness is also has a chance to flinch. 80 base power. It's a pretty solid electric physical move. First Impression is great because it's stab and also priority. You can just use it turn 1 for 90 base power. Pretty nice. And then Bitter Blade for sustain. I like that since it's a G-Max mod, so it's pretty tanky. So it benefits nicely from sustain. Yeah, I'm fucking with the speed boost Burning Bulwark combo. I like that it gets First Impression and Bitter Blade, both really good stab moves. You get Coil if you want to set up your attack a bit more. Also makes you a bit more physically bulky, which is good because your defense is quite low. Solid. We're gonna put it top of A tier. Graplocked gets Water Bubble to lower the power of fire type moves done to it, and also increases water type moves. Technician is probably what we're gonna take to power up your 60 base power moves. 118 attack with moderately okay bulk, low speed. The stat spread isn't that good, to be honest, given how slow it is. But you do get Storm Throw, which is tech boosted and also crits, so that's a very nice move. Jet Punch is boosted by Water Bubble and is also tech boosted, so that's a very good move to give Graplocked. Mach Punch, tech boosted, also stab and its priority. Surging Strikes, boosted by Water Bubble and also is a 75 base power move that always crits. It is tech boosted as well because each hit is 25 base power. So that's, yeah, all of these moves are tech boosted. 2 of them are water bubble boosted. So it does get very nice egg moves for like the things that it gets, water bubble and technician. But I don't know. I feel like the base stats kind of hold it back. I feel like the tankiness, it's just not tanky enough. At least it gets like 2 priority moves to make up for how slow it is. Let me run some math real quick. Jet Punch is tech boosted, so it's 90 base power, and then it's also doubled because of water bubble, so it'd actually be 180 power, right? So that's pretty strong, actually. That's a very strong move to the spam as priority. You are 118 base attack, so your base attack isn't like too amazing. You do get bulk up to increase your attack and defense a bit more, at least. Okay, we'll put it at least in A tier. Yeah, I can appreciate the strong Jet Punch, but I think the thing that keeps it from being S tier is just like its base stats. Otherwise, I think it's solid. I love the set that it gets. We'll put it. Why is Mega Sharpedo in A tier? Sheer Force, Strong Jaw, Obstruct. Yeah, because Obstruct. That's why I put it pretty high. Okay. I think it's better than Sharpedo. I think it's better than Tornadus too. We'll put it I think above. We'll put it behind Delphox, above Tornadus Therian for a Graplocked, I think. Like S tier free, really? You think so? Don't you feel like the base stats kind of hold it back though? Hold you guys get Shadow Shield. This is good because you generally want to use Shell Smash on this thing. So you get the Shadow Shield Shell Smash setup, which is pretty good. Weak Armor to also give you another speed increase, which is not bad. If you feel like the Shell Smash speed increase is not enough for whatever reason, then you can take Weak Armor. Otherwise, you just go Curse Body. 134 special attack base is great. 114 Speed F makes it pretty bulky on the Speed F side. 70 speed is low, but you are going to be using Shell Smash, so you are a pretty fast Pokemon once you get that off. Scald makes sense since you're a sentient teapot, and you also have a 30% burn chance on that. Take Heart is going to be increasing your special attack and Speed F and curing your status. It's essentially just better Calm Mind. Sparkly Swirl is mainly for your dark weakness. You are a mono ghost type, so it's for your dark weakness. It's 120 base power. It's a pretty strong move. And Matcha Gotcha is a sustained move that also can have a chance to burn. Yeah. So you get your Shell Smash off, and then you just spam either Shadow Ball or Matcha Gotcha for sustain. We're gonna give you a solid A tier. I like the Shell Smash Shadow Shield combo. It's not guaranteed, obviously. You can still die even with Shadow Shield, because Shadow Shield reduces the amount of damage you take. It doesn't like guarantee let you live a hit like Sturdy does. So I can't put it in S tier. I'm gonna put it in high A tier. Hatterene G Max gets 146 special attack, 122 speed F, 105 defense, 97 HP. So it's decently bulky, especially in the special defense side. But the main appeal is the 146 special attack. It is quite a hard hitter. It gets Fairy Aura to boost the power of its fairy type moves. You get Moonblast in egg moves, so you can start off with Moonblast when you do a run, and that's also Fairy Aura boosted, so that's pretty strong. Buzzy Buzz is guaranteed para. Torch Song is a Spatak increase, and then Recover is not bad because you're pretty bulky, so you make use of the sustain pretty well. Yeah, generally you want to use Trick Room with this mon since you're so slow. You get it on this mon, so you can just use Trick Room to set it up for yourself. So what I would do is take Trick Room, Torch Song, Moonblast for sure, since that's your Fairy Aura move, and then probably Recover. Buzzy Buzz is, I guess, a good utility move since it's a guaranteed para. It's coverage for your... It's not a weakness coverage, but it is a guaranteed para, so it's a nice move. Not bad. Not bad. We'll put it like A tier. Grimmsnarl G-Max gets Fur Coat to reduce physical damage or physical damage taken. Really nice. You get Prankster as your regular ability. That's great. 135 HP is pretty solid. Because it gets Fur Coat, it essentially has 144 54 defense essentially. 85 speed F is pretty good. 110 special attack, 138 attack. You're more of a physical attacker, so you're gonna be looking for physical attack moves. Your speed is quite slow, but that's fine because you get Prankster for your utility moves. You get Prankster Encore, Prankster Parting Shot, Prankster Topsy Turvy, and then Wicked Blow for stab damage. Okay. I love the Topsy Turvy because that can be very useful in the turn at this fight. So that's good. Parting Shot is a fantastic move, especially when used in priority because it'll lower the target's offenses before you switch out. Very nice. Encore, or I mean, sorry, it'll lower their offenses before they hit you, which is why I like Parting Shot on Prankster Mons. Encore, if you catch the enemy Pokemon using a move like Swords Dance or like some utility move, you can lock them into it with Encore. It's a very useful move. You also get screens on this Mon, so you can have Prankster Reflect, Prankster Light Screen, pretty good. Otherwise, yeah, these are the main utility moves you're gonna spam on this thing. I like it. We're gonna put it in A tier. Could even be bottom of S tier. Is Parting Shot and... Nah, yeah, I'll put it in the bottom of S tier. It's a G-Max with Fur Coat, which means it's very tanky. And it gets Prankster for all of its utility moves. I think it definitely deserves to be bottom of S tier. We'll put it at least above Alamomola. We'll put it, I guess, is it? I think it's better than Toxapex. Yeah, we'll put it above Toxapex. I think below Amoonguss. The Obstagoon gets Poison Heal to heal with Toxic Orb. This is good because you also get Guts to increase your damage when you do have that Toxic Orb. You could go Reckless, you could go Defiant, but since you get Poison Heal, you might as well just take Guts, in my opinion. Stat spread is very even. 93 HP, 101 defense, 81 speed F, makes it relatively bulky. The 90 attack is pretty good, but with Guts, that's boosted. And with your bulk, you also get Poison Heal, so that keeps you alive pretty well. Ceaseless Edge is Stab, sets up spikes. Facade is good because you get Guts, and it's a 140 base power when you are statused. Parting Shot is its signature move, or not signature move. It's a move that it gets that's very good because it's a attack and special attack decrease on the enemy Mon. And Extreme Speed is Stab and Priority, pretty good. I like the Guts, Extreme Speed. You also get Guts, Facade, Ceaseless Edge for spikes, and then Obstruct. Yes, this thing gets Obstruct, so you can do the Obstruct Extreme Speed combo. So Obstruct to protect, and then hopefully harshly lower their defense, and then you can just Extreme Speed them the next turn, and it should kill in most cases. Yeah, I like that. I think without Obstruct, this thing would have been like high B tier, low A tier. But because it gets Obstruct, combined with the Guts Extreme Speed, I'm going to put it at a solid top of A tier, middle of A tier. We're going to put it, I say, below... I think below... It has to at least be below Cofagrigus. We're going to put it below Haxorus, above Appleton for Obstagoon. I think that's fair. It might only be 90 base attack, but you do have Guts for damage, and you can just spam Extreme Speed with this thing. So I think, yeah, it definitely deserves like top of A tier. Obstagoon, the Obstagooner. DJ Ronan says S. I think that's going a bit too far. I don't think it's S tier worthy. I think top of A is fine for Obstagooner. Berserker gets Steelworker to boost the power of his Steel type moves. This is pretty funny because it also gets Steely Spirit. Steely Spirit, I'm pretty sure also boosts your own Steel type damage as well. So you get both Steelworker and Steely Spirit. So if you're using a Steel type move, you're adding Steel Stab, you're adding Steely Spirit, and you're also adding Steelworker. So that's pretty funny. You could go Tough Claws instead. How much damage do you get from Steely Spirit? I believe it's 1.5, no? Yes, it is 1.5. So, if you want more damage on Steel type moves, you would go Steely Spirit. If you just want more damage in general, then you take Tough Claws. Let's take a look at the egg moves and we'll decide which one's better. But you do get 110 attack, 100 defense, and then everything else is just completely hogwash. So your stat spread is not the best outside of attack. You do get, we get Behemoth Bash. So if you're taking Steely Spirit, that's 1.5 boosted. Steelworker, 1.5 boosted. And then Stab also gives it 1.5 boost. So that's essentially 250 base power, chat. You have a 250 base power Steel type move in Behemoth Bash. Bullet Punch, you would have a 100 base power priority move. Really good. Knockoff is 130 base power if the enemy is holding an item. Aqua Cutter you get because you you're weak to fire, so you want to have some coverage for fire types. Honestly, I think because you gets Bullet Punch and Behemoth Bash, I think it's right to go Steely Spirit over Tough Claws. Tough Claws does boost the damage on your Aqua Cutter and Knockoff, but I think it's more worth making your Bullet Punch and Behemoth Bash hit harder with Steely Spirit. So I would definitely go Steely Spirit, Steelworker, combination on Berserker, and just spam Bullet Punch, maybe Behemoth Bash if you are in a good if you can outspeed your opponents. So let's put Berserker. I think just because it gets the two Steel abilities and Bullet Punch, also gets Swords Dance. We'll put it at a nice solid A tier, not too high, since its base attack kind of brings it back. Its base attack is only 110, so we'll put it like at most middle of A tier. Corsola, by the way, has some of the coolest shinies in the game. I've been looking for its shinies for a while, but it only spawns in Seabed, so it's not like the easiest mon to find. So I guess that's why I've been struggling to get these shinies. The epic shiny, I would actually commit crimes for that shiny. I'm not gonna lie, it's such a beautiful shiny. You get Shadow Shield. So if you're trying to use Shell Smash on this thing, you can set up Shell Smash relatively safely because you get Shadow Shield. But once again, it is not a guaranteed living a hit. You still can die if you tank a strong enough hit. It's only a half damage reduction to the first hit you take, so keep that in mind. Weak armor is not bad since you're trying to use Shell Smash on this thing as well to get its speed up. Even after using Shell Smash, you're still not that fast because you're only 30 base speed. So I think there is some value in taking weak armor. So yeah, take weak armor and Shell Smash on this thing. You get Infernal Parade, which is essentially Hex but better because it also has its own burn chance. So definitely take that. You get Astral Barrage, which I guess you would be choosing between these two. I don't think it's worth having both Infernal Parade and Astral Barrage. I think you would have to choose either or. If you value the burn more for utility, I'd go Infernal Parade as a 30% burn chance. If you just want to go for the guaranteed damage, I would just go Astral Barrage, since that's 120 base power. It's the same as a boosted Infernal Parade. Aura Sphere for your dark weakness because you are a mono ghost type. You get Strength Sap on level up, which is a very good utility move and sustain move. So I would consider going that as well, since you are trying to use Shadow Shield on this thing. Keep in mind, Shadow Shield replenishes if you're back to full HP. So if you can heal back to full HP with Strength Sap, you can proc your Shadow Shield again. So I think there is a lot of value in taking Strength Sap. So I would go Shell Smash, Strength Sap, Aura Sphere, and Astral Barrage on this thing. I think that's a pretty nasty moveset. You have 145 base special attack, pretty good SpDef at 130, but your defense is abysmal at 50. So you're very prone to, like, say, Sucker Punch because you only have 60 HP and 50 defense. So you can, like, potentially die to a Sucker Punch. So be very careful when using this Pokemon. But I think it's definitely at least is it S tier? I like that it can use Shadow Shield multiple times because of Strength Sap. I like that it gets basically a free Shell Smash off. My only concern is that its physical bulk is very weak and it doesn't guaranteed live any hits. So I feel like S tier is a bit too high because of those weaknesses. I want to put it like the very top of A tier, I think. Surfetch gets Intrepid Sword, which is the Zacian ability. You get a free attack boost, so you are effectively near 200 base attack, so it's kind of wild. You get Scrappy on this thing to guarantee you hit ghost types. I like that very much. Your other stats are pretty mid, so mainly you're just looking at your attack stat being at 135. You get First Impression on this thing on level up, so you can spam that, or I guess use that on turn 1 for priority damage. Behemoth Blade is 100 base power, mainly to deal with your fairy weakness because you are a fighting type. Pretty good. Roost to heal. Sacred Sword is stab and also is 90 base power, and you ignore the opponent's stat changes. King Shield is a protect move that can decrease the enemy's attack if they make contact. Pretty good. I feel like this thing needs more priority moves because I think it definitely has enough attack with Intrepid Sword and it's 135 base attack, but it's just not bulky and it's a little too slow. So I think this thing relies on priority moves like First Impression a lot. I think if this thing got like extreme speed or something, I feel like this thing could have been more interesting, maybe even Mach Punch. But its low speed and relatively mid bulk keeps it from being like I don't even think it's A tier, to be honest, chat. I'm sorry. I think its weaknesses are a little too glaring. We're gonna put it at the top end of B tier. I kind of like this thing, but it's such a weird evo method. I remember. Whoa, that's a cool shiny. Whoa. Okay, this thing got some badass shinies. That epic shiny it looks so Zelda. It reminds me of like something out of Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. That looks awesome. It gets Tablets of Ruin. So all enemy Pokemon will get an automatic attack decrease. Really good ability to make this guy even tougher to kill. Wandering Spirit is basically just Mummy, I think. Whenever people make contact with you, it'll just move Wandering Spirit over to the attacker. 145 defense, 105 speed F is a pretty good bulk, even though you only have 60 HP. Your attack is solid at 95, but you're very slow at 30 speed. Strength Sap, Sustain, decreases attack. Very good move for Runerigus since it's very hard to kill. Dire Claw is for its grass weakness because it's a ground type. Yeah, Dire Claw is for your grass weakness because you're a ground type. It has a 50% chance to either poison, para, or sleep, so it's a good utility move as well. Thousand Waves is going to be your stab move. Also has the Arena Trap effect, so if you find a good matchup, you can lock them in and then slowly kill them with Dire Claw and Strength Sap. And then Spectral Thief is a stab physical move that deals 90 base power. What I would run on this guy is Thousand Waves for the Arena Trap, Dire Claw for the status, Strength Sap for sustain and attack decrease, and then I would take probably yeah, I guess I'll take Spectral Thief for the ghost damage. Yeah, I like Runerigus. It's so hard to kill, especially physically, because it has Tablets of Ruin for the attack decrease, Strength Sap for the attack decrease, and also has 145 defense flat. So this thing is an amazing physical wall with decent utility of Dire Claw and Thousand Waves for the Arena Trap effects. I want to at least put this thing in A tier. I think it's one of the best physical walls in the game. So for that reason, I want to at least put it at the bottom of A tier. Let's say below Meowstic, above Noivern. I think it's fair for Runerigus. Actually, no, below Noivern, yeah. Below Noivern at the bottom of A tier. Let's move on to Alcremie. Alcremie gets the G-Max form. Alcremie G-Max gets Regenerator. The reason why it gets Regenerator is because it gets Chilly Reception, which is the move that sets up Snowstorm, and then you switch out. So you set up Snow with Chilly Reception, swap out, and then when you're off field, you're going to be healing up slowly with Regenerator. So it's a pretty good combination. 135 HP, 130 special attack, 131 speed F. Very good bulk, except you're a little weak in the physical defense department. You're slow, unfortunately. So when you use Chilly Reception, you're likely going to be using that second. There is some value in that. So when you switch off to your next Pokemon, they're not going to get hit. You're probably going to tank a hit with Alcremie G-Max, and then you're going to swap off with Chilly Reception. That actually is probably better than moving first with Chilly Reception. So actually, I think it's fine that it's slow. Moonblast is stab, pretty good. Chilly Reception, like we mentioned, is the snow setting move. Earth Power to deal with your steel weakness and poison weakness. This is going to be a very important move. And then Geomancy is a 2-turn move that increases your special attack, speed F, and speed by 2 stages. It is essentially just worse Quiver Dance because you can just use Quiver Dance twice and it's the same effect. So yeah, Geomancy, not a big fan of, to be honest. You get Decorate, which is amazing for double battles because you can increase your partner's attack and speed attack by 2 stages. So it's a very good doubles partner. So what I would do with this thing is take Decorate for the double battle utility. I would take Chilly Reception to set up Snow for your Slush Rush Mon. I would definitely take Earth Power because you do have a steel and poison weakness, and then I would take I guess Moonblast for some stab damage. Yeah, so it's a pretty good utility mon that gets regenerated to help keep it alive, and it's just naturally bulky as well, except a little bit in the physical defense. So I want to put this thing pretty high because I think there's a lot of value in being able to set up Ice Mons because Ice is one of the best typings in this game. So I want to put Alcremie at the very least at the bottom of A tier, just because it's a utility mon. Let's put it like not higher than like Mimikyu. Phalanx is just like 5 Kirby's. all forming like one army. I love it. VI-IX gets Parental Bond. Makes sense since there's like multiple of them. Defiant is probably going to be your best ability. When you get intimidated, you're going to get a sharp attack increase instead. I love it. You get 100 base attack, 100 base defense, and then your other stats are pretty mid. So that is the one downside to VI-IX, is that your stat spread is kind of just mid sauce. But you get Parental Bond Side Shield Bash, which is essentially just giving you a +2 defense increase. Population Bomb, oh my god. Okay, so you get Population Bomb Parental Bond, which means you essentially can get up to 20 hits with Population Bomb because you have Parental Bonds. That is a hilarious combination. Do you get any accuracy increases on this mod? Do you get Coil? No. Do you get... No, I don't think you get any accuracy increases on this mod. So unfortunately, you would have to rely on either getting an X accuracy or 2 wide lenses to ensure that your Population Bomb is always 20 hits. Okay, so apparently Population Bomb does not work with Parental Bond. So okay, scratch that. I thought the whole reason why I got Population Bomb was because it had Parental Bond, but I guess I might be wrong here. Alright, so in that case, you're mainly just using VI-IX for the Parental Bond and Side Shield Bash combo to get the double defense increase. I guess also to get some extra para chance, because you can hit twice the combat torque. Alright, let's put VI-IX at like a solid bottom of A tier. I kind of like that it gets the Parental Bond Side Shield Bash at the very least, and also a little extra para chance with combat torque. Let's put VI-IX like at the very bottom of A tier, I think. We'll put it, I think, slightly below Salazzle. Actually, I think it's even below Dhelmise. Yeah, we'll put it at the bottom of A tier, I think. Pinsirchin gets Electromorphosis, which is the ability that gives you essentially a charge when you get hit. So your next electric move is going to be boosted when you take damage. Lightning Rod to be electric immune, or you can just take Electric Surge for terrain. That's probably going to be better. Stat spread is incredibly mid. I guess you're kind of bulky with 95 defense, 85 speed, but your HP is only 50. And you're very slow. One of the slowest Pokemon in the game. You're 15 speed. You get Trick Room, I guess, to help with your speed. Rising Voltage is good because you get E-Surge. So you can set up your own Rising Voltage. That's going to be 140 base damage. And also, Electromorphosis can charge your Rising Voltage to do extra damage. So that's good. You have some pretty solid damage of Rising Voltage. Strength Sap for sustain. And T-Clap if you want to outspeed your opponent. That can also be Electromorphosis boosted. And also gets additional damage from E-Surge. So it has amazing moves to pair with the E-Surge and Electromorphosis. But unfortunately, Pinsirchin's base stats are just this. Only 91 base special attack. You don't get Nasty Plot. I don't think you get Calm Mind. So you have no move to set up your special attack I don't think you get any moves to set up your special attack. So yeah, Pinsirchin is kind of... I mean, I guess you can deal some decent damage with Rising Voltage and T-Clap, but it's nothing like amazing. So I don't want to put it too high. We'll put it at like the top of V tier, I think. I think below Hisui and Decidueye, above Shaman base form. I think it's fair for Pinsirchin, top of V tier. At the very least, you get Trick Room, I guess, to allow you to outspeed opponents. I think that's fine. Yeah, I'll put it at the top of V tier for Pinsirchin. Pinsirchin nukes. Don't you think nukes is kind of a strong word? Frostmoth gets Snow Warning, so that already gives it tons of value because it sets up snow. Shield Dust to get rid of additional effects on enemy moves, or Ice Scales to give it more special bulk. Either or is good. I think Ice Scales generally has more application. You're pretty frail, which is why you take Ice Scales to give you a bit more speed bulk. You're pretty slow with 65 speed. 125 special attack is pretty good though. Frost Breath always crits and is 60 base power. Stab, Heal Order to heal, Earth Power to deal with fire types, steel types, rock types. So it's a very good coverage move. Probably going to be very necessary. Spore is a good move because it's a guaranteed sleep. Okay, a few problems with this mon. It is too slow for how physically frail it is. You do get Ice Scales to make yourself a solid special tank, which is fine. But if you get hit by like a single rock blast, you're kind of just doomed. So yeah, I don't like that it's this slow when it's this frail. You get Spore, but Spore is generally better when you're faster because you can sleep your opponent before they hit you. So yeah, I mean, Spore is a good move, but generally it's better on faster Pokemon. Generally, unless if you're like a Mungus and you're decently tanky, right? But like Frostmouth is just not that, right? It's kind of frail. I guess you get Snow Warning, Aurora Veil, Snow Warning Blizzard, which is good. Snow Warning Blizzard gives you good damage for Eternatus and Rayquaza, and Aurora Veil is just a good utility move for your team. So for that reason, I want to at least put it in A tier, just because it gets Snow Warning Aurora Veil and Snow Warning Blizzard combo. And I guess Spore is a decent enough utility move. I don't think it's nearly as good as Articuno or Ninetales. We're going to put it like lower end of A tier. I want to say below Berserker. No, definitely above Berserker. We're going to put it above Berserker, below Golisopod for Frostmoth. I think it's typing and it's passive carry it really hard. Otherwise, it would have just been like C tier. Let's move on to Stonjourner. Stonjourner gets Power Spot, so you can set up your doubles partner. Pretty good. Sturdy to live Okos is good. You are incredibly frail on the Spadef side. You're more Avalug than Avalug, which is funny. You have 135 defense here, decent in physical bulk. 125 attack is solid. 70 speed makes you actually decently fast, which is kind of weird since Stonjourner looks very slow. And 100 HP to help with your physical tanking. Body Press to deal damage with your physical defense. Helping Hand to boost your doubles partner. Accelerock is stab and priority, and then Diamond Storm is stab and also it could increase your defense. So if you want to use Diamond Storm for some damage and also defense increase, you can spam that, and then if you can get enough defense increases off, you can start dealing good damage with Body Press. But mainly you're just using this thing for the Helping Hand Power Spot combo to help boost your doubles partner. Otherwise, this thing is pretty niche, so I can't put it too high. I want to put it like B tier maybe. We're going to put it below, I think below Frostlass, above Aromatisse with Stonjourner, just because it gets Power Spot and Helping Hand. Otherwise, this thing would have been an easy C tier. Let's move on to Ice-Q. Ice-Q actually gets different stat when it changes forms. So regular Ice-Q gets Ice Scales, which is going to be having the damage from special moves. Pretty good, since you are a little weaker in Spadef than defense, so it does appreciate the Ice Scales. And then Ice Face, when it tanks a physical hit, when it tanks a physical hit, it'll actually block that hit. Does it block it completely, or does it lose some health? I believe it blocks it completely, so it's a little different from Disguise. It blocks the hit, and then it'll change into Ice-Q No Ice, which will shave off a lot of your defenses, but in turn gives you 130 speed. The main problem I have with Ice-Q No Ice is that you have so much speed, but so little attack and special attack. So you can't really use this thing offensively, given how weak it is. So mainly you're just using this thing as an attack as a tank with Ice Scales, and then Ice Face. Ice Face also replenishes in Hail, so keep that in mind. You want to use this thing with a Snow Setter, so when that Ice Face drops, it can recover it with in Hail. So that's a very good combination. Otherwise, yeah, you want to use the regular Ice-Q as much as possible. I think Ice-Q no Face or No Ice is kind of mid. You get Triple Axle, I guess, which is a good stab move, and is going to be hitting Ray and Eternatus pretty decently. Aqua Step to deal with fire types, and it can increase your speed. You already get 130 speed in your Ice-Q No Ice forms, so I don't really know if you need speed that much. Shell Smash to increase your special attack and attack, so I guess that gives you some sweeping potential. So if you can just use Shell Smash in your Ice Face form, and then you swap into your Ice-Q No Ice form, that gives you a solid attack, special attack stat with good speed. Okay, so I can see the potential with this thing now. It gets Shell Smash. And you can get off your Shell Smash relatively safely with Ice Face, but keep in mind Ice Face is bypassed by special attack moves. So you cannot set up your Shell Smash as safely against special attackers. So you can only really do it comfortably against physical attackers. So be very careful when using Shell Smash with this thing. Okay, I can appreciate the gimmick. And it's also an ice type, so it's good against like Rain or Torrentus, so it's at least A tier. Indeedee has two forms, the male and female, and they actually do have a difference. The female form is more bulky in Spadef. The male form has more special attacks. So if you want to use Indeedee more as a special attacker, you go for the male form. If you want to use it more as a tank, then you go for the female form. You have Friend Guard, which is apparently not implemented, so ignore that. You get Psychic Surge as a hidden ability. That's probably what you want because it sets up Psychic Terrain. You get Expanding Force as a TM move, or sorry, as an egg move on this thing. So you can spam Expanding Force inside your Psychic Terrain. You get Matcha Gotcha for Sustain and Burn. Moonblast to deal with your Dark type weakness. And then Revival Blessing to heal a dead Pokemon. Okay. So the main appeal with Indeedee is the Sustain and Burn with Matcha Gotcha. The Expanding Force can deal some decent damage since you set up your own terrain, and Revival Blessing for utility. We're going to put Indeedee male in the low A tier. We're going to put it, I think, slightly below Runerigus, above Pyroar, I think. And then the female form, we're going to put, I think, a bit lower because you kind of want damage with this thing because it gets Expanding Force and Matcha Gotcha. Matcha Gotcha sustain is based off of how much damage you deal, so you kind of do want a decent amount of special attack. So I think the female form having 10 less than the male form makes it a little worse. Not that much worse, obviously, since their stat spread is so similar. We're gonna put it slightly below the male form, but we'll put them right next to each other since they have a very similar stat spread and also basically the same functionality. Let's move on to Morpeko. Morpeko has two forms, one when it's not hungry and one when it is hungry. It gets Moody, which is a very chaotic ability. It will sharply increase one of your stats and decrease another stat. So this ability is just completely reliant on how lucky you are. With Morpeko, you're probably going to want attack increases or speed increases. Probably attack increases because Aura Wheel already gives you speed increases. So yeah, if you're a lucky guy, then you're going to get sharp attack increases with Moody. Alright, let's move on to Egg Moves. Triple Axle to deal ground types. Obstruct to protect and hopefully decrease the attacker's defense. Sora's Dance to set up your physical attack. And then Collision Course to deal some nice damage to Rock, Steel, Ice types. Also 100 base power. It's the same thing as Mesprit. It's just so hard to rank Moody Mons. If you're lucky, then this thing could easily be like top of A tier. But if you're unlucky, then this thing is just going to be like C tier, right? So I want to put this thing right at the top of B tier. Camparaja gets the G-Max form, which looks hilarious, by the way. Camparaja gets Earth Eater, which is great because it is weak to ground. It is a steel type, so it's good that it ignores that now. Mold Breaker is going to be ignoring abilities like Sturdy or any other obnoxious abilities that prevent you from OHKOing or also just dealing damage. For example, if an enemy has Levitate, then you ignore that because of Mold Breaker. 167 HP, 155 attack, and decent defenses. So you have a pretty solid Pokemon. 167 HP and even defenses makes you pretty bulky. And then you can hit hard with 155 attack. Liquidation for your fire weakness. Curse to set up your attack and defense. Combat Torque to have some para chance and also deal damage to I guess, okay, it's not weakness coverage, it's just a good move, I guess. Yeah, Combat Torque for a 100 base power fighting move, and the Giga Tet Hammer is going to be stab, and it's also 160 base power. This move is going to be essential on Camparaja because you do also have a 155 base attack stat. So 155 base attack combined with Giga Tet Hammer equals just nuclear damage. So you're definitely going to want to spam that as much as possible. Liquidation for fire weakness, Curse to further increase your attack, and then you're probably going to want like EQ on this thing, which I think you get through TM. Yeah. So yeah, pretty disgusting bulky attack mon. I'm gonna put this thing at a solid A tier. Pretty high in A tier. I think this thing has tons of potential with how bulky it is and how strong it is. We're gonna put it I think above Archeops, below. Actually, no, I think this thing is better than Colossal. We're gonna put it above Colossal G-Max, below Poltegeist, at the top of A tier for Copperajah. Draco's ult gets no guard, so that's really good because you get hustle on this thing as well. So if you want to do a no guard hustle combo, that's pretty good. You get a pretty mid stat spread, 100 attack with 75 speed, 90 HP, decent bulk, I guess, like moderately okay bulk, but your speed is low and your attack is kind of lacking, to be honest. So let's see what you get. You get triple axle, which is fantastic because you get no guard, so you guaranteed hit all 3 attacks of triple axle. Same with Scale Shot, you have no guard, so you guarantee hit the first usage of Scale Shot. Fire Lash is going to be ice coverage because you are a dragon type, and also decreases defense. And then Dragon Dance is going to be an attack and speed increase. So really good no guard. Really good that it gets no guard because it gets hustle and also triple axle Scale Shot and also Bolt Beak, or not Bolt Beak. What's that other move? I guess it gets Dragon Rush. Yeah, so you get no guard Dragon Rush, no guard Dragon Rush, no guard triple axle, no guard Scale Shot. Really nice. You also get Dragon Dance to set up your offensive power a bit more, but I don't know. I feel like it's kind of lacking in base stats. I think this thing is a little slow. You get Sand Rush, I guess, to fix your speed problem, but that means you wouldn't be able to run hustle. Really good set, but I think it's held back by its base stats. So for that reason, we're going to put it at a middle of A tier. I think we're going to put it. Arctozolt gets Transistor, which is good because it's an electric type. You also get Slush Rush, so if you want to bring a Snow Setter with this thing for the double speed, you get 110 speed in Snow. You have a good bulk overall, 90 HP, 90 defense, 80 SPDF. 100 attack is still kind of low though. You get Bolt Beak on this mon, so you're going to be using this thing as a Slush Rush Bolt Beak spammer. You get Transistor for that Bolt Beak as well, so that's going to be hitting pretty hard. Do you get... Oh yeah, you get Shift Gear. You get Shift Gear to increase your attack and speed. Very good, because you do want an attack increase on Arctozolt since you're spamming Bolt Beak. Aqua Step to help with your fire weakness because you are an ice type, so you want some fire coverage. It also increases your speed. So low key, you don't actually need to run Slush Rush on this thing. You can just run like Static or Volt Absorb because you do get speed remedies with Aqua Step and Shift Gear. You also get high horsepower to deal with fire types, steel types. Mountain Gale is going to be probably your best ice stab move. It is 100 base power and has the chance to flinch. So the main appeal of Arctozolt is going to be the Transistor Bolt Beak spam in Snow because you have Slush Rush. I'm going to put this thing at a solid high A tier because it's an ice type. I think ice has hella value because it can hit Ray and Eternatus for super effective damage. But the main appeal is the Bolt Beak spam, right? So we're going to put it higher end of A tier. Dracovish gets Swift Swim. By the way, a really cool epic shiny. Dracovish gets Swift Swim, which is going to be boosting its speed in rain. You get Strong Jaw, so the ideal combo is you do the Fishish Rend, Strong Jaw combo. It does really, really, really OP damage. That's why Dracovish was banned for the longest time in the Gen 8 era. Swift Swim gives it double speed, so you're now basically 150 base speed if you're in rain. So you're going to need to bring a separate rain setter for Dracovish. You also get Sand Rush, but I don't know why you do that when Swift Swim is right there. Stat spread is really mid, but because Strong Jaw Fishish Rend is so strong, you do deal really good damage with this thing. I believe you get Dragon Dance. Yeah, you get Dragon Dance as your egg move, so you can set up your attack and speed even further. Boost the damage of your Fishish Rend even more with Dragon Dance. Dragon Hammer for solid Dragon Stab. T-Fang to, I guess, hit other water types and also deal with flying types. Triple Axle is going to be help with your grass. I guess you're not weak to grass. I guess just to hit Ray and Eternatus for super effective damage. Triple Axle is good for that. I'm going to put a Dracovish at a solid S tier. I think it getting Swift Swim to fix its speed problem and also Dragon Dance to give it more attack is going to allow Fishish Rend to hit like an absolute truck. And also Triple Axle for Eternatus and Rayquaza. gives it good coverage. So I want to put Dracovish at the very least the bottom of S tier. Arctovish gets Strong Jaw, which is great because it gets Vicious Rend as well. So it can now have the same Strong Jaw Vicious Rend combo that Dracovish does. It also gets Slush Rush, so if you want to bring a Snow Setter with this thing, you can make it decently fast. You get Ice Fang, which is stab and also boosted by Strong Jaw. T-Fang is stab and boosted by Strong Jaw. High horsepower is going to be helping with your steel rock weakness because you are an ice type. Shift gear to further increase your speed and attack. This thing is a pretty similar gimmick to Dracovish. I would actually say this thing is even better than Dracovish because it is an ice type now, and it gets the Strong Jaw Ice Fang combo. I'm pretty sure Dracovish also gets Ice Fang, but Arctovish gets stab on that Ice Fang. So yeah, I think Arctovish is going to be a better Dracovish purely because you get Ice Stab for your Ice Fang and it's boosted by Strong Jaw. You get the same set of Vicious Rend, Strong Jaw. You're pretty fast with Slush Rush. You're just going to need to bring a separate Snow Setter. T-Fang is another move boosted by Strong Jaw, and you get Shift Gear to give you even more sweeping potential. So yeah, I'm going to put Arctovish at a solid... is it better than Weavile? I would actually say it's better than Weavile because Ice Fang boosted by Strong Jaw is essentially... let me think. That's essentially... that's like 130-ish base power, right? So you have a 130 base power ice move. All you need really is a Snow Setter to start popping off. But once you do get that down, I think Arctovish can surpass Weavile in potency. So I want to put it at a solid better than Dustmane kind of situation. I think Arctovish is unironically pretty good. We're going to put it at the middle of S tier behind Basculesian Male. Duraludon is interesting because it gets actually, is it worth... Okay, so Duraludon is an interesting case because it has an evolution in Arcaludon, but it also has the Gmax form with Gmax Duraludon. So we're going to rank Duraludon based on its Gmax form, and then we're going to rank Arcaludon separately, is what I think we're going to do. Gmax Duraludon used to be able to use Eviolite, but I'm pretty sure that does not work anymore because it was too overpowered, which is fair enough. By the way, that epic shiny for Gmax Duraludon is so sexy. I think I have the rare shiny, yeah, which looks like that, not bad, but that epic shiny looks so cool. Steelworker to boost your steel type moves, 175 special attack, 100 HP, 120 defense, 60 speed F. Okay, so you're pretty bulky. A little not bulky in the speed F side, but it's fine because you have 100 HP. 70 speed is pretty slow, but you do have a whopping 175 special attack, so you kind of are a nuclear cannon with Duraludon Gmax. You get Tachyon Cutter, which is boosted by Steelworker, so you do have the Tachyon Cutter Steelworker plus Steel Stab boost for this move, which is going to be hitting pretty hard combined with your 175 special attack. Recover for Sustain, good because you're bulky. Body Press is fantastic because you have 120 defense, so you can deal some solid damage with it. And then Corn Forcer for Dragon Stab is not bad. So I'm going to put Duraludon Gmax at a decent, I want to say top of A tier. I think what really holds it back is its lack of speed and its lack of special bulk. Otherwise, I think this thing could have been an easy S tier. Dragapult gets Parental Bond, which is going to be giving double hit on any of your non-multi-hit moves. Clear Body to ignore stat decreases, or you can go Curse Body, or even Infiltrator, which is apparently not fully implemented. I like Clear Body, just to make sure you don't get any attack decreases from like Intimidate or something. Moving on to the stat spread, Dragapult is one of the best stat spreads in the game, outside of like legendaries. It gets 120 attack, 142 speed, so you are a very fast physical attacker. Dragapult gets access to a lot of special moves as well, so it can't even work as a special attacker, but I do like physical sets more, just because your base attack is sitting at a 120, and your speed tier is just so comfortable. You're pretty much never going to get outsped by anything. Shadow Bone is a great physical ghost move. It's probably going to be your best physical ghost move, because I think outside of that, you get Phantom Force, which is a 2-turn move, so I don't really like it very much. You also have a chance to drop defense with this move, so yeah, I think Shadow Bone's going to be infinitely better than Shadow Force. Nasty Plot, if you do want to run a special attack set, I would personally avoid it. You get Dragon Darts as your regular level up move or Evo move. which is good because it's 100 base power stab move, so that's very nice. Fire Lash to do it for your ice weakness, and it also lowers the target's defense. And then Collision Course to deal with dark types, because you are a ghost type, you are weak to dark. Collision Course is going to be helping with that, and is also 100 base power, so it's a very strong move. I'm going to put Dragapult at a solid S tier. The reason why it is an S tier, because Parental Bond works amazingly with Fire Lash, because Fire Lash is a guaranteed defense drop. So if you use that once, you're basically getting a free -2 defense drop on the enemy. Shadow Bone also has a 20% chance to drop defense, so you get a further increased chance to defense drop the opponent with Shadow Bone. And then you also get moves like let's see, you got. Actually, it's kind of, yeah, mainly the Parental Bond is just for the Fire Lash and Shadow Bone utility to further increase defense. We're going to put Dragapult at a solid, I want to say top of S tier, just because it has such a good base stat spread, and also it has the Parental Bond Fire Lash combo and D-Darts on level up. So we're going to put Dragapult, I think, above Charizard, below Banette. Mega Banette feels about right for Dragapult. Has the Crown form. We're going to be looking at that. Zacian Crown gets Unnerve, which is going to be preventing enemies from healing off their berries. And then it gets a Intrepid Sword, which is going to be giving it a free attack boost when it gets swapped in. Zacian has been like the best Pokemon in PokéRogue for a while now, because of its insane base stats, because of the ability on top of its 150 base attack. Unnerved, amazing ability, because berries are kind of a big problem in PokéRogue. Magical Torque is amazing. Fairy Stab, Mighty Cleave to deal with fire types, because you are a steel type, you are weak to fire. So Mighty Cleave is actually kind of important. Bitter Blade is going to be a sustained move, and then Precipice Blades to have super effective on Eternatus, and also is another way to deal with fire types. Zacian is easily triple S tier. It's been triple S tier for the longest time, but my question with Zacian is it still the best Pokemon in the game? I would say no. I don't think so. I think I would rather have a Mega Mewtwo than a Zacian, unironically. I would put Zacian, I think, right behind Mega Mewtwo. I want to say right here. Third place in triple S tier. I know a lot of you are expecting Zacian to be the best Pokemon in the game, but I actually think that Mega Mewtwo is better. I'm not even going to lie, because Mega Mewtwo does not have to worry about getting super affected by Eternatus, right? Since it's a Psychic type. Psychic type is not weak to any of Eternatus' moves, versus Zacian is prone to getting killed by Eternatus from Flamethrower, right? So, yeah, I think Zacian Crown is not the best Pokemon in the game. I still think it's insane, because it gets Intrepid Sword, 150 base attack, and Unnerve, which is a really good ability. And it gets these cracked egg moves, right? So I still think it is a triple S Pokemon worthy, probably like a top 3 Pokemon in the game, but I no longer think it is the best Pokemon in the game. I think buffed Lugia and Mega Mewtwo are unironically better than Zacian Crown. It's still better than Mega Ray, so I'll put it right here. But yeah, Zacian, in my opinion, is no longer the best Pokemon in the game, but still very overpowered. Let's move on to Zamazenta, who got... I feel so bad for Zamazenta. Zamazenta Crowned used to get Stamina, now has Unnerve. I am very upset about this change, because I think Stamina was a fantastic fit for Zamazenta Crowned. I'll get into why later. You get 120 base attack, 140 base defense. So combined with Dauntless Shield, your defense is essentially over 200, which makes him amazing in physical bulk. You're still very good in special bulk. You're 140 base SPDF, and you're also 130 speed. So you're actually very fast as well. So you're a fast Pokemon that also has 120 attack. So I think Zamazenta has a very good stat spread and a pretty good passive. But the reason why I miss Stamina is because you get Body Press. Body Press was able to deal damage based off of how much defense you have. So you could essentially keep ramping up your defense with Stamina, and you could just have amazing damage with Body Press. So it kind of lost that. It kind of lost that by losing Stamina. So I don't know. I think Zamazenta is definitely worse now than what it used to be, because it also got Psy Shield Bash, which is a guaranteed defense increase. And now it gets Diamond Storm, which is a 50% chance to give you a sharp defense increase. So you now have to be a bit luckier to get your defense increase. So I don't like that very much. So I think Zamazenta without stamina, without Psy Shield Bash is worse than what it used to be. I still think that it's a solid S tier mon. I would even say double S tier, just because of how good its natural stats are. And also it can get defense increases from Diamond Storm and Bulk Up. But I think old Zamazenta used to be like up here. Current Zamazenta is like, I want to say here, above regular Zygarde, below Hoopa Unbound, I think is fair. Eternatus EMAX. Eternatus EMAX, spoiler warning, is a triple S Pokemon because it gets these stats: 255 HP, 250 defense, 250 SPDF. This Pokemon is absolutely ludicrous. Also, it gets 130 speed, so it's actually a very fast Pokemon that has 125 special attack as well, so it can hit pretty hard. It gets neutralizing gas, so you can ignore sturdy, you can ignore other annoying abilities. So yeah, it gets a pretty good passive on top of its insane stat spread. You get body press, which is very good because you have a base 250 defense. So that body press is going to hit like a truck. Nasty Plot to set up your attack, which is good because you're a special attacker. Malignant Chain is your best poison stab move because it has a 50% chance to poison and is 100 base power. Dragon Energy is 150 base power and also it's stab. The main issue with Dragon Energy is that it'll fall off in power when you get hit when you're lower in HP. But I believe Eternatus gets recover, so you can sustain your Dragon Energy or recover, so it's not too much of a problem. Eternatus EMAX is a easy triple S tier mon. I'm gonna actually put it above Zacian. Actually, no, it's the best Pokemon out of these guys for sure. Yeah, Eternatus EMAX is easily triple S tier. It's it might not have like psychic typing for the Eternatus fight, but it's still just absurdly broken. I think just these stats, body press, nasty plot for more special attack, and these cracked egg moves just make it easily the best Pokemon on this list right now. Urshifu has two G-Max forms, the Single Strike and the Rapid Strike. We'll start with Single Strike. It gets Iron Fist, which is good because it gets a ton of punch moves. Unseen Fist makes it so it can avoid protect. So if a mon is protecting, it can just break through it, which is a very good ability in double battles because in double battles, protect has a lot of value. 125 HP, 150 attack, and 117 speed makes this guy a very solid bulk and also a pretty speedy attacker. 117 speed is a pretty decent speed tier, and 150 attack is a very solid physical attack stat. You get Meteor Mash, which is boosted by Iron Fist, fun fact, and that is also going to be your fairy coverage because you are quad weak to fairy. Drain Punch is stab, also boosted by Iron Fist. That's going to be very good damage and also very good sustain. Jet Punch is mainly for G-Max Rapid Strike Urshifu because that is stab, because it's a water type. But it's still usable on the single strike, so it's not like you don't have to use it. Dragon Dance is going to be really good to set up your speed even more and also your attack. You do get outsped by like Eternatus, for example, so getting one Dragon Dance off can be nice to ensure that you outspeed threats like Eternatus. So yeah, I think G-Max Urshifu Single Strike is a solid, I want to say, we're going to put it above Kartana, even above Marshadow, I think. We're going to put it above Marshadow, below Mega Aerodactyl, I think. I think if this thing had better SPDF and also a little bit of a higher speed tier, I think it could have definitely been a solid double S tier mon. But we're going to leave it at the top of S tier for now. It's not bad. Rapid Strike has a similar stat spread, I believe. Actually, sorry, the exact same stat spread. The only difference is that it's a water type and will now also have stab on its Jet Punch. For that reason, I want to put it higher than the Urshifu Single Strike because it can make use of the stab on Jet Punch. So we're going to put Urshifu Rapid Strike just above the Single Strike form. Also, I think Water Fighting is a better typing, right? You're not quad weak to Fire Fairy anymore. Let's see, how many weaknesses does it have? It has 5 weaknesses. Single Strike has... actually, I guess Single Strike only has 3 weaknesses. But the 4 times Fairy weakness is scary, though. Okay, we'll say that it has a worse typing. Yeah, Single Strike or Rapid Strike is going to be better because of the Jet Punch stab. Outside of that, they're pretty much the same Pokemon. Meteor Mash to deal with your fairy weakness. Drain Punch is stab and sustain. D-Dance to set up your speed. Yeah, they're going to be right next to each other at the top of S tier. Let's move on to Zarude. Okay, Zarude, it has Tough Claws to boost all of its physical moves. Leaf Guard is going to prevent status conditions in the sun. So it's pretty much hydration, except for sun. You get 120 attack and 105 speed. Pretty okay stat spread. You're decently bulky at 105 HP, 105 defense, and 95 speed F. Your attack is solid, and your speed is actually pretty good as well. So you're overall just a very well-balanced Pokemon. Tough Claws, Sappy Seed, very good because Sappy Seed is 100 base power and is also stab. So with stab, it is a 150 base power move. With Tough Claws, that is going to be a 180 base power move. So that is a very strong click. Not to mention it sets up Leech Seed, so it is a very good utility move. Mighty Cleave to deal fire types. Wicked Blow is stab and also deals 75 base power plus the guaranteed crit. And then Victory Dance to further improve your attack and speed. I think I like Zarude. I think it's going to be one of the best Leech Seeders in the game because it has pretty high offensive capability. It is pretty bulky, so you don't have to worry about it dying too much. And also gets Tough Claws to further boost that Sappy Seed damage. I think Zarude is going to be a solid S tier. I want to say at the top of S tier because it gets Sappy Seed. Regieleki gets Electric Surge, which sets up the electric terrain. You also get Transistor as your regular ability. You have 200 speed. You are the fastest Pokemon in existence. You have a base 100 attack, base 100 special attack. You're generally going to be a special attacker because of these egg moves. You get Electro Drift, which is going to be boosted against water and flying types. Earth Power to deal with your, deal with Eternatus. And then Ice Beam is going to be your ground coverage because you are an electric type, so ground is your only weakness. So that's why you want Ice Beam on this Pokemon. And then Nasty Plot to further set up your special attack is really good because your special attack is only at 100. So you could use a use of Nasty Plot to start setting up your sweep. So the moveset I would run is Electro Ball. Electro Ball because you're so fast, so you can get a lot of damage out of Electro Ball. Also, it's boosted by Transistor and its stab. So I would take Electro Ball. I would also take Electro Drift as well if you want to deal more damage to water and flying types. Ice Beam to deal with ground types, and then Nasty Plot to set up your special attack. That is the moveset I would run. I think Regieleki is an easy top of S tier. What keeps it from being double S tier for me is the fact that it's not very tanky. So if you're not able to one-shot something, you're probably going to die in return. You are able to deal ground types with Ice Beam, but you still are prone to them. So if you get hit by one EQ, you're kind of just going to die. So we're going to put Regieleki at a solid top of S tier, I think. Let's put it, I think, above Charizard, below Dragapult. Regidrago gets Dragon's Maw as its regular ability, Multiscale as its passive. Multiscale allows it to tank hits when it's full HP, very nice. 200 HP, 50 defense, 50 speed F, so you're very low in the defense and speed F. However, you do have really high HP, which allows you to be a good Metal Burster and Comeuppance Spawn in like Endless mode. But we're not going to account for that since this is Classic mode. You get 100 attack, 100 special attack. You're probably going to use a special attack set on this thing because you do get Dragon Energy as your level up move. It's 150 base power and deals more damage the higher HP you are. Do you get Recover on the spawn? No. Do you get Heal Order? No. Okay, so you do have a lack of sustain moves to help with your Dragon Energy, but I still think you're going to take it just because when you're full HP, that does deal some good damage. Also Multiscale will ensure that you take a little less damage on your first hit. So hopefully you can hang on to some amount of damage with the Dragon Energy after your after the first turn. Let's move on to the egg moves. You get Meteor Mash to deal with your fairy weakness. Dragon Darts is, I guess, more for a physical set if you want to run a physical set on Regidrago. It's also Dragon's Maw boosted, so it'll be dealing a decent amount of damage. Do you get Dragon Dance on this spawn? Yes, you do. You do get Dragon Dance on this spawn, so you can actually run a decent physical set. All you need to do is Dragon Dance like maybe once or twice to get a decent enough attack and speed tier, and then you would just be spamming either D darts for the boosted Dragon's Maw damage. You'd be boosting. You'd be using Meteor Mash to take care of fairy types, and then you'd probably use either Explosion if you want to do something funny, or I guess maybe a Crunch to deal with psychic types. ghost types. All right, I think Regidrago is a solid, I want to say top of A tier. The fact that it gets multi-scale does allow it to use Dragon Dance pretty easily. Glass Dryer gets Filter, which is great because you are a mono ice type. You're weak to fire, fighting, rock, and steel. So you have 4 weaknesses, so Filter is going to be helping deal with all of them. Chilling Neigh gives you a attack increase every time you kill something, so it's basically just Moxie. You have 145 attack, 130 defense, 110 speed F, and 100 HP. You're a very good Pokemon, and Filter does allow you to become more of a tank. So pretty solid tank. 145 attack is good, and you get Chilling Neigh to further boost that. Not to mention you're an ice type, meaning you can deal with Rayquaza and Eternatus really well. Glacial Lance, amazing. 120 base power move, and it's physical, so you can use that on Glass Dryer. High horsepower to deal with fire types is good. You also get Slack Off to sustain. That's very good because you are a tank bond. And then finally, Trick Room. If you want to start becoming a fast sweeper, you can take Trick Room and you can essentially just outspeed everyone because your speed is only 30. So yeah, I think this moveset right here is exactly what I would run. Slack Off for sustain, high horsepower for coverage, Glacial Lance is your best stab move, and then Trick Room to allow you to sweep. Glass Dryer is solid, I'm not going to lie, chat. It's an ice type, so it inherently deals with Eternatus and Rayquaza pretty well. It's very tanky, so it can stay alive. It's not like a Snow Setter, which does bring it back for me a bit, and it doesn't get Aurora Veil. Spectrier gets 145 special attack and 130 speed, so it has a very good offensive stat spread. It is pretty frail, but obviously makes up for that for being incredibly fast and also really hard hitting with 145 special attack. You get Shadow Shield, meaning if you want to use a setup move like Nasty Plot, for example, you can get it off pretty easily thanks to Shadow Shield. Earth Power to deal with steel types and also hit Eternatus for super effective damage. Parting Shot is good because you're a fast mon, so you can decrease the enemy's attack and special attack before they get to attack. Aura Sphere to deal with your dark weakness because you are a ghost type. And then finally, Astral Barrage is the best special ghost move in the game at 120 base power. So that's probably going to be your main spam move. Do you get Curse on Spectrier? You do. Okay, so Spectrier in my eyes is essentially Mega Gengar because you get Shadow Shield, you get Astral Barrage as your best ghost move, you get Nasty Plot to use with Shadow Shield. So I want to put this thing at least in double S tier because it gets Curse for utility, because it's an amazing sweeper, and because it can set up Nasty Plot safely with Shadow Shield. The real question is Spectrier better than Mega Gengar? Mega Gengar, in my opinion, is a bit better because A, it has a higher base special attack at 170, and B, it is bulkier with 80 defense and 95 speed F. Spectrier only has 60 defense and 80 special defense, so it actually is more frail than Mega Gengar. And not to mention, Gengar also gets access to the G-Max form if you want to go that route instead. I think Mega Gengar, the one weakness it has, I guess, against Spectrier is the fact that it doesn't get Grim Neigh. Spectrier has a lot more sweeping potential because it does get Grim Neigh, but Gengar has a more reliable base special attack at 170. So I guess there is a good comparison to be made between the two. Unfortunately, it looks like Calyrex only has its base form on the tier list here. So I guess we're gonna have to rank it based off of how good both of the forms are. So starting with the ice form, I don't really like this one. Because Psychic Ice is, first of all, a really bad typing. It has 6 weaknesses. Second of all, it's pretty slow at 50 speed. You are quite the tank though, with 100 HP, 150 defense, and 130 speed F, and you also have 165 attack. So you're a pretty solid bulky attacker. As one, gives you both Unnerve and also the Moxie ability. So you'll be getting ramping attack increases when you kill something, and also Unnerve to prevent enemies from using their berries. A Harvest is going to be generating you berries after you use them, so that's pretty good, especially on Calyrex because you're a tank, so you make use of berries more often than, say, like Spectrier. You get Sappy Seed, which is amazing because that is going to be setting up Leaf Seed. That's going to be way better on Calyrex Ice than Calyrex Shadow because Calyrex Ice has a lot higher of a physical attack stat, and Sappy Seed is a physical attack move. Recover is great on Calyrex Ice because it is a tank, so you want a good sustain move. Secret Sword and Photon Gazer. Photon Gazer is a lot better because It's a psychic move, and Photon Gazer is, or sorry, Calyrex Ice is a psychic move, so it does have stab for Photon Gazer. So you're gonna take Photon Gazer for stab, Sappy Seed for stab, Recover for sustain. Or sorry, Sappy Seed isn't stab, my bad. But you're gonna take Sappy Seed for utility. Or Calyrex Ice is probably just better Calyrex. Or is it really? I don't know if Calyrex Ice is better Glass Dryer, because Glass Dryer gets Filter, which helps it with its weaknesses. Calyrex Ice does not get Filter. Instead, it gets Harvest, which is, I guess, not bad if you're able to stay alive. In terms of bulk, it is bulkier with more defense and more speed def. So I do want to say that Calyrex Ice for sure is a better version of Glass Dryer, especially because you get Sappy Seed as well, which is going to give you utility. So in terms of like Calyrex Ice, I want to put it right above Glass Dryer, but Calyrex Shadow is a 165 special attack, 150 speed mon with As-1, which gives you both a special attack increase when you kill things and also Unnerve to prevent healing. You get Sappy Seed for utility. It might not be that strong because you have only 85 physical attack, but it is still a utility move because it sets up leash sheet, so I'd still probably take that for the Eternatus fight. Photon Gazer is a psychic move that's going to be good for Eternatus as well. If you want, you can take Recover. I don't think that's that good on Calyrex Shadow because you're not that bulky. You're going to take Astral Barrage, which is a 120 base power ghost move. Okay, so I think Calyrex Ice is just a little better than Glass Dryer, but I think Calyrex Shadow is the second best Pokemon in the game because it's a psychic type, so it deals with Eternatus really well. You get the I fucking hate clicking on random shit. I think Calyrex Shadow is going to be the second best Pokemon in the game because you get As-1, which gives you the Grim Neigh ability, so you sweep through Classic Mode really easily because you get a special attack increase every time you kill something, so that's very powerful. You also get Unnerve in the same ability, and Unnerve has very good utility because it prevents berries from being used. You also have Harvest, which is a generally useful ability to have. You have one of the best offensive stat spreads with 165 special attack and 150 speed. So you're a very, very reliable special attack carry. And on top of that, you get utility with Sappy Seed. You get psychic moves, Photon Gazer, and psychic is super effective against Eternatus, which makes it very valuable. Secret Sword, if you want to hit things for physical damage, that's good as well. And Astral Barrage is a very good move at 120 base power. So I think Calyrex Shadow for sure is the best sweeper in the game because of its stat spread, because of its typing. It's even better than Lugia. I wouldn't say it's better than Eternatus EMAX just because Eternatus EMAX is just ludicrous. Kleavor is like past Scizor. It gets Tinted Lens, so all of its bug and, or I guess just any moves it uses will be able to deal regular damage in instances that are usually resisted. Sharpness is its hidden ability. That's probably what you're going to want to take because you get Mighty Cleave as your level up move. Right? Oh, no, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of another mon. Do you get it as TM? No, you just get it as a egg move. Okay, my bad. Yeah, you get Sharpness for Mighty Cleave. Mighty Cleave is going to be a 95 base power move that is boosted by Sharpness. Also, it's Stab. In terms of base stats, you get 135 attack and 85 speed. You're kind of slow, and you're not very bulky either for how slow you are. The main appealing part of this stat spread is just its attack at being at 135. Yeah, Mighty Cleave, like I mentioned. Bug Bite is going to be a stab move that also heals you, or not heals you, but eats the berry of the enemy if they're holding a berry, so that's pretty good. Storm Throw. Okay, so what I'm noticing here is it gets a lot of moves. Oh, right, because it evolves from Scyther, so it would have the same egg moves as Scizor. Gotcha. Okay. So the thing with these moves, Bug Bite and Storm Throw, they're all, and even Double Iron Bash, these are all 60 base power moves. These aren't very good on Kleavor, but they are very good on Scizor because it gets Technician. So these moves are mainly more for Scizor than they are for Kleavor. Mighty Cleave is still nice though because you do get a move that is Sharpness boosted and also Stab. Kleavor is just looking like a much worse Scizor to me because it doesn't get Technician and also isn't a Bug Steel type, which is one of the best typings in the game. It's too slow, and I feel like it's not bulky enough for how slow it is. It's just trying to be Mega Scizor, but it's just not. So unfortunately, Kleavor is going to have to be at a solid B tier. I want to say at least above. I want to say at least above Pincertion. No, not even above Prince Searcher. We're going to put it below Prince Searcher, above Shaman Base, I think, for Cleavor. That's pretty unfortunate. Let's move on to Wordier. Wordier gets speed boost, so if you just protect, you can get 1 guaranteed speed boost. Intimidate to lower the enemy's attack. You could take Sap Sipper to have a grass immunity. That's not too bad. Bulk is okay at 103 HP, 72 defense, 75 speed F. You get balanced offenses at 105 attack, 105 special attack. So I believe Warrior gets a mixed attack set. Yes, it does. Thunderous Kick is physical. Photon Gazer can be, I guess, either physical or special. Swords Dance for the physical attack set, and then Boom Burst is one of the best special attack moves in the game because it's 140 base power. It's also Stab. You are a normal type, so that's probably going to be your best move if you are running the special attack set. You also get Calm Mind, I believe, so that will help for your special attack set. Otherwise, you'll be taking Swords Dance for the physical set. I think this is kind of a like, it's just like, it's good. It has both a physical and a special set, but just kind of bad at both. The base attack is not very high. The base special attack is not very high. It does get Swords Dance and Calm Mind, but it does rely on using those moves in order to become stronger. And I feel like it's not bulky enough to reliably get those moves off. You at the very least get speed boost to fix your speed stats, so that's not too bad. We're gonna put Wordier at a solid middle, maybe lower A tier. Yeah, so really good bulky attacker at a pretty low speed. You get Mountain Gale, which is a fantastic 100 base power move that can deal with Eternatus and Rayquaza. Fake Out is good in double battles. Slack Off is great because it's a bulky mon, so the sustain is nice. And then Precipice Blades is Stab and 120 base power, so that's going to be probably your best move that you spam outside of maybe Headlong Rush. Headlong Rush does decrease your defenses though, so Precipice Blades is probably going to be better, although it is a bit less accurate, so you probably want to find wide lenses or X accuracies for your Ursaluna. Yeah, I appreciate that it's like one of the strongest and bulkiest mons in the game, thanks to Guts. So we're gonna put it at a solid S tier, not too high though. Sneasler gets Scrappy, which allows it to hit ghost types with fighting type moves. You also get Poison Touch to make it so that all of your contact moves can have a 30% chance to poison. You have one of the best offensive stat spreads. You get 120 speed and 130 attacks. That's a very reliable offensive stat spread. It's kind of like Weavile's offensive stat spread, but I believe you get 10 more attack, right? Yeah, you get 10 more attack, 5 less speed, but I think that 5 less speed is not too bad since you already outspeed Mega Ray. So I really like Sneasler's stat spread. You get Thunderous Kick. Keep in mind you get Scrappy, so you can now hit ghost types with that as well. You get Triple Axle to deal with ground types and also deal with flying types and also deal with Eternatus and Rayquaza. So it's a fantastic move for Sneasler. You get Knockoff, which is going to be dealing with those psychic types because you do have a 4 times psychic weakness. So you kind of do need an answer to psychic types. That's why it gets Knockoff. It's a 130 base power move if they're holding an item. And you also get Victory Dance to further set up your attack and speed. I'm liking Sneasler. It's kind of like Weavile. We're going to put Sneasler above Magmortar, below Dracovish. What keeps it from being better than Weavile is the fact that it doesn't get Tough Claws. It is able to hit ghost types and fighting type moves, but it loses the 1.3 times damage boost that Weavile gets from Tough Claws. And not to mention, Weavile is also ice type, so it does get extra stab damage on that Triple Axle. So yeah, I think Weavile for sure is better than Sneasler, even if Sneasler does have more attack stat than Weavile. That's why Sneasler is down here at the bottom of S tier. If it was an ice type and if it also had Tough Claws, it would have definitely been like up here. But because it doesn't, we're going to leave it down here at S tier. Alright, let's move on to Blood Moon Ursaluna. So Blood Moon Ursaluna is actually very different from regular Ursaluna. Regular Ursaluna has really high HP and really high physical attack. Blood Moon Ursaluna has really high special attack and also really high physical bulk and very low speed as well. So the difference is that it's more of a special attacker than regular Ursaluna. That's why it gets Berserk. So when it's lower than half HP, you get a boosted special attack stat. You also get Mind's Eye, so your normal type moves will be able to ignore the ghost type immunity. It's basically just a better Scrappy because you also ignore their evasiveness increases. So it's a really good ability. You get Nasty Plot to get your special attack even higher. I like that. You get Trick Room to set up your sweeping potential. You get Boom Burst, which is a very solid normal type move. I think what the strategy for Blood Moon is you're gonna be using Blood Moon, the move Blood Moon, to deal 140 base power damage, and then once you can't use that, you can use Boom Burst, which is the exact same base power. Actually, I guess at that point, there's no point in using Blood Moon, right? You might as well just use Boom Burst. Yeah, so Blood Moon getting Boom Burst basically just means you don't need to take Blood Moon anymore, because Boom Burst is essentially just better Blood Moon, since it doesn't have the drawback of not being able to be used twice in a row. So you'll be taking Boom Burst for sure. That's your best stab move. You also can hit ghost types with it because of Mind's Eye. You're going to be taking T-Bolt because you do have a water weakness. You're going to be taking Trick Room to help set up your sweeping potential, and then Nasty Plot to further increase your special attack. This thing is pretty similar to Ursaluna in the sense that it is a slow, bulky attacker, but the only difference is that it's a special attacker and also is able to hit ghost types. So where do we put Ursaluna? Blood Moon unfortunately isn't on this list, which kind of sucks because it is its own separate Pokemon. Let's just kind of keep Blood Moon at like the same ranking as Ursaluna. I think they're relatively the same Pokemon. I think Blood Moon is a bit better. Like if we were ranking Blood Moon, it would be like maybe here behind Cinderace. But I think it's fine where it is. I think both Blood Moon Ursaluna and regular Ursaluna are just about like bottom of S tier. Is good enough for me. So yeah, it's about there. Boom Burst hits your Mon. That is true. In double battles, yeah, Boom Burst will be hitting your own Mon. So if you don't want to do that, then I guess you can take on Blood Moon. Okay, let's move on to Enamorus. Enamorus has two forms, the regular form and the turtle form. Let's look at the regular form first because it gets Contrary, one of the best abilities in PokéRogue. You also get Fairy Aura, which is a really good passive because you are a Fairy type. You get 135 special attack, 106 speed, 115 attack. So your base stats are very good, but Contrary. Let's look at its moves. It's Floor Cannon. So when you use Floor Cannon, you're going to get a +2 Spatak increase. So that's absolutely bonkers, given that you already have 135 base special attack. You get Take Heart, which will be increasing in special attack and Spadef when used. But the problem with this move is that can only really be used on Enamorus Therian, because with regular Enamorus, you want to use Contrary, right? So when you use that Take Heart, you're going to be getting a -1 special attack and a -1 Spadef. So for regular Enamorus, we're going to ignore the Take Heart. We're going to be looking at Stored Power, which will be giving you more power based on how many stat increases you have. So after you're done spamming Floor Cannon and after you're done spamming Superpower for speed, for attack and defense increases, you're going to use your Stored Power to deal big boosted damage. It's also Psychic type, so it's going to be dealing extra damage against Eternatus, which is a plus. Oblivion Wing is 80 base power and also can sustain, not to mention its stab as well. So it's going to be a pretty vital move for Enamorus. I think Enamorus is one of the best, if not the best, Contrary Mons in the game because its base stats are actually good. Like it has 135 base special attack, and you're going to be getting more special attack with the Floor Cannon. So I think Enamorus is absolutely disgusting. It's easily double S tier. Right now I'm contemplating triple S tier. I think what keeps it from being triple S tier though is its speed being only 106. It doesn't get a move that can increase its speed. Like it doesn't get like a move that can decrease its speed. That would be increasing its speed because of Contrary. It does get agility, but unfortunately you can't use it because you're using Contrary, right? So if you were to try to use agility, it would actually just decrease your speed. So you don't have any way to increase your speed on regular Enamorus. So that's the one thing that holds it back for me as a Contrary Mon. So we'll put it at the bottom of double S tier. We're gonna put it pretty high though, because it does get Stored Power for Eternatus. So we're gonna put it I think right behind Ditto. Feels about right for me. It is for sure the best Contrary Mon in the game, but does have a small weakness of being kind of slow. So yeah, we'll leave it at the top of double S tier. I think that feels about right for Enamorus. Let's move on to Enamorus Therian. Enamorus Therian does not get Contrary. Instead, it's more of a tanky Mon with 110 defense at 100 Spadef. It has pretty balanced defenses at 115 attack, 135 special attack, and it's quite slow with 46 speed. Also gets Fairy Aura. Overcoat is protecting you from weather damage and also powder moves. You can now take Heart thanks to not getting Contrary, so you can now increase your special attack and Spadef with Take Heart. Oblivion Wing for sustain is good because you're still a flying type. Floor Cannon might not be increasing a special attack anymore, but it still is your strongest fairy move because you have Fairy Aura and Fairy Stab, so that Floor Cannon is going to be doing some devastating damage, even without Contrary. It's kind of a mid-mon. I think Contrary carried this mon so much because the Contrary Floor Cannon combo is just like absolutely disgusting. So because it doesn't get Contrary, it's like no more than B tier to me. We're gonna put it slightly above Greedence, I think is fair. Actually, no, not even. This thing is very bad in my eyes. We're gonna put regular, or we're gonna put Enamorous Therian like low B tier. I know that sounds crazy, given that it's a legendary, but because it doesn't get Contrary, it's just kind of underwhelming. It kind of suffers a lot from using Floor Cannon, from the harsh attack decrease. You can't increase your attack and defense and superpowers, so like it's just kind of, there's just, I don't know, it doesn't have that cool gimmick that regular Enamorous does. So Enamorous Therian is gonna be where did I even put it? Where is it? Enamorous Therian is gonna be towards the bottom of B tier. I want to say at least above Simisage. We'll put it right there, below Chimecho, which is crazy, but I think it's accurate. Meowscarada has Magician, which makes sense because the Pokemon is supposed to be like a jester or like a magician. You get Protean to change your type when you use a move, which is really good. You have a pretty decent offensive stat spread. 123 speed, 110 attack is a pretty solid and reliable offensive stat spread. You get Fire Lash, mainly to deal with your ice weakness, and also decreases defense. Triple Axle will be dealing with her flying weakness and also deals with Ray and Eternatus. So that's a very good move that it gets. Sucker Punch is stab and also is a priority if you feel like you're going to get outsped. I think Wicked Blow is going to be a much better spam move though, because it's stab, 75 base power, always crits. Really good move. Let's not forget that because it gets Protean, Triple Axle and Fire Lash will get stab boost. So yeah, you're going to be hitting very hard with Triple Axle. This gives Meowscarada a lot of value. Do you get Swords Dance on this mod? You do not. So unfortunately, you kind of are capped at 110 attack. But I think because you get Protean, Triple Axle, and also Wicked Blow, I want to put Meowscarada at least in the top of A tier. Skeledirge. Skeledirge, if you're playing PokéRogue Fresh Start, which is the mode where you can only use the Fire, Water, Grass starters, I think Skeledirge is going to be one of the best Pokemon to take because you get Torch Song naturally. Torch Song is an amazing move in PokéRogue because it increases your special attack every time you use it. Punk Rock will be boosting the damage of your Torch Song, so that's an added bonus. Unaware makes it so you can ignore the enemy's defense increases, so that's really good. 104 HP, 100 defense, 110 special attack. That special attack stat being pretty high is good because you want to spam Torch Song on this mon. Alluring Voice is boosted by Punk Rock. It'll also confuse the target if the stats of that target have been boosted during the same turn. It's a very situational and niche move, but when it does work, it's pretty good because it does confuse the target. 80 base power as well. Not bad. Fairy coverage for your dark weakness because you are a ghost type. Slack Off to heal. Overdrive is Punk Rock boosted and also covers your water weakness because you are a fire type. Moongeist Beam is stab and also 100 base power, so it's a very good move that you're probably going to want. In my opinion, I would take Torch Song, Moongeist Beam, Overdrive, and Slack Off. I don't think Alluring Voice is that important, to be honest. Yeah, I think Skeledirge is a pretty solid mon. What holds it back a bit is how slow it is. Otherwise, it's decently bulky, decently strong with 110 special attack, and Punk Rock basically helps out all of its moves. So we're going to put Skeledirge at a solid, I want to say right below G-Max Toxicity, I think feels right. I don't think it's as good as G-Max Toxicity, but they have a pretty similar gimmick, so I'll put it right underneath them. Let's move on to Quaquaval. Okay, I've been waiting for Quaquaval because when we ranked Zarina, I was thinking that it was pretty similar to Quaquaval because it gets the Moxie Aqua Step combo, and that's also something that Quaquaval gets. So I was kind of curious to see if Quaquaval would be better or worse than Zarina. You do get Dragon Dance to set up your attack and speed, which I don't think Zarina gets. Yeah, so that's one bonus. You get Triple Axle, which is going to be dealing with grass types and also deal with Eternatus and Rayquaza, so that's a really good move. You get Opportunist on Quaquaval, so when you do get to the Eternatus fight, you can copy his stat increases, which I think is really good compared to getting, like, say, Queenly Majesty on Zarina. Your base stats are pretty nice. You're pretty even on everything except for attack. You get 120. Your speed might be a bit slow, but you do get speed increases with Aqua Step, which is why I said the Aqua Step Moxie combo, because you get speed increases from using Aqua Step, and then you get attack increases when you kill things. So it's a very good combination. That's also why I rank Serena pretty high. I put Serena, I think, in the S tier, or maybe top of A tier. Yeah, I put it at the top of A tier. Also, Serena gets Sappy Seed, which was another reason why I put it pretty high. Actually, I think Serena deserves to be S tier because it gets Moxie, Aqua Step, and Sappy Seed, which is an amazing utility move. So we're going to put Serena actually in the lower end of S tier, I think. We're going to put it, I think, below Grimmsnarl, above Toxapex. And as for Quaquaval, similar gimmick with the Moxie Aqua Step, but unfortunately you don't get Sappy Seed like Serena. So I feel like I can't rank it as high as Serena because it's lacking that utility. So I want to put it like, I think also in S tier, but not nearly as high as Serena. Let's put it, I think, above regular Deoxys. Oinkologne is one of my least favorite Pokemon because I think it looks ugly as fuck, but it does get simple, which doubles any stat increases that it gets. You get Thick Fat to half the damage of fire and ice type moves. That's probably what I would take. 110 HP, 75 defense, 80 speed F. Not even like the worst bulk out there. Hey Aurelio, thanks for subscribing. Oh, that was gifted from DJ Ronan. Much appreciated. Thanks DJ Ronan. Shoutouts to DJ. Let's go back to Oinkologne here. 110 HP, 100 attack, 75 defense, 80 speed F. The bulk is alright, I guess. 110 HP. Defenses are a bit low, but the HP is at least is kind of high. Your attack is decent at 100, but your speed is abysmal at 65. Milk Drink heals you for half HP. Side Shield Bash is a defense increase. Fillet Away will be halving your HP, but give you essentially a Shell Smash. And then Multi Attack is your best stab move because it's 120 base power and it's normal. The Fillet Away does give you a +4 attack and +4 speed, which is kind of crazy. You also get Side Shield Bash, which does give you a +2 defense increase. So it does get some pretty good moves to pair with Simple. But I feel like you're not tanky enough to make use of Fillet Away consistently. Because I feel like you're going to try and use Fillet Away and then the opponent is just going to kill you. Because you're not really like that tanky. So that's kind of a big glaring weakness that I see with Oinkologne. But just because it gets Simple Fillet Away, I want to at least put it in B tier. We'll put it like pretty high in B tier actually. We'll put it right underneath Lipard. I think it has potential if you somehow are able to get the Fillet Away off without dying. But otherwise, this thing is not consistent. So we're going to put it at most the top of B tier, I think. Didn't know you had the TTS set up. Time to donate some outlandish messages. Let's try and not say anything too brain rotty, guys. Let's move on to Spidops. Spidops gets Honey Gather, so you'll be making more peas after every battle. Stakeout will be doubling damage when target switches out. So it's essentially just Pursuit as an ability. Really terrible stat spread. I guess your bulk is kind of okay at 92 defense, 86 speed F, but otherwise your stats are pretty much just crying mid. You get Stone Axe for rock setup, Leash Life for sustain, Thief for stealing items. You get Spore to induce sleep, but the problem with this mod is that it's really slow. So that's a slower Spore. That's a slow Spore, not a fast Spore. You get Soak Trap, I guess, to protect and slow other mons, but I can't justify Spidops being above, like, I think at most low B tier. I think the fact that it gets Soak Trap and Spiderweb at the very least, not Spiderweb, Sticky Web. I think the fact that it gets Sticky Web and Soak Trap at least makes it B tier, but like very low B tier. We're gonna put it, I think above X-Cloud, below Victory Bell. I think there's other Pokemon that do its job but better. Other Pokemon that have Sticky Web, other Pokemon that have Soak Trap. I don't think there's any point in taking Spidops really, so I would just refrain from using him. Let's move on to Low Kicks. Low Kicks gets Guts, so it's going to be having a permanent attack increase if you have the Toxic Orb with a Flame Orb. You also get Tinted Lens, so you can deal neutral damage when enemies resist you. So for example, if you use a bug move against like a steel type, that's going to be neutral damage instead of being resisted damage. 102 attack, 92 speed. This Pokemon also has some pretty mid-base stats, but what's better with low kicks is the fact that it gets first impression on level up, so you can actually just use that for turn 1 to deal some solid damage, unlike Spidops. You also get Knockoff, which is a way better move than Thief. It deals 130 base power if the opponent is holding an item. You get Fell Stinger, which is really good, because if you somehow kill something with Fell Stinger, you get a +6, I think a +6 attack increase, right? Or is it +3? It might be +3. No, I think it's +6. You get a +6 attack increase when you kill something with Fell Stinger. So if you somehow kill something with Fell Stinger, you're going to become a absolute monster. So once you get that increase, you can probably just use Sucker Punch, spam, and just spam Sucker Punch with your +3 attack increase. Attack Order is a 90 base power move that has a heightened chance to crit, so it's pretty good. If you use First Impression turn 1 and you're in turn 2, turn 3, so on, you can just use Attack Order from there for Bug Stab. Wicked Blow is going to be your best Dark Stab move because it is 75 base power and has a guaranteed chance to crit. If I were to make a moveset with this guy, I would use Wicked Blow, Sucker Punch, Attack Order, and Fell Stinger, because all of those moves are stab. You get the potential attack increase with Fell Stinger, and then once you do get that attack increase, you can just spam Sucker Punch for good damage. So I think Low Kicks does have a niche for sure. We're gonna put it in the, I think, the bottom of A tier, because I think Fell Stinger gives it tons of potential, and then you could just spam Sucker Punch with it once it does get those attack increases. We're not gonna put it too high though. We're gonna put it, I think, above a Selgor, below Salazzle, at the bottom of A tier. I think is appropriate for Low Kicks. I also have the Epic Shiny for Low Kicks, which looks like Spider-Man, which is kind of funny. Let's move on to Palmot. Palmot gets Transistor, so you get a 1.5 increase on your electric type moves. You also get Iron Fist as a regular ability. That's probably what you want, because you get a lot of punch moves on this on Palmot, like close combat. 115 attack, 105 speed. You actually have a pretty solid offensive stat spread. Your speed is a little lacking, but otherwise it's not bad. But the main appeal of Palmot obviously is the Revival Blessing to heal any of your dead allies. You get Drain Punch, which is boosted by Iron Fist and is also stab. Ice Punch to deal with ground types is Iron Fist boosted and also deals with Ray and Eternatus. Mach Punch is Iron Fist boosted, also stab, and is priority. So if you do feel like you're going to get outsped, you can just use Mach Punch. And then Plasma Fist is Iron Fist boosted and also gives you the Iron Duelist effect. It is 100 base power. That's the most important part. It's 100 base power, Iron Fist boosted, and stab. So you're definitely going to take Plasma Fist, Mach Punch, Ice Punch, and then either Drain Punch or Revival Blessing. I'd probably take Revival Blessing just because it's utility. Yeah, I think Palmot is pretty solid. It gets some pretty good moves with Iron Fist, and it gets Revival Blessing, which is a really good utility move. So we're gonna put Palmot at a solid top of A tier. Maushold gets Scrappy, so you can hit ghost types of normal and fighting type moves. This is good because its signature move is Population Bomb, which can be immune by ghost types. So it getting Scrappy allows it to hit anything with Population Bomb. You get Technician to boost the power of your Population Bomb, which is probably we're going to take every time. Your speed is good, but the rest of your stats are very mid. Maushold has always been more of a endless mod, because you can just take Technician, Wide Lenses, and Population Bomb, and you can just perma-flinch enemies with King's Rocks. But in Classic mode, I guess you'd be using it more as a Revival Blessing mod, because you can revive your dead Pokemon. Sizzly Slide is a guaranteed burn. Not bad for utility. Thief, I guess, to steal opponents' items is not terrible. And then Baton Pass to pass off stat increases. I guess you do get Tidy Up on this Pokemon. So if you want to do a Tidy Up Baton Pass combo, you can. Not that important in my opinion. So what you'd really be using this thing for is the Population Bomb damage, Revival Blessing utility, Sizzly Slide utility, and probably Follow Me for double battle utility. So I would put Maushold in a solid top of B tier, maybe middle of B tier. It's just not strong enough. It only has 75 attacks, so that Population Bomb, even if you hit all 10 hits, it's just not going to do that much damage. Revival Blessing carries it hard, so at the very least, it's middle of B tier. We're going to put it, I think, above above Basculin, or actually below. We're gonna put it below Swoobats. We're gonna put it below. It keeps dropping. It keeps dropping and dropping. We're gonna put it below. I think we're gonna put it below Masharna, above Dredigan for Mousehold, purely because it gets the guaranteed burn of Sizzly Slide and the Revival Blessing. Yeah, I think it's right about here. Middle of B tier for Mousehold. Let's move on to Dashboon. Dashboon gets Water Absorbs, so it is immune to water types, which is pretty cool because it's also immune to fire types with well-baked body. So it has 2 immunities, actually 3 immunities because it's also immune to Dragon. 115 base defense, 80 SPDF, 57 HP. So you're kind of bulky on the physical side, but on the SPDF side, you're kind of bulky. Decent speed at 95, 80 attack. What makes Dashbun pretty good is the fact that you can fuse it with a steel type and it becomes immune to Eternatus's entire moveset. So that's one benefit to using Dashbun if you can find a DNA splicers. If not using that strategy, then you can just use it as a sustain mon with soft boiled, high horsepower to deal with, I guess, steel types, since you do have a steel type weakness as a fairy type. Sizzly Slide for guaranteed burn, and then Tidy Up to set up your attack and speed. I do not care about using this thing offensively. I would care more about just using it as a wall, since it has fire immunity, water immunity, dragon immunity, soft boiled for healing, Sizzly Slide for guaranteed burn. You also get Baby Doll Eyes, Charm if you want to decrease the enemy's attack, make yourself more of a physical wall. Baton Pass if you want to do like a Tidy Up Baton Pass combo. Pretty good physical wall. I think it's funny that it gets 3 immunities and has relatively okay utility with Sizzly Slide and the Baton Pass. So it's put at like a decent middle of B tier. I want to say at least above Caracasta, below Arbok, I think is fair for Dashboon. Let's move on to Arboliva. Arboliva, the Olive Garden Pokemon. It gets Ripen, which works well with Harvest because Harvest generates berries potentially, and then Ripen doubles the effect of berries. So it's pretty much just going to be a berry generating, berry fiending monster. You get 78 HP, 90 defense, 109 SPDF. So you have very moderately okay bulk. 125 special attack is pretty appealing though. You can hit pretty hard. You get Strength Sap, which is great because you want to tank hits and stay alive. That's kind of what the point of Ripen Harvest is. Strength Sap, so it keeps you alive, allows you to make use of more berries because it keeps you alive, and staying alive allows you to use berries more often, obviously. Earth Power is going to deal with your fire weakness. I guess also is a way to hit steel types since you are walled by steel types. So that's good for Earth Power. That's good with Earth Power. Calm Mind to set up your Spatak and Spadef even more is good. And then Boom Burst is Stab because you are a normal type of Arboliva and it has 140 base power. So Arboliva has some pretty potential power with Calm Mind Boom Burst. You can deal some pretty good damage. Otherwise, I'd just be using it as a Strength Sap spammer and then just keep it alive with the Ripen Harvest combo. So it's a relatively decent wall. Does it get Leech Seed? If it does, then it's at least A tier. It does get Leech Seed, even on level up. So we're going to put Arboliva at a solid A tier because it gets Ripen, Harvest, and Leech Seed. I value this thing almost as highly as Snorlax because Snorlax doesn't get Leech Seed. The only difference between the two is that Snorlax is so much tankier. Right? It has like 200 HP. So I guess if you're choosing between the two, it would be either do you want more tankiness with Snorlax or do you want the Leech Seed utility of Arboliva? Because Arboliva is so much more frail, we're going to put Arboliva below Snorlax. We're going to put it below Aggron actually, but I still think it is really good. Just because it gets Leech Seed and it has some pretty good tank potential. So let's put it right here above Gyarados, I think. Yeah, above Gigalith. Above Gigalith, below Meowscarada, I think is appropriate for Arboliva. If it was a bit more physically bulky and if it had a bit more HP, I think this thing for sure could have been an easy S tier. But unfortunately, it's a bit too naturally frail. So that is going to be one thing that brings Arboliva back. Let's move on to Squawkabilly. Squawkabilly is quite the interesting Pokemon. It gets Moxie, I guess, to set up its attack after kill stuff. It gets Hustle, Intimidate, or Guts. Since this thing seems to be more offensively geared with Moxie, I guess you would be taking Guts for the increased attack. Alright, its stat spread is pretty mid. Very mid stat spread. You get Parting Shot, I guess, to decrease the enemy's offenses. Pretty good utility move. EQ to deal with electric types because you do have an electric weakness as a flying type. Also to deal with rock types. Flare Blitz. Also to deal with, mainly to deal with ice types because you are a flying type. Has some recoil damage, which you can't avoid. Extreme Speed is Stab and also Priority. Not bad. Okay, Squawkability is screaming low B tier to me. It's not C tier because at the very least it gets Moxie and Guts, which makes it kind of strong. But otherwise, yeah, it's like at most low B tier. I think below Raichu is appropriate. Yeah, I don't think it's better than Raichu. We'll put it at the low end of B tier for Squawkability. All right, here is a GOAT in PokéRogue. Garganacl, first of all, is one of the GOATs of PokéRogue because it gets Soul Cure on level up. So whenever you find this thing, you usually just catch it just so you can have a chip move for Eternatus. Oh shit. So yeah, Garganacl is one of the GOATs of PokéRogue. You get Solid Rock as a passive, so your Water, Ground, and Steel, and I guess Fighting weakness as well, and Grass weakness are reduced thanks to Solid Rock. You get Sturdy, which is pretty much always what you want because you want to guarantee that you can get your Soul Cure off. So Sturdy allows you to live on 1 HP guaranteed, and you can get a Soul Cure off on whatever target it is. So yeah, Sturdy, take that every time. I don't care if you think Purifying Soul is pretty nice. I think you should take Sturdy every time to ensure that you can guaranteed live a hit. 130 defense, 90 SPDF, 100 HP, very solid bulk. A little lacking in the SPDF area, but you do have 100 HP, so you still are very bulky regardless. 100 attack is solid as well. You get Body Press to make use of your defense stat. I would probably take that. Curse to further increase your attack and defense is good. Although I think Iron Defense would be much better since that gives you a +2 defense increase. So I would take Iron Defense over Curse. Pair that with Body Press. I would take Diamond Storm as well to give yourself potential defense increases and also just a good stab move because it's rock and 100 base power. And then obviously you take Soul Cure, right? Because that is the main appeal of Garganacl, is your chip move. Garganacl is an easy S tier just because it is so accessible and also gets a chip move in level up. Is it that high in S tier? I'd probably say no, just because Soul Cure is not the best chip move in the game. The best chip move in the game is Curse. But Soul Cure still is pretty good, especially against water and steel types. So I want to at least put it above... I want to put it above... I want to put it probably right next to Whimsicott. I think Whimsicott and Garganacl are very similar in the sense they have guaranteed utility. Garganacl is guaranteed Soul Cure of 30, and then Whimsicott is guaranteed Bleach Seed with Prankster. What makes Whimsicott better though is that it has access to way more utility moves. It also gets access to Parting Shot, it gets access to Tailwind, it gets access to Cotton Guard Charm, so it can become really tanky as well. So Whimsicott is for sure better. And I think because Garganacl only gets access to Soul Cure as a utility move, I want to actually not put it as high as Whimsicott. We're going to put it like on the lower end of S tier. We're going to put it, I think under Tapu Bulu is fair. No, above Tapu Bulu. We're going to put it right behind Quackable at the bottom of S tier. For sure, a really reliable and good Pokemon. Still one of the GOATs of PokéRogue. But I don't think it goes like any higher than like here, to be honest. So yeah, let's just leave it at the bottom of S tier. 85 HP, 100 defense. You're decently bulky with 85 HP, 100 defense, and 80 SPDF. Unfortunately, that bulk kind of does go away once you use Armor Cannon. Armor Cannon is a 120 base power move that does lower your defense after you use it. So yeah, that bulk doesn't stick around for too long. Not to mention you're also running Weak Armor, which is going to lower your defense and increase your speed. You get Sacred Sword to hit Dark types. You get Photon Gazer, which is going to be your best stab move. Moonblast to also hit Dark types. And then Spectral Thief is, I guess, your way of hitting Ghost types because you're a Psychic type, so you're weak to Ghost. It's weird that it gets Spectral Thief when I feel like this Pokemon is mainly a special attacker. I guess Spectral Thief is more for Ceruledge, right? Because Ceruledge is sharing the same egg moves. So yeah, we're mainly looking at Photon Gazer and Moonblast for Armor Rouge. Pretty good moves, pretty good moves. It gets a good stab move and a good coverage move for its weakness. You're going to take Armor Cannon as well. That's your best fire stab move. And then beyond that, maybe Expanding Force, if you want to pair it with a Psychic Terrain Setter, is not bad. Beyond getting like good stab and coverage moves, it still has the big problem of being like kind of slow. I guess it gets a bit tankier or Prism Armor, but I'm not a big fan. The only way to increase its speed is Weak Armor, and if you do get that sharp speed increase, it is good. But you do have to get hit by a physical attack in order to proc that, so you have to make sure you throw it against a physical attack mon. I'll put it at least in A tier. I don't want to put it too high though, since it kind of does have obvious weaknesses. We'll put it, I think, in the middle of A tier. Ceruledge has a similar problem. It's kind of slow at 85. I guess it's decently bulky, 100 SPDF, but everything else is kind of frail. And then 125 attack is pretty good. Prism Armor is the same. You will tank less tank less damage from super effective moves. You also get Weak Armor and Ceruledge, so once you tank a physical move, you will get a sharp speed increase. Armarouge at least has 100 defense, so when you do tank a physical move, you do take less damage on Armarouge. But Ceruledge has 80 defense, so it is a bit more frail against physical moves. So Weak Armor is worse on Ceruledge than Armarouge for sure. But you still probably want it just because your speed needs some help. It's only 85 speed. With Ceruledge, you're going to be taking Spectral Thief. That's going to be your best Ghost Stab move. And Sacred Sword to deal with your Dark weakness. This thing does get Swords Dance, which is very nice because that is a +2 attack increase. So if you can get that off, you can potentially do some big damage with Ceruledge. So you get an attack increase with Swords Dance. You get a speed increase with Weak Armor. So same thing with Ceruledge. If you can get the setup with Ceruledge, this thing can pop off. But I'm gonna put it below Armarouge. Hear me out, chat. Armarouge is a Psychic type, which means it has more power against Eternatus. Ceruledge is not a Psychic type, so it doesn't have super effective against Eternatus. So for that reason, I want to put it right underneath Armarouge. I think they're pretty similar in power and similar in concept because they both require a lot of setup and have Prism Armor to help them tank hits. So I want to put them right next to each other in the middle of A tier. I think that makes sense for the two of them. Velobolt gets Stamina. That's fantastic because the gimmick of Velobolt is that it uses Electromorphosis. So when it tanks hits, its next electric move becomes boosted. So to tank more hits, you're going to want more defense. So Stamina is going to be great for that. You do have good natural bulk, even without any stamina increases. You have 109 HP, 91 defense, and 83 SPDF. So you are pretty bulky. You're pretty slow though, which is fine because you're a tanky mon. You get Parabolic Charge, which is very good because all you need to do is get hit by a move to proc Electromorphosis, and then your Parabolic Charge becomes boosted. It'll deal more damage and hopefully it'll heal you more. Scald to deal with ground types. It also has 30% burn chance. Earth Power to lower enemy SPDF, I guess. It also is Steel Coverage, which is good. Electroshot is going to be a fantastic move if you use it in rain. Electroshot increases your special attack and then fires the next turn. But if you are using it in rain, then it is a one-turn move. So it is a really good move on really any Pokemon, so long as you just have rain with this with the Pokemon. So yeah, I would use Velobolt as a Stamina Electromorphosis mon, tank a hit, and then deal some massive damage with either Electroshot or Parabolic Charge. You're definitely going to want to use Rain with this mon because it does get Scald. So you want that to be water boosted, and you also want Electroshot to be a one-turn move. So you're definitely going to want a separate Rain setter with Velobolt. If you do that, then I think Velobolt is a very solid A tier because of the Stamina Electromorphosis combo. We're going to put it pretty high, actually. We're going to put it, I think, above Arboliva, below... I think above Meowscarada, below Torterra, I think is good for Velobolt. I think this Pokemon has a lot of potential. Let's move on to Kilowattrel. Funny thing about Kilowattrel is its sprite, or it's this art, it makes it look really fat. Like, look at its belly. It looks like it's currently like digesting something. I don't know why it looks so fat in the art when it's normally like not even that fat at all. Kilowattrel gets Sheer Force, so all moves with additional effects will have their effects removed, but in turn they will get a 1.3 damage increase. You can either run Wind Power, which when hit by a wind move, or if you're in Tailwind, it just boosts the power of your next electric move. I believe Tailwind works with this ability, so it's very nice. Yeah, so you get Wind Power as your regular ability. You're gonna want to use Tailwind with it, so you can set up the boosted electric move. 105 special attack, 125 speed. Yeah, so you have a very comfortable speed tier, but your special attack is a bit lacking at 105. You get Nasty Plot to fix that special attack. Splishy Splash is going to be 90 base power. The paralysis is going to be removed because of your sheer force, which removes the additional effect, but in turn increases the power. This is mainly to deal with your ground weakness because you are it's mainly to deal with your rock weakness because you are a flying type, so you can deal with those rock types with Splishy Splash. Sandsear Storm is mainly for, I guess, also rock types. Also a way to hit Eternatus for super effective damage. The burn chance will be removed. In turn, you'll be getting a 1.3 increase for that move, so it's going to be effectively 130 base power. And then Electro Shot is a really good move because it is stab and also can be a one-turn move in rain, boosting your special attack. So similar with Bellable, you're going to want a separate range setter for Kilowattrel to give you boosted Splishy Splash and boosted Electro Shot. So rain is going to be very important with Kilowattrel. Not to mention you get Hurricane on level up at level 55, so you can use Hurricane as a really consistent move on this mod. So I would run Electro Shot, Hurricane, Splishy Splash, and Nasty Plot, and that kind of makes it a budget Zapdos in my eyes. In my opinion, this thing is pretty much a budget Zapdos. I still think it's pretty good, just because it has a consistent speed tier. The one problem with Zapdos is that Zapdos' speed is only like 100, I think, which means it can be outsped by a few things, but Kilowattrel has 125 speed, which makes it more consistent in terms of outspeeding like Mega Ray, regular Ray. But the problem is it's a lot less bulky than Zapdos, right? Zapdos has 90 HP, 85 defense, 90 speed F, also 125 base special attack. Kilowattrel doesn't really have those stats, so for that reason, I don't want to put Kilowattrel too high. I think it's definitely S tier though, because all you need to do is bring a rain mount of it, and you can just pop off. You get Sheer Force to boost all of your moves, and you get Electro Shot, which is a really good move in rain. So yeah, I'm gonna put Kilowattrel. It's not double S. I don't think it's as good as Zapdos, because Zapdos can set up its own rain, which is really good since you don't need a separate rain setter to set up your power. With Kilowattrel, you do need a separate rain setter and then swap into Kilowattrel, right? So it's not as easy to use. So we're gonna put it like I think around the middle of S tier. Mabostiff, he's got a Stiffy. Strong Jaw will be boosting the power of biting moves. I believe this thing gets Jaw Lock as a regular level up move. So yeah, that'll be boosted. Let's also Stab, Intimidate to lower an enemy's attack. You can also just take Guard Dog, which will boost your attack if you're intimidated. It's a bit niche since it only works against Intimidate. I would much rather just take Intimidate since it's way more applicable. You have 120 attack with moderately okay bulk and 85 speed, so your stat spread is not too bad. You get Parting Shot for utility, Close Combat to deal with, I guess... Okay, it doesn't help with any of your weaknesses, but it's a pretty good move regardless because it's a 120 base power. So yeah, Close Combat is not bad. It's not weakness coverage, but it is good damage. Psychic Fangs is boosted by Strong Jaw, and I believe that's coverage for your fighting weakness. So that's going to be a very important move to take. And then No Retreat for an Omni Boost is not bad. So you're going to be using this thing for No Retreat, Omni Boost, Parting Shot for utility, Psychic Fangs for fighting coverage, and then your Jaw Lock is going to be your most important move because that keeps Pokemon in and also is boosted by Strong Jaw. If you get put into a good matchup, like for example an enemy physical attacker, you can intimidate them, and then you can lock them in with Jaw Lock, and then you can just kill them slowly with more Jaw Locks or Psychic Fangs, right? So I think Mabostiff has some pretty decent potential as an Intimidate mod. We'll put a high B tier. I want to say at least above Morpeko underneath Frostlass. I think is good for Mabostiff. I think he's a pretty reliable mon, but nothing too amazing. So put him at the top of V tier. Grafaiai gets Corrosion, so it can now poison, steel, and also other poison types. It gets Prankster as its hidden ability. You're going to want to use that for utility. You can kind of ignore the stat spread given that it gets Prankster. You get Prankster Gastro Acid, so you can remove the target's ability. This is very good in Endless mode. In classic mode, I guess it's okay if you want to get rid of like Mega Ray's Delta Stream, or if you want to get rid of like, I don't know, if you run into Groudon's Desolate Land, for example. It's situational, but it can be useful in classic mode. Parting Shot for utility is fantastic. Toxic is great now because you get corrosion, so you can poison even steel types and other poison types. And then this thing also gets Sketch. So whatever move your target just used, you'll be able to permanently learn that with Sketch. So it's a really good move. Obviously, it kind of just relies on like whatever you're facing. So it's kind of hard to gauge how useful it is. If you're facing a Eternatus, then I guess you can copy his Eterna Beam. So I guess that's one application of the move you can do. And not to mention Sketch is Prankster, right? So you can guarantee to get the Prankster Sketch off. So that's really good. Let's put Grafaiai at a solid bottom of A tier. I think getting Corrosion for Toxic and Prankster for Parting Shot warrants him being in A tier. We're gonna put him at the very bottom though, just because it doesn't get like insane utility moves, just like Parting Shot. We'll put it above Word Ear, below a Selgor. I think is about right for Grafaiai. I'd also use it against Pressure. Yeah, you can also get rid of Eternatus' Pressure with Gastro Acid, right? So that's also another application of the move. Alright, Bramblegast, who is so slept on design-wise. I fuck with Bramblegast so hard. Bramblegast gets Shadow Shield, which will be reducing the amount of damage you take when you are full HP. This gives you a free setup on like Swords Dance or Polka. Does it get any attack increasing move? It gets Curse, I guess. So you get Shadow Shield Curse, I guess. They guarantee you get Curse off. Okay. A bit odd. You do get Tailwind on this Pokemon, and you also get Wind Rider. So your attack is boosted when you're in Tailwind, and you also take no damage from other Wind type moves. Very good ability. Your stat spread is pretty okay. You get 115 attack, 90 speed, so you're decently okay as a offensive, as a physical offensive. You're decently okay as a physical offensive attacker. You get Tailwind in your egg moves, which is good because its entire game plan kind of revolves around using Tailwind. So you want to set up Tailwind to increase your attack and also fix your speed stat. Shrink Sap is a good utility move to sustain and also decrease the enemy's attack. Flower Trick is going to be your best grass stab move because it's 70 base power and automatically crits. And then Last Respect is amazing because not only is it stab, when your allies die, you get 50 base power for every dead ally. So this move can potentially be 300 base power without stab. With stab, it is 450 base power. So yeah, it's a very good move on really any Pokemon. So what you're going to do with this thing is you're going to throw it in last after all of your allies are dead. You're going to set up Tailwind, and luckily you have Shadow Shield, so you can kind of set up Tailwind without dying. And then once you have that Tailwind set up, you're going to be spamming Last Respects. And then that should hopefully be enough to sweep a team. So yeah, I think Bramblegast has a pretty clear and good set. What brings it back for me is its low base attack and its lack of moves that increase attack, like Swords Dance or Bulk Up. Otherwise, I would put it at a solid A tier. Last Respect still is a disgusting move. We're going to put it very high. It is definitely better than female Basculegion. So we'll put it above that. We'll put it like, I think at least here. Yeah, we're going to put it above Gigalith, below Arboliva, at the top of A tier. This thing actually can be a pretty good revenge sweeper if you're able to get the Tailwind off. Keep in mind, Shadow Shield does not guarantee your life. You can still die if you get hit by a strong enough move. So that is another big weakness for Bramblegast. So yeah, keep that in mind when you're using this thing. But yeah, where do we put it? We put it, yeah, top of A tier for Bramblegast. Let's move on to, okay, Toedscruel, one of my favorite Pokemon from Gen 9. Bramblegast has similar looking stats to Maushold. Really? Not really, no. Let's move on to Toedscruel. We got Prankster. What's very odd about Toedscruel is that usually gets Mycelium Might, which makes it so that all of your utility moves always go last, which is very odd because generally you want utility moves to move first, unless if you're using like Shed Tail or something, right? So no, this ability is always very strange. But Prankster and Mycelium Mite are essentially opposites, so I don't know how that looks in game. Maybe Mycelium Mite just gets canceled by Prankster is my guess. Otherwise, I feel like this thing wouldn't be getting Prankster if it doesn't work properly. Okay, so this thing, okay, so because Mycelium Mite gives you minus priority on status moves, and because Prankster gives you plus priority on status moves, it essentially just cancels out, is what I imagine. So you would just have neutral priority on your status moves. I think that's what that means. So, all right. So I guess its passive is just getting rid of its abilities. So that's interesting, I guess. 100 speed is good because you need a decent speed here if you want to outspeed enemies and get your utility moves off. You're not very tanky though. 80 HP, 65 defense, 120 speed up. You're only really tanky in the special side. You get Strength Sap, good utility move, helps you stay alive and also decreases the enemy's attack. Topsy Turvy is a fantastic move because you can flip Eternatus' stat changes, so you can make him like minus 4 attack, for example, at the Eternatus fight. And the Sappy Seed is a great Leech Seed move that is good for the Eternatus fight as well as Chip. And then Tail Glow is going to be a +3 special attack increase. If you want to use Toadscroll as a sweeper for whatever reason, then I guess Tail Glow is there for you to set it up. The main appeal of this mod is that you can get Topsy Turvy and Sappy Seed for utility. So we can't put this thing too low. We're going to put it at least bottom of A tier. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any priority on these utility moves because it seems that Prankster and Mycelium Mite are going to cancel each other out. So we can't put it too high because there's a small chance it dies before it gets to use its utility moves. So let's put it like at most above low kicks, I think. Below low kicks, I think it's good for Toadscroll. But you still get unblocked status moves from Mycelium Mite. But these moves will be unimpeded by the ability of the target. Oh, right, yes. Your status moves are guaranteed hit, right? I forgot that's what Mycelium Mite does. Okay, let's move on to Cloth. Cloth. Oh, not Fluff. Cloth. Cloth doesn't look nearly as tasty as Kingler, but has some potential, I think. I think if you boiled one up and maybe remove some of the iron sand around its legs, I think it could make for a pretty potentially good meal. Water Absorb, so it loses its water weakness, which is good because it's a mono rock type. You would probably take Regenerator, I think, unless if you want to do something funny with Anger Shell. What Anger Shell does is when its attack, when its HP drops below half, it basically gets a Shell Smash, or kind of like a weak version of Shell Smash. You get defense and speed F drops, but you get an attack, special attack, and speed increase. So if you value this thing as a sweeper, I guess you can take Anger Shell. But if you want to use this thing more for like its utility, then I think Regenerator is going to be a far better option. So yeah, if you want to run Utility Cloth, take Regenerator. If you want to use this thing as a funky sweeper, then I guess Anger Shell is not a bad option. The stat spread is odd, very slow, which I guess can be fixed with Anger Shell. HP is low, Speed F is low, but your defense is decently high. Your attack is okay at 100, I guess. This thing really needs Endure, because Endure basically guarantees that you get the Anger Shell off. So I would lead with Endure, get your Anger Shell procced, and then pick up the attack, special attack, and speed increases. You also get Shell Smash, but I feel like it's kind of difficult to use this thing when you don't have any passive like multi-scale or sturdy to help you guarantee the Shell Smash. I think if Cloth got sturdy, it would definitely be really, really good as a sweeper because you would have your guaranteed Anger Shell and guaranteed Shell Smash. Low-key Demo, if you're listening, then you should implement that. Give sturdy to Cloth. But I guess we have to play with Water Absorb for now, which is not too bad, I guess. That's Crab Hammer, which is dealing with ground types and also has a good crit chance. Shore Up for healing. Mighty Cleave is stab and 95 base power. It's pretty good. And then Shell Smash to set up. So what I would do is I would Endure to guarantee the Anger Shell at the very least. I think using Shell Smash is hard because you don't have a guaranteed way to use it without dying. So I would use it only if you're absolutely sure that you can live a hit. Yeah, so Shell Smash, I guess you can put it in your moveset. And the Mighty Cleave is going to be your main spam move It is Stab, and it's 95 base power. And then Crab Hammer for dealing with ground types is probably going to be your good coverage move. So Cloth, I think if it had Sturdy, it could actually be like S tier because it gets both Anger Shell and Shell Smash. But because it doesn't, we're going to drop it at like a nice middle of B tier. We're going to put it at probably below Ice Cube, above Samurott, I think. I think that's where Cloth deserves to be. Cloth claws are considered a valuable cooking ingredient. Can't blame us if it's canon. Exactly. Yeah, can't blame me for wanting to eat one if it's canonically being eaten. Let's move on to... Oh my god, what is this face? Scovillain. Scovillain gets Parental Bond. Makes sense because there's two of them. Chlorophyll is usually what you want. I think Moody is a little too chaotic because you can't really control what stat increases you get. So I like Chlorophyll to give your speed a 150 base speed. And your base offenses are not terrible. 108 attack, 108 special attack. You get Strength Sap to sustain and also drop the enemy's attack. Not bad. Apple Acid is Stab and also can lower the enemy's SPDF. I believe it's guaranteed, right? Yeah, so you have a guaranteed SPDF drop on the enemy. Really good move. Frost Breath is 60 base power. Always has the chance to crit. This will be good for dealing with Eternatus and Rayquaza. Also is flying coverage because you are a grass type. Torch Song is great. It's Stab, 80 base power, and also Sun boosted. And you are going to be using Sun because you have Chlorophyll. So yeah, you're essentially a Chlorophyll Sunmon with Torch Song and Apple Acid as your main moves. If its base special attack was a bit better, I think I'd place it higher. I think it does get Nasty Plot though. No? Calm Mind? No. So it doesn't get any special attack increasing moves. So I guess you'd have to use Torch Song. You do have Parental Bond, so I guess that does give you a +2 attack increase when it's used. So I guess that's better than Nasty Plot. Yeah, hold on, I'm tripping. You don't need Nasty Plot when you already have Torch Song. So yeah, use Parental Bond, Torch Song to get the +2 special attack. Not to mention Torch Song is also boosted in Sun, so that's going to be good. You're reliably fast because Chlorophyll with your speed gives you 150 speed. So yeah, you're actually a very good Sun Sweeper because you have Parental Bond, Torch Song, and Chlorophyll. So we're going to put Scovillain in, I think, at least S tier. I think what makes it S tier as well is the fact that it gets Frost Breath, meaning you can deal with big threats like Eternatus and Mega Ray. And then Apple Acid is a great move as well because it has a guaranteed SPDF drop. So I think Scovillain for sure is at least bottom of S tier. I want to put it above Sneasler, below I want to put it above Sneasler and below Dracovish. I think that's a good spot for Scovillain. Bottom of S tier. What brings it back for me is its frail stats. It's only 65 HP, 65 defense, and 65 SPDF. So if you can't set up in time, you can potentially just get one shot before you're able to start sweeping with this thing. So that is one weakness of this mon. Otherwise, yeah, I think it is worthy of bottom of S tier. Fusing Fissure and Sheer Cold into it might be fun in Endless mode for Scorbunny, yeah, because it gets no guard. That is pretty funny. Rabsca, okay. I recently got a I recently got an epic shiny Rabsca, and I was kind of disappointed because, like, man, Rabsca is just kind of like whatever, right? He's just kind of like a psychic dung beetle. Like, I don't really care that much about him. But then I looked at his moveset and I looked at his passive. He gets Prankster, which is already a good sign because Prankster is what you want on most utility mons. So very good that it gets that. Its stat spread is not even bad either. It gets 115 special attack if you want to use it offensively, and it has a, I guess, okay bulk at 75 HP, 85 defense, and 100 SPDF. So it is very good in the SPDF side. It is very slow, but you don't have to worry about that because you are using Prankster. So let's take a look at what moves this thing gets. It gets Heal Block, which will prevent Eternatus from using Recover. Very useful move. It also gets Recover, which works with Prankster, so you can just Prankster Recover spam if you want to stay alive. Heat Wave to, I guess, deal with bug types. I guess you are weak to bug since you are a psychic type, so I guess Heat Wave is good for those enemy bug types. And then you also get Lumina Crash, which is the move that I value so highly because it is psychic, so it deals with Eternatus pretty well, and it drops SPDF by 2 stages guaranteed. So Rabsca is going to be an amazing Pokemon for the Eternatus fight. Not to mention it gets Revival Blessing on evolution. So all you need to do is give it a single Revival Blessing, Give this thing Lumina Crash, give this thing Heal Block and Recover, and this thing becomes one of the best utility mons in the game. So Rabsca for me is an easy. Is it double S tier? Okay, I don't know what double S. Double S might be a bit much. We'll put it in the top of S tier, I think. But I think the fact that it gets Lumina Crash, Heal Block, and Revival Blessing just makes it like one of the best Pokemon for the Eternatus fight. We'll put it at a high S tier. I think double S is a bit much for just the utility mon. We'll put it at most, I think, above base Palkia, below Meloetta Piroque. I think it's proper for Rabsca. So yeah, do not sleep on Rabsca. This Pokemon is absolutely nasty if you have the passive and if you have these three egg moves. Yeah, really good Pokemon. Let's move on to who's next. Espathra. One good thing about Espathra, even without looking at its egg moves or passive, is the fact that it gets Lumina Crash on level up. So Lumina Crash, as we mentioned of Rabsca, is a fantastic move for dealing with Eternatus because it's a Psychic type move and harshly lowers Spadef. I'm pretty sure I saw Project Ace do a Espathra carry once and it just absolutely destroyed Eternatus. So yeah, Espathra is pretty good just because it gets Lumina Crash. Beyond that though, you get Dazzling, so you're protected from priority moves similar to Queenly Majesty. You get Speed Boost as your hidden ability, so if you take Protect, you can just get one guaranteed speed boost that gets you to like 150 speed. Really good. You have base 101 special attack. You can make that even better with, I believe, Calm Mind. This thing is Calm Mind. Yeah, so you're probably going to want Calm Mind. You're probably going to want Lumina Crash for the utility, and then take Cosmic Power for Spadef and defense increases, and then I would take Stored Power, because Stored Power is boosted in power based on the amount of stat changes you have. So you could run Opportunist even if you want to do a Opportunist Stored Power combo. So Espathra has a lot of potential. The one thing that I don't like about it is like the fact that it needs a lot of moves. It needs Lumina Crash. It needs Stored Power. Actually, I don't know if it needs Stored Power, but you definitely want Stored Power. You want Protect for your speed boost, and then you want Cosmic Power to increase your defenses. So you kind of don't have room to add moves like Aura Sphere, Fire Dance, and even Roost. So yeah, it like needs a lot of moves, kind of like Cresselia, but I think this thing still has a ton of potential just because it gets Lumina Crash on level up. So we're gonna put this thing at a solid low S tier because it gets so many good psychic moves. We're gonna put it below Tapu Bulu, above Ursaluna. I think is a good spot for Espathra. It's also pretty easy to find in like the wild, so if you find one, I definitely recommend picking one up because that's essentially just a free win against Eternatus. So yeah, really good Pokemon. Let's go to Tinkaton. I don't know if it's bulky enough for all that. That's why you need Cosmic Power. That's why you need Cosmic Power. Psycho3, thanks for subscribing to the YouTube channel. Much appreciated. Let's move on to Tinkaton. Tinkaton used to be the GOAT of PokéRogue because it got huge power. And huge power gives it 150 base attack. It does not get huge power anymore. It now has Steelworker, which is not bad. It boosts the power of your Gigaton Hammer, but unfortunately you kind of are losing power on your other moves. So it's a bit unfortunate. You get Mold Breaker to ignore like Sturdy and other annoying abilities. I'd probably take that over like Pickpocket or Own Tempo. You get 105 Spadef. You get really mid stats outside of that. You get decent speed, I guess. The main appeal of Tinkaton was that it was a Fairy Steel type, and way back then, Eternatus did not have fire coverage for Tinkaton, so you were pretty much just immune to Eternatus, and you also had huge power to just deal 1 more billion damage to it. So yeah, Tinkaton was like the second best Pokemon in the game behind Zacian, and like in the early days of PokéRogue. But now that Eternatus gets Flamethrower, and now that Tinkaton lost huge power, it's definitely not as OP as it used to be. Its egg moves consist of Magical Torque, which is Stab, Power Ball, which is helping with your... it doesn't help with any weaknesses. I guess just a good move to have. Ice Hammer helps with your ground weakness because you are a Steel type, so you want some ground coverage. And then Shift Gear makes you potential sweeper with a +2 speed increase and +1 attack increase. So Shift Gear is going to be very important if you want to use Tinkaton offensively. Take Shift Gear, take Ice Hammer for ground coverage, take Magical Torque for stab, and then Gigaton Hammer is your most important move because it's 160 base power, and not to mention it's also Steelworker boosted. So yeah, Tinkaton does have some potential as a sweeper if you can get that Shift Gear off. And Fairy Steel is still a good type. Fairy Steel is still a good typing, even regarding. Fairy Steel is still a good typing for a carry, even if Flamethrower is on Eternatus. So we're gonna put Tinkaton at a solid. We're gonna put Tinkaton at a solid top of A tier because it still has a good typing. It still has really good moves for an offensive set. Even if Eternatus has Flamethrower now, I still think Tinkaton is still a good bring because it does have a decent SpDef at 105. So I'm going to put Tinkaton probably below some of these carries. We're going to put it, we're going to put it at least above base Hoopa, and we're going to put it below Skeleturge. I think it's good for Hoopa. Not Hoopa, for Tinkaton. Let's move on to Wugtrio, the sus Pokemon. So Wugtrio gets 30. We'll see why it gets 30 in a second. For your regular ability, you're probably going to want Gooey if you want to do some speed dropping. If not, then maybe Rattled. Because Rattled, if you're intimidated or hit by a Dark Ghost or Bug type move, it'll just give you a speed increase, which is not bad. You could go Sandveil, although I don't know why you'd want to go Sandstorm with Wugtrio. So yeah, probably just go Gooey is what I'd imagine is best on Wugtrio. Yeah, go Sturdy and Gooey on Wugtrio. Your stats are pretty good. You get 120 speed, 100 attack, so you're a pretty decent offensive Pokemon, although your attack is a little lacking. You get Shell Smash. Okay, that's why you get 30. So you have 30 Shell Smash. You have a guaranteed Shell Smash. You have a guaranteed Shell Smash unless if you're facing a Bolt Breaker Pokemon. So your attack is effectively 200 base attack, and your speed is effectively 240. So yeah, once you get that Shell Smash off, you become a very potent sweeper with Wugtrio. You get Icicle Crash to deal with grass types and also hit Ray and Eternatus for super effective damage. So yeah, Icicle Crash is going to be a very important move for your sweeping potential. Seed Bomb, I guess to cover... okay, it doesn't cover any weaknesses. You're probably not going to take Seed Bomb, to be honest. Surging Strikes is your best stab move because it is 75 base power and guaranteed to crit. So for your moveset, I would go Shell Smash, obviously, because you have a free Shell Smash with 30. Once you're set up, you're going to be spamming either Surging Strikes, because that's your best stab move, Icicle Crash to hit Eternatus or Rayquaza. And for your last move, I'd probably go like Sucker Punch, maybe, if you want to have some dark damage. Yeah, I think Wugtrio is very good just because it gets Shell Smash and Solar Smash. I think Wugtrio is really good just because it gets Shell Smash and 30. That was the same reason why I put Amistar in high A tier. So I think we're going to have to put it right next to Amistar because they're relatively similar Pokemon. Yeah. I'm going to put it actually above Amistar. I'm going to put it above Amistar because it does have a naturally higher speed stat. Well, I guess it doesn't need a naturally high speed stat since it's getting Shell Smash. I'm going to put Wugtrio below Amistar. They have a similar gimmick, but the main difference is Amistar is more bulky. It gets 125 defense, moderately okay HP, and moderately okay SpDef. Wugtrio gets really low HP, really low defense, and not good enough SpDef. So yeah, Wugtrio after Shell Smashing is still prone to dying, versus Amistar actually kind of has some decent tanking capability with this stat spread. So yeah, that's why I think I value Amistar more as a Shell Smasher. They both have the same gimmick of sturdy Shell Smash, so I'm going to put them right next to each other. But yeah, they're both at the top of A tier. Let's move on to Bombardier, the most forgettable Pokemon in the Pokemon franchise. So Bombardier gets a pretty cool shiny, actually. That's a pretty cool epic shiny. It gets Unburden, which is apparently not implemented, but DJ Ronan did mention that some abilities were implemented. Was Unburden in there? Let me recheck. No, it wasn't. Oh, it was? Yes? Unburden is in now. Oh, okay. Bombardier gets Unburden, and apparently Unburden is implemented in the game now. So what does this mean for us PokéRogue players? Unburden, how it works is when you lose an item, your speed is doubled. So if you use a berry, your speed is doubled. If you get an item stolen by, say, pickpocket or thief, then you get a speed increase. So yeah, but getting your Unburden proc from like getting an item stolen is kind of inconsistent. Mainly, you're going to be getting Unburden proc from like using berries. So what I would do on Bombardier is, if it gets Endure, take Endure. Yes, you do get Endure. So what I would do on Bombardier is I would use Endure turn 1, get dropped down to 1 HP, and then once you get dropped down to 1 HP, you guaranteed use one of your berries. So after you use that berry, you're going to get Unburden procced, which is going to be doubling your speed. So now you're effectively going to be at 164 speed. And you also have Rocky Payload to boost your rock type moves. You're probably going to take that. 130 attack is not too bad. You get Mighty Cleave, which is boosted by Rocky Payload. You're definitely going to take that. Swords Dance to increase your attack is great because your attack kind of sucks. Floaty Fall is Stab. You're going to want that because it also has Flinch chance. And then Sucker Punch is also Stab and is priority if you don't have the Unburden procced. What I would do is instead of Sucker Punch, I would go Knockoff, since you're going to be the fastest Pokemon in the game once your Unburden is procced. So I think Knockoff is more valuable than Sucker Punch. It has 130 base power, which is way better. So I would take Knockoff, Mighty Cleave since it's Rocky Payload boosted, and Floaty Fall for your other stab move. And then I would take Endure as your guaranteed way of proccing Unburden. So yeah, I think Bombardier has some potential as a sweeper if you follow that strategy I just listed. We'll put it at the bottom of A tier just because its stats are just kind of ass. So I can't like warrant it being higher than like some other A tier Pokemon. We're gonna put it like at the very highest, higher than Scrafty, I think, and then I think below Chandelure is appropriate for Bombardier. Actually, no, I think we'll put it above Chandelure. Yeah, above Chandelure, below Zipstrika, I think is good for Bombardier. If it had a higher base attack stat, for sure, it could have been higher, but because it's only 103, it's not a lot to work with, so yeah. Okay, Palafin is very unique, obviously, because it gets 0 to Hero, which will transform you after you switch out and switch back in. We'll be looking Palafin purely at the Hero form, since both forms are synonymous with each other. Like, Palafin Hero is a part of regular Palafin's gameplay. So yeah, we'll look at Hero form. You get Iron Fist, which powers up your punching moves. This is very good because a lot of Palafin's best moves are punching moves. You get 160 base attack. These crack stats: 100 base HP, 97 defense, 87 speed F, 100 speed. Your bulk is very good. Your attack is very good. The only thing that's a little lackluster is the speed. It's only at 100. I believe you can get agility on this mon, so I guess if you want to do that, you can fix its speed with agility. Otherwise, Triple Axle is not Iron Fist boosted, but is a move that deals considerable damage to Ray and Eternatus, so I would recommend taking this every time. Drain Punch is Iron Fist boosted and will be healing you based off the damage you deal, so I would take that as well for sustain. Headlong Rush is for your electric weakness. I would take this just because it does help cover one of your weaknesses. Headlong Rush is also Iron Fist boosted, fun fact. So you'll be getting an additional 1.5 increase on the damage of Headlong Rush. And then finally, Surging Strikes is your best water stab move because it's 75 base power and always lands in a crit. And I believe Surging Strikes is Iron Fist boosted. So that's essentially 37.5 damage per hit. So yeah, that's going to be very strong. Yeah. You kind of do want Jet Punch on this mon because it is a little slow. So there are some instances you do want to use Jet Punch for priority. I would take out Drain Punch if you do want to use Jet Punch. I think keeping Triple Axle and Headlong Rush is too important. So yeah, that's what I would do with Palafin. I would easily put Palafin in the S tier. I'm trying to consider if I want to put it like middle or lower end of S tier. I think it's the lower end of S tier. I think the stats carry it really hard, and Iron Fist is helping out a lot of its moves. But otherwise, it's an alright mon. It's just a great mon. Good stats, good moves, but it doesn't have like a very special gimmick that pushes it like really high up like these other mons. It's just a strong Pokemon, and that alone allows it to be, let's say, above Sneasler, above Scovillain. Yeah, we'll put it above Scovillain. And then regular Palafin we'll put right next to the Zero form since they are the same Pokemon essentially. Yeah, actually, we'll put Scovillain in front. Yeah, okay, so we put Palafin, Hero, and also the regular form behind Scovillain in front of Sneasler in the S tier. They're strong, obviously, really strong stats, really good moves. So, yeah, for that reason, bottom of S tier is appropriate for those two. Let's move on to Revavroom. Revavroom gets Levitate, which will be resisting ground, or sorry, immuning ground, because you do have a quad ground weakness. So getting Levitate is very important on this mon. Filter is a hidden ability that will be reducing the amount of power from super effective moves. So fire moves. I guess we can look down. Oh yeah, it's only fire. That's great. So you will be reducing the amount of damage you take from fire type moves. Very nice. You'll probably take Overcoat instead, since Filter only really matters for one typing. Overcoat is more applicable because it protects you from all weather damage and powder moves. Stat spread wise, you have pretty good attack, but everything else is kind of mid bulk, mid speed tiers. So let's see how its egg moves help it out. It's Combat Torque. So Combat Torque is the move for the boss River Room, the fighting machine. It has a 30% para chance. 30% para chance and is 100 base power, so it's not bad. You also get Noxious Torque, which is your best stab move because it's 100 base power and also has a 30% chance to poison. You're definitely going to take that. So take Noxious Torque, Combat Torque. Blazing Torque is 80 base power and has a good chance to burn, but the fact that it's 20 less BP is a bit of a turnoff for me. U-Turn is good. If you get put into an unfavorable matchup, you can just swap out. Shift gear is the most important thing on Rare Room though, because you do lack in speed a bit, so you do need a remedy for that. So I would definitely take Shift gear to help fix your speed and even give you a bit of an attack increase. I would take Noxious Torque because that's your best stab move. I would take probably Iron Head since that's a good steel physical move. You do get access to Spin Out, but Spin Out decreases your speed by 2 stages, so I don't really like it very much. I'd much rather just take Iron Head and then probably take Combat Torque since that's your other 100 base power move. Yeah, so Rare Room, if you can get the shift gear off, it can be a pretty solid sweeper. Let's put it at least in A tier, not too high though. We'll put it like at most above Bouffalance, I think. Or, yeah, we'll put it above Jellicent, below Bouffalant, I think is about right for Rare Room. Josh, this tier list is missing 7 Mons. What is it missing? Okay, clearly Miraidon's gone. I see that. Do you know what else is missing? I can't really tell. I hope there weren't any missing Mons in other generations. that would have been pretty bad. Miraidon is there? Where is it? Oh, it is here. Yeah, Miraidon's here. Miraidon's next to okay, thank you. Alright, I don't know what's missing that. I don't know what could be missing. You guys would have to let me know because I would have no clue. Alright, let's move on to the Czar, the Cyclozar. Cyclozar gets Protean, so anytime you use a different type of move, you will change your typing. Regenerator will be healing you. This is very good because Cyclozar's main gimmick is that it uses Shed Tail. So you're going to use Shed Tail to drop like, I think, 33% of your HP and then create a substitute. But then once you swap out, you're going to use Regenerator to heal back that HP, and then hopefully you can use Shed Tail again when you swap Cyclozar back in. So that's the main gimmick of Cyclozar. Protean would probably change you into a normal type after you use Shed Tail. So that's something to keep in mind. Stats are pretty okay. You get 121 speed, meaning that you have a pretty fast Shed Tail. Your bulk and offenses are pretty bad though, so you can just ignore that. Mainly the speed is important on Cyclozar. Baton Pass is, I guess, another option instead of Shed Tail if you want to pass your stat increases instead. You get Clangorous Soul, so you can set up an Omni Boost and then you can Baton Pass that to another teammate. So I guess that's an option. Knockoff is good to knock off items after your opponent. And then Blazing Torque is a 30% chance to burn and also is ice coverage. The Cyclozar is really just going to be used for the utility, the Shed Tail, the Omni Boost, and then Baton Pass. I don't like Shed Tail on fast Mons. I think Shed Tail is much better on slow Mons because you want the substitute to stay alive for the Pokemon you're switching into. If you use Shed Tail immediately, it might break. It might break the moment your other Pokemon switches in. So for that reason, I like Shed Tail more in slower Mons. And I do like the Clangorous Soul Baton Pass thing. I guess you can pass an Omni Boost to one of your teammates. But yeah, we'll put it in A tier. Regenerator. So anytime you switch off, you're going to heal. This is fantastic because Orthworm also gets Shed Tail. Orthworm kind of does what Cyclozar wants to do, where it sets up Shed Tail, but except you're actually slow. So you can do a slow Shed Tail. So since you're bulky, you can tank a hit and then you can use Shed Tail to swap off to your carry. And now your carry has an untouched substitute to play with. So that's why I think Shed Tail is really good on Orthworm. And since you have a Regenerator, you can Shed Tail out and then come back in, and you can heal up your HP of Regenerator. So hopefully you can use Shed Tail multiple times with the Regenerator healing. As I mentioned, you have good bulk, you have 145 defense, your Spadef is a bit low, so try to use Orthworm mainly against physical attackers and not special attackers. You also get Earth Eater to ignore your ground weakness. I like that. Shore Up is good if you were using Orthworm and Sandstorm. You can get a 75% increased heal. Coil to get more attack and more defense. Getting defense increases is good because you have Body Press. I'd rather use Iron Defense though. For the 2 defense increase. Yeah, I'd rather use Iron Defense and then just use Body Press once you're stacked up enough. Sizzly Slide is guaranteed burn. Very good since Orthworm is more of a utility mod. So Orthworm is providing a guaranteed burn with Sizzly Slide, a slow Shed Tail for your carry, and Regenerator to heal up when it's off field. So I think Orthworm is doing a much better job at what Psychozar wants to do. I'm going to put it much higher than Psychozar. I'm going to put it like towards the top of A tier. We're going to put it, I think, slightly below. We're going to put it below Hatterene, above Basculegion Female. I think makes sense for Orthworm. It is still really weak on the Spadef side. So if you do happen to run into like a Pokemon of Flamethrower or something, you might be cooked. You might not be able to tank the hit and set up Shed Tail. So for that weakness, you do kind of have to play very careful with this mod. So let's leave it at the top of A tier, no more than that. Let's move on to Glimmora. Okay. Dipplin, Sinistra, Gouging Fire, Raging Bull, Iron Crown. Okay, well, Dipplin you don't really need on this tier list since Dipplin is just the pre-evo of Hydrapple. Hydrapple's on here, right? Is Hydrapple not on here? Am I blind? Did I already rank Hydrapple? Oh shoot, Hydrapple wasn't on this list. Unless if I already ranked it. Did I already rank it? I guess there's a chance I already ranked it. Okay. We're gonna have to rank them separately then. I guess after we're done with ranking all these Pokemon, I'll add like a note. Alright, the Gouging Fire isn't in here? What the hell? Why is this list missing so much stuff? God damn it. And we can't really switch to another list since we already ranked all these mons. Oops, I probably should have checked if everything was in here. That's my bad. Okay, Glimmora gets Levitate. This is fantastic because you have a 4x ground weakness, so ignoring that is wonderful. You get either Corrosion or Toxic Debris. Both have their use. Toxic Debris to set up spikes. Corrosion to poison even Steel type and Poison type Pokemon. I prefer Toxic Debris. I think setting up the Toxic Spikes is much more valuable. You are 83 HP, 90 defense, and 81 Spadef. So your bulk is decent, which is important because you do get Toxic Debris. So you do need to be able to tank hits. 130 special attack is pretty nuclear. I like that. And then 86 speed is a little bit low, but you do get, I think, Mortal Spin, which increase. Oh no, sorry, not Mortal Spin. You get Rapid Spin, which increases your spin. If you would you not get Rapid Spin? Oh, you don't. Oh, okay, my bad. So do you have any speed increasing moves on this Pokemon? I guess Ancient Power if you hit the Omni Boost. Otherwise, not really. No. Okay, Glimmora is at an 86 speed, and unfortunately, it doesn't get any way to really increase that speed. So you're kind of locked at that speed tier, but you do get Calm Mind at the very least to make yourself bulkier. And you do want bulk since you have Toxic Debris. Malignant Chain is good. It is your best poison stab move because it's 100 base power and has a 50% chance to poison. And keep in mind, if you do run Corrosion, that is going to be poisoning Steel types and other poison types as well. So Malignant Chain is a very good move for Glimmora. Earth Power is going to be hitting Steel types, which is good because you have a Steel weakness. Fiery Dance is great because it is a special attack increasing move potentially, and also is coverage for your okay, it is not weakness. Oh, actually no, it is coverage for your Steel weakness as well. Yeah, so Fiery Dance, I would run either Earth Power or Fiery Dance to cover your Steel weakness. Probably Earth Power, just because I think it's better with the higher base power and has a chance to lower Spadef. You can get the special attack increase with Fiery Dance, but it is a 50% chance, and it's a lower base power move, so I'd probably just go Earth Power. Earth Power, Millennium Chain, Calm Mind for tankiness, and then I'd probably go either Stealth Rocks for more hazards, or Power Gem for like Rock Stab is what I would do. Glimmora is looking like worst Toxapex for me. Toxapex also gets Toxic Debris, but not to mention Toxapex is tanky and also gets Ceaseless Edge to set up spikes. So Glimmora at most is like a mid-A tier mon for me. Let's put Glimmora in the middle of A tier. There are mons that do a better job at what it does. Okay, we're gonna put Glimmora above Landorus regular, below. We're gonna put a Glimmora above Landorus, below Dracozolt. Main problem with this mon is I feel like it's not tanky enough for the utility set that is running. You are pretty powerful at 130 special attack, but your speed is a little lackluster, so it's kind of difficult to sweep with this mon. So yeah, that's my main gripe with this mon. I guess you can just use it as a Toxic Spike Stealth Rock setter. That's pretty much it. But if you really want to do that, then Toxapex is right there. Toxapex also gets Toxic Debris, also gets Regenerator, also is just tankier, and also gets Ceaseless Edge for spike setup. So yeah, I think Toxapex is just going to be a way better version of Glimmora. That's why Glimmora is at the middle of A tier. Let's move on to Houndstone. Houndstone is the originator of Last Respects, one of the most broken moves in PokéRogue and also just Pokemon. It gets Fur Coat to half the damage of physical moves. This is good because you have 100 defense, so you effectively have 200 defense thanks to Fur Coat. So you're going to be a very good physical wall. Sand Rush to boost your speed in sand is probably what you want, because you do want Houndstone to kind of be a sweeper because it gets Last Respects. So once you do throw in Houndstone, you do want the Sandstorm up to give it a good speed stat so it can just outspeed everyone and kill with Last Respects. That is the general strategy. Collision Course to hit dark types is good. Shore Up to heal on Sandstorm is good. Yawn to sleep opponents is not bad. And then Shadow Bone is not that good. You're mainly using Houndstone as a revenge killer anyway, so I feel like Last Respects is just what you're always going to run. So you're going to just ignore Shadow Bone, go Last Respects, Shore Up, Collision Course, and probably Play Rough if you want some more dark coverage. Also a way to hit steel types. Yeah, I think Houndstone is pretty good. I kind of wish it got a better offensive passive instead of Fur Coat, because you are using this thing as a Last Respects mon. But still pretty good at what it does. Let's put it in the A tier. I want to say at least above Basculegion Female. Actually, is it better than Basculegion Female? Doesn't Basculegion Female have like 100 attack as well? Oh no, it's 92. Okay. Yeah, I just compared Houndstone and Basculegion Female. I think Houndstone is better because A, it has a higher physical attack stat, and B, Basculegion Female is kind of frail at 65 HP defense, 75 SpDef. Houndstone has 100 defense, 97 SpDef. Granted, it is a little frailer in the HP category, but I think the extra defense is enough for it to be tankier. So yeah, Houndstone is going to be above Basculegion Female for those listed reasons. But they're pretty similar in strength, so I'm going to put it slightly above Basculegion Female, below Orthworm. I think it's good for Houndstone. If you want to use a Last Respects mon, just use Basculegion Male. Basculegion Male is so good. It gets Supreme Overlord and Last Respects plus adaptability. Let's move on to Flamigo. Well, actually, no. I'm sorry, chat. I put Houndstone next to Basculegion Female, but Basculegion Female is actually better than Houndstone. Even though Houndstone has a higher base attack stat, Basculegion Female gets both Supreme Overlord and adaptability. So those abilities just push Basculegion Female way further than Houndstone, because Houndstone only gets like... Actually, Houndstone doesn't get any ability that helps with its attack. So yeah, Basculegion Female for sure is going to be better than Houndstone. Let's move on to Flamigo. Flamigo gets Moxie. That's good, because Moxie is just good on really any sweeper. Scrappy to be able to hit ghost types. If you don't want to do Scrappy, you can take Co-Star. What Co-Star does is when you enter a battle, when you enter a double battle specifically, if your ally has some stat increases, you will copy those stat increases. So say your Amistar just Shell Smashed. If you throw in Flamigo, it'll copy the Shell Smash stats on switch in. So yeah, Co-Star is a very cool ability for double battles. For the longest time in Gen 9, the Dondozo, Tatsugiri, Flamigo strategy was the most dominant. So Flamigo is pretty notorious for that. You get 115 attack, 90 speed, relatively okay offensive stat spread. You could use more speed though. You get Moxie to boost your attack, so attack is not much of a problem. You get Victory Dance to increase your speed, that's good. Thunder's Kick is stab, also 90 base power. Keep in mind you ignore ghost type immunity if you're running Scrappy. Floaty Fall is stab, 90 base power, pretty good, has flinch chance. And then Triple Axle is the most important because not only do you get to hit Mega Rayquaza and Eternatus for super effective damage, it's also coverage for your flying weakness because you are a fighting type, so you technically are weak to flying. So Triple Axle is good for dealing with other flying types. This is probably the boost I would run, these four moves, Victory Dance, Thunderous Kick, Floaty Fall, and Triple Axle. There is a better fighting move in Close Combat, I believe, against Close Combat, but Close Combat drops your defense. So I feel like Thunderous Kick might be better because Thunderous Kick does have the added bonus of being able to drop the enemy's defense. And then Floaty Fall is 90 base power, Brave Bird is 120, but Brave Bird does have quite a bit of recoil, so I think going Floaty Fall is just going to be better than Brave Bird. So yeah, I think Flamigo is a solid bottom of an A tier. What brings it back for me is its lack of speed. So you do rely on using Victory Dance in order to get this thing going. But if you can't get that Victory Dance up, this thing can be a pretty good reliable sweeper. So let's put it at least above Guzzlord, above Indeedee. I think we'll put it above Indeedee, below Runerigus. I think it feels right for me. I will drop Noivern down a bit. Yeah, I like that. It's going to be... Yeah, Flamigo is going to be between Noivern and Runerigus at the bottom of A tier. This thing has some pretty good sweeping potential. Actually, could be higher. Actually, I'm sorry. We're going to put it up. Okay, Flamigo is going to go right towards the top of A tier. We're going to put it below... I want to say below these two Shell Smashers. We'll put it right here. Pretty good that it gets Moxie. Has a pretty good physical attack stat. Its speed being a bit low is what kind of turns me off. You do have Victory Dance to help with that, but that does require you to get the Victory Dance off. Otherwise, good stab moves with Floaty Fall and Thunder's Kick. Good coverage for Eternatus and Rayquaza with Triple Axle. So I think it deserves to at least be like in the middle of A tier. Let's move on to Cetitan. I love Cetitan because it is really easy to find in the wild and is great for dealing with Rayquaza. It gets Ice Scales, so it'll have the damage of special type moves. So once you do get to that Eternatus fight, you will be resisting its special moves pretty well, especially Flamethrower. You get Thick Fat. Thick Fat is going to be very important because Rayquaza and Eternatus both get access to fire moves. Rayquaza gets V-Create and Eternatus gets Flamethrower, so you getting Thick Fat to resist those moves is going to be very important. Slush Rush is not bad if you want to be a speedy mon, but I wouldn't recommend Slush Rush because generally with Cetitan you want to use Avalanche. Avalanche is a move that does 120 base power if you move last, so you want to be slower on Cetitan in order to get the Avalanche double damage. So yeah, for that reason I'll go Thick Fat and Ice Scales on Cetitan to be beefier, to be bulkier. And then you can just spam Avalanche, and that'll hopefully be enough to one-shot Rayquaza, Mega Ray, and Eternatus. Your base stats are very good. You get 170 HP, 113 attack. Your defenses are a bit low, but you do have 170 HP to make up for that, and you have 73 speed. So you're really bulky. You deal with Eternatus and Ray really well just because you are an Ice type. All you need to do is click Avalanche a few times, and you'll probably deal with them pretty easily. You get Dragon Dance to increase your attack and speed. Not too bad. I don't like the speed increase because I like using Avalanche on Cetitan. So I think just using like Belly Drum or Swords Dance. Not Swords Dance, I guess. Wait, what? I know it gets Belly Drum. Where's your what? I know. Wait, Cetitan gets Belly Drum. Does it not get it in PokéRogue? Damn, that's crazy. Cetitan usually gets Belly Drum. I guess it got taken out in PokéRogue. That's wild. Alright, then not Belly Drum then. Apparently, Cetitan doesn't get Belly Drum, which is very odd, because in regular Pokemon, it does get Belly Drum. So either they forgot to add it, or it was removed. Either way, you are lacking an attack increase outside of Dragon Dance. So I guess you do have to use Dragon Dance. So the moveset I would run is Dragon Dance. Still Avalanche, just for that extra 120 base power when you're fighting Ray and Eternatus. Mountain Gale, if you do end up outspeeding people, you do want the 100 base power instead. And then either Recover or High Horsepower to deal with Fire and Steel types and Rock types as well. I think High Horsepower is going to be very important because your Ice is weak to Fire, Rock, and Steel. And High Horsepower covers all of those typings. So I would go D-Dance, Mountain Gale, Avalanche for Ray and Eternatus, and a High Horsepower for coverage. That's what I would do with Titan. Titan, in my opinion, is really good, not only because of the egg moves and the stats, but also because it's quite accessible. It is very easy to find in the wild once you get put into the Ice Cave. So I think for sure it is similar level to Garganacl in terms of like being a classic GOAT. I want to put it below Garganacl, just in... Let's do this. I'm going to put Titan below Garganacl. I'm going to move Spather up below Garganacl. Yeah, so this is good. These are like the 3 GOATs of Classic Mode. Garganacl, Spather, and Titan, because these 3 are easy to find, and they're so effective against like the main threats in the game. So yeah, Titan, bottom of S tier. I think it's properly deserved because of its Ice typing for Ray and Eternatus, its tankiness with its HP, Ice Scale, Stick Fat. Yeah, definitely an S tier. Let's move on to Veluza. Belly Drum is an egg move in the main series. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Veluza gets Super Luck, so you have increased crit chance, and you also get Sharpness to boost your slicing moves. The reason why I get Super Luck is because moves like Aqua Cutter are crit boosted. So you'll pretty much always be critting when you use Aqua Cutter. So that's pretty nice. I think Psycho Cut, yeah, Psycho Cut also has crit chance. So Psycho Cut and Aqua Cutter will both have increased crit from Super Luck and also just like their secondary effects. So yeah, that's one thing for Veluza. Sharpness also boosts both Psycho Cutter and Aqua Cutter. So yeah, you're definitely going to be taking those moves. Your base stats are really mid, but you do get Fillet Away as on level up, which is a attack, a Spatak, and speed increase at the cost of your own HP. So if you can find a good turn to use it, you can become potentially a decent sweeper with those boosted stats. You also get Psyblade, which is boosted in electric terrain and is psychic typing, so it's stab. But I would not take that over Psycho Cut because Psycho Cut is also sharpness boosted and has easier crit chance, which works well with the Super Luck passive. So I think Psycho Cut, Aqua Cutter, and probably Ice Spinner is going to be your best set because you want Ice Spinner to deal with grass types and also to deal with Ray and Eternatus. I would skip Bitterblade and Psyblade altogether, and I would also take Fillet Away because Fillet Away is important for sweeping, right? So Veluza is not terrible if you can get the Fillet Away off, but the problem is getting the Fillet Away off, so I can't put it too high. At most, it's like better than Lycanroc Midnight, I think. I think it's worse than Luxray. Yeah, we'll put it at the middle of B tier. All right, so Dondozo, as of making his tier list, apparently the Commander ability is active, so you can actually do the Commander Dondozo combo. If you don't know what that does, when you have Dondozo and Tatsugiri both out on a double battle, Dondozo is gonna eat Tatsugiri, and that gives you I believe, an Omni boost. Right? Correct the wrong chat. You get an Omni boost, and you also get an additional effect on your signature move Order Up based on which Tatsugiri you ate. In any case, Dondozo, because it can pick up an Omni boost from Tatsugiri, it's going to be pretty good in double battles. Parental Bond means that his Order Up is going to be giving it a double stat increase. I believe it can get either an attack, defense, or speed increase based on which Tatsugiri eats. I don't know which form gives what stat, but just keep in mind that Order Up is giving you stat increases when you use it. So Parental Bond is going to give you +2 when you use it. The Commander ability actually has a double Omni boost, not a single Omni boost. So that makes it even stronger. Dondozo has 150 HP, 100 attack, 150 defense, 35 speed. Okay, the base stats are great, but what's even greater is that the fact that it just gets a +2 Omni boost for free in double battles. So yeah, it's pretty much a beast in double battles. You get Soul Cure for chip, Soft Boiled for healing. Soft Boiled is very good because you get a double Omni boost. You're crazy tanky. So soft boiled allows you to just heal up, like just to sustain every time you actually feel like you're about to die. You're probably not ever gonna die though, just because you have a +2 Omni boost. But yeah, soft build for sustain is good. Sizzly Slide for the guaranteed burn is not bad. Toxic is pretty good because of your double Omni boost and your 150 base HP, you're very tanky. So using a Dondozo as a chip mod with Toxic is not bad either. So I guess that goes the same for Sizzly Slide as well. What I would do is I would run Sulk here for chip, Soft Boil for sustain, Order Up for the stat increases, and then either Wave Crash for some stab damage, or if you want to take another utility move, you can take either Sizzly Slide or Toxic. That's what I would do. Dondozo is insane in double battles. However, not every battle is a double battle, right? Especially when you get to like the Elite Four, the Ivy battle, some gym battles, or actually, yeah, all gym battles, they are all single battles. So you're not going to be able to use the OP version of Dondozo in those fights, right? You have to just use regular Dondozo. So we have to factor in the fact that not every fight is going to be a double battle for Dondozo, right? So in single battles, it's, I guess, just mainly being used as a bulky chip mon. And then in double battles, it just becomes an insane 1v9 machine. I'm going to put Dondozo in the A tier just because it is basically the best doubles mon and also a decent chip mon. So yeah, for that reason, I feel like it at least has to be A tier. We're going to put it, I think above... We're going to put it above... We're going to put it below Malamar, above Gothitelle. I think that's fair for Dondozo. Since in single battles, it's not as strong. In double battles, it's incredibly OP. So for that reason, I think it balances out nicely in the middle of A tier. I think that's fair. Because double battles don't happen really that often, right? Only if you take lures, you can activate double battles, really. I think some trainer battles are double battles, but that's kind of it. I guess when you get to Emax Eternatus, you can use once you get to Emax Eternatus, you can do the Dondozo Tatsugiri combo. So I guess if you can make it to Emax Eternatus, then Dondozo is kind of going to pop off. Otherwise, we'll keep it in the A tier, just because double battles aren't really that apparent in the game. Tatsugiri is kind of the same way, because this Pokemon is part of the pairing between... Tatsugiri is also going to be following the same logic. It's mainly good in double battles because it buffs up Dondozo. By itself, though, it gets adaptability, so its Dragon type and Water type moves are going to be boosted. Storm Drain is, I guess, not bad if you want to have a water immunity, but generally you're going to take Commander for the double battles. 120 special attack, 82 speed. You're kind of slow. You can hit pretty hard, though, with 120 special attack. Your bulk is not bad on the Spadef side, but for physical defense, you're quite frail. If you get hit by, like, a single outrage, you're kind of going to get cooked on Tatsugiri. You get Fillet Away. Okay, so that's some potential to set up some... Okay, you get Fillet Away, which sets up your sweeping potential. Steam Eruption is probably your strongest stab move for water, 110 base power, and has a chance to burn. Core Enforcer is 100 base power and can eliminate the target's ability if you move last. Ice Beam is going to be covering Ray and Eternatus. Also is a way to hit ground types for super effective, grass types for super effective, so it's pretty good. Yeah, for sure I'll take Ice Beam. I'll take Ice Beam, Core Enforcer's Steam Eruption, and then I'll take either Fillet Away or Nasty Plot, because Fillet Away is a little difficult to use because it does drop half of your health bar. So if you want to go for a more safe setup option, you can go for Nasty Plot. Adaptability makes it pretty strong, but otherwise it's just a slow, hard-hitting mon. It's good that it sets up Dondozo, but if you really think about it, in the Dondozo and Tatsugiri pairing, it's mainly Dondozo that does everything, right? It's just Tatsugiri gives him like a stat increase. Not saying that Tatsugiri is unimportant. It's important for that combo, obviously, because you need it. But okay, we're gonna put... So apparently the curly form Tatsugiri gives you an attack increase for your Dondozo. The red form gives you a defense increase, and the yellow form gives you a speed increase. Okay, so I think the curly form, the attack increase one, is going to be the best. We're going to put it at a solid middle of, or actually lower end of A tier, because by itself, this Pokemon is kind of underwhelming because it's too slow, doesn't really hit that hard, to be honest. I guess it does get adaptability, so it can hit decently, but it's pretty slow and not tanky enough for how slow it is, so I don't appreciate it as a carry. You're mainly just using it to buff up your Dondozo, so for that reason, I think at most, it's probably high B tier, to be honest. We'll put it like above Beware at least. No. We'll put it above Prince Urchin at least. We'll put the curly form in the front because it gives an attack increase. We'll put the yellow form second because it gives a speed increase. And then we'll give the red form last because it gives a defense increase. I don't think the defense increase matters as much as attack and speed. Alright, those are my placements for Tatsugiri. Their only real purpose is just to buff up Dondozo, so that's why they're in the B tier. By themselves, they're kinda not that good. Let's move on to Annihilate. Annihilate gets Iron Fist, which is great because it gets a lot of punching moves. Defiance, if it gets intimidated, it'll get an attack sharp increase instead. I kind of like Defiant over its other abilities. Good bulk, 110 HP, 80 defense, 90 SPDF. You get 115 attack on top of that, and you actually have a pretty good speed tier at 90, so this is a pretty good stat spread overall. You get bulk up on either level up or TM. You get it in TMs, yeah. Bulk up is good because your defense is a little lacking. It's at 80, so you do want some defense increases for Annihilate, and it also gives you some attack increases. You want Annihilate to be as bulky as possible because you get Rage Fist. Rage Fist will give you 50 base power every time you get hit by an attack. So get hit by an attack, plus now you're 100 base power in Rage Fist. Get hit by another attack, 150 base power in Rage Fist, and then so on, right? So Rage Fist only gets better the more you get hit. So that's why you need to increase your defenses on Annihilate. So bulk up is not bad. Oh, since you get no retreat, then that's way better. Yeah, no retreat is going to be the best option because it gives you an Omni boost. So that's going to be way better than bulk up. So take no retreat. Slack off is great because you do want to tank as many hits as possible on Annihilate. So healing yourself is going to obviously help you tank more hits. So slack off is going to be very important. So no retreat, slack off are very important moves so far. Meteor Mash is boosted by Iron Fist. It's a punch move, and it also helps with your fairy weakness because you are a fighting type. It also helps if you're actually, yeah, mainly, yeah. Meteor Mash is going to help with your fairy weakness because you are a fighting type. Drain Punch is stab and also sustains. This is another important move because you want to tank as many hits as possible on Annihilate. So you do want to be sustaining yourself. So the moves I would run are No Retreat, either Slack Off or Drain Punch, depending on how comfortable you are with your Annihilate's damage. Meteor Mash for fairy coverage, and then definitely Rage Fist because Rage Fist pretty much makes this Pokemon. I like Annihilate. I think the egg moves it gets certainly helps out its game plan, its strategy. Let's put it at the bottom of S tier. I think this thing can be really solid if you can get the Omni boost off and if you can keep spamming heals to stack up your Rage Fist. We're gonna put it at the bottom of S tier, probably below. I think below Giratina, above Heatran is about right for Annihilate. This thing can be a crazy carry if you can stack up that Rage Fist enough. So yeah, definitely bottom of S tier for Annihilate. Alright, how close are we? Pretty close. We're pretty close to the end. Alright. Next is Clodsire. Clodsire gets Thick Fat. This is great because you are a ground type, so you are prone to ice type moves. So getting Thick Fat is wonderful. Poison Point will give you poison chance on all of your contact moves. You can just take Water Absorb instead to give you water immunity. That's probably better because now you are immune to your water weakness and now you also resist your ice weakness. So you're pretty much only weak to other ground types and psychic. 130 HP. Makes you very bulky. 60 defense is quite low though, but you do have 100 SPDF, so you're very tanky in the SPDF category. Stone Axe for rocks, Sappy Seed for Leech Seed, Recover because you're a Pokemon, and Baneful Bunker to protect and poison your enemies. Okay, so you're a Pokemon that sets up rocks, that sets up Leech Seed, and can also poison a Baneful Bunker. I like that it pretty much gets everything that you would want from this Pokemon. Sustain and utility moves. I'm going to put this thing at a solid low A tier, because it gets a very important utility move, Sappy Seed, one of the most important chip moves in the game. Stone Axe is good. Rocks is nice, usually. Baneful Bunker for poison is good as well. So I think it deserves the bottom of A tier. Or sorry, not the bottom of A tier, the top of A tier. We're gonna put Clodsire, I think, behind. We're gonna put Tornado. Okay, sorry. We're gonna put Clodsire behind Regidrago, ahead of Copperajah at the top of A tier. It gets Stone Axe, Sappy Seed, Baneful Bunker, really good chip and utility moves. Recover to keep yourself alive, and you're also just naturally tanky, right? So you're pretty hard to kill. Yeah, Clodsire definitely deserves to be at the top of A tier for its tankiness and its utility. Let's move on to Farigiraf. Fun fact, Farigiraf backwards is Farigiraf. Same thing with Girafarig. You get Parental Bond. This is very good because you get Mystical Power. Mystical Power increases your special attack on use. So you pretty much get a +2 special attack every time you use Mystical Power. So you no longer need Nasty Plot in this mod. You get Armor Tail, which makes it so that enemy Pokemon are unable to use priority moves against you. Pretty good ability. Sap Sipper is not bad too if you want Grass Immunity. 120 HP, 70 defense, 70 SPDF, 110 special attack. So you're pretty much a slow, bulky special attacker. You get Night Daze to make yourself a little more physically bulky because it lowers the target's... oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong move. Night Daze lowers the target's accuracy. You mainly get it because of your... Okay, it's not weakness coverage. I was about to say Ghost Weakness, but you are normal type. So Night Daze is mainly just 85 damage dark move if you want to take it. It's not weakness coverage. It also doesn't really help, like, really in general. I think accuracy decreasing is kind of mid. So yeah, Night Daze is whatever. Boom Burst though is stab, 140 base power, so you definitely want that. Really good move. Mystical Power, like I said, is going to be pairing up with your Parental Bond. It's going to be a +2 special attack increase every time you use it, so it's very nice for racking up your damage. So take Mystical Power, take Boom Burst. You're probably going to want Recover as well because you are a tankier mon, a tanky slow mon, so you do want a way to sustain yourself. And for your last move slot, you can go either Twin Beam, which is a 80 base power Psychic move. If not that, then Psychic. Oh, actually, Psychic is way better. Yeah, Psychic. For your 4th move slot, you're going to want Psychic for the 90 base power, and also the chance to drop SPDF is good. Let's see, what other moves can this thing get? If you want a way to hit heavy Pokemon, you can take Grass Knot for your 4th move slot. It's some coverage, I guess, for hitting other types, and also just deals a lot of damage to heavier Pokemon. So yeah, the moveset I would run is Boom Burst, Mystical Power, Recover, and either Psychic or Grass Knot as your 4th move slot. I like that it gets the Parental Bond Mystical Power combo, so I want to at least put it in A tier. It's also a Psychic type, which is good for Eternatus, right? So let's put it like towards the higher end of A tier. I want to say at least above Houndstone, above Basculegion, above Earthworm. Yeah, I'll put it above... I think we'll put it above Celesteela, below Arctozolt is going to be about right for Farigiraf. The Mystical Power is going to be really strong, especially against Eternatus. You can easily get like +4, +6 special attack with this guy once you just use enough Mystical Powers. You are tanky enough to do that as well. So yeah, I think Farigiraf definitely deserves to be at the higher end of A tier. Let's move on to the Dunsparce. The Dunsparce gets Unaware, so it'll ignore the enemy's defense increases when it's attacking. Serene Grace is usually what you go to increase the likelihood of additional effects. 125 HP, 80 defense, 75 SPDF. You have some decent bulk. 100 attack is nice. Magical Torque will have a 60% chance to confuse thanks to Serene Grace. Wicked Torque has a 10% chance to sleep, which will now become a 20% chance because you have Serene Grace. It's also 80 base power, which is nice. Blazing Torque will now have a 60% chance to burn thanks to your Serene Grace. And then Extreme Speed is your stab priority move. It's pretty good because you're very slow on the Dunsparce, so you do want priority on this thing. We're gonna put it at most above Berserker, below Frostmouth. I think is fair for the Dunsparce. DM'd you the images for the mod you're missing. All right, thanks. I appreciate it. How do I add pictures again? Oh, yeah, you can do it here. Okay, we'll do that after. Moving on to King Gambit, who is pretty good because you get Sword of Ruin to lower all the defense of enemy Pokemon. So you pretty much just get to hit them harder for free. You get Supreme Overlord, which you already know will increase your attack and special attack by 1.1 for every dead ally. So if you throw out King Gambit last, you're going to be getting a free 1.5 damage increase. So that's an insane ability. You also get 135 attack, 120 defense, 85 speed def, 100 HP. So you're very bulky. You're a very bulky attacker with low speed. What makes King Gambit overpowered is you get Supreme Overlord plus Last Respects. So similar to Basculesian male and Basculesian female, you get the Supreme Overlord Last Respects combo. The reason why I like it a little less than Basculesian is because it's not nearly as fast. Basculesian gets access to the Swift Swim, so it can actually fix its speed tier. King Gambit is kind of forced to be slow at 50 speed, and I guess it's kind of bulky, but I don't know. You are prone to dying with King Gambit for sure, so that is one weakness for King Gambit. So yeah, I wouldn't say King Gambit is better than Basculesian because Basculesian has better speed, but you do get Ceaseless Edge, so you can set up spikes with this thing. Sucker Punch to have guaranteed priority is good since you're having boosted damage from Supreme Overlord and you're lowering the enemy's defense with Sword of Ruin. So that Sucker Punch can deal some pretty nasty damage. Bitter Blade for sustain is good since you're a tankier mon. And then most importantly, Last Respects is going to be 300 base power. 300 base power once all of your allies are dead. Combine that with Supreme Overlord and Sword of Ruin. You're essentially just one-shotting anything with this move. The only problem is you're not really fast, so you're not guaranteed going to sweep through an entire team. You could get killed before you're able to sweep. So let's put King Gambit at the very highest, lower than Basculesian female, I think. Where is Basculesian female? It's A tier, right? We're going to put King Gambit below Basculesian female, above Houndstone. I think at the very least, King Gambit is better than Houndstone because Houndstone does not get access to Supreme Overlord. So for that reason, King Gambit is a way better Last Respects mod than Houndstone, which is why it's here. I think it's less than... I think King Gambit is still underwhelming compared to the female form, though, because the female form gets access to Swift Swim and Supreme Overlord and Last Respects, so it actually can be a revenge sweeper. King Gambit has a bit of a harder time doing that. So yeah, for that reason, King Gambit's going to be right behind it. Still really good mon, though. I think it deserves to be A tier for sure. Let's move on to... Okay, we're finally onto the Paradox mon chat. First of all, Great Tusk. Great Tusk gets Intimidate, so you'll be lowering the enemy's attack for free. You also have a pretty good bulk at 115 HP, 131 defense, low speed F, unfortunately, but you have a pretty good 131 attack and 87 speed. So you're just a decently fast, bulky mon with 131 attack. You get Collision Course, which is stab, and also will be dealing extra damage to steel types, rock types, ice types, and dark types. Stone Axe is pretty good for just setting up rocks. It's not stab, unfortunately. Shift Gear will be setting up your speed, which is good because you do have kind of a speed problem. And Morning Sun is great because you are generally playing Great Tusk in the sun because of photosynthesis. So yeah, getting the 75% heal from Morning Sun is good. Yeah, we're gonna put Great Tusk at a solid top A tier, maybe close to low S tier. It does have the obvious weakness of being weak in SpDef. And also, its speed is kind of naturally low, so you do need to get Shift Gear off in order to start going with this thing. Otherwise, I do think it's a pretty good mod once it does get its setup off, so I want to put it at least at the top of A tier. Let's say above Gigalith, below Babblegast, I think is fair for Great Tusk. If it was a little bit bulkier in SpDef, and if it was a bit faster, for sure it could have been S tier. Let's move on to Screamtail. Screamtail gets Unaware, Also gets photosynthesis just like every other past mon. You get 115 HP, 99 defense, 115 speed up. So you're actually very tanky. With Screamtail, you're actually a tanky Pokemon. And you're 111 speed. So you're essentially just a fast Pokemon. You're a speedy Pokemon. A really good bulk, really balanced bulk, in fact, and also 111 speed. So what are you going to do with this stat spread? You're going to be using Moonlight to sustain yourself. You're very bulky, so you make use of that sustain pretty well. It's also a 75% heal in Sun, I believe. Glitzy Glow is amazing because not only is it super effective against Eternatus, but it's also going to be lowering the power of Eternatus' special moves. So yeah, you're a bulky mon that'll essentially be crippling Eternatus' damage with Glitzy Glow. I really like that. You can also set up your special attack or Torch Song, which is a good option for your special attack set. And then finally, Sparkly Swirl is stab, 120 base power, and also will be healing the status condition of your party. So what we're looking for with Screamtail is just utility, right? Because of its stat spread. We get Glitzy Glow is a good utility move for Eternatus. Sparkly Swirl can heal your allies, their status conditions. You get Wish. So you can heal yourself or your party members with Wish. That's very nice. You get you get Parasong, which can be useful. Unfortunately, it doesn't work against bosses, I don't think. So it's not like incredibly applicable. But if you're against like an annoying Pokemon, you can just kill it with Parasong. It's a pretty good move. Yeah, I think Screamtail deserves to at least be in the A tier because of its really good stat spread. What brings it down for me is it doesn't get enough utility moves to like really make use of its stat spread. The best utility move it gets really is Glitzy Glow, which is good. But if this thing got like a chip move, if it got like Tailwind, if it got like some other useful utility move, this thing for sure could have been up in S tier because the stat spread is pretty much the most ideal stat spread for a utility mon. High bulk and high speed. So yeah, at most Screamtail is going to be at the top of A tier. I want to say the fourth best mon in the A tier, right behind Lightpard, I think is good for Screamtail. Oh, sorry, not the A tier. The actually, hold on. Yeah, no, you're not this low. Sorry. Lower end of B tier. Screamtail is going to be in the lower end of B tier. We'll probably put it behind Parasect, above Electivire. As I said, really good bulk stat spread with speed. But the lack of good utility moves outside of Glitzy Glow kind of brings it down for me. At least Parasect gets like Spore, right? So yeah, we're going to put Screamtail at the bottom of A tier. I think that's where it belongs. Let's move on to Brute Bonnet. Brute Bonnet gets Chlorophyll, so you'll be double speed in Sun. So you're effectively 110 speed in Sun. You'll also be getting a attack increase in the Sun because your most proficient stat is 127 attack. You're pretty bulky, similar to Screamtail. You have 111 HP, 99 defense, 99 speed F, so you're relatively bulky, and you're going to be fast because of the Sun. So you're a pretty fast attacker with good bulk. So Brute Bonnet actually kind of has some sweeping potential purely off of its stat spread. You get Wicked Blow, which is a great stab move. Earthquake to be dealing with your fire weakness because you are a grass type. Strength Sap, good sustain move, also to drop the enemy's attack. Sappy Seed is a utility move because it sets up Leech Seed. Also makes use of your good 127 attack stat, so that's very nice. Alright, it seems like Brute Bonnet's going to be a fast, tanky attacker with Sappy Seed and also some other utility moves. I think this thing is definitely S tier because it actually has a good stat spread, good attack with photosynthesis, good speed of Chlorophyll, and it gets Sappy Seed, right? So I think that stat spread and that Sappy Seed alone makes it S tier. I will put it like, I think a little under Grimmsnarl, but definitely above Zarina. I think Brute Bonnet is a bottom of S tier Pokemon. It has that utility you want with Sappy Seed and Strength Sap. It has that sweeping potential that you would want as well with the essentially 180 attack with the photosynthesis boost and the 110 speed of Chlorophyll. So it's pretty much a jack of all trades mon with good utility. So yeah, it definitely deserves to be in the bottom of S tier. Could even go up potentially. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put it higher. It has good sweeping potential and it gets Sappy Seed. It definitely deserves to be higher up in the S tier. Okay, we're gonna put Brute Bonnet right behind Minior and above Venusaur. All you need is a separate Sunsetter to set up Sun for it, and it's just getting a free speed increase and a free attack increase. And it also gets Sappy Seed for Leech Seed, so yeah, definitely Brute Bonnet is towards the top end of S tier because of that sweeping potential and because of the utility. So yeah, we're gonna leave it up there at S tier. We are already out of water. I am gonna go get water. Alright, we're approaching the end, chat. I gotta hurry up because I do have people waiting for me. Sort of. Okay, Fluttermane. Fluttermane is notorious as the best, one of the best mons of Gen 9 because this thing was just an absolute competitive beast. Its stat spread is kind of crazy. 135 special attack, 135 speed. Makes it a very good offensive mon. Not to mention, it randomly has 135 SPDF. So it's just like randomly like one of the bulkiest, but also one of the strongest Pokemon in the game. It gets Dazzling. So I guess you can't be using priority moves against this. So no Bullet Punches, no Aqua Jets, no anything will be able to affect Fluttermane. And then Photosynthesis will be boosting either your special attack, your SPDF, or your speed, depending on which stat is the highest. So I'll probably try and give Fluttermane a modest nature to ensure that Photosynthesis is boosting its special attack. Moonlight. Moonlight will be a heal, Moonlight will be a 75% heal in the sun, and you do want to use Fluttermane because of Photosynthesis. So that is going to be very good. Earth Power to deal with those pesky Steel types because you are a Fairy type. You don't have to worry as much about Poison types because you are a Ghost type as well. Astral Barrage, 120 base power, and one of the best special Ghost moves in the game, so you're definitely going to be taking that. It's also Stab. And Flamethrower is going to be mainly dealing with Steel types as well. You also do have... Yeah, Flamethrower is going to be dealing with Steel types similar to Earth Power. So really you can just choose out of the order. Do you want the SPDF dropping with Earth Power, or do you want the burn with Flamethrower? I would personally go Flamethrower, because at least with Flamethrower you don't get immune by flying types. So I'd go Astral Barrage, Moonblast, Flamethrower, and Moonlight with Fluttermane, and I think that's pretty solid. I think even if you oh, you don't get Quiver Dance. I believe you also get, oh, you don't get Nasty Plot either? Really? Oh, I feel like I've seen Fluttermane use Quiver Dance. My bad. Okay. You get Calm Mind for sure though, right? Yeah. You also get Calm Mind on Fluttermane if you want to set up your special attack a bit more, but generally 135 base special attack and base speed is more than enough to sweep teams. So yeah, Moonlight, Flamethrower, Astral Barrage, Moonblast is going to be your best moveset. Going based purely off of base stats, Fluttermane is an easy S tier because it just sweeps so easily. Not to mention, it's randomly bulky in SPDF, so it doesn't die as often as you would think it does. Really good egg moves to pair with its stats as well. I mean, come on, 135 special attack plus Astral Barrage. 135 special attack plus Astral Barrage is killing many things. There are a lot of things that can live that. So we're gonna put Fluttermane not too high though, since I don't think it's as overtly broken as like the mons up here. We're gonna put it like towards the bottom part of S tier. Its passive isn't really that broken. It's nice. It saves you from priority moves, but beyond that, that's just kind of it. If it got like something to boost its power even more, that would have made it like easily double S tier, but because it doesn't, we're gonna leave it down here, probably under, let's say under Annihilate, above Heatran. I think is right for Fluttermane. Yeah, so the bottom of S tier for Fluttermane. Let's move on to Slitherwing. Slitherwing gets Scrappy, which is good because you're a fighting type. You don't want to get immune by ghost types. Your Photosynthesis is probably giving you an attack increase because you are 135 attack. It is your highest stat. Every other stat is pretty mid. You're kind of balanced outside of your Speed F being 105. So I don't really like Slitherwings' stat spread very much. You do get Victory Dance though to fix your speed, which is going to be very important. Fire Lash to decrease the defense of your enemy. Same with Thunderous Kick. So these moves are pretty similar, except Thunderous Kick is stab. But I guess Fire Lash is also sun boosted, so that's pretty good damage as well. And then Mighty Cleave to break to protect also is flying coverage because you are 4 times weak to flying. These are probably the 4 moves you're going to run because this is your coverage move. Or sorry, Mighty Cleave is your coverage move. Fire Lash is boosted in Sun. Victory Dance is for setting up your speed. And Thunderous Kick is your main stab move. What did I press? How do I filter for the egg move? I don't actually know. No, not type. I don't actually know. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to make the rare egg move on the bottom, so I know which one's the rare egg move. Okay, great. I have until 9 o'clock before we start Clash. That's good. All right. F5. The underlined one. Oh, okay, gotcha. But usually that should be on the bottom, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, just it doesn't really matter for the ranking, but I was just curious. Yeah, as I said, Mighty Cleave is your coverage for flying types because that is your main weakness. Thunderous Kick is going to be stab. Fire Lash is sun boosted, so that deals some decent damage as well. Both of these moves are defense drop moves, so they're pretty nice moves. And then Victory Dance will be hopefully giving you some sweeping potential with that speed increase. But I can't put it anywhere above like H here, to be honest. It's clearly, its stat spread just brings it back too much. And its passive is good for hitting ghost types, but I feel like since you get Fire Lash, you don't really need Scrappy. I feel like I could have gotten like Tough Claws maybe for more offensive power. But we'll leave it at the bottom of H here, I think. We'll put it at least above Wordier, below Grafaiai. I think it's good for Slitherwing. Let's move on to Sandy Shocks. Sandy Shocks gets Earth Eater, which is not bad since you are weak to ground. You are an electric type. Photosynthesis will likely be boosting your special attack since that is your highest stat. It is 121 special attack. Your stats are similar to Slitherwing, are pretty mid. You're 85 in everything essentially. You do have decent speed with this guy, I guess, with 101 speed, which is better than Slitherwing. You get Thunderclap, so if you do feel like you're gonna get outsped, you can use T-Clap to outspeed. Nasty Plot to set up your special attack, pretty good. Ice Beam to deal with other ground types, and also hit Return-Tus and Ray for super effective damage. And then Morning Sun to heal for 75% HP. Also, you're likely using Stun of Sandy Shocks, right, because of Photosynthesis. So Morning Sun will be healing 75% HP. So, you get Nasty Plot Thunderclap. I guess that's something. So all you have to do is set up Nasty Plot once, and then you can just spam T-Clap. It's just looking like far worse circuitry to me. It just does what it wants to do what circuitry does, but it just simply does not. So we're gonna put Sandy Shocks at most at the top or the bottom of A tier. I want to say below Oranguru or even below Lycanroc. No, actually below. We're gonna put it below Drampa, above Incineroar for Sandy Shocks. It's just, I don't know. There's other Pokemon to do what it does, but significantly better. But I guess the main thing you're going to be doing with this guy is just get your Nasty Plot off and just spam T-Clap. That's pretty much all you're going to do with Sandy Shocks. Let's move on to Iron Treads. Hot take, I think Iron Treads is a good design. I think a lot of people hate this mon, but I think Iron Treads is pretty funny. It kind of reminds me of a Bakugan. Steely Spirit will be powering up your Steel type moves, which is good because since you already have Steel Stab. Quark Drive will be boosting your most proficient stat in electric terrain. Your most highest stat seems to be defense, so I guess you'd be getting defense increases in terrain, unless if you adjust your stats a bit to give yourself more of an attack, give yourself more attack, so you'll be getting attack increases. If you want to do that, you'd probably have to give yourself a Lonely Nature to increase attack and defense. You'd want to give yourself a Lonely Nature to increase your attack and decrease your defense. That way your Quark Drive will be giving you attack increases. Otherwise, you'll be just picking up defense increase on Quark Drive. You get Sunsteel Strike. That's good because you get Steely Spirit. So it seems to have a very offensive moveset with Fusion Bolt, Sunsteel Strike. So I feel like you want to use this thing with the attack Quark Drive. So yeah, for sure, give this guy a Lonely Nature to have the attack be the highest stat. So that way you can pick up an attack increase. So your Sunsteel Strike can deal more damage. Your Fusion Bolt can deal more damage. Also, Fusion Bolt is boosted by Electric Terrain, which is nice. Bulk Up to increase your attack and defense further. And then Shore Up, if you're playing in Sandstorm, you can get a 75% HP heal using Shore Up. Not bad. Its speed tier is not too bad at 106. It's not even too weak in speed effort at 70. And has good physical bulk. I like the stat spread. But, okay, at the very least, you can use this thing as a pretty solid damage dealer with Sunsteel Strike. But beyond that, it's just kind of whatever. So I can't put it higher than like middle of A tier. Let's put it, I think, below the Dunsparce, above Berserker. Berserker does what Iron Treads does, pretty much. It also gets Steely Spirit, but it also gets Steelworker on top of that. So it deals even more damage with Steel type moves. I'm gonna give the edge to Iron Treads though, because it has more bulk, more speed, other moves like Fusion Bolts, set up with bulk up. So yeah, I think Iron Treads is just going to be a better version of Berserker. So for that reason, we're going to put it above Berserker in the middle of A tier. Let's move on to Iron Bundle. This Pokemon is similar to Fluttermane, really good. 124 special attack, 136 speed. So it has a very good offensive stat spread like Fluttermane, except it has a little less special attack, which is not that big of a problem. You get 114 defense, so you're pretty physically bulky. You get Earth Power to deal with electric types because you are a water type. Bouncy Bubble is 120 base power. Oh, no, geez, that's the wrong move. Bouncy Bubble is stab and also heals you based off the damage dealt. Not to mention Bouncy Bubble, it hits 2 Pokemon at once in double battles. So it's a really good move for sustaining, especially in double battles. Nasty Plot, if you want to further increase his special attack, is not a bad idea. And his Steam Eruption is probably going to be your best water stab move. 110 base power and has a chance to burn. So that's definitely going to be your main spam move. For Ice, you're probably going to be using Ice Beam. Blizzard is not bad if you have Snow set up. So you would have... Oh, no, it does get Snow Warning. I'm sorry. So Iron Bundle does get Snow Warning. So it can set up its own guaranteed Blizzard. So you're going to be using Blizzard as your main Ice move. Steam Eruption as your main Water move. Nasty Plot if you want to set up your special attack a bit more. And then Bouncy Bubble for Sustain is going to be your moveset for Iron Bundles. Seems pretty good. Not to mention, Snow Warning is just very valuable because it sets up Slush Rush Mons if you're using a Slush Rush Mon or even like a Snow Cloak Mon. Does this mon get Aurora Veil? It does. Wow. So Iron Bundle not only is a really good sweeper, it's also a Snow Setter with Aurora Veil. So it has good utility, great sweeping potential, is an Ice type, meaning it can hit Ray and Eternatus for super effective damage. I think Iron Bundle is just going to be a better Fluttermane. Or is better than Fluttermane in this game. So let's put Iron Bundle pretty high, because I think Iron Bundle in terms of utility is pretty similar to Articuno, Regice, and Alola Ninetales. But what makes it even better than those Pokemon is the fact that it has crazy sweeping potential. The 124 special attack, 136 speed, and the really good egg moves. Just, yeah, definitely making an S tier mon. So let's put Iron Bundle pretty high. Let's put it, I think, above Glassstrider for sure, above Superior for sure. Yes. Let's switch you two. Actually, never mind. Okay, we're gonna be putting Iron Bundle at the very top of S tier because of its Snow Warning and Aurora Veil combo. It gets the guaranteed Blizzard, so you can be hitting Ray and Eternatus for some insane, super effective damage. And outside of that, you also get Steam Eruption, Nasty Plot, Bouncy Bubble. Those are all really good egg moves. And you have like one of the best offensive stat spreads in the game. So yes, Iron Bundle is easily at the top of S tier. Could even be even higher if it had a bit more special attack, I feel. Yep. Iron Bundle, top of S tier. Okay, let's move on to Iron Hands. Okay. Iron Hands gets Iron Fist, so your punch moves are going to get a 1.5 increase. Quark Drive, meaning you get... Quark Drive gives you an increase in your highest stat in electric terrain. I believe it works for HP. I could be wrong. Let me look that up. I'm sorry. No, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, so Iron Fist gives you a power up on your punching moves 1.5 times. Quark Drive boosts your highest stat in electric terrain. Iron Hand's highest stat is HP. However, HP does not qualify for Quark Drive, so actually you would be getting attack increases with Iron Hands because attack is your second highest stat. You have decent bulk, 108 defense, 68 SPDF. So combine that with your 154 HP, you're a pretty solid Bulkmon with Iron Hands. So your role is that of essentially a slow Bulkmon with good attack, 140. Drain Punch is stab, also sustain. Bulk Up gives you an attack and defense increase. Plasma Fist is stab, also is Iron Fist boosted and gives you the Iron Duelist effect. Ice Hammer is ground coverage, is not Iron Fist boosted, I don't think. So mainly you're using Iron Fist for Drain Punch damage, Plasma Fist damage. Spamming Drain Punch on Iron Hands is a really good strategy because you're so tanky. So spamming sustain is really funny. Also, you have 140 attacks, so that Drain Punch can do quite a lot of damage even without setting up Swords Dance or Belly Drum. Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure you get Swords Dance and TMs and Belly Drum as one of your level up moves. So you can go either or. Your moveset, I would go either Swords Dance, Belly Drum, or Bulk Up. Probably Belly Drum, since you have Drain Punch to heal back your HP. So I would go Belly Drum, Drain Punch, Plasma Fist, and Ice Hammer for ground coverage. I think Iron Hands has some crazy potential as a bulky attacker. So I want to at least put it in S tier. I think it has some crazy potential with the Iron Fist Drain Punch combo. And also, it's just really bulky, right? So it's just really hard to kill. Let's put Iron Hands towards the bottom of S tier. I want to say above Como-O, below Orbeetle. Feels good for me. Iron Hands being at the bottom of S tier. Plasma Fist makes all normal moves stab. That is true. But I don't think you get any good normal moves that are Iron Fist boosted. So I don't think you really care about it that much. So yeah, it's not really for the effect. It's more for the Iron Fist boost than Plasma Fist. All right, we put Iron Hands at the bottom of S tier. Let's move on to Iron Jugulis. Okay, so Iron Jugulis gets Lightning Rod, so it no longer has an electric weakness. A Quark Drive as well, so you're likely getting Spatak increases with this thing because Spatak is your highest stat. Your stat spread is kind of mid. You have balanced defenses. You have 108 speed, which is not terrible, but you do get outsped by Mega Ray. Yeah, okay, let's see what it gets. Fire Wrath is good because it is a dark type. So it's going to be stab. It also flinches. It's also double hitting in dull battles, which is really good. Roost to drop your flying type and also heal 50% of your HP. Nasty Plot to boost your special attack is pretty good. What I really want with this thing, though, is a speed increase. Does it get agility? It does not. So yeah, that's the main problem with Jugulis, is the fact that it's kind of locked at 108 speed. I think this thing could have made use of Quiver Dance a lot better than Nasty Plot. But you do get Oblivion Wing at the very least to help you stay alive. It's 80 base power, stab, and sustains you. I can't put this thing higher than like low A tier. It does have power at least, but like it's just not really that good as a sweeper because it's too slow. Its passive doesn't really mean anything for damage. Yeah, we're gonna put Jugulis at the very highest, I think low A tier. We'll put it, I think, slightly above Slitherwing, underneath Grafaiai, I think is good for Iron Jugulis at the bottom of A tier. Flinch got nerfed this patch. King's Rock doesn't stack with flinch moves. Damn, that sucks. So if you're King's Rock gives you 30% flinch, and then Fire Wrath gives you like I think 10% chance to flinch, a 20% chance to flinch. So what would it use? Would it use the flinch from Fire Wrath, or would it use the flinch from the King's Rocks? Probably the flinch from King's Rocks, right? Is my guess. Oh, it uses the flinch from Fiery Wrath. Okay, so that is quite a nerf, isn't it? For like, for Darkrai, yeah. I use Darkrai, so damn, that sucks. They nerfed Permaflinch. Aw. I mean, I think it still works pretty well. I mean, it's not gonna be as consistent now, but I still think it's pretty important to have Permaflinch. Let's move on. Iron Moth gets Levitate, which is good because it has a quad ground weakness. You also have a 140 attack base and 110 speed, so these are really good offensive stats. You also are pretty bulky in the SPDF area, 110, so you're only really frail in physical bulk. Otherwise, pretty good. You hit very hard and you're decently fast, only a little slower than Mega Ray. Earth Power to hit rock types is great because you do have a rock weakness because you're a fire type. Searing Shot is excellent because it is stab and also 100 base power. So this is a fantastic move to give Iron Moth. Not to mention it has a 30% chance to burn. Malignant Chain is another good move to give Iron Moth because it's stab, 100 base power, has a 50% chance to burn, 50% chance to poison. And then QD to further improve your sweeping potential, +1 special attack, +1 SPDF, +1 speed. Yeah, Iron Moth has some pretty good potential. The only thing it's really missing is a super effective for Eternatus and Rayquaza. Otherwise, it's going to be sweeping through the majority of the game pretty well. So I want to at least put it at the higher end of A tier. I'm going to say... Yeah, I'm going to say that Iron Moth is better than Great Tusk, but weaker than Bramblegast. If this thing got like Psychic, or I guess it does get Earth Power for Eternatus, but if it got like an Ice move, or if it got Psychic, I think this thing could have definitely made its way into S tier. But because it doesn't have access to an Ice move, that kind of brings it down for me a little bit. So we'll leave it at the top of A tier for Iron Moth. Still a very good sweeper that you can use to probably just clear through the majority of Classic mode. Let's move on to Iron Thorns, my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon. Iron Thorns gets Sandstream. Okay, so it's kind of like Tyranitar in the sense that it can set up sand. Quark Drive will be giving it a boost in electric terrain. What's good about Quark Drive on Iron Thorns is that it's already an electric type, so it benefits from electric terrain through Quark Drive and also from the 1.3 times increased electric type moves. 134 attack, 110 defense, 84 SPDF, and 72 speed. So you're a pretty bulky guy with this stat spread. 100 HP, 110 defense, and 84 SPDF is not a bulk you should underestimate. However, your speed is quite slow. So that's why you actually get Dragon Dance as a TM move on Iron Thorns to kind of help set up your sweeping potential. In Egg moves, you get Diamond Storm, which is a good rock stab move that can also increase your defense, which is an added bonus. But mainly you're just using it for the 100 base power rock move. Shore Up is going to be healing you for 75% because you set up Sandstream. So yeah, you get a good heal up from Shore Up. Shift Gear is excellent because it's essentially just better Dragon Dance. As I mentioned, you do need Dragon Dance to set up your speed a bit. So it getting Shift Gear to get a +2 speed increase is just really nice. So you're going to be using Shift Gear, Shore Up, probably Diamond Storm because that's your best rock stab move. And then Plasma Fist is a 100 base power electric move that gives you the Iron Deluge effect. Those are probably the best moves you're going to run. So I'd run, yeah, these 4 moves because Diamond Storm and Plasma Fist are your best stab moves. Shift Gear to increase your sweeping potential, and then Shore Up for the 75% heal. Yeah, I guess some pretty good egg moves. So if you can get that Shift Gear off, then I think Iron Thorns is an easy top of A tier. It doesn't get an Ice type move, so similar to Iron Moth, I don't want to place it too high. Actually, no, it does get an Ice move. I'm sorry, it gets Ice Fang. So it does have some coverage for Eternatus and Rayquaza. So for that reason, I'm going to actually put it higher than Iron Moth. I'm going to put it, you know what? I'm going to put it above Bellabolt, below Torterra, I think is good for Iron Thorns. Top of A tier feels appropriate for our Mechazilla Pokemon. Baxcalibur gets Snow Warning to set up Snow. Very good. Does this thing get Aurora Veil? I doubt it. Yeah. So you can't set up Aurora Veil, so it's not as utility based as like Articuno or Ninetales, but you can set up Snow Warning for yourself, meaning you can set up Ice Body for yourself. Ice Body will generate your HP, regenerate your HP a bit in Snow. I believe it's a 1/16 heal every turn, or I think it's 1/12 maybe. Let me look it up. Yeah, it's a 1/16 heal in snow. I think Thermal Exchange is probably better because you will get an attack increase when you're hit by a fire move. So when you feel like your enemy is about to use a fire move, you can just throw Excalibur out and just pick up a free attack boost with Thermal Exchange. I think that's a better ability than Ice Body. Really decent bulk, 115 HP, 92 defense, 86 BDF. That's a very solid bulk. 145 attack is very strong. And then 87 speed is a little slow, but you do have a good bulk to make up for how slow you are. You also get D-Dance in your egg moves, so you can fix that speed and also give yourself more attack. D-Darts is probably going to be a better physical dragon move than Glaive Rush, because Glaive Rush does have that drawback of Glaive Rush does have that drawback of making you more susceptible to damage after being used. So I think D-Darts is better at the cost of sacrificing 20 base power. EQ is good because it helps with your steel weakness and also your rock weakness. You are an ice type, so you're weak to rock and steel. So EQ is going to help with that weakness. And Glacial Lance is the best physical ice move in the game, so that's why it gets that. So right, it gets a Snow Warning, so it can potentially set up your other Slush Rush mons. You get Glacial Lance, which is one of the best ice stab moves in the game, and an EQ to set up to help with its weaknesses. D-Darts is another good stab move, and then D-Dance to set up its sweeping potential. So I think Excalibur, because it's an ice type, it has to be ranked fairly high because ice is good against Eternatus and Rayquaza. We're going to put Excalibur actually pretty high. We're going to put it like... We're going to put Excalibur below Scovillain, above Palafin. I think the reason why I want to place it that high is because it has some utility with the snow setting with Snow Warning. It has really good power, 145 attack. It also gets Dragon Darts if you want to further increase that power. And then Glacial Lance is just going to be chunking Rayquaza and Eternatus for big damage. So yeah, that's why Excalibur makes its way into the S tier behind Scovillain, above Palafin, I think is fair. Goldango, aka Fraud Dango, gets Honey Gather now. It lost Contrary. L rip Goldango. It gets 133 special attack, pretty good. Bulk is solid, 87 HP, 95 defense, 91 speed F, 84 speed. The main thing that made Goldango broken in the past was that it had Contrary. So you could do Contrary, make it rain spam to slowly increase your special attack. But now that it doesn't get that, it's mainly used for like money making with Honey Gather. So you get more money after battles. Happy Hour will increase the amount of money you get after the battle. It's pretty much just using Honey Gather as a move. So Goldango really is just a money generating mon. It kind of fits since it's, you know, it's supposed to be like the money mon. But in terms of like actual like power, it's kind of slow. It doesn't really get anything to fix that speed. You get good stab moves like Astral Barrage, which is 120 base power. Surf to help with your fire weakness because you are a steel type. And then Aura Sphere to help with your dark weakness because you are a ghost type. But I don't know. I can't put Goldango anywhere above like B tier, to be honest. I'm not going to cap chat. The stat spread is kind of mid, so it doesn't really have good sweeping potential. All it's really used for now is just making money. And like, do you ever really struggle with money anyway in classic mode, so long as you're like not an idiot? So yeah, I think Goldango, oh, this is the A tier. Goldango is like an easy B tier for me, chat. I just do not care for its gimmick of giving money. Back when it was Contrary Goldango, I think for sure that was like S tier. But it's actually been dropped down a few tiers here. We're going to put it in the B tier. Because at the very least, it's not useless. Like, it has a good typing. It can hit pretty hard. It has 133 special attack. But, I don't know. We're going to put it, at the very least, above Fire Oricorio. But I think I'd rather have a Hariyama on my team than Fraud Dingo. So, yeah, that's L Goldango fans. Let's move on to Wo-Chien. Wo-Chien gets Vessel of Ruin. The power of the Pokemon's Ruinous Vessel lowers the special attack of all Pokemon. So essentially, all enemy Pokemon, and I guess also your ally Pokemon, will get a Spatak drop. So it helps you stay alive. Tablet of Ruin is going to be dropping their attack. So with Wo-Chien, you get both Vessel of Ruin and Tablet of Ruin. So essentially, you just drop everyone's attack and special attack, which just makes yourself a better tank. You get 133 speed def, 135 speed def, 100 defense, and 85 HP. So you have a moderately okay bulk. But combined with Vessel Ruin and Tablet of Ruin, you're very safe. You're very bulky. You can't really die because all the enemies are being lowered by these abilities. So you're a pretty solid Tankmon. You also get Sappy Seed, which is going to be setting up Leech Seed. You get Strength Sap, which is a good sustain move, and it's great that you get sustained because you're a fantastic tank. And you lower the enemy's attack slowly, right? And the most important thing is Spore. Normally, I don't like Spore on slower mons, but because Wo-Chien is so tanky and actually able to stay alive, I think it's fine that I get Spore. So it gets a really good utility move in Spore, really good chip move in Sappy Seed, great sustain in Strength Sap. Fire Wrap is a decent stat move, I guess, if you want to run that. But mainly, you're going to be running Spore, Sappy Seed, Strength Sap, and probably Ruination. If you don't know what Ruination does, it'll automatically cut a target's HP in half. But if you're fighting a boss Pokemon, it'll just shave off one whole health bar. So essentially, against Eternatus, it takes however amount of health bars it has to kill it with Ruination, right? So it's a really good move, fitting for a tank like Wo-Chien. So I'm going to have to at least put Wo-Chien in the S tier here. I'm going to put it pretty high up in the S tier, in fact, because I think it is one of the best Leech Seeders you can get because of how tanky it is and because it also gets Spore. So I'm going to put it at a solid, let's say, in front of Rapska, behind Meloetta. I think in the S tier is appropriate for Wo-Chien. Too many weaknesses. That is true. That is true. You are susceptible to like 7 different typings, but you are very tanky because of these 2 abilities and Strength Sap. So I think you are really hard to kill, even with those weaknesses. So I think Wo-Chien definitely deserves to be up here in the S tier. If it had a better typing, for sure, it could have been double S. Like if it was like a Bug Steel type, for example. But we'll keep it up here at the top of S tier. I think that's good enough for our Grass Snail Boy. Let's move on to Xianpao. Xianpao gets Intimidate, so anytime you get thrown against the Pokemon, you would lower their attack. Sword of Ruin will be lowering their defense, so you can hit them harder physically. 120 attack, 135 speed, so you have a very good offensive stat spread. I would say arguably better than Weavile's. Actually, not even arguably, you do have a better offensive stat spread than Weavile because you have 135 speed. The drawback, though, is you don't have Tough Claws like Weavile. You get Intimidate instead, which I don't really like. I feel like Xianpao doesn't really Intimidate. It needs more of like an offensive passive because it's a very offensive Pokemon. But Knockoff is Stab and is 130 base power if they're holding an item. Parting Shot is a good utility move because you get to lower their attack and special attack before they get to hit you. So it's a really good move. And Xianpao is fast, so it can reliably use Parting Shot faster than its opponents. Bitter Blade is going to be sustained, also to help deal with your steel weakness, right? Because you're a ice type. So Bitter Blade is going to be good for dealing with those steel types. Glacial Lance is going to be your best spam move because it's 120 base power ice move, and it doesn't have any condition that it needs to deal that damage. So yeah, you're pretty much always going to be dealing a solid amount of damage with Glacial Lance. I'm going to put it below Weavile, and the reason why I say this is because Weavile gets Wicked Blow, which I think gives it an edge above Xianpao. If Xianpao got Wicked Blow, I think this thing could have easily been better than Weavile, but I don't know. Like, let's compare Weavile and Xianpao real quick. Weavile gets Tough Claws, which is boosting all of its physical moves. I guess Xianpao gets Sword of Ruin, which gives it somewhat of a damage boost. So I guess, yeah, they even out. But Weavile gets Wicked Blow, which is an insane dark stab move. It is 75 base power and crits guaranteed. The best dark stab move that Xianpao gets is Knockoff, which is a good move, but in the early stages of Classic mode, a lot of Pokemon don't hold items, so you can't actually get the double damage off from Knockoff. So it's a little tricky to use in Classic mode, so not as good as getting Wicked Blow and Weavile. Glacial Lance is good. I think Glacial Lance for sure is better than Triple Axle, which is what Weavile gets. But I think Weavile is better, chat. I think mainly because just because it gets a better Dark Stab move and Wicked Blow. So I'm going to put Xianpao right behind Weavile. I think they're close. I think they're very close in power. I think if you do have Xianpao and you don't have Weavile, you might as well just use Xianpao instead of looking for Weavile. Yeah, so they're very similar. So I think Xianpao deserves to be right behind Weavile. But I think Weavile slightly is better because of Wicked Blow. All right, let's move on to... We're almost done, right? Yeah. Ting Lu. Ting Lu gets Stamina. which will be increasing your defense every time you get hit, and also gets Vessel of Ruin, which lowers the power of enemy special attacks. This is good because Ting-Lu isn't very tanky in the SPDF category, it's only 80, so it getting Vessel of Ruin allows it to tank special hits much easier, and then Stamina just makes it even more of a physical wall. So yeah, this thing is going to be really hard to kill, similar to Wo-Chien. Its typing isn't very good though. It has 6 weaknesses, so similar to Wo-Chien, it does have a pretty bad weakness, bad typing. But you get Shore Up to heal potentially 75% HP, Wicked Blow, which is one of the best dark stab moves in the game. Sappy Seed is Leech Seed setup, so similar to Wo-Chien, it's a really tanky mon that can set up Leech Seed. And then 1000 Arrows is going to be your best ground stab move because it can hit flying types as well. This thing is very similar to Wo-Chien in the sense that it's a tanky mon that just sets up Leech Seed. I'm going to give Ting-Lu a way lower ranking than Wo-Chien though, because Wo-Chien actually gets not only Sappy Seed, but it also gets Spore and Shrink Sap, which are 2 things that Ting-Lu does not get. So I'm going to put Ting-Lu at a solid low S tier, at least because it is a tanky Sappy Seed mon. But I can't put it any higher than like Ferrothorn, I think. Yeah, I'll put it like right here. Below Ferrothorn, above Tapu Bulu, I think is right for Ting-Lu. Ursaluna is up here in the S tier, I think only because we were ranking it based off Blood Moon, right? Otherwise, I don't think it deserves to be S tier. Actually, no, get some Guts Facade. That is pretty good. Thick Fat to Stay Alive. Okay, quick change, because quick change. We're going to move Ursaluna down. I don't think this thing deserves to be in S tier. Because I feel like it's just at most a strong Pokemon with its base stats. Let's drop it down a bit. I think it's like below. Yeah, it's definitely not above these Pokemon. I don't know what I was thinking putting Ursaluna in S tier. We're gonna quickly drop it down to the level of. Wow, yeah, it's dropping. Okay, we're gonna put it below Tinkaton. It's still really good mon because of its bulk and because of its really high attack, but it just doesn't really have a gimmick like these other Pokemon above it. So yeah, Ursaluna does not deserve to be in S tier. It's high A tier at most. But yeah, going back to Ting-Lu, we put it between Ferrothorn and Tapu Bulu. If it had like Spore and Strength Sap like Wo-Chien did, it would for sure be up there with him. But since it doesn't, we're going to leave it right here at the bottom of S tier. Let's move on to Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu gets Berserk now, which will boost its special attack when it's lower than half HP. It also gets Beads of Ruin, which will be dropping the SPDF of enemy Pokemon. So it's essentially just a special attack offensive carry. You have 135 special attack, 100 speed. I don't like the speed stat very much. 100 means it's slower than Mega Ray, slower than Eternatus. You don't get any moves to increase your speed, I don't think. I don't think this thing gets agility. Let me check. No. So you're kind of locked at 100 speed with this thing. But you do get Berserk to increase your special attack when you're half HP, which can be pretty good. Fiery Wrath is stab, also 90 base power. Hydro Steam is boosted in Sun if you want to use Sun with this thing. And it also is coverage for your rock and ground weakness since you are a fire type. Morning Sun for boosted healing in the sun. So you're probably going to want to use Sun with Chi-Yu because of these 2 moves. And then Blue Flare is 130 base power and also has a 20% chance to burn. Blue Flare is probably going to be your best fire type move that you're going to be spamming. Does have low accuracy, but you can probably just get wide lenses or pick up an X accuracy to remedy that accuracy. So it's not that much of an issue. So take Blue Flare, Hydro Steam, Fire Wrath, Morning Sun. Yeah, just take all these moves. Take all these rare egg moves for your hold on, what did I just press? Let me refresh again. Yeah, so take all of your egg moves as your main move set. These are pretty much all the moves you want to make up your move set. Berserk is a bit odd because I don't know how reliably you're going to be able to proc it before dying. Do you get Endure on this mon? Okay, you do get Endure, so you can at the very least do a Endure Berserk tech. So you can live on 1 HP and then just proc your Berserk, which is, I guess, not a bad strategy. So if you want to do that, you can do Blue Flare, Hydro Steam, Fire Wrath, and Endure as your moveset. I think is best for like a purely offensive moveset. But it's still slow, chat. It's only 100 speed, so I feel like no matter how strong you get this thing, it's gonna like inevitably die to a mon that's faster to it. I feel like this mon is gonna inevitably die to a mon that's faster than it, so I can't really place it too high. Let's put it like higher end of A tier, I think. We'll put it at least above Landorus. Yeah, I'll put it below Grapploct, above Landorus. It can definitely hit hard, chat. 135 special attack and Blue Flare is nothing to scoff at, but its speed, I think, draws it back a bit. It's going to get outsped, and it's going to die. And also, Berserk is a bit of a tricky passive to use. So, yeah, not that amazing of a passive. Let's move on to Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon gets Tough Claws, so it has 1.3 extra damage on its physical moves. You get Photosynthesis, so if you're in Sun, you'll probably be getting an attack increase because attack is your highest stat, 139. You also have a 119 speed, so you have a very good offensive stat spread at 139 attack, 112 speed, 119 speed. You're faster than Mega Ray. You're a little slower than Eternatus, but you can just take an X speed to probably outspeed Eternatus. Yeah, really good that it gets Tough Claws. It gets Fire Lash for its ice weakness, Dragon Hammer for stab, so you don't have to use Outrage anymore. Sucker Punch for stab also is priority, but you're probably going to be using Wicked Blow more because that is 75 base power and also guarantees a crit. So Wicked Blow, Dragon Hammer, Fire Lash, and probably Dragon Dance are going to be your best moves because Dragon Dance can further increase your sweeping potential, and then Fire Lash you keep for stab, not for stab, for coverage, and then Dragon Hammer and your Wicked Blow are your stab moves. I like this thing because even without Dragon Dance, it has really good base stats, like good enough to like sweep through like the majority of the game, and then Tough Claws just boosts all of its moves. So I really like Roaring Moon's passive egg moves, everything. Let's move it to the S tier. It doesn't get an Ice type move, I don't think, so we can't put it like too high because it doesn't have a good move for Ray. It does have Dragon Hammer, I guess, for regular super effective damage against Ray. So I guess we can put it like decently high. Okay, you know what? Let's put Roaring Moon above. Let's put Roaring Moon above Machamp, below Venusaur. I think its sweeping potential alone allows it to be higher than everything below Machamp. But once it gets to like Venusaur and Brute Bonnet, I prefer their utility with Sappy Seed way more. And not to mention they do have some sweeping potential as well because Mega Venusaur is strong, and then Brute Bonnet is unironically kind of goated. So yeah, I think Roaring Moon is going to be right about here between Venusaur and Machamp. Really good mon though. Really good mon. Hits like a truck because it gets Tough Claws. I'm very surprised this thing gets Tough Claws. Yeah, really good physical carry, Roaring Moon. Let's move on to Iron Valiant. Iron Valiant is a fairy fighting type, which is a very good typing. Okay, so Iron Valiant gets adaptability, which is great because it gets fairy and fighting. These are two really good offensive typings. You get Quark Drive, so if you're in terrain, you'll be getting boosted attack or special attack. Probably attack, since your base attack is higher than special attack. But if you take like a modest nature or something, you could easily flip that. You have good speed, 116 speed, so similar to Roaring Moon, you have a reliable speed tier. Plasma Fist is good because you're likely playing Iron Valiant in the electric terrain, so you do get a boosted damage on your Plasma Fist from the terrain. It's also flying coverage because you are a fighting type, so you do want a way to deal with those flying types. No Retreat for the Omni Boost is great because Iron Valiant is mainly a mixed attacker because it has such even attack and special attack. So it getting an Omni Boost kind of helps out whatever playstyle you're trying to run. Secret Sword is stab on calculates for your special attack damage, pretty good. Magical Torque is stab, fairy move, 100 base power. That's definitely going to be your best fairy physical move because I think the next best thing is Spirit Break, which is only 75 base power. So yeah, definitely go Magical Torque. If you want to do a physical set, go Magical Torque, Close Combat, No Retreat, and Plasma Fist. But if you're going for more of a special set, I would go Secret Sword, Moonblast, No Retreat, and probably some other special attack move. I think it can get Shadow Ball in its TMs, so you can go that. Keep in mind, adaptability is going to be doubling the stab boost on your fairy and fighting type moves. So Magical Torque is going to hit like a truck. Secret Sword is going to hit like a truck. close combat especially is going to hit like a truck because it is a 120 base power move. So yeah, Iron Valiant, reliably fast, really good offensive stats. Only thing that draws it back a bit is it's a bit frail, but otherwise, one of the best offensive mons in the game. It definitely deserves the S tier. I'm going to put it above, below. Is it better or worse than Roaring Moon? And it has one of the best red shinies. That's true. It got one of the new shiny. I remember when they released this thing, I was like, holy shit, that's a sick shiny. Okay. Anyway, what were we talking about? Iron Valiant. Yeah, so Iron Valiant is right. Yeah, we're gonna put Iron Valiant slightly. I don't know if it's better than Roaring Moon or not. They have similar speed, similar offensive stat. I guess Roaring Moon is tankier though. I think. And Iron Valiant's typing is fine, but that does make it weak to Eternatus's poison moves. It's also weak to Rayquaza's Hurricane. Okay. I think Valiant and... Okay, no, yeah, we're going to drop it down a bit. Its typing makes it too susceptible. Iron Valiant is very good offensively, but there are a few problems with it. Its very fighting typing makes it prone to Eternatus's Sludge Bomb, and the fighting typing also makes it weak to Rayquaza's Hurricane and Fly. So it is weak to like the threats, the main threats in the game. So for that reason, I can't place it too high. I still respect its offensive capabilities, so I'm going to put it at least above Tapu Fini and below Nihilego. I think that's the most fair ranking I can give Iron Valiant. Freaking, what's his face? Roaring Moon isn't as bad as Iron Valiant because even though it is a dragon type, so it is weak to Ray and Eternatus's dragon type moves, it also goes this the other way, right? Because Roaring Moon could deal super effective damage to them with dragon type moves. So I don't think Roaring Moon has that as big of a weakness issue as Iron Valiant does. So alright, Iron Valiant's going to be at the bottom of S tier. Let's move on to Miraidon. Okay, we're finally on the box arts for Gen 9. Miraidon gets Opportunist, which is going to be comping stat increases of the enemy Pokemon. The Hadron Engine to set up terrain and increase your special attack within the terrain. Really busted and overloaded ability. You get 135 special attack, 135 speed, so you already have a really good offensive stat spread, and not to mention your tankiness is pretty good too. You have 100 HP, 100 defense, and 115 speed F. So not only are you really bulky, you also have a very good offensive stat spread. You get Rising Voltage. The reason why that is overpowered on Miraidon is because you automatically set terrain with Hadron Engine. So you pretty much always have a 140 base power Rising Voltage. So that's really disgusting. Corn Forcer is your best Dragon Stab because it is 100 base power. You used to have Dragon Energy, but it lost that for Corn Forcer. I think that's better because Dragon Energy is a little unreliable. It is based on how healthy you are. And then Clangorous Soul is giving you an Omni boost at the cost of some HP. That's pretty good. It gives you a speed, special attack increase. Ice Beam is going to be covering your ground weakness. Also, it was a way to hit Rayquaza and Eternatus for super effective damage. So that's pretty nice. I'm going to say Miraidon is an easy top of S tier. The thing that keeps it a little low, I think, is... No, okay. Yeah, Miraidon is a... Is it top of S tier? Fast Corn Forcer is bad, that's true. We got to keep that in mind. Double S tier, S tier. Okay, we'll put it... It is susceptible to Rain or Eternatus, though. It's a Dragon type. That is another thing you have to keep in mind. What do you think, chat? Is Miraidon S or double S? It does have super effective against Ray and Eternatus. It gets Ice Beam and Corn Forcer. But you're probably mostly using Corn Forcer, since that's Stab. Okay. We're going to put Miraidon in the double S tier. It's just too strong. 135 special attack, 135 speed is already an amazing offensive stat spread. And then you're just really tanky on top of that. The Rising Voltage Hadron Engine combo is just kind of nuts. And then you get Ice Beam for ground coverage. So yeah, Rhydon, I'm not going to put it too high. We're going to put it at most above Zamazenta, I think, and then below Hoopa Unbound. I think it's fair for Rhydon. Let's move on to Pheasantipede. Let me quickly check something. Okay, let's move on to Koraidon. So Koraidon is the counterpart to Miraidon, is the past form of Cyclozar. You also get Opportunist on this mon, and you get Oracle Pulse, which is going to be setting up Sun and boosting your attack in Sun. You get 135 attack, 135 speed, so you pretty much have the same stat spread as Miraidon, except your attack, special attack, defense, and SpDef are flipped. Koraidon gets Sunsteel Strike to deal with fairy types. You do have a quad weakness to fairies, so you do need a move to deal with those guys. So Sunsteel Strike is your best option. Morning Sun is good because you set up Sun automatically with Oracle Pulse. So you give yourself a 75% heal with Morning Sun every time you use it. And then D-Darts is your best physical dragon move because your next best option is Outrage. And Outrage is not really fun because it locks you up and confuses you. Bitterblade is very good because not only is it a sustain move, it's also boosted in Sun. So even if it's not stab, it still has some decent damage thanks to being Sun boosted. Koraidon I used recently, and it's pretty good. It felt pretty good. I beat Classic pretty easily with it. I'm not gonna put it above Miraidon though. I'm gonna put it actually right behind Miraidon. The reason why I say that is it's more susceptible to the threats in the game. For example, Koraidon's fighting dragon type. The fighting type is prone to Rayquaza's Hurricane, Flies, so that is one weakness it has, versus Miraidon is not weak to flying type. In fact, it actually resists flying. So that is one edge that Miraidon has over Koraidon. Also, I think Miraidon getting the E-Terrain Rising Voltage combo is just a little more broken than Koraidon getting Sun Bitterblade. Because Bitterblade is only 90 base power, Rising Voltage is 140 base power, and then also you have Electric Stab on top of that damage, right? Koraidon does not give stab to Bitterblade, so it's not nearly as strong. So I think they're comparable. But I think a Koraidon is still worse than Miraidon, but they're still double S tier in my heart because of their OP stats and their OP ability. So yeah, Miraidon and Koraidon are both going to be up there at double S. E-Terrain is better because of Delta Stream. That is also true. Koraidon Sun will go down because of Delta Stream. Yeah, that's true. All right, Miraidon and Koraidon are both at double S tier. Is anyone surprised? Not really. Let's move on to the final set of Pokemon. These are the DLC mons. We also have some extra Pokemon that weren't on this list that we need to add in. We'll do those as well. Pheasantipede. Pheasantipede gets Levitate, which is good because you are a poison type, so you're weak to ground. Technician is going to be boosting your moves that are 60 BP or lower. You have an interesting stat spread of 125 SpDef, and everything else is just really mid. Barbarage is not bad. It's basically just Venoshock, but physical. And you also have the chance to poison with it, so it's actually a pretty good move for physical attackers. You have 91 base attacks, so I guess you can kind of use it, yeah. The good thing about Barbarage on Pheasantipede is that it's also tech boosted, because you get Technician. So it's 90 base power without the additional boost, and when it is boosted, that's going to be 180 base power. So that's a very good stab move for Pheasantipede. You get Victory Dance to set up your attack and speed a bit. This is good because your attack and speed are very trash. Triple Axle to deal with ground types and also to deal super effective damage against Ray and Eternatus. It is very good that it gets this. And then Magical Torque is going to be your best fairy stab move. It is 100 base power. It gets good moves. It gets a good ability in Technician, a good passive in Levitate. But the main problem with Pheasantipede is that its base stats are really bad. So I can't put it any higher than A tier. I'm going to put it in the middle of A tier, probably below... Okay, we're gonna put Pheasantipede. It keeps going down. We're going to put Pheasantipede above Iron Treads and below the Dunsparce. If this thing had better base stats, for sure it would have been better because it pretty much gets everything that you would want. Technician, Barbarage, Triple Axle for Ray and Eternatus, but like its base stats are just too bad. So unfortunately, that just brings it down to the bottom end of A tier. It is what it is. Moving on to Iron Leaves. Iron Leaves gets Sharpness, which is good because it gets Leaf Blade on level up, and I believe it gets Bitter Blade. Yes, that's boosted by Sharpness. Mighty Cleave boosted by Sharpness. Mighty Cleave is for your your Fire weakness because you're a Grass type, so it's kind of important to take that one. Your base stats are not terrible. You get 130 attack, 104 base speed, so you're relatively fast and relatively hard hitting. Although that speed can be a little better because you're getting outside by Mega Ray with that speed. Do you get agility on Iron Leaves? Okay, you get agility, so you should probably bring agility to give yourself a faster speed tier. I would take agility, Mighty Cleave, Leaf Blade, and Bitter Blade. Or you could take Victory Dance for the +1 speed. I guess that's better. Okay, never mind. With Iron Leaves, I would go Victory Dance because you do need to fix your speed a bit. So I would bring Victory Dance for the +1 speed, +1 attack. Mighty Cleave to hit fire types is also sharpness boosted. Bitter Blade is sharpness boosted as well and can act as sustain for you. And then finally, Leaf Blade is stab and has a heightened crit chance, also boosted by sharpness. You can take Psyblade as well. Psyblade is boosted by sharpness and gets extra damage in each terrain. You could probably take out Bitter Blade for Psyblade. So actually, the final moveset I would do is Leaf Blade, Psyblade, Mighty Cleave, Victory Dance, I think is what I would do in Iron Leaves. Not bad. I think this mod is pretty decent. You do need to set up Victory Dance to give it a good speed tier, but once you do that, it can hit pretty hard because it gets sharpness and really good cutting moves. So let's put it at least at the top end of A tier. We'll put it above. I think we'll put it above Tapu Ko. We'll put it above Raikou and Menetric. We'll put it below Greninja. I think it's fair for Iron Leaves. Actually, no, it's even better than that. We'll put it Verizon Wireless. Okay, we're gonna put Iron Leaves above Hatterene, below Celesteela. It has really good sweeping potential. It does. Sharpness works well, pretty much all of the moves they want to use on it, and it has a good base stat spread. It just needs a little more speed to pop off. The main problem with this mod is its typing, really. It has good resistances, but it has 6 weaknesses. Actually, sorry, 7 weaknesses. So you are prone to dying a bit on this Pokemon. Otherwise, not bad. So leave it at the top of A tier. Let's move on to Monkey Dory, who is the Poison Psychic Monkeymon. Neural Force to increase the power of super effective moves. Okay, so anytime you super effect someone, it's going to be boosted. Toxic Chain, I'm pretty sure just adds poison chance to all of your moves. 130 special attack, 106 speed, so you have a moderately okay offensive stat spread. You just need a little more speed. You get agility on this mon, I believe, so you can. Oh, never mind, you don't get agility. So never mind, you're kind of stuck at a 106 speed with this guy. Psy Strike to deal physical damage with your special attack stat. That's a pretty good move. Heat Wave is mainly to deal with steel types. You get walled by steel types, so you're gonna want Heat Wave to deal with them. Earth Power is another way to deal with steel types. It has a chance to drop Spadef, which is good. Malignant Chain is gonna be your best poison stab move because it's 100 base power and also has a 50% chance to poison. Combine that with Toxic Chain, I believe that gives you very high poison chance on your Malignant Chain. I'm pretty sure it stacks. So yeah, I think Monkey Dory is a pretty hard hitting mon with good poison chance thanks to Toxic Chain, but I can't justify it being any higher than like high B tier. I think it's too slow. It's too slow for me. 106 speed is just not enough for a mon that seems to be mainly offensively geared. So put it at the top of B tier. Let's say like at the very top of B tier, because at least it's a psychic type, which is good for Eternatus. We'll put it above One Cologne, below Liepard, I think is good for Monkey Dory. Yeah, I like that. Let's move on to... Oh my god. What's his name? Ogerpon. I almost forgot Ogerpon's name. Okay, Ogerpon is an interesting one because it has 4 forms with the masks. And on top of that, when you find the Terra Mask for the... I almost like... Hold on. Oh my god. I could feel something ripping my throat. I'm not even kidding, chat. Okay, so... I got pinged for something. Okay, Ogerpon, you get So with Ogerpon, you have 4 different forms, right? With the mask, you have Water Mask, Fire Mask, Rock Mask, and you have the Grass Mask, the Water Mask, the Fire Mask, and the Rock Mask on Ogerpon. And they also have their own Terra forms, and those Terra forms all have different abilities. We're going to rank it, I think, based on the Terra Mask, just because I guess that is the best possible form of Ogerpon. You get, I believe, a speed increase with the Grass form, the attack increase with the Fire one, right? Yeah, so I like the Fire one because you get an attack increase with that one. Let's look at this one mainly. 120 attack, 110 speed, pretty decent offensive stat spread. You get Ivy Cudgel on level up, which is great because Ivy Cudgel is one of the best grass physical moves in the game. It is 100 base power and has a heightened chance to crit. Flower Trick is, I guess, a lesser version of Ivy Cudgel. I mean, it does have a guaranteed crit, but I would rather use Ivy Cudgel just because it is 30 more base power and also has a good chance to crit. So I would take Ivy Cudgel over Flower Trick. Boomerang is for your fire weakness. If you're base Ogerpon, you do have a fire weakness. Also, I guess to deal with flying, no, not flying types. Also weight hit steel types, I guess. Triple Axle is a weight hit flying types because you do have a big flying type weakness. You are grass. The only time you don't have a flying weakness is if you're Ogerpon rock, which in that case you're neutral to flying. But either way, Triple Axle is going to be a great move to deal with not only flying types but also Mega Ray and also Eternatus. Gigaton Hammer is fantastic because it is 160 base power. It's a really good move. Ogerpon, I think, factoring in all the masks, I think deserves to go into at least the bottom of S tier. You get Sturdy. It has a lot of flexibility. Sturdy with the rock form. Mold Breaker with the fire form. You get an attack increase with the fire mask, which is really nice. So you can change your playstyle around. You also get some pretty good egg moves. Triple Axle and Gigaton Hammer are really nice. So I'm going to put it at the bottom of S tier, I feel. It has a good enough base speed, I think, for it to be a reliable enough sweeper. So let's put it, I think, above Terrakion, even above you. Okay, we're gonna put Ogerpon below Tapu Bulu, above Guzzlord. I think it's fair. If it was a bit faster, I think I'd be a bit I'd be more lenient. We're gonna put Ogerpon below Tapu Bulu, above Guzzlord. If it was a bit faster, I think I would have put it higher, but it is kind of locked at 110. I don't think this thing gets any speed increasing moves. So yeah, Ogerpon is going to be bottom of S tier. Okay, last 3 Pokemon before we add in some extra ones. Okidogi. Okidogi gets Fur Coat and also Guard Dog. So if you get intimidated, you're going to get an attack increase, and also you're just having the damage of all physical attacks taken. So you're effectively 230 defense, so it makes you a very good physical wall. Toxic Chain, if you want to take that instead, that'll be adding a lot of poison chance to your attacks. Drain Punch is stab, also heals. Knockoff is good damage for psychic types because you are a quad weak to psychic. Knockoff can deal up to 130 base damage if the enemy is holding an item. Dire Claw gets Poison, Para, and Sleep chance. It's a 50% chance, and Victory Dance will be setting up your attack and speed. I like that it's a physical wall. It has coverage for psychic, and the Drain Punch does help you sustain with your tanky stat spread, but I can't put it too high because it's a tanky mon that doesn't really have utility. So, like, why would you really want a tanky mon if it doesn't have utility? Let's put Okidogi at most lower end of B, higher end of B tier, or middle of B tier. We'll put Okidogi above Pyukumuku, below Aromatisse. I think it's fair. Let's move on to Terapagos. Terapagos is insane. Terapagos, you're pretty much always going to be Terastal Terapagos from my own experience. You get Terra Shell, which essentially is a cracked version of Shadow Shield and Multiscale. How it works is when you're full HP, the first hit you take will guaranteed be not effective damage. So you pretty much just cannot die when you're full HP. So it's a really good ability that allows you to set up Shell Smash. Shell Smash will be increasing your attack, special attack, and speed. So with Terrapagos, you essentially have a free Shell Smash setup thanks to Terra Shell. You get a really good stab move with Terra Starstorm, which is in level up. In terms of the other egg moves, you get Recover for Sustain, Ice Beam to deal with Rayquaza and Eternatus, and then Moonblast is, I guess, for your fighting weakness because you are a normal type, right? Terrapagos, in my opinion, is an easy S tier, if not a low double S tier Pokemon. I think Terrapagos is the best Shell Smash mon in the game because it gets the Terra Shell Smash combo. And then Terra Starstorm is just one of the strongest moves in the game. It is 120 base power. And then also you can heal up with Recover to refresh the Terra Shell, as DJ mentioned. So yes, Terra Shell is able to be used multiple times if you just heal back to full HP. I think for that reason, Terrapagos is going to be at the bottom end of double S tier. Not to mention, this Pokemon is really overpowered for inverse mode, the mode where all type matchups are flipped. So if you want to use it for that, then yeah, it's really good for that. So we're going to put Terrapagos at the bottom end of double S tier behind Koraidon and Miraidon. All right, last Pokemon before we add a few things. Walking Wake. Walking Wake is Beast Boost, so anytime it kills something, it's going to be getting probably a special attack increase since that's your highest stat. You have decent bulk, 99 HP, 91 defense, 83 speed F, and 109 speed as a decent speed tier. Do you get agility on this mon? You actually do get agility, so if you do want to give yourself a speed increase, agility is there to kind of fix your speed because you are getting outsped by Mega Ray and Eternatus with this speed. You get Core Enforcer, which is stab and also 100 base power, very nice. Nasty Plot to further increase your special attack is not bad, but I think you don't need it because you get Beast Boost. So anytime you kill something, you get a special attack increase anyway. So I would ignore Nasty Plot. Earth Power is good because it hits Steel types. You do get walled by Steel types a bit. And I guess it also helps if you're... yeah, it's mainly for Steel types. You get Earth Power for Steel types. Bouncy Bubble for Sustain, not to mention it's also Stab. Your best water stab move is Steam Eruption. It gets it, right? Or Hydro Steam. Not Steam Eruption. Your best water stab move is Hydro Steam. Because you're likely using Sun with Walking Wake, which is boosting your photosynthesis, you want a water move that's not reduced by Sun. So Hydro Steam is your best option because it actually gets a 50% increase in damage in Sun. So Hydro Steam, probably Bouncy Bubble, Core Enforcer, and Agility for speed increasing will probably be the moveset for Walking Wake. I think it relies a bit too much on agility for speed, but otherwise, not bad. I want to put it at the bottom of S tier at least, since it does get Beast Boost, and that's a really good ability for sweeping. We'll put it underneath. We'll put it underneath Heatran, I think, above Alomomola. Petrunk gets Toxic Chain, so it'll have increased poison chance on basically all of its moves. Also, Poison Puppeteer has the chance to confuse people when they are poisoned. Actually, no, sorry, it's not a chance, it's guaranteed. 160 defense, 88 in every other stat, so it's pretty much just a physical wall. A little weak in the Spadef side. Take Heart will give you a Spatak and Spadef increase, very good, because you do have a low Spadef, so you kind of do need some help with Spadef. Body Press is great because you have a high defense at 160, so you can make use of it pretty well, deal some good damage. Sappy Seed is wonderful because you can set up Leech Seed. And King Shield is a pretty good move that can lower the attacker's physical attack. So Pectron's going to be a very obnoxious physical wall. I can appreciate what it does, but I can't put it really in S tier. The highest it goes is like A tier, I think. At least it doesn't have any weaknesses against Eternatus and Ray, so it can wall them pretty well. Let's put Petron at a solid above... We'll put Petrump above Clowitzer, below Regirock. I think its tankiness and funny gimmick with Toxic Chain and Poison Puppeteer is enough for it to be on the high end of A tier. Let's move on to Iron Crown. Iron Crown, I believe, also gets Sharpness. Yeah, all the Paradox Future Mons in DLC get Sharpness. 122 special attack, 98 speed. Okay, so you have a pretty weird stat spread. You're kind of bulky, I guess. 100 defense, 108 speed F. Nasty Plot to set up your special attack even more. Secret Sword to hit for physical damage. Side Strike to also hit for physical damage. Okay, so you get two special attack moves that can hit for physical damage. Electro Drift is good because you are probably playing on electric terrain because of Cork Drive. So Electro Drift is going to be boosted in terrain. Also does more damage against water and flying types thanks to the secondary ability, secondary effect. Yeah, this mod looks very mid. It has no moves in its egg moves outside of Secret Sword that are boosted by sharpness, so I don't really feel this thing very much. We'll put it in the B tier, probably like at least above Oricorio, or yeah. Okay, we're gonna put Iron Crown above the Fraud Dingo at least, and we're gonna leave it below Hariyama. It does get sharpness attack on Cutter, that is true, but I don't really think that changes my rating. I think it's just B tier. I don't know why you would want to use this thing. It's not fast. It's not really that bulky, really. It doesn't get anything to set up its speed, I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't get agility, so yeah, you can hardly really use it as a sweeper, so yeah, it deserves to be in B tier. Let's move on to Iron Boulder. Iron Boulder gets sharpness as well, which is great because it gets Mighty Cleave as a signature move, so that is sharpness boosted. You get Katal Cleave for psychic types, or sorry, not psychic type. You get Katal Cleave for ghost types, right? Because you're a psychic type, so you're weak to ghost. Psy Blade is boosted in electric terrain and is boosted by sharpness as well, so that's a very good move. I don't know why Iron Crown didn't get it. Oh, I guess because it's not a physical attacker. Okay, in any case, Iron Boulder gets Psy Blade, boosted in terrain, also gets boosted by sharpness. Stone Axe is a good move for rocks and is also stab. And then Bitter Blade is going to be helping with your grass weakness because you are a rock type. So yeah, Bitter Blade is going to be weakness coverage and also a sustained move. All of these moves are boosted by sharpness, so I really like that. And I believe Mighty Cleave is sharpness boosted as well. So it gets really good moves, really good stat spread as well. 120 attack, 124 speed is a really solid offensive stat spread. So we're going to put Iron Boulder at least in the top of A tier because of its base stats and because of its good sharpness moves. We're not going to put it too high. I think at the very most we can put it like above. I think, yeah, highest we can do is like put it above. I think it's definitely better than Iron Leaves. Actually, no, it's not because it doesn't get Sappy Seed. We'll put it right next to Iron Leaves because I think they're just about the same in sweeping potential, but Iron Leaves does get the benefit of Sappy Seed, which sets up Leech Seed, right? Oh, wait, what? It does not get... Oh, I thought it did. Oh, never mind. Okay, this thing is way better then. We're going to put Iron Boulder higher than Iron Leaves because it has more sweeping potential. We're going to put it right about here. I think above Great Tusk is fair. Maybe even above Iron Muff is good. Yeah, we'll put it towards the top of A tier. I like its stats. I like the moves with sharpness, so I think it deserves to be in the high end of A tier. Okay, Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt gets Beast Boost, so you're probably going to be getting Spatak increases because Spatak is your highest stat. This is great because you're mainly a Thunderclap spammer with Raging Bolt, so you're going to be spamming T-Clap. Hopefully you pick up some Beast Boost to further increase your special attack. You get Nasty Plot as well to increase your special attack if you don't feel like you're about to get a Beast Boost. Flamethrower to deal with Steel types, I guess. Morning Sun is going to be healing you for 75% in the sun because of photosynthesis. You want to set up Sun for photosynthesis, so you're probably going to be using Sun of Raging Bolt anyway. And then Electro Drift is stab and also has boosted power against water types and flying types. 100 base power. If you're not spamming T-Clap, then Electro Drift is going to be your next best move. But you are kind of slow, so usually you are spamming T-Clap with this mon. I like that it gets Beast Boost T-Clap. It's pretty similar to Xurkitree, but it's not good at Xurkitree because Xurkitree gets Transistor, which is way better than whatever the hell this thing gets. Photosynthesis, yeah. We'll put it in... Okay, we're going to put Raging Bolt towards the top end, or the bottom end of S tier. Not too high, though, because it doesn't get an ice move, I don't think. At least Xurkitree gets, like, coverage for its ground weakness. It gets Giga Drain. Raging Bolt doesn't get anything for its ground weakness, so yeah, that's kind of problematic. So Raging Bolt's going to be towards the bottom here. We'll put it below Ogerpon, I feel. Yeah, below Ogerpon, above Guzzlord, I think is about right for Raging Bolt. It still has some pretty good sweeping potential thanks to the Beast Boost T-Clap combo. All right, Gouging Fire. Okay, we're almost done. Gouging Fire also gets Beast Boost. You're likely getting defense increases unless if you change your nature to be more attack heavy. You get Bulk Up to increase your attack and defense. Extreme Speed for priority. Sacred Fire is stab because you are a fire type and is 100 base power, so it's very strong. 30% burn chance, or sorry, 50% burn chance. And then Glaive Rush is stab because you are now a dragon type with Gouging Fire. As a 120 base power, the only downside to this move is that you do take double damage the next turn. And I don't like that because Gouging Fire isn't very fast, so it does take hits pretty often. So yeah, that drawback on Glaive Rush is going to be pretty bad for Gouging Fire. So it seems awkward. It doesn't seem good enough to be a sweeper. It doesn't seem good enough to be a Tankmon, really. So I think the best thing I can give this is like a B tier. At most, like, better than Beware, I think. I think I'd rather have a Greedent on my team than Gouting Fire, unironically. No, that's not true. We'll put it above, Palace. We'll put it above Turtonator, at least. We're going to put Gouting Fire at the top of B tier, above Turtonator. It's just, it feels too confused. Like, not really the best sweeper because of its B tier. Not really the best defensive mon either. Because its Spadef is just only at 93. Also, Glaive Rush makes it so that it takes extra damage sometimes. So, yeah, not exactly the best tank mon. So, we're going to leave it at the top of B tier. Hydrapple. Hydrapple gets Dragon's Maw, similar to Appleton and Flapple. You get a Regenerator as a regular ability. That's probably what you want. 106 HP, 110 defense, 80 Spadef. So you have a relatively decent bulk, just a little weak on the Spadef side. So like stuff like Hurricane is going to deal a lot of damage to you. 120 special attack is pretty hard hitting, but you are very slow as the drawback. You get Fickle Beam as your signature move. Where is it? Yeah, Fickle Beam, which occasionally doubles in power, a 30% chance to double in power, in fact. So it's a pretty funny move. That's probably what you're going to take because it is your best special attack dragon move. Strength Sap is a good sustain move, and Matcha Gotcha is going to be your best grass stab move because it is 80 base power and has a chance to burn and also sustains. Because you're tanky, I do like that you get Matcha Gotcha. Hydrapple is kind of like a better Appleton in my eyes. So I want to put it probably just right next to Appleton, just a little higher. Where is Appleton? Can anyone spot Appleton? I think it's in the A tier, right? Is it not? Okay, we're just gonna give it a random ranking then. Let me see. Dragon's Maw does boost your Fickle Beam damage. Regenerator keeps you healthy. Matcha Gotcha keeps you healthy. Strength Sap also keeps you healthy, and you are a very bulky top Pokemon on top of that, right? So I think because of the amount of sustain it gets, I think it deserves to be around the top of A tier. We're gonna put it above, I think, above. Okay, at most we'll put it above Iron Leaves. I think below Celesteela because Celesteela gets Sappy Seed. All right. No, Tyler, I'm done. Like right after. This is the last Pokemon. We're done. Sinistcha. Sinistcha gets Triage, so it gets priority for all of its healing moves. This is good because it gets Matcha Gotcha. So Matcha Gotcha is going to be a priority move they can spam for sustain and burn chance. You get Shell Smash on Sinistcha, so I guess you can kind of use it as a Shell Smasher. The only problem with Shell Smash is that you don't really have a good ability that guarantees you can use it safely. For example, like Poltegeist gets Shadow Shield, right? So Shadow Shield, Shell Smash, that's a combo, right? Because you can set it up easier because you take less of that damage. But Sinistcha doesn't have anything like that, so using Shell Smash is pretty risky on this mon, and you're not exactly the tankiest thing in the world. You only have 70 HP, 106 defense, and 80 Spadef, so I don't know. I feel like using Shell Smash is very risky. You do get Leech Seed to set up Chip, which is very good. Leech Seed is not Triage boosted, unfortunately, so it is not priority. So mainly you're just going to be spamming Matcha Gotcha with Triage. Use Leech Seed when you can to set up Chip, and then use Bouncy Bubble to deal with fire types, and then Sparkly Swirl to heal your team. It's definitely just a worse Poltegeist in my eyes, so I feel like it doesn't go above B tier. There's other Pokemon to do what it does but better with like the Triage Matcha Gotcha combos, so I think at most it goes like above Cleavor, below Pincertion, I think is about right for Sinistcha. Alright, there we go. That's every single Pokemon ranked.